Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, we will see what if Harry Potter awakened a power beyond mortality. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Here is short summary. Abandoned and broken, Harry awakens a power beyond anything wizards have ever known. As his newfound abilities reshape magic itself, he transcends mortality and rises to become the god of magic. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Let's start the story. England seems like a normal country. The village of Little Whinging, found southeast and within shopping of London, seems like a normal quiet village. Privet Drive, a respectable block of houses with neat driveways and quiet summers, seems like an upstanding and fine place to grow. Number 4 Privet Drive was hell. Not all of that house was condemned to evil. There were 2 floors, both neat and clean. A fine-looking living room, filled with tiny trinkets old people seemed to enjoy, and pictures of an overly large child. A kitchen, few bedrooms, all normal and fine. But the stairs, under the stairs, was hell. Darkness was normally a comfort. Darkness means that danger was not here, that peace, even a hungry and lonely peace, had arrived. Young eyes normally cried here, in this darkness. But right now a young boy with piercing green eyes was unable to cry. He was trying, under these stairs, in this cupboard, in this hell, but the tears would not come. Too much pain. His arm was wrong, he could feel the burns and the stings, it was not right. The rest of his body was hurt as well, but normal cuts and bruises didn't concern him anymore. No one would come, he knew this. People didn't help those without names, people didn't even feed things like him if they could help it. But he wished, he craved someone to take the pain. The darkness used to be an ally, but right now it just helped him feel alone and scared and hurt. He could not cry, so he stared in the dark, unable to see, and focused on the pain. The locks on the outside of his cupboard left him little else to do, and he had been hungry for so long it no longer even registered in his mind at night. But this pain was not the same, it was immediate and unforgiving. So he focused, and tried to push the pain away, from his world, from the dark. In the absolute dark, there was a light. The boy almost made a noise. Light was new. Light was not normal. And this light seemed odd, although he supposed he should have expected this. A freak like him would have something like an odd light. It was dim, it was weak, it was so thin it looked like a hair, but it was there. Soft, green, and slowly reaching down his right arm. He was almost scared to move. He felt that shifting, thinking, even the thought of thinking could stop this wonderful light. Tentatively he tried to push the pain again. The light dimmed. In a sudden panic, he thought, prayed, and begged the pain away, forcing every part of him to wish and hope that pain would go. Suddenly the hair became a thread, and began moving much faster, and stretched down his arm toward the pain. He almost smiled, he could feel the light in his arm. It was warm, it was singing, it was like that time he used a blanket before someone saw him. And it seemed easier to push it now, seemed easier to thicken this thread till he could see it pulsing. He could feel it pulsing like a second heartbeat, and it was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. His body couldn't move anymore, but the thread could. His overly large shirt, covered in dirt and grime, seemed to be invisible for this green light. It shone bright and clear, and it was almost to his pain. As the thread touched, he saw it shatter inside his arm. This thin thread became thousands of spider silk thin wisps, and he could see a bone being coated with them. Everywhere the light touched a warmth spread, so warm it was almost uncomfortable. As more and more of his bone was wrapped, he could see a darkness in the middle. A gap. His arm was broken. The last punch from the loud man had broken his arm. His face almost fell in sadness, but the warmth from his light was pushing everything bad away. But what now? He needed help. A broken arm meant more beatings. He would not be able to cook meals, clean the house, weed the gardens, clean the car, pick up Dudley's trash, and that was just the morning. He could not handle more attacks right now. He needed time to heal, time to fix first. He needed his arm fixed. The light seemed to pulse, and suddenly it was gone. No, he could still see the light, but all feeling was gone, like it was a show on the TV he was not allowed to watch. Even as his wonder grew, the warmth came back, and he could actually see the light wrapped around his bones shift firmly. Torn bits of bone made a loud snap. His arm bone was now lined up, but moving it seemed to have broken small bits off. Thankfully the green light only let him feel warm, like it was being bathed in something soft. Tiny hair-like threads wrapped around each fragment of bone, and seemed to absorb it. No, not just bone, black pools of what was probably blood or torn muscle was also being absorbed and vanished by the light. Small cracks in the bone were appearing as well, as the green thread seemed to be pulling and tugging at the bone, cleaning it. Apparently his arm had been hurt from many older beatings, this one was just the final straw. He was glad he couldn't move, but this was amazing to watch. Never before had he seen anything as fascinating, and no one could beat him for seeing this. No one even knew this was happening. And the warmth was so new, so soft, so amazing. Many nights on this stained mattress had been cold, and he had grown accustomed to having no covers, of using his layers of too large clothing to stay alive during the frostiest nights. This warmth was so soothing it felt sinful. His arms suddenly felt odd. The green light had separated the two now cracked and pitted pieces of bone several inches away from each other. He could almost feel the light pulsing, as if it was angry that this bone was so short. He knew he should probably have been bigger. He saw how Dudley had grown, in so many directions, from the food the freak cooked. Now the light seemed ready to try and solve it. His skin felt tight, his muscles felt stretched, and then the warmth of the light almost gracefully touched them, reaching hair-like strands from the bone pieces and caressing his arm from the inside. Suddenly the light pulsed hard and twisted. From the top of his right shoulder, another thread raced from his chest, down his right arm, and seemed to explode into a net of green heat. Each hair of this net twisted as it tightened around the bone, filling tiny cracks, holes, and pits and twisting tightly down the arm. Some green threads that had wrapped around the two bones began lashing across that black gap, filling it thicker as his eyes watched, shocked. As the holes filled with more and more light, a few green strands jumped down his arm and then darkened back into muscles and ligaments that had been hurt or strained from trying to hold his broken self together. His bones seemed to be almost woven with light now, wrapped like a bandage. But the warmth was starting to cool, and he was feeling more and more tired. His center almost felt cool, like he had stepped outside to weed the garden before the snow had thawed. He could care less. His face seemed etched with a grin, his first actual smile that he could remember, and his arm was feeling better than it ever had even as that beloved warmth began to fade. As he felt the grip of sleep begin to take him, he was almost startled to realize that he was happy that the loud man had threatened to keep him here in the dark for days. Hopefully that would be enough time to feel that warmth again. He awoke early. He knew the loud man would wake last, the question was if they would force him to cook or hope he would die. He honestly hoped death was the choice, it would give him time to try and do the warmth again. He reached under the loose edge of his special floorboard, and pulled out the plastic bag he had hidden from the trash months ago. He stored his punishment food in there, along with the 3 bottles of water he had carefully hidden over time. Now was the time to use these resources, so much could be gained if he could stay strong enough. That warmth was a need for him now. As he bit into one of the scraps of crusts that Dudley always had cut off his sandwiches, he tried to feel the light again. His chest didn't feel chilled anymore, and his arm had never felt this good before. He grinned again, as he held his arms out. One was obviously much longer now, and didn't have any odd bumps or slight twists anymore. And if he could do it once, why not again? He felt through his body, feeling for the worst of the pain. Apparently much of it was already healed. It had happened before, but he now suspected it was the threads, the green warmth. Well, if nothing was hurt, he could pretend. He had pretended to be fine, full, happy. Pretending to be in pain was easy by comparison. Closing his eyes, he tried to feel his left arm as if it had been as hurt, no, more hurt than last night. It was sudden, and his eyes were startled open. Unlike last night, when it had been so hard to even keep that hair of light alive, his thread was already leaping down his left side. It felt like he had untwisted an arm, or straightened a leg that had fallen asleep. The thread felt so natural, yes warm, but normal. Compared to last night, he felt like someone trying to lift a car and finding out it was made of foam. He grinned unconsciously as he watched his left arm, but he couldn't see the glow. He started to frown. Last night had been beautiful, why could he not see it now? Was it because it was too bright? He closed his eyes, and he could see a faint sheen, but not the glorious thread from last night. Why? His pain. Last night, he had felt pain in his whole body, but now he did not. His headache was gone, even from the punch he got in his left eye. He moved the thread up his neck, feeling cricks and creaks in that heavenly warmth. It had to be that the green light had been healing his eyes. That must have been why he could see the thread. As the thread moved up his neck, he could feel it moving toward his brain. White light shone everywhere, so bright he couldn't scream. The warmth was his body. No, this warmth was the world. He didn't feel his body collapse back on the mattress, and he wouldn't wake today when his torturers made loud noises as they lived their wretched lives. Green. The world was green, and it was fog. He was surrounded by fog, and it felt warm and alive. How long had he been here? Years. Seconds. He looked down, and his body was nude. It didn't bother him. No one was here, nothing was here. Just him and the warmth. It pulsed, it was growing and twisting. However, he felt a need to do something. He stumbled, his toes suddenly touching grass as a world was exposed before him. Everything was still green, but it felt familiar. This was like the yard he toiled in, but it wasn't. The grass was thick, and it went on in all directions. He looked up, green fog fading as a blue clear sky stretched out. No sun existed. Still, the air smelled sweet, like that flower he had found once before the thin woman got angry and destroyed it. Lily. Yes, it smelled like lily blossoms, and the wind almost caressed his face. Time passed. He felt a little guilty enjoying this, laying on the grass. As the clouds rolled by, he could see images in them, but he felt so far away. They seemed to be the past, times he had been hurt or sad. He frowned. This was his sky, clouds should go away. He felt so strong here, so powerful. No cloud should make this place feel dark or overcast. He reached his hands up and thought. What would work? He once saw a snow globe, when he was even younger. Dudley had thrown it away, and he got to play with it for almost a whole day before it was taken. Even with a crack and leak, it had been pretty. He called his thread. From his hands, many threads came forth. He was shocked, these threads were like ropes. Still, they felt like that one green hair light he had controlled, a part of him. Using them felt like grabbing a cup of water he had just sat down, slightly out of sight. Almost automatic. The cloud he grabbed was pulled closer, and he leaned forward, trying to see what exactly this was. The images got larger, and the rumble of thunder became voices. This was a memory. One of his Christmases, no less. The one where he got caught looking at the tree from the crack in the cupboard. Well, it was not really that unpleasant, but it should not be here, just floating around. He cupped the cloud in his light, green threads wrapping tightly, weaving into a half-sphere. With a smile he reached up and grabbed the cloud, now compressed into a tiny snow globe with text on the bottom, marking the time and contents. He looked around. Where to put this though? Snow globes were fun, but he didn't want to look at this all day. And what if someone came in here, and tried to hurt his stuff? They always did before. He tried to think. What could he do to keep this wonderful place, but still protect and hide things? A secret place. Like what his tiny room had turned into, but this one would not be dark. He reached under his feet and felt the grass. It continued for miles, so this would probably be safe, right? He stood, held his arms wide, and pushed the ropes of green warmth into the soil. A large square of grass raised as if on a hinge, and a polished set of wood stairs led down into a gleaming white corridor. He smiled a little, crisp green eyes filled with humor. Hidden didn't have to mean buried among lots of complex toys like Dudley's room. Hidden only meant that it could not be found. He walked into the white corridor, and pulsed his light, making it reach forever under the soil. He knew that even digging above would not find this white wood hall. You had to find the entrance first, and that is how the rest will work too. Turning sharply, he went to the edge of the wood stairs and pressed lightly. They retracted smoothly into the wall, exposing what he knew would be here. Hell. The cupboard of hell. He pulled the door tall enough to enter without ducking, and walked into the tiny darkness. A wave of his threads and the wall became shelves, long and labeled with times and emotions. He gently placed his snow globe in a spot that felt right somehow. This is where such darkness should stay, alone. Not forgotten. He knew that forgetting never worked. He had tried to forget pain and hunger before, after all. No, this was right somehow. He walked back outside and rubbed his hands together. This was probably going to take some time. His green rope sailed through the air, pulling another gray cloud down to be placed away. Could he feel tired? Hungry? How long had he been here? He had quickly decided that he was inside his own mind. The memories were a huge clue. He continued collecting and sorting the clouds, and each cloud he caught would play a memory. Most of these were as expected quite bad. Still he continued, as the gray clouds began to be categorized and left downstairs in hell. The sky seemed bluer somehow, and that made him feel even more warm. It also seemed to make it easier to control his ropes, and less time was needed between each snow globe he made. This next cloud, however, was black. And this black cloud felt wrong. It dripped some sort of black ooze, and had small red lightning shards crackling around the edge. He firmed his jaw. This was not what he wanted in his sky. This would be bad though. A snow globe didn't seem right for this cloud. He thought hard. Badness like this should be kept very controlled. It was not welcomed here. He tried to think of something evil like this cloud, something bad. As he thought back, he seemed to almost hear something, a woman. It seemed to come from this cloud. Could his ropes hold this though? He threw his hands firmly forward, and wrapped this cloud as tight as possible. As it got closer, he could hear a woman screaming, a month's laughter. The cloud flashed a sickly and poison-like green. He watched in growing horror as some dark figure screamed words at this woman, a beautiful lady with red hair, who seemed to be protecting him. Words were not possible. It played several times before he could feel time passing again, and he crushed the cloud, trying to make it feel the anger, sadness, and pain he felt. That woman was important. He did not know why, but she had tried to help him, and this cloud was old. She could have been anyone, maybe even a friend. Maybe she could have saved him from the hell under the stairs if not for that back shadow of a man. His eyes glowed green as the cloud became more and more compressed. Ropes lost their grip and became threads, pressing and squishing this vile cloud into a small black pearl. He would not destroy this abomination. She deserved this moment to be remembered, maybe even avenged. The red woman would be remembered, but this cloud would not be tolerated. He turned with anger, unaware that green threads carried the black pearl along, as he walked downstairs into the whitewood hall. With a wave of his ropes, a section of the white floor opened and a bright red carpeted stair opened into a cushioned room, the same red color as her hair. Her memory would rest here, protected and safe. His thread created a tall and simple black pillar, with a bed of his favorite flower, lily. He gently placed the black pearl in the center, and stood in silence, anger on his face and tears in his eyes. He turned and headed up the stairs into the grass-filled world, breathing deep and trying to calm. If there were many more memories like that, he may break. To have someone willing to help him was amazing. Maybe she would be in other places. Other memories. Still, better go back to lighter colored clouds for a while. He needed the break. He began leaving some clouds in the sky. They were fluffy and white, and while a few required parts removed dark edges like being caught outside without working, or talking to others, most were just random things that he enjoyed. That cloud had his first memory of seeing a flower. That other cloud had images of a pretty night sky when the power had gone out in the village, and stars had been everywhere. He didn't even know he remembered these things, and watching those clouds float by made him feel cleaner, brighter, lighter. There seemed to be some older clouds in the distance, but they were so far away he decided to come back later for those. He had been laying on the grass for a while now. Time seemed strange here, but he didn't want to leave yet. His control over the threads, ropes, and even thick cords now was much better. Apparently with less clouds, and without needing to fight the dark ones back, he was far more relaxed. He had however needed to create another room, a cupboard inside his cupboard, for the darker Dursley moments, when the fat man, thin woman, and Dudley had done things to him that hurt worse than usual. He had actually put little prison bars on those snow globes, and just thinking about it had made him giggle a little. It was like having dozens of tiny bad people in jail in double hell, which was more than they deserved in his opinion. He looked at his body. His right arm was still longer, and he had no doubt that the poor food and heavy workload had probably caused issues with all his other bones. The muscles and stuff he was not as worried about, that had been fixed almost by accident when he had been working on the bone earlier. Still, Probably should do the most important ones first, which meant the head. He knew he had been hurt up there a lot. When his vision went a bit bad after the frying pan incident, he knew something had not gone back right. Still, he was a bit worried. What if it didn't heal right? If his head grew, would his brain be all right? His eyes. Then again, if it went bad, what would he be risking? Dying now, on warm dirt and grass with soft scented winds under a blue sky. This would a better end than anything he could imagine even a few days ago. Heck, he would have fought for a death like this a few days ago, so why not risk this? Firming his resolve, he pulled all his threads, ropes, and cords of light he had into his skull. The warm feel of the light was acting differently. Apparently his light threads were not nearly this powerful outside his mind as here. He supposed that made sense. Here he could do anything imaginable, while out there he only had a single thread, or at least he did before cleaning up in his head. The power was more responsive though, and took much less energy to control. Moving away the distractions and not repressing the bad memories seemed to have greatly increased his ability to concentrate. As the light began wrapping his skull, his inner world seemed to become brighter. Colors became stronger, scents brighter, even the soft noises of wind-blown grass seemed crisper. Then the warmth began soaking into his brain. The world paused for a moment. Suddenly everything was moving and staying still at the same time. It felt like the world was too real. The blue of the sky could almost cut his skin, the smell of the grass was hurting his ears, everything was more. He could faintly hear popping as parts of his skull broke, as his eyes slightly deformed, as his jaw unhinged. Even worse, he could actually feel some teeth moving, vanishing, and growing. But the pressure in his head was growing. The world paused. Light dimmed, the colors darkened, his world became silent. As he slightly began to panic, he heard a scratching and looked up. The sky was being torn. Like a dark finger, a black lightning bolt was being carved into the sky. Colors seemed to be fighting the edges, sounds were trying to slow it, but something was on the other side. It didn't seem awake, but by just existing it was trying to break into this world. He felt shocked. This thing was worse than any cloud. It felt hurt though, like it didn't know where it was and couldn't think well. The boy with green eyes looked back down the stairs at the red room and suddenly realized the feeling of this new blackness was familiar. It was like that man. That man had somehow left something. Here, in his mind. That woman had failed. Her life had not protected him. No. His green eyes began to glow as he looked back into the sky. The woman may have failed, but no one would ever know. He would rather die getting rid of this black evil than allow her sacrifice, her death, her gift to be tainted by failure. She had not failed, not while he had any say. Righteous anger, for the first time in his whole existence, filled him. He reached inside, and opened everything he had. Threads, ropes, cords, finally a beam of green light flashed into the sky. The threads shattered into wisps, hairs, too small to see. They began exploring the darkness in the sky, mapping it, trying to gently surround it without warning or waking the slumbering blackness. Thick ropes peeled back the sky, giving extra room for the huge cords to pull inwards the large black mass. It looked almost like an unconscious demon baby, twisted and black, clearly not awake. The flailing of its arms created powerful wounds on his world, which healed nearly instantly with directed threads. The boy with green eyes took a deep breath, then moved a green cord directly into his own eyes. Unlike before, where he could only see thin threads within himself, he could now see an entire network of threads within the obscenity. This creature's light was like black ooze, and seemed twisted and cruel. The boy felt dirty even touching it with his pure green web, but he knew this thing needed to die. Malicious thoughts oozed off it, along with anger, rage, and other twisted emotions. With green eyes burning, he raised his right arm and coated it with cords that began twisted around, faster and faster, like a drill. While the dark creature thrashed randomly in its bonds, the boy hesitated for a moment, then smashed his arm straight into the skull of the monster. An explosion of blackness was the last thing the boy saw. Pain. He was hurt again. His eyes opened, and he was grateful that he was still in his mind. The corpse of the creature was still there, deep in a crater that the green-eyed boy had been thrown out of. It was not moving though, so that was good. Ooze was coming out of it, seeming to puddle into strange shapes against the will of gravity. Forcing himself to sit up, the young boy groaned. There was a lot of damage. The sky had a hole in it, the ground was heavily cracked, there were scars in the earth, and there were several new clouds. And of course, a nice big black one dripping with goo that probably covered what he had just did. He rested his hands on his head. This had somehow escalated way too much. He had just wanted to be warm and fix himself. To feel that warm softness. He reviewed his actions. Each step had made sense, except for that last one. It was strange how strongly he had felt the urge to kill, to destroy. It was not him, that was O. He looked back at the black goo in the pit. Gently reaching out a thread, he touched it. Anger, rage, Dia. Quickly he broke the green thread and left it to corrupt in the goo. Apparently the demon thing trying to break into his head had been leaking some very negative emotions. He almost laughed, as the stress of the situation began to catch up with him. He had gone slightly nuts and homicidal because a dark creature was poisoning his mind with crazy thoughts. Said crazy thoughts had succeeded, but since there was no one to hurt but the creature itself, it had sort of backfired. This whole thing felt twisted. Still, that goo could not be allowed to fester here. Raising pained muscles, the sore and tired boy created a glass bottle like the one the loud man had on the fireplace mantel, with a ship inside. He tried to throw out his cords, but only a few threads came out. His control was messed up bad. Because of all the damage. Still, it was enough to begin filling his bottle with black emotion goo. There, one half-filled ship in a bottle. He used his light to create a glass cork, sealing all that nastiness away. With a slight afterthought and a slight grin, he also replaced the replica ship inside with a happy rubber duck. It felt right somehow. His threads had done light healing on him while he had been collecting the goo. Still it hurt to move quickly, so he gingerly walked back to the grass entrance, now slightly scarred, and down the white wood steps. He thought a bit, then turned to the left instead of the right side of the stairs. With a hand wave, this side revealed not a normal cupboard, but a metal door with no handle. His finger touched it and he passed through into a metal room with no seams, and created a small metal table, thin and made with shiny wires. On top he placed the rubber ducky bottle of doom. Looking around, he decided this would probably work for the corpse as well, since he would have no reason to come back here. Back in the grass fields, now at least partially the giant hole in grass fields, he lifted the corpse and compressed it. After it was tiny, he had another thought that made him grin. When he left the metal room downstairs a second time, the rubber duck had a solid black, formerly evil baby top hat. Under the stairs, green eyes opened. He felt sore over much of his body, and his forehead felt sticky. Wiping it with his sleeve showed a black, oily substance that had oozed from his forehead. If he had seen a mirror in the last few years, he felt sure that it was from that irritated scar, the same one that never healed. After seeing the dark thing that had been inside it, he didn't really feel shocked that it had stayed painful. He frowned. Something was different. Scratch that, a lot of things were different. His body had not gone through the whole warmth treatment his arm and part of his skull had done, but he still felt changed. Carefully examining himself, he realized that forcing that creature must have filled him with light. Many small aches and stiffness was gone, and his face, especially the parts closest to where the scar had been, felt amazing. He had been pushing a lot of light through that area, so it seemed reasonable. He also was thinking more clearly. Who knew how much brain damage he had healed during that fight, and his eyes felt very odd. Looking at his arm he felt a little stunned. While before he could barely see a green glow, now he could see a network of wisp-thin green threads curling around his skin, muscles, bones. It felt the same. He looked around and realized how much he could see. The crayon marks on the wall from years past were clear, the small spiders that hid in the corners, the nails that always seemed to catch his skin, all of it was clear, more clear than he had ever seen before. Of course, this was made much more impressive since the only light was coming in under the edge of the cupboard door. His examination came to an abrupt end as he realized that it must have been some time since he had last moved. More importantly, since he had last visited a bathroom. He glared at the door of his prison. Making noise would only cause a beating, and if they had not tried to move him or give him a break, then they intended him to make a mess so they could punish him for it later. Or die. Either way, the only outcome of complaint would be pain. However, he had just smashed an evil monster's brain in with a light drill. Doesn't matter how or where he did it, he was not going to be beaten by a cheap lock from some hardware store. He pressed his hand firmly against the hinge, and reached for his thread. To his glee, two came down his arm and to his hand. Even as sore and pained as he felt right now, he had improved his control. Coiling the threads around each finger, he felt them become solid and hard. He pressed each digit firmly against the rusted metal hinge. Instead of slicing his flesh, the metal began squeaking as he pulled first the top and bottom hinge apart. Leaving the cupboard locked, he pushed the hinged side into the house and silently listened for any changes. The loud man could sleep through anything, and the thin woman had to sleep through the loud man's snoring. So sneaking involved avoiding Dudley, which required no real effort. If one covered the overweight child in jam, maybe he would roll over. Now that he thought about it, just about any noise would be ignored since he was supposed to be locked away. Each person upstairs would blame noises on the others, as long as the noises didn't come from the hell under the stairs. He pulled off what clothing he had and left it in his hell. Getting caught nude would not increase any punishment if caught, but he could not risk clothing catching or making noise. He ghosted up the stairs, and moved to the shared bathroom. He left the bathroom, silently closing the door. He had been too afraid to turn on the lights, but after a very tense session he had felt worlds better. He also had risked using the sink, cleaning his face and much of his upper body of the grime and dried blood that he had grown accustomed to. His mind, however, felt strange. Unlike usual, he seemed to be overflowing with ideas and thoughts now. Before the changes, he had to carefully focus on his actions or make mistakes, sore muscles twitching at bad times, tired limbs losing their grip. Now, however, he needed to keep getting better. The changes so far were good, but he was still a broken person in many ways. He tried to prioritize his objectives. Leaving was an option, but an unknown. Probably best to heal here, where the dangers, while numerous, were known and avoidable. He also knew the Dursley family did not notice things, or at least things they wished were not true. Dudley stole money and blamed him. He ate anything he wished whenever he wished, and he got anything he wanted but cared little for it. This was a gift. The young lad reached Dudley's room, and pressed his finger near where the hinges should be on the door. A green thread reached his finger, and he willed it to reach the few inches on the other side of the door. It was almost too warm, his finger felt like was close to burning, but pain was an old friend. Ignoring the warmth, he grinned as he could see a hair of the thread reach into the wood of the door and begin to coat the hinge, a layer of light separating the metal and hopefully keeping the door silent. Quickly repeating his actions on the other two hinges, he reached up and cautiously opened the door and peeked inside. The snores inside the dark room were much louder now, and the heavy mass on the bed seemed to be punishing the sad mattress. A slight noise forced the quiet child to stop, and he looked at the floor. Toys and clothing covered the floor, a minefield of dangerous noises could be created here. Moving cautiously inside, he saw a worn path of carpet only slightly covered with shirts and such, probably created as the large one kicked things away as he got up in the morning and attacked the day. He followed the trail to the dresser, and more importantly to the large jar on top filled with bills. The boy knew Dudley could not really count, or rather never bothered to put in the effort. If he didn't have enough, he would simply complain until one of his guardians gave it to him. Probably hitting the freak in the process. As long as the jar seemed roughly as full, no money would be missed. Moving deliberately and smoothly, he opened the jar and began sorting the cash onto the dresser. Bills were easiest to hide, so he quickly made a pile of all the £5 and £10 notes to refill the jar. Honestly, he was more than a little shocked at the amount of money here, considering that the large child never actually spent this money. He simply asked for things and got them. Aside from the expected £20 notes, he even found three £50. Shaking his head at the waist, he put all the low bills and a few of the larger ones back, keeping a total of about £320. He stressed his eyes and looked over the room for anything useful before leaving. Near the edge of the pile were a few wallets, in or around a small pile of large pants. Dudley tended to lose things in here, so it was not really surprising that he had duplicates of almost anything he used regularly. Choosing a simple thin black one, he opened it to find even more bills, £25 worth of £5 and £10s. Apparently it had not been worth the trouble of putting the cash into the jar. Checking the other wallets gained him another £55, and he was honestly more than a little surprised to be coming away from this pit of a room with £400. He would probably be able to increase it by checking here regularly, as he knew Dudley would simply ask for more rather than search for lost money. Storing his bills into a now much thicker wallet, the boy grabbed one of the smaller pillowcase covers from the floor. The larger boy tended to just throw away things than bother asking someone to clean them, and this would become a very useful bag. He silently moved downstairs, each step pressed on the outside where the nails went into the woodwork to avoid squeaks. It was time to gather some food and water. Stowing the wallet under the floorboard in his hell cupboard, he moved into the kitchen. While he personally cooked most of the meals, the men in the house had not grown to the large size they held today by eating sparingly. Ready-to-eat food filled the pantry and shelves, and although not amazingly healthy, it was filled with preservatives and didn't need to be refrigerated. His small hands almost quivered as he began to fill his sack, trying to focus on the mostly healthy stuff since that tended to be ignored and eventually thrown out. Energy bars. Dudleykins needs his energy, muffins, jerky, packaged breads filled with jams and such. This pantry was so forbidden that the boy had been slapped for walking too close once. His hands almost shook as he hid the full sack under the stairs in the cupboard. Only the thin woman could fit in here, and the filth promised she would never try. As long as it could not be seen from outside, as long as they did not see evidence, he could store what he liked here. He grinned as he pulled out his emergency bread and scraps and buried them in the kitchen garbage. He felt real progress was happening here. Moving back to the pantry and ignoring his sore stomach, he found the section filled with bottles of water, juice, and sweet drinks that Dudley seemed to be grown on. Over 12 bottles of water and 6 bottles of orange juice went into his hell. He felt almost giddy with success at this point. Grabbing another bag of jerky, a bottle of apple juice, and 2 muffins, he headed back to his cupboard. Grabbing the hinged side of the hell door, he pulled it closed using the edge and slid the now less rusty hinges back into place. With no damage on the lock, with nothing missing that the angry family would care about, with no evidence in them currently trying to kill him through avoidance, he had never been safer. He decided his hidden floorboard would become his wrapper trash bin for now, so even if they found it they might not find the wallet. His smile seemed etched into his face now as he placed small bites of seasoned meat in his mouth. He felt more alive right now than he had for months, and he wanted this to continue. As he ate, he decided that immediate curing would help any other plans he could imagine, and he might even be able to build up food and money now. The ability to sneak away vastly increased his options as well, but healing would only make him stronger. Finishing his food and drinking the apple delight, he piled the trash into his former treasure hole under the floorboard on top of his new wallet, and made himself more comfortable. He felt much more prepared to address the damage that Baby Demon had caused, and he was not going to let some jerk mess up his wonderful grassland. Pulling the warm light green threads into his neck again, he felt them wrap around his brain again as he slid back into whiteness. The world was green again. He fell forward and felt his toes digging slightly into grass and dirt, his hands reaching and holding him up. He had expected returning here to be harder, to require more effort than this. He stood and began to take stock of the damage. The sky was still torn from the blackness, with thin dark cracks like unmoving lightning crossing the heavens. The corpse explosion had roughly dug into the sod, leaving a jagged crater. Even without the evil sludge, the crater felt rough and torn. Smaller piles of grass and earth had been tossed by the explosion, coating the ground, and a few pieces had even dropped into his wood basement hall. But the worst part was the sky. He frowned as he looked around. Before there had been a single pulsing dark cloud, but now there seemed to be many lighter clouds, creating a sort of storm. The existing white and fluffy memories were holding them together, apart from each other, but it didn't feel right. Almost absently he stretched his right hand, and a light gray cloud etched in dark black was yanked from the heavens. It seemed to be a memory, but it felt tainted, twisted. Just trying to view it caused him to feel dirty. But he couldn't leave this here, especially if it felt so wrong. He formed a new glass bottle from his green threads and took a firm hold on the dark recollection. Twisting it like a towel, he squeezed the cloud. Black anger, rage, even cries of victory and defiance oozed into the bottle. As he finished, he used new cords of green light to cleanse his own threads of the goo, shoving it all into the bottle that was now labeled with the contained emotions, a date, a time, and a place. He sealed the bottle and set it aside, and examined the leftover pieces of memory. Before the thought had dripped with anger, as the dark man was punishing someone for some perceived slight. Now the clouds seemed dull and gray, like an old black and white silent film. The voices and actions were still recognizable, but the feelings and fear and terror had been separated and stored. That demon baby must have released this cloud here on its death, or the original memory must have collapsed into smaller fragments now that the intelligence restraining it had died. The memory had no real use for the green-eyed child, so he compressed it into a gray sphere. Wrapping both sphere and glass bottle with his green threads, he climbed downstairs into the wood hall and passed through the metal door into the evil duck room. Waving a hand of threads at one of the walls, he created a row of shelving marking time, place, and emotion in a small plaque labeled, evil and not useful. Torture had no appeal to him, he did not really even want to hurt the horrible people who he suffered under. Just live and let live. Still, he found the place where this bottle of evil would rest and placed it on a stand. Glancing back at the stand with the duck, the boy gave another grin. He had a pattern going, right. As he left the room, the bottle now had the gray memory, now duck-shaped, floating on the hatred that used to saturate it. He sighed as he exited upstairs, watching the sky that seemed filled with clouds again, many with black edges. Seeing no point in delaying, he grabbed a new memory and began creating more glass bottles. He had a sinking suspicion that he was going to have a lot of new duck friends in the metal room. It was seconds or years later. Time did not seem to move as expected in his mind. He tried to deal with all the dripping clouds first. After finding more than a small amount of torture, he quickly learned not to review them. Each got squeezed, ducked, and stored. After hearing a woman crying, he had looked more closely into another cloud. He had vomited twice. Creating that bottle taught him to just store them and move on. Any that had a similar color he also shoved into a locked cabinet in the metal duck room, sealed and bound using his own memory cloud of watching that memory, turned into a knot. He could not help her, no one could now, so he used the memory of him being horrified, disgusted, and angry as a warning to himself to not look within. He still could guess how many other women, or even children, had suffered under that monster. That cabinet was filling quickly, and that fact alone was scary to him. In a way the torture was easier to watch. He had experience with pain, with degradation. He had come to terms with it in his own life already. But watching others forced to hurt loved ones, watching offenses to innocence, it was too much. He stored them away, categorized and locked with his own warning, keeping him from growing curious about what was in the dark cabinet. Eventually he ran out of those colored clouds, and his relief was almost spiritual. He was glad he had only let those things loose for a short time. It could have twisted his world and stained it with horrible sludge. He did have some unpleasantness to handle though. He had found the companion memory of the red woman, from the killer's point of view. He had been avoiding it, but the lightning told him clearly which one it was. With only a slight hesitance and a shaky hand, he sent cables of green light around the cloud and began to drain it. He had been sitting in the red room for a while now. He should probably do something. He would probably think about it later. The memory had been large, much larger than the shred he had. It had apparently been the last memory of a man who was called Voldemort. It was also the last memory of James Potter and Lily Potter. And apparently, one of the first memories of him, Harry Potter. He stood staring at the new podium in the red room. He had managed to create two images from the memory, and painted them in color on the wall. A man with wild black hair, deep hazel eyes, and a thin body was standing with anger and defiance. He was a pillar of strength in a room filled with damage and the remains of a home. Hand outstretched, a wood stick flaring with light, and his shoulders held firm. It was just before he had been struck by the green light. To his right was the red woman. Her hair was dark red and flaring, and almost blended into the painted walls of the room. Her body was wrapped around him, the freak, Harry, the little babe who seemed so confused. Her crystal green eyes had defiance in them, and they glowed like his threads. He had stared for a long time. Several dreams were now impossible. No, his parents did not die in a car crash. But they would also not be coming to take him home. They would not be able to save him. After some time, he raised his shoulders. He had been alone till now, nothing had changed. No, that was not right. He had changed. He had unknowingly hurt part of the creature that had assaulted his dad. His mom, his family, and they had not fallen apart. they did not give up just because there was no options. He was Harry Potter, son of James Potter and son of Lily Potter, and by God he was going to become someone they could be proud of. He waved his hand, filling the room with lily flowers. He changed the gray memory of their final hours into a tombstone, with their names under each image on the wall. Harry would do them proud, and the first step was to become whole and healed. Striding up the red carpeted stairs, he sealed the room. After he cleaned his world, he would search the oldest clouds. Maybe more memories existed, but for now, he had work to do. The sky had been easiest to fix, if tiring. Harry laid on the green grass and stared into the blue sky, trying to ignore the holes and pits. Moving the broken sod and grass back had taken only a little time, but apparently the initial corpse explosion had evaporated a large section of earth. This type of damage was also resistant to change. He had nearly cooled his body center too much. As it was he was shivering, and his threads could barely move. It had only healed a few inches of the pit. He thought about the sludge he had seen, the pure hatred. It had felt wrong to let that soak into this ground. What about the opposite? He reached out, feeling. The warmth filled him again, and he pressed his hand into the hole and imagined all that softness, the heat, the pure warmth flowing from his hand. His eyes slowly opened as he began to fall asleep, lulled by the feeling of that deep soft warmth. Something golden and clear was dripping from his right hand, slowly trickling into the pit. The liquid seemed to be softening the edges of the pit, and working its way downward. Before he could really react, he fell asleep. The emotion stress, the mental stress of controlling the cords and threads, the highs of having a mostly safe place to sleep with food and water, it was forcing him to fall into an actual slumber instead of this mental world. Soft winds brushed his hair as he woke. Still here in his mind, stretched with his hand dipped and dipped. His eyes opened wide as he stared with wonder at a golden pond. The bottom itself seemed to glitter with silver pebbles and tiny gold beads, the edges pulsed with curiosity and mirth. The actual liquid itself was crystal clear, and glowed softly back into the sky. The edges of soil had collapsed into the liquid, filling cracks along the bottom and creating a natural beach along the rim made of earth. Harry was too entranced by the light to even smile. His hand dipped into the liquid. It was not oily, it was so light it barely felt like water at all. He felt warm all over, and his body was almost begging him to step into the pond. Cautiously extending a green thread, he dipped it in the pool. Warmth, love, kindness, charity. He was overwhelmed. It was not even associated with a memory, it just felt like the Red Woman Mother. It felt like her. He couldn't help but smile as tears spilled. He smoothly stood and began walking into the pool. Even with it flowing around his body, Harry didn't feel the damp, pressing feeling of the ice baths he was forced to take. Every inch felt soft and warm, like an embrace. He had never felt a hug before, but he was sure this was close. He dipped his face under, and the crystal gold liquid did not even splash. He felt no fear of breathing, and let the liquid flow almost like a dream down and into his lungs. His body relaxed more and more. Deep inside, in his chest, he felt something loosen. Threads began flowing out of him, in every direction, from his hands, his feet, his skin. His eyes glowed green like his mother's, and the golden glow began increasing as each part of him began making odd noises. His ears heard singing, even as he could feel his skull popping and cracking. His tongue tasted sunshine as his back unbent and began stretching. But Harry's eyes were seeing blurs, people he knew without sight, as they held and surrounded him. His tears vanished as if and as he released more and more green light into the pond, causing the gold liquid to swell and deepen, the edges of the once crater expanding and absorbing more grass as the golden lake began expanding into the distance. It could have been a lifetime and Harry did not care. This was something he never knew enough about to miss. This was love, deep and flowing. And he had accidentally made a place for it inside himself. His smile could have painted the sun. Inside a cupboard a soft green glow was expanding. It seemed dark in places as the body it covered twisted and uncoiled. Horrific noises were just barely audible, with loud cracks of broken bones puncturing the night. Fragments were being dissolved, muscles being regrown and skin being repaired. Scars began sealing and small pieces of embedded glass and dirt were being expelled. As the twitching body seemed to absorb the green glow, the strangest part was the boy's face, filled with peace and dripping with tears. Another day was beginning, and thankfully Vernon Dursley was not planning on allowing the freak out of his punishment. Every time he had looked at the child, something evil seemed to dwell inside of him, looking out from behind those eyes. Even Petunia could not explain it, but sometimes when that boy looked in his direction he could feel a second pair of eyes full of maliciousness. The worst was the blackouts. Once that devil child had looked into Vernon's eyes and everything had gone dark. Large red eyes laughed at him. When he had come to his senses, there had been blood on his hands and a pile of rags, no, the freak, on the floor. He had never been more scared in his life. He was just a regular man who worked directing others to make drills. Violence had never been an option before that thing appeared on the doorstep. Petunia explained that those children had flares of magic. If that was magic, magic was evil. Even she had given up arguing for that thing after she also started blacking out. They had no one to talk to, no one to get help from. Who would help them against a child? Their only hope were those wizards, and they had been the ones to dump this hellspawn on them. This last blackout was the worst. Petunia claimed he had not just beaten the child, but had stood in his own bedroom and ranted about mudbloods to the wall. He didn't even remember seeing the child that day. He was scared to even touch the locks. He knew the guilt would get to him eventually. He couldn't just let that thing die in there. But surely he could wait a bit longer. As long as Petunia didn't find out what he had done. He held his head in his hands and tried to calm down. He had things to do today, and that thing would not be an issue for at least a couple more days, not if he had anything to say about it. The boy with green eyes awoke as Harry Potter for the first time. He still did not know his age, but now his name was now forever a part of the world. He sat up and almost hit his head on the roof of his small cupboard. Green Eyes looked up in shock. He was larger, much larger than last night. He knew he was supposed to be similar in age with Dudley, so being such a shorter person was something he had come to terms with. He grinned again as he listened outside. Somehow he knew it was late. Exact time was unknown, and he wanted to take care of that tonight. Somewhere in Dudley's room had to be a few watches, maybe. Some books or something else that could help improve himself. Harry knew help would have to be taken, and he now had motivation in spades. He could still hear movement in the house though, so he decided to try and find a way to improve while still here in hell. Reaching for another bag of jerky and an energy bar, Harry slowly ate his fill as he drank some water and considered what to do. Avoid doing anything loud was an obvious requirement. Working on control of the threads was another. He wanted the same type of control here that he had in his mind, the ability to move and control that light. As he chewed slowly on the meat, he admitted to himself that the green color was another big motivator. It felt like his mom was watching over him when he was wrapped in those threads, or swam in that golden light. He felt like it was a small part of her she had given him, and he was eager to practice. He held his right hand out. Nearly instantly a dozen threads thickened along the thousands of thin green hairs that lived in his body. Now that he could see down to such fine detail, he didn't have to keep creating new threads, just empower some existing ones. As they moved from the pattern, the existing ones would simply split and rebuild. Much faster and easier than creating new ones from scratch. It was much harder having the threads leave his hand though. Finally he stopped trying to force it and started building up the thickness of a single thread. Eventually it built up to near rope size, and he was feeling a warning of strong heat in his arm. He frowned in concentration as he moved the rope around, feeling small changes occur in the thread network of his arm. Where the rope touched he almost felt a pain as the light was stretched and expanded. Still, when he moved the rope back it felt much less sore. He gave a small smile. Clearly he needed to increase the size of the threads before he could do the things in his head. It seemed that repeated use was a great way of accomplishing this as well. Looking to his left arm he picked a thread and increased it to rope size as well. A sharp pain went through his arm. He had not used this arm nearly as much as his right one, and he could feel it. Still, pain was something he could understand. He allowed both arms to be filled with ropes of light, pushing and stretching the connections. Looking down at his legs, Harry was slightly startled at how long they were. His new size would take time to adjust for. Still, if he was going to do this correctly, why not the legs as well? Finding one of the larger threads in each leg, he swelled them both to rope size at the same time. His head smacked back into the mattress as he grit his teeth. It felt like he had cramps in both legs, in several places. Harry felt like his muscles were burning. He really should have built up to this, as he could feel muscles tearing and rebuilding rapidly in both legs. At least the pain was rapidly being replaced with warmth. Grimacing through the stinging pain, he continued working the threads. When night really fell, he would move. Vernon Dursley felt off all day. Something was different in the house. It felt like something was missing, something was changed. Like having an air conditioner switch off suddenly after you already got used to it. He felt like he was reaching for something he didn't want to find, and it felt so good that it was not there. The floor seemed brighter, the walls cleaner. He didn't feel as pressured, or stressed. It felt so nice he was waiting anxiously for the next shoe to drop. Petunia was nearly singing. Normally no matter how often she swept, mopped, dusted, everything felt filthy. There always seemed to be some smell she couldn't find, some noise caused by something skittering on the floor, and the feeling of being watched, always watched. Her world seemed to have more color. Smells seemed brighter. It was like someone had finally pulled back the curtains. Her face, normally pinched in a scowl of disgust at all the tiny imperfections, had relaxed almost completely for the first time in years. She might even have some time to make some food again. How long had she been overworked, trying to bring some cleanliness to this wretched house? She almost skipped as she began moving things in the kitchen. Harry could not do much but grit his teeth right now. His limbs were on fire, and his joints were becoming more sore by the moment. Pain mattered little though, he had something to prove to himself, to his parents. He would not let a momentary pain keep him weak. His eyes were casting green shadows on the walls. Not able to move his neck, he began to examine his room more closely. A frown crossed his face. It looked like at one point some red threads had been laid on the wood. The threads felt familiar, like a key, from years ago. It reminded him of his mom. The issue was some sort of darkness, oozing down the tense red threads, actually thinning it further. His face was a scowl now, and the green of his glare sharpened. All his exercises stopped, and he used thin threads to rapidly repair his joints and muscles as he moved closer to one of the clusters of black thread. That evil bastard. Somehow the demon baby had infected this red thread. How he had done so from his scar was beyond Harry, but clearly it had been done over years and years. In fact, he remembered from his mind how progressively more aggressive the Dursley family had become over the years. That cursed mind baby must have been working his way through these threads, trying to gain control of whatever this thread was trying to do. This was not acceptable. Focusing on his right arm, he built the largest rope he could handle right now. Reaching to the old wood and resting his palm against it, he willed the vibrant green rope through his hand and gently contacted the red thread. Knowledge. He could feel the world fade to black as he could visualize the entirety of a structure of red wire. It made a strange pattern and wove through pipes, wood, carpet and stone, and over half was being corroded by the black threads. Harry scowled with eyes closed as he decided that anything the blackness wanted had to be a bad idea. It also seemed that the red thread was already tied into him, on the edge of his green thread. The connection was so old he had to focus to even recognize it. Focusing on that wisp of green light, Harry forced it to open to rope thickness. Red fire traveled down the red thread and ran to the back of the house. It seemed to pause somewhere under the soil in the backyard, then suddenly all the red threads bulged. As the new ropes swelled, the black thread gave tiny screams as it sizzled. The mental image seemed much stronger, and the edges seemed to almost double in distance, so far he couldn't even follow the whole thing. He probably should feel worried about what the red thread did, but the satisfaction of hurting that black magic was rolling through his system. Reducing his connection into the red grid back to a small thread, Harry sighed and tried to get comfortable again. Time to go back to these annoying exercises. At least he could actually see results. Changing thread thickness was almost an automatic action now, and he could control many more at one time. Still, why stop at being only passable? Gritting his teeth again, he opened 2 ropes of power in each limb. He couldn't do 1 cord yet, but doubling the ropes should help him get to that stage faster. Harry suddenly focused again. Hours of controlling the ropes had made him reach some sort of meditative state a while ago, and he was not sure why he was now paying attention to the pain again. Trying to feel what had happened, he realized it was a feeling from the red thread. Apparently Petunia had just gone into deep sleep, meaning he was the only one awake in the house. Somehow the red system was informing him of what was going on within itself. Heck, he could feel people in the street for blocks, even if he didn't know who they were. Some part of his mind must have wondered if it was safe to try another excursion outside, and the red net had given the information. He blankly looked at the wall. It was a good thing probably, but it was too much. Too many things were changing, too many things to do. He placed the entire red network issue aside for now, and focused on what he could do at this moment. He was not sure how long he could stay here before Vernon drug him out again, but maybe he could extend it. His uncle had always been lazy, so if he made it inconvenient to release him from this hole, maybe he could get extra time. Moving quietly, he took his right hand and thickened all the threads in his skin. Feeling the firmness, he again pulled the hinges out of the cupboard and placed them quietly aside. He reached one thread into the lock and twisted it, breaking it closed. With Harry controlling the only easy way in and out of the cupboard, it became much safer. He crawled out and stretched to his new height. Since he had not bothered to get dressed since the last excursion, he was ready to go sort of. He was too tall, his arms were longer, heck he felt like he was off balance. He could barely stand, much less sneak. A healed body had some apparent downsides. His objectives had just gotten a major change, and any plans had to wait until he could move again. Sighing, Harry reached back into the hell under the stairs and grabbed one of the shirts, pants and the torn sneakers he had been allowed to use. He would have to go outside if he wanted to learn to move, it was far too dangerous to exercise here. As he clothed himself he thought curses at the oversized clothing. As he pulled on the jeans and shoes, he paused. His shirt was still too wide, but his new height actually made this dirty clothing almost fit. Maybe. Harry chose threads in his skin and thickened them, pulling them just slightly out of his skin and into his shirt. Threads were absorbed like the muscles from last night, and holes in the cloth began to repair themselves. He grinned like a shark, enjoying the ability to actually fix a problem he faced instead of having to accept once again that he was helpless. As the threads repaired the shirt, he rewove the extra threads into the cloth itself. It made the thickness increase, and he could feel the warmth building as it wove tighter. He thought about how he had pushed the glass out of his hip wound, and began focusing on the dirt in a section of his new shirt. The name of some band Dudley had liked at some point began vanishing. He was kind of surprised. He had hoped to clean the shirt, but apparently his threads did not think that ink was part of the cloth. He grinned and added a pulsing green rope to the mix. His shirt began to almost glow white as dozens of threads tore into the ink. As it finished he had a white t-shirt that was perfectly draped on him, thick and reaching down to his wrists. But the pure white was a problem. Focusing on the threads, he tried to embed some in the cloth. As the green thread was released from his control, the places the light stayed glittered and faded into a deep blue. He was a bit surprised. True, he liked blue, but he had expected the color to match the glow. Maybe his desire had changed the results. Deliberately focusing, he watched the shirt change to a deeper green as thousands of hair-thin threads leaped into the cloth and then faded away. He pinched the cloth between his fingers and could feel how soft and sturdy it was. Apparently doubling the thickness had given it some structural support. His pants quickly resized as well, becoming a dark blue. Just before he attempted to work on his shoes, he paused. Reaching back into the hole under the stairs, he pulled out a blood-soaked white shirt. He had worn it less because the blood made his skin itch, but maybe he could get some use out of it now. Holding it in his hands he focused a rope into the cloth and began pulling. Blood vanished as the threads began falling apart, heaping into Harry's palm as the shirt dissolved. As the soft green glow faded, he held a pile of pure white threads. He set aside half of the thread and forced the other half into a simple bag, watching green threads pull white ones into the same pattern used for his shirt. After a fairly thick and long bag was created, he pulled off his right sneaker and pulled the cloth bag over it. Focusing the threads in his skin again, Harry watched as the white bag became his very first sock. He felt like he would have to buy a new face, he was smiling so much recently. Harry quickly repeated his actions for his left foot and had two perfectly clean, perfectly formed cloth socks. He had even doubled the thickness and length, so they almost acted like stockings, warming his ankles and lower leg. Grabbing both shoes back on, he barely thought about it as they were stripped of color, rapidly began dissolving and reforming, and began fitting his feet. Harry looked at the white shoes and began shifting them to black. He had leftover material from this one, since he didn't want to have platform shoes or something. He formed the leftover cloth into a ball of string and the rubber into a cube and hid both back under the stairs. As he admired his new shoes, he realized he had made a minor error. There were no laces. In fact, they perfectly fit his foot. He couldn't take them off. Oh well, it would be simple to just rebuild them or stretch them open with his threads when he wanted to take them off. He never liked the laces anyway. It always required complicated knots and stuffing the excess back into the shoe since they were way larger than he needed. He pulled out some food supplies and then closed the cupboard. He reached out a thread through the wood and lifted the hinges, forcing them back into place. Wouldn't want anyone to notice and escape if they woke up late at night. He moved as quietly to the door as he could, stumbling a bit still due to how badly he was used to the old way of walking with a smaller gait, moving at a slower speed. Using a thread to keep the door hinges silent, he slipped out into the night and began walking. God, he was out of shape. Harry was barely walking fast and his legs were hurting, his chest was tight, and he could barely stand upright. He had gotten used to his new size and had tried to do some running. Clearly he was not gifted in the field. Falling to the grass of a nearby yard, he relaxed as his threads examined the most sore muscles. Now that he was so much larger and was wearing form-fitting clothing, he was not sure anyone would recognize him. Not that many people even knew he lived at number 4 Hell Street. After healing the muscles, he looked at them again. Each muscle had tears in them, and the new ones seemed to be stronger. Well, that was easy to fix. Looking around for a dark spot, he found a place between a fence and a car and lied down, resting his head on the grass. Focusing on his threads, he began rebuilding more and more muscles to act like his newly rebuilt ones. He actually let out a gasp. He had not expected it to hurt this much. Apparently some muscles had almost never been used, like the ones in his face and near his ears and sides. As more and more muscles began becoming stronger and able to absorb more oxygen, Harry began to feel a deeper hunger than he had ever expected. He had actually eaten 2 bags of jerky already on this run, but now he was ravenous. He was glad he had grabbed such an amount on his way out of the house. He had almost skipped bringing food in his hurry to get out and get going. He could almost feel each piece of meat being absorbed before it could make it down his throat. His threads needed protein for this project. It was not simply, make it work, this was, make it work better. Harry could probably out-eat someone in a competition right now. He felt like hunger was his new favorite color. As his hunger faded and he looked at what was left of his food, he couldn't help but chuckle. Hopefully half an energy bar would be enough for the way back. He stood, and almost stumbled. He did not feel stronger, but everything else felt easier. Breathing took no effort, and he was breathing much less now. Apparently more efficient muscles required less oxygen, and his enhanced lungs seemed to absorb more with each breath than before. As he turned back toward his prison, he actually had a bounce in his step. Heck, running felt like a fine idea now. Not like there was any strain right now anyway. As he left running down the street, Harry felt more free than ever before. Vernon Dursley rested on an older mattress. He had the funds for a new one, but he and Petunia had grown fond of the shapes each of them had made in the old thing. But right now, he felt something unusual. Instead of darkness and fear, he only felt rest. For the first night in months he had not felt one nightmare, no dream of screams or blood. Even without dreams, it felt so good he wanted to wake up just so he could fall asleep again. Next to the large man, resting in the dark, Petunia was on a beach. She barely remembered this moment, back when she had friends and time, but now it felt so real. She could see deep ocean waters far into the distance, white sand under her. The rest of her family was doing something, but she had taken a break on the beach. The longer she stayed, the less she kept trying to watch over her shoulder, the less she felt the need to prepare to run. No strange sounds, no odd feelings, just waves. A small tear formed in her eye as she slept. Dudley's bedroom was far enough away from the cupboard that he was only used to strange smells or the odd scream, but even he felt more calm tonight. Not surprising then that the soft opening of the front door and the quiet entrance of Harry did not even provoke a snore. He had checked the red network before entering, and used some threads to coat the hinges anyway. Harry had not created the red threads and was not sure how much he should trust them. He wiped his sweaty hands through his hair, only slightly winded from the second half of his run. He had thrown away the wrappers into a trash bin a few houses back, so he was not worried about extra trash being spotted. Just in case, Harry decided to replace the jerky and bars he had eaten on the trip. The watch didn't seem as useful an idea as before, since he could now watch people move through the premises using the red network. He wished he understood it more, but it was horribly complicated. Red threads twisted in complex knots, braids of light wove through walls and into the floor creating diamond and square shapes, with no apparent pattern or reason. Still, what was here seemed to work, to reinforce each other and prevent a single weakness from destroying the entire pattern. Refocusing on the present, he headed into the kitchen. A quick trip to the pantry resupplied him easily enough. Harry had been conservative stealing from the piles of food before, so it was unlikely to be missed. If he had to take more though, he would leave a wrapper and an extra package at Dudley's door. That would probably convince everyone that he had eaten most of them, or at least give enough suspicion that the adults would ignore any evidence just in case their Dudley was involved. As Harry was about to head back to the cupboard, he noticed recently washed dishes. His face went slack with a bit of shock. He had never seen anyone besides him even attempt to cook. Harry shook his head and reached some threads into the cupboard door, unhinging and letting himself inside the space. Sealing himself into the darkness, he laid back and prepared to once again work on his mind. His body had greatly improved, although the pain cost had been high. Hopefully he could do something useful with his mind as well. A quick rope to the brain and he was back in his second home. Harry fell back into the soft grass, watching the clouds bumble along. Now that he had it all organized again, he could really enjoy the soft breeze filled with the scent of lily flowers. He had choices to make, eventually. Harry's mind drifted, watching the clouds of his thoughts swirl. Every once in a while, a whole cable of green light would leap from his chest and pull down whichever cloud he was staring at. Random clouds, images that had no great low or high. Some leaves falling on a car, a rabbit hopping away through a fence, and other random events he enjoyed floating through the sky. What to do next? His eyes drifted to the lake. It still sparkled and sung to his senses, but it felt so simple. No trees existed here, no buildings, no rocks. The lake was huge now, fading away into the distance, but it was so basic. Harry paused, then stood up and walked down into the white corridor. The wood walls passed until he opened a random section of the wall, showing a pulsing green hall. He had found that taking his happiest memories, the sweetest thoughts, and storing them together brought him peace. He had then wrapped the corridor with his light, infusing the very walls with his pure green so the pulse would make it all feel more alive, and he had felt the improvement of his control and ability when this emerald room surrounded his joy and pride. Pausing down the hall, he looked on a glass pedestal and saw the glass snow globe on top. Unlike the ones he buried in the hell under the stairs, each of these snow globes was a perfect sphere, with the joyful cloud and its golden edge floating in the middle. The sphere was held up by golden wire on top of the glass pedestal, and this one was just what he wanted. He hesitated to move it though. He really liked this memory, even if it had nothing to do with him or his newfound family. Placing it somewhere unsafe worried him. Reaching out, a green rope lifted the globe. A bright flash blinded Harry for a moment. Clearing his eyes he saw that there were now 2 globes. Quickly checking that each one was identical, he grinned and started humming as he took the copy out of his secure green hall. On the way back he paused on the whitewood stairs, and looked toward the hell hole. Stepping into the hell under the stairs, Harry quickly found the most recent memory of the beating that had started this chain of events. With a grim stare he pulled at the memory, a new snow globe with twinges of black appearing in the grip of his rope. Harry swept his way upstairs, and sat next to the lake. With a tiny smile he surrounded the glass sphere of happiness and freed it using the most delicate threads he controlled. Cradling the floating cloud, before it could escape, he watched it again just for the feelings. Inside was the first time he had ever seen a baby duck. Gently wrapping the cloud entirely with his threads, he tried to shape it as softly as possible. When he felt a kick from the threads, his whole face cracked into a smile as he opened the cocoon. The tiniest baby duck was now cradled by the threads, blinking blindly as it looked around the world. Each feather had the golden edge that the cloud had possessed, but its tiny eyes were the same bright green as his threads. Thankfully no one was around to hear the giggly noises Harry Potter may or may not have made. Becoming more serious, Harry focused on the bad memory. He wrapped it firmly in cords, crushing the glass and cloud even further. When finished he had teeny tiny vampire teeth. He reached down and gently pushed the teeth into the mouth of the duck, and touched both with the green thread. To say the duck was surprised was an understatement. It was making tiny noises and running in a circle, although it seemed more shocked at the change and not in any apparent pain. As it calmed down, it turned to look up at the giant creature that had created it. Harry smiled at the tiny thing and sat down cross-legged. He leaned forward. "Hey there, little guy." The duck almost fell over from the sound of a voice. Harry realized he had not talked in some time, and his voice sounded odd now that much of the dietary damage had been healed. He chuckled. "Sorry little one, I won't hurt you. In fact, I want to give you a job." Tiny duck eyes blinked up at the large one. In the strongest voice possible, it bravely spoke. Harry stared at the duck. Well, honestly, what had he expected? Gathering himself, he decided a yes-no approach would be less stressful. "All right, let's try and get this straight. Can you understand me?" A fierce nod from the tiny warrior. He paused again. Good." He shook his head and decided continue. "I have given you one of the worst memories I have that doesn't actually involve Voldemort. If someone comes in here and tries to cause problems, I want you to bite them." "Okay." The tiny duck nodded again, but brought up a good point. Quack. Harry nodded. "Yeah, it doesn't seem likely, but unlikely stuff seems attracted to me. I am actually considering duplicating you like I did the memories downstairs. Does that sound okay to you?" The feathered defender seemed to consider this. Actually, Harry was starting to get a little disturbed at how intelligent this random memory appeared to be at this point. The duck seemed to have come to a decision though. Quack, quack, quack. Harry was a bit surprised. "Honestly, I don't know how many. No idea on the name either, what do you think?" The duck waddled back and forth like a drill instructor. It eventually turned back to the large being. Quack, quack. Harry shrugged. "Well, 30 sounds fine to me. Not sure if I love the idea of Duck Avengers, but whatever floats your duck." The duck tilted its head. Quack, he thought. "Well, I guess you should have a name or something, if you are going to lead the Duck Avengers. What are you avenging anyway? You should eat bread and stuff." "I just wanted something in the pond honestly, the whole vampire teeth was a last-minute thing." The duck shrugged its shoulders. Did ducks have shoulders? Harry sighed. "Fine, you will be Jim. Just don't bite everyone, okay? I think that those teeth will force someone to experience the entire memory with each bite." Jim nodded and waited. Harry pushed rope after rope forward, pulling Jim and creating dozens of duplicate feathery warriors of the pond. After reaching 30, Jim of the Duck Avengers began to organize his minions. Harry raised his hand, and several ducks turned. "Hey, am I needed for anything else? Do you need a place to sleep or food or whatever?" Jim paused and looked back at Harry. Quack. Harry considered the ethical issues. "If I make snails, will they be as intelligent as you? I am not sure I could handle creating a sentient species to be fed upon." Jim shrugged and waved a wing. Quack, quack. He sighed. "Fine, I guess as long as I don't use a memory it should not be an issue. As far as I know, none of the bottles I made are alive." He paused, considering that line of thought could lead to madness. Better stay with snail creation for the Duck Avengers. Harry frowned. Maybe he should double-check the damage here in his mind more closely. Something about this felt very silly. Still, this doesn't necessarily mean anything bad. He had never really had a chance to be silly when younger, so why not? Waving his hand, he pulled some of the liquid warmth from the lake with his ropes and molded a tiny golden snail. Unlike his ropes, this shouldn't blend with the lake if they wandered into it, and it probably would improve the taste. Snail taste. Some quick duplication and there were now hundreds of tiny golden snails in and around the lake. Oops, now there were a few less. Those ducks could move pretty quick. Jim seemed quite impressed. Harry stretched and created a bench. It felt obligatory now that the lake actually had ducks to watch. True, he was pretty sure they shouldn't be doing marching drills, but eventually they had to go off shift, right? Harry was getting a bit worried. At this point he had made a tiny duck obstacle course, a duck waddling range, and carved a section of the lake into a duck swimming range. Jim was being a bit too hardcore for Harry's liking, but after a long argument he had agreed to step down training. Harry was not sure why. Waddle up and bite people needed such complicated methods of practice, but he was only a human. Jim seemed to have a deeper grasp of the entire situation, so that was good enough for him. Vampire teeth seemed a less than perfect idea in retrospect. But at least Harry was sure they worked now that Jim had carefully explained why Harry should not laugh when Jim trips during training. The fang marks had healed up quickly too, which was a plus. It seemed really unfair for something that cute to hurt that much. Harry had real issues staying mad with Jim, and he felt that Jim knew it. Still, the world seemed much more alive now. Maybe more creatures would be a good idea later. He didn't want to be kicked out of his own head after all. As it was, Jim had requested duck ramps down the right side of most of the stairs in the various halls and corridors. What Harry was working on now, however, was something more useful in an immediate sense. He was tired of having no idea what was happening in the real world while he was here. Harry looked up into the sky. He didn't have a moon or sun yet. Well, why not? Without looking, he reached back with a rope into his base and all the way into the green room. Duplicating the first memory of a full moon he had ever seen, he pulled the copy back into his hands. Gently he cracked the glass sphere with the thinnest threads, catching the floaty cloud in a warm embrace of green. Finally he had a solid white moon, one with no craters or marks, which he lifted with a cable into the sky. Thrusting against the ground, 3 ropes pushed him upwards with the moon. There should be 2 parts to this. First he reached into himself, and pushed light into the world around his physical form. He formed a thin thread and fixed it out the back of his neck, and forced it to only sense the pull of the sun. Syncing this new sense with the newly crafted moon, Harry leaned back, allowing the green ropes trailing below him to hold him steady. After a soft shimmer, the moon was suddenly black. Checking the connection, he gently moved the threads holding the sense to the shadow. Each minor adjustment made the light move back, showing only a mostly dark moon. It must be just before midnight right now. Harry grinned and retreated to the ground. He threw a thick cord from his right hand into the tiny moon, and it swelled till it filled the whole night sky. He tried not to blush, but he could hear Jim in the background quacking at his mistake. Not like Harry had any rules or something on how to do this. Reducing the power, he managed to get the moon down to only double the size he felt it should be. Harry sighed. It was not like he hated seeing the moon, he just thought he had better control than this. Moving and changing things must require less control than this detailed stuff. Still, he had a way of determining real-world time. As it was based on a thread near his neck, it should be accurate no matter where he lived. Maybe he should set up some sort of monitoring post. Hey Jim. The duck had finished quacking up over the moon job and waddled over. Harry sat down, resting his sore arms. What do you think about a monitoring system? Something that would let us know if something is happening to the Red Network, or maybe warn us if something happens while I am in here doing stuff. Jim seemed interested, and started walking over to where the tiny structures had been constructed. Pointing to a spot near the center, he nodded at Harry. Quack, quack. Harry shrugged. There is fine. Any preference for the shape? Seems silly to just make a square house or something. Jim winged over some team leaders and Hay quacked over it. Turning back to Harry, he seemed pretty confident. He could only blink. Ah, sure. A wave and some green rope later and there was a fairly large and golden snail. Apparently the lake had really made the snails a delicacy. With no real thought, Harry shrunk to duck height and walked in with Jim and team-led Alpha and Beta. It seemed nice enough, and he moved to one of the rooms near the back of the spiral shell. Reaching inside himself, he searched for the green thread tied to the red network rope. Finding it, he pulled the connection into this room and encased it in green cords. As the light faded, a red wire mesh filled this side room, with colored meshes in different rooms of the red network's model of the house. He of course was green, in the hell hole. Dudley and Vernon were both dim gray, and Petunia seemed to be a very light blue. Harry blinked. It looked like Petunia had some sort of light too, although it was much weaker. Well, his mother, her sister, did have strong light. He supposed it was not too surprising that she had something. He noticed the model became much less focused on the edges, and cars that passed appeared with blurs of gray as they passed by. Oddly, there was another person with Petunia's light blue threads. Based on this map, it looked like Mrs. Fig had a gift. Some of the tinier cats seemed to also have dull brown threads. Odd. Harry shrugged to himself and waved Jim forward, watching him assign Team Beta shift work monitoring the red network. Who knew, it could be helpful one day. He moved to the next room and tried to think of a good way to do this. He had once seen a TV show before Dudley had found out and told on him. The problem was that the display was so small, and the case was so large. Still, he was in a gold snail being followed by ducks, so why follow logic now? He created a sheet with his finest threads, so thin they were near invisibility. As they crisscrossed into a golden window, he felt inside for the connection of his eyes. After he had flooded them with light, they worked amazingly well, able to see in near dark or overwhelming brightness, able to see threads of light with eyes open or closed. Reaching that connection, he tried to map how it felt and how it connected to the threads inside. Touching it with a cord, he was able to duplicate the output and pull it like a thick green cord out of his right hand. He shoved the cord into the screen from behind, and watched as the whole thing turned solid black. Well crud. He reached behind it and felt the connection. It looked like it had only a partial connection, the visual at the moment. Increasing the number of threads touching them, he began bridging the gap. Looking at the front, he saw the screen was now all white. Harry sighed. Clearly it was now showing too much data. In frustration he thumped the damn thing. It flickered into perfect clarity, showing the red lines through his eyelids so the room around was visible almost in inverted colors. He sheepishly looked around, but thankfully Jim and the team leads had been checking the red network room. Trying to shake the embarrassment of losing his temper, he reached into himself and pushed a few extremely thin wisps of light from his body to make random sweeps of the room. At this tiny size they could move automatically without causing a drain to him, and every pass should leave an echo line image here. Not quite sonar, but not bad. Even with closed eyes the room was pretty well mapped, especially since time probably moved faster here than in the real world. Harry turned to the door. Hey Jim, I think we got the visual room set up in here. Should we get another team set with shift work for it? A distant quack came through the door and team lead for Alpha waddled in, saluted with a wing, and began examining the setup. Harry pointed out the parts to not touch, then headed out of the snail and stretched back to normal size. He was pretty sure he had overheard that they were going to call this snail quarters, and he was also pretty sure that SQ would be interesting for the teams. Nothing like watching a human stumble through life to entertain the troops. Somehow Harry felt this had all become complicated. He laid down on the soft grass and resolved to do nothing useful for the rest of the day. Or at least for however long a day felt here. The moon showed only a few minutes had passed, so time seemed to move much faster in his head than in the world. Harry drifted off to sleep watching the clouds pass. He felt he had made some real progress today, although he was a bit concerned about inter-duck relations at this point. Still, they were all polite to each other, and Jim kept them in line. He fell asleep and drifted back into the green mist. A couple of nearby rookies were distracted by the sight, but thankfully their team leaders led with an iron wing and got them back on task. There was work to be done. Harry awoke early the next morning. He realized that he had forgotten to change out of his clothing, which were sticky with sweat. He wondered if it was safe to try and clean it with thread. He froze. That was probably a bad sign, right? He cautiously looked around the dim cupboard. Thank God, no ducks. Harry gulped. No Jim, sorry, that was I meant no other ducks. You know, not being infiltrated. So was the quack a thought. Oh, well, Jim should talk quieter. It sounded like he was in the room and it could have given Harry a heart attack. Quack. Harry nodded. No problem, this is just new as all. Tell you what, just ignore any thought louder or softer than these, alright? Quack. Quack. Harry grinned a little. Thanks for checking, I am glad it is clear for thread work. I guess since time is faster in there you have lots of time too. Check it all when I need answers. Let me know if anything happens that I should be aware of, okay Jim? Quack. Harry felt relieved. He liked ducks a lot, but if they started showing up everywhere then he was pretty sure that he had broken his mind altogether. He focused threads through his body and vanished the sweat, salt, and other such things from his skin and clothing. He also changed his shirt to a dark blue. Today felt like a blue day. He opened some jerky and savored each bite. The salt content was almost more important than the protein at this point, especially since he had enough water to help smooth over the edges. He looked down. His body was much stronger, his mind felt amazing, and his ropes were able to actually reach outside his body now. Not as far as the threads, but almost a third of a meter. Hopefully he would be able to increase that range, and have more than one rope out at a time. Still, this was probably overkill to handle someone like the loud no, like Vernon. One more day. He would practice strengthening all his skin threads to protect himself, he would stretch his rope out to at least a meter, and he would ensure that his mind's hell under the stairs was properly sorted and locked down. Harry Potter had a lot of questions he needed answered. And tomorrow he would get those answers. Vernon woke late. He was very confused. Time was not an issue right now, today was a Saturday and he had no reason to wake up early. Well, no good reason. But there had been no nightmares. That feeling, the heavy weight that normally oiled down his spine, it seemed gone. To feel at ease in the morning was almost wrong. There had even been days when he felt something had been in the corner, watching him and waiting for his eyes to open to try and. But not today. His permanent scowl started to retreat. Maybe today would be different. Everything had started getting better since he had. A cold chill ran down his spine. He knew he had experienced a blackout 2 days ago. He didn't remember what exactly he did, but he clearly remembered the thing's arm bending wrong when he shoved it under the stairs. Vernon began to sweat as he tried to think back to when everything had suddenly became better. It hadn't been long after he had locked the freak down there. He started to slide into a slight panic. Petunia would find out what he had done. Would she believe him? Vernon knew she had experienced a few blackouts as well. Some dark place in his mind whispered, "You were the one who locked him away, not the shadows." If there was a body, well, he had to do something, right? The smell would tell his crime after a while anyway. Had he even heard noise from the stairs in the last 2 days? No begging to be free, no whimpering, none of the tricks that demon spawn used to unleash itself upon his family again. He knew Petunia would be cleaning the second floor today, she always alternated between the 2 floors. That would give him over 8 hours to check, just quickly verify the thing was still there. Petunia Dursley was feeling amazing. Without the strange smells and dirty shadows, each room took only minutes to clean. Normally she would have to work 4 hours or more, with lots of reworking, just to try and keep the horror down. She saw some toys that had fallen outside Dudleykin's room and picked them up, opening his door. She had to blink. It had been over a year since she had been here, and this room was a disaster. How could an 8-year-old make a mess this huge? Piles of things on the ground, scattered everywhere. Her lips thinned. Dudley was a growing boy, but this was not acceptable. She always kept the house as clean as she could, and this room was like a slap in the face. She placed the toys on one of the side piles and moved to wake the large boy. It was more than time to teach her child the benefit of a clean house. Dudley was having a terrible day. Mom hadn't let him go back to sleep, even when he told her to go away. Her eyes looked different too. Normally they were slightly glazed, like she was too tired to focus. Now he could actually feel disappointment from her as she glared at his stuff. When she had found his jar of money, her eyebrows had practically left her face. Who cared where he got it from? No one had asked before. He had been stuck here since then. Every half hour or so she would sweep in and verify that he kept moving things around. Dudley shuddered. The last time she had actually started throwing away stuff. He didn't really remember getting it all, and she was focusing on the things that had somehow broken, but it was his things. And she didn't even stop when he said no. His perfect world seemed to be crumbling. Well, cleaning anyway. Vernon was confused. It almost seemed like a new natural state for him. When Petunia had gone upstairs, he had tried to open the blasted cupboard, but the lock would not turn. Hesitantly, he had knocked on the door. "Boy, you alive in there?" A smooth voice had responded, "Yes, sir." It sounded like the kid, but so much different. No dark twinges, no hidden threats, no sick suggestions buried in innocence. His guff, "Well, that's good then. Need to come out," had almost been reflexive. Thankfully, but even more odd, was the response, "No thank you." So now he was sitting in the living room. He was also confused by his wife. She had come down the stairs over 5 times now with trash bags. Had it really gotten that bad up there? Petunia placed another huge bag of trash out near the bins. She felt more tired from all this weight lifting than she had in weeks, but it also felt satisfying. So much junk in that room. She had taken all the money from Dudleykins, it was beyond her why he had such a large amount anyway. What was an 8-year-old going to do with over a £1,200 anyway? How long had they kept giving him money when he asked? What could he even spend it on? She had a mischievous smirk as she walked into the living room and handed the wad of paper bills to her man. "Happy Christmas, dear." Vernon's gobsmacked expression made her day. The conversation after was less fun, but she felt it had been worth it. Harry has been having an odd morning. He could feel the house moving like an anthill had been kicked. He knew it was going off the rails when Vernon, the loud man, whispered about his well-being. What the bloody hell was going on in this house? When he felt Petunia throwing away the garbage from Dudley's room, he was too surprised to even regret the potential losses. Heck, all these changes were distracting him from his training methods. He could feel all of their emotions to a certain extent when they moved near the stairs. They felt cleaner, crisper. Harry realized that the blackness would have been thickest near where he rested, and so both the adults had been sleeping directly over the demon baby's cell. Well, he could sympathize with them to a certain extent. His own world felt cleaner and richer without that bastard in his face. He focused back on his limbs. He now had 3 ropes in each limb, and could almost make a cord. However, that didn't feel fast enough. In his mindscape he had managed to create cables of cords, at least internally. A few ropes felt like nothing compared to that. He watched his right arm. It always felt easiest, since it had been the first to experience the green threads under his direct control. Thickening 3 ropes, he began twisting them into a single cord. Gritting his teeth, Harry was beginning to wish that each new idea he had would stop requiring his body being altered. Vernon was just lost now. His son had apparently collected so much cash he didn't even bother putting all in one place. His wife had not only cleaned the top floor, but had taken out many bags of broken and old things that Dudley had apparently kept for no real reason. She had even cooked a pretty good pork chop, and he couldn't remember the last time she had done that. He looked upstairs, where he could still hear his son grumbling as he was cleaning away. Cleaning. It all felt like good changes, but good rarely happened in this house. His guilt had gone down pretty heavily after hearing the thing under the stairs, but it had not gone away. Somehow the new voice made him feel guilty just by being polite. He was regretting the confrontational tone he had taken even now, which had never bothered him in the past. This was turning into one of the best Saturdays he could remember, and it was making him nervous. Maybe he didn't have to stay home as often. If the feeling stayed away, maybe he could feel safer about leaving his wife and child near it without him. He had given up many of his hobbies, cut ties with several friends, and had given up much just because he was concerned about what would happen to his family if he left that house alone. Vernon had deep thoughts for the rest of the day, deep to the point where he missed several dim flashes of light from the cupboard under the stairs. Dudley was grumbling as he continued to sort and change the shapes of the piles. Looking around to make sure he was alone, he smiled a little. He would not admit it to anyone else, but having more room here actually was kind of nice. He had also found some toys he had missed but couldn't find in the piles. He was annoyed that Mom had taken his money, but it was not a huge loss. He had never really bothered to count or spend it, since everything he wanted he got anyway. Plus he had found a small box of fake coins from some birthday when he was younger. Now he could pretend to be a pirate. He kept looking for something sword-like or maybe a chest or something. Harry was kind of shocked. Frankly, he had hoped twisting ropes would increase the growth rate of his thread network. Instead his arm had caught on fire. He absently watched the flames, unable to really react at the moment. The flames were green, and they did not feel like they hurt. Well, the inside felt strained, like over-tensing his muscles during his run, but the fire itself was not charring his skin. He stopped twisting the ropes, and the green flames collapsed into the palm of his right hand. As long as a thread or more of light touched it, the fire seemed happy to stay, dancing in his palm. The green light filled the dark room, and Harry felt a bit off about the whole situation. Closing his hand, he decided to worry about the whole issue later. Rubbing ropes together created fire. Well, that was nice but not what he was aiming for. Harry guessed it was like rubbing sticks or something. Maybe he could make a fire or light if he needed. Whatever, he had goals for today that did not involve this whole new situation. Focusing on both arms, he thickened 4 ropes and wove them together. Twisting was not a great idea when living in a small wooden prison. As the ropes became woven, Harry felt his arms strengthen. Focusing on his skin, he saw the threads there starting to duplicate the pattern of the thick ropes within. The new pattern seemed to harden and empower his flesh. This was useful. Burning someone was a pretty big decision, but making himself stronger. That didn't give him any moral issues. He could probably take a whole pan in the arm now without injury, so mere fist should do. Nothing to Harry now. He tried to bend his left arm. With the braid pattern, his joints were locked into place so he would have to quickly braid and separate his ropes if he wanted to use this in a fight. Harry had 4 ropes in his other limbs join his arm as they all began rapidly weaving into a braid and separating. He figured repetition would help him quickly swap between the 2 states. He mentally checked with Jim. Apparently it was still early in the day according to the moon clock, so he had lots of time to practice his new armor ropes. With a quiet sigh, he went back to practice. Harry was seriously tired of staring at the rough wood roof of his hell. How long had he been staring at it, either unable to move from pain or trying to reduce strain on his limbs while exercising? Taking a break, he reached up and touched the ceiling with a rope. The green light began to spread into the wood, breaking into threads and wisps as rough edges were dissolved, holes filled, and cracks repaired. As the faded and chipped paint vanished, Harry could see a strong wood color underneath. It was nice, now that the aging white paint had been removed and the sharp nail tips had been worn away. He reached his right hand up and gently stroked the roof, feeling the smooth glass-like structure. As the smooth surface emerged from the roof of his cell, Harry turned and began gathering all the scraps and abandoned clothing he had been given over the years, making a large pile. After tossing the ball of string left over from his shoes into the heap, he threw another rope at the mass. The entire collection began fading into white cloth as color was absorbed, and a small ball of plastic and metal rolled down the left side as all the zippers, buttons, and ringlets were broken down. Now that he had some raw materials, he forced them into the rough wood flooring, a third rope of light shaping the floor into a level and smooth surface. Harry had never really thought about what he wanted his room to be like, he had always just accepted things. Now however, he had options. He wove the white thread mass into the now smoothed flooring, creating tiny threads into a new carpet covering. Where his green rope pulsed into the floor, white fur seemed to spread in circles toward the edges of his room. He had been forced into this hell, but now he could force this hell into a home. Quack. Oh, the roof was done. Harry thanked Jim for paying attention, and watched as the close ceiling began shifting to a bright blue sky color. As it changed, he felt his green light pulsing with some sort of need. He frowned as he tried to understand what exactly he was feeling. His shoulder suddenly burned a bit as a thick rope flung from his body and smacked the ceiling. Distracted, Harry almost bit his lip as he tightly gripped his right shoulder, trying to understand what exactly the rope was trying to do. As the burn faded, he looked at the roof. It was now over 4 meters away. In fact, the whole room seemed to be larger. Harry frantically checked with Jim. If he had damaged the house, he would be getting his confrontation right now, ready or not. No one would just ignore a massive room appearing, probably blocking the stairs and pushing the kitchen. Who knew how much damage he may have just caused? Several soothing quacks later and he tried to calm his heart down. Apparently the red network had been modified as well, as it showed the normal outline of his hell hole and the expanded one at the same time. Harry wished he could understand the new green pattern that now filled the walls and floors, but it was nearly as complex as the red network. In fact, the 2 networks seemed to be joined in a few places. Well, if there was no real damage or change outside, maybe he should just accept the new space. With an almost absent hand wave he pressed a thread through both feet, changing the new carpet into a grassy green color. With the blue walls and ceiling, the whole area felt much closer to his mental home. Harry turned to his mattress. He had never really liked it before it had become so aged and damaged. Now that the room was so nice, he didn't really want to sleep on that thing. Pressing both hands firmly on the ancient springs, he pulled the other metal ball from the clothing to him using a thread and began disassembling his mattress. As the blood and stains were dissolved, and the various dyes and such were absorbed by his light, he decided to place his new bed in the far left corner, furthest from the locked door. Pulling the mass of metal springs, cloth coverings, and foam pieces into the corner, he contemplated what to do. Carefully pulling the metal forward, he pushed them into the carpet-covered wood floor. Seeing that the carpet would not be visible under his new bed anyway, he pulled those green threads out of the floor and added them to the now fairly substantial pile. After some thought, he absorbed enough of each embedded spring to cut its length in half. Using the new metal, he doubled the number of springs within the bed-shaped hole in the carpet. Satisfied, he then wove the cloth into a thick pad on top of the springs, connecting them into a solid mass. He made the surface double what it used to be, to prevent springs from tearing through this time and gouging his skin. As the pure white bed took shape, he pondered on what to do. He didn't really have the materials to improve this much more, almost all the thread and metal was gone. True, he had made the mattress larger to fit his new body, but he had hoped he had enough overly large clothing to make up for the new dimensions. Harry giggled a bit to himself. Listen to him, complaining about not being able to make his bed softer. Until recently, he barely noticed if he was on that ratty old mattress or on the cold splinter-filled floor. Now he was in a finely crafted wooden room with bright blue walls and roof, and a grass-green carpet. His new bed was loads better than what it had used to be, and here he was nitpicking the situation. Honestly, he should be overly grateful just being able to stand up straight in here. Harry walked back into the center of his new room, and restarted his exercises. He would not be laying down during the confrontation, so he would have to learn how to lock his limbs with the braid without losing his balance. Harry's limbs twitched as his braids wove together and apart. Even with his face wincing every now and then, his smile at his new home kept breaking through. He would easily meet his goals by tonight, and hopefully find out more about his real past and family in only a half day. Harry woke up, stretching on his new bed and looking up at the blue wood roof. Today he would get some answers. He frowned in concentration. His new form, heck, just his new clothing made him look totally different than he had even a few days ago. As humorous the thought was of jumping out of the cupboard and watching the family have a heart attack, he actually needed to have a conversation. If they all fainted, or ran screaming, or whatever, talking would be hard. Could he leave a note? No, he didn't really know how to read or write yet. Pictures would probably only confuse them. Maybe just sit in the living room. Harry sighed. Even just waiting for Vernon to open the stair door seemed like a bad idea now, since the new look would probably freak him out. He sat up on his bed and leaned against the blue wall, crossing his legs and tapping his knee. What if he pretended to be someone new? Well, for one thing, they would be shocked that he had broken into the home. He giggled a bit. Maybe he should just ring the doorbell. Heck, why not? Petunia was having another great morning. After a successful day of cleaning, she had enough time to cook all 3 meals for her family and even tuck Dudleykins into bed. It had been months since she had enough energy for that. She hummed as she carefully added another pancake to the pile she was making. She should probably get some more fruit, now that she had time to cook and didn't have to worry about shelf life as much. The unhealthy stuff lasted longer, so she didn't have to waste money as often. She called her hubby and son downstairs while setting up the plates. She frowned a little though. Why had she placed 4 plates? Had she thought Aunt Marge was dropping by? Petunia put the last plate away again. This had happened several times yesterday as well. Vernon walked down to the amazing smell of his darling's famous pancakes. It had been so long since she had made these, and his mouth was watering before he even entered the room. He gave her a quick key. As he sat down, her smile lighting the room. It almost seemed out of place, the whole world seemed happier than they were used to. Dudley on the other hand just entered, sat at his chair, and began making a bit of a mess. Petunia frowned a little. Don't slouch, dear, and keep both elbows off the table. His face was a bit shocked, even full of pancakes. Bauer far afu. Petunia wiped his chin. Swallow first, dear. Dudley just grumbled and went back to eating. Why were they bothering him now? He never had to mess with how he ate before. Still, these pancakes were amazing. As they finished their meal, they heard the doorbell go off. Vernon sighed. Petunia, could you get that? If it is a solicitor or something, tell them we are quite good as we are, thank you very much. He pulled the paper closer and began looking through it. Honestly, on a Sunday no less. Petunia moved her plate to the sink and headed to the door. It seemed a tad early for salespeople, maybe it was one of the neighborhood watch girls. She always enjoyed gossiping about random things with them, but she had never really had time before with all the cleaning she had to do. She opened the door, and just stared. Standing almost as tall as her shoulder was a young man. Extremely young. He had a deep red shirt, black pants and shoes, and almost hauntingly familiar green eyes. He also was clearly into exercise. She smiled, hello there. Are you here to visit Dudley? Those deep green eyes seemed to sparkle with laughter for a second. No ma'am, I am actually here to meet with a Mr. Vernon Dursley. Is this the correct home? Petunia suddenly realized that she was standing with an open mouth, small amounts of flour on her apron, and felt more than a little embarrassed to be caught in such a state. Opening the door more widely, she smiled. Why don't you take a seat in the living room? Vernon is just finishing his breakfast. She closed the door behind him and moved to the kitchen, quickly removing the apron after wiping her hands clean. Entering the kitchen, she hesitated a moment. Darling, there was a visitor for you. Unlike she expected, he didn't start turning red with anger that someone had entered his domain. Oh, who was it? She felt relieved. Normally anyone or anything entering the house would cause an awful row, and her relief that he didn't blame her for letting some person stroll in made her smile a bit. It was a young man. Very polite. I don't think he is one of the neighbor's sons, so I thought he may be one of the children of your coworkers. Vernon grunted as he thought through the people he knew. Those fellows. Maybe, some of the guys try and get the kids to do more now. Training the new crew, they call it. Standing, he placed his dish into the sink and moved toward the living room. It was a strapping tall lad, currently sitting on one of the guest chairs. He seemed to radiate a type of calm, as if he had lived in that chair his whole life and just now bothered to realize it. Vernon walked over and held out his hand. Good to meet you, lad. Name's Vernon. What can I do for you? The boy looked up and he almost had a heart attack. His eyes were almost exactly like that thing under the no, they were not. Looking deeper in the green depths, he could feel a calmness, as if each eye was an old well filled with moss. Still, he found that he was now staring at the child. Shaking himself a bit, he straightened his arm. Sorry about that, you just reminded me of someone. The boy stood, gripping his hand firmly. No problem, Mr. Dursley, I have been told that my appearance is a bit shocking. I actually need to speak to both you and the missus, actually. Vernon moved over and sat in his throne. Petunia. What about? Young eyes seemed to dim a bit as the young man resumed his seat. It concerns her family. Petunia had been listening in from the hall, and walked in at this. Her eyes searched the boy's face, her own in a frown. My family, young man, has passed away. His young head nodded. Most of it has, yes. This may seem a bit off topic, but may I ask a personal question of you both? Strongly hesitant, Petunia turned and looked Vernon in the eyes. After a moment, Vernon nodded and turned to the young man. Normally I am quite a private person, young man. You can ask what you wish as long as you do it respectfully, but don't expect we will just answer anything. The boy seemed surprised at the response, but smiled a bit. That is more than I expected, and I thank you both for the opportunity. Turning more serious, his eyes seemed to flash for a moment. Now for the vital question. Did either of you notice anything unusual a couple of days ago? They were both shocked. Vernon was not going to talk about anything involving the freak, and his mind was starting to run out of ideas of what to do. Standing swiftly, he motioned toward the door. Thank you for your time, young man, but I think you should go now. The boy seemed to tense, but his posture didn't change. If anything, his skin seemed to turn slightly gray. A couple of days ago, did the world seem cleaner? Petunia gasped, but quickly covered her mouth and tried to look calm. Vernon had enough and decided someone needed to visit the doormat right now. Leaning forward, he gripped the lad's arm above the elbow and stood up. Or tried to. He almost wrenched his arm trying to budge the child. Said boy looked into his eyes. Only a couple of nights ago, I killed a demon in your house. Vernon's eyes widened and turned back to the cupboard almost without thought. He thoughtlessly murmured, the boy is dead. Petunia's eyes shot wide. Suddenly memories seemed to be moving quickly, memories that used to have a black veil pushing them back. A young girl, no, her sister. Some beach. A park. Letters. Boy. What be the child? A basket, on the lily was dead. Petunia fell onto the near couch, eyes flowing with tears. Vernon heard her, and seeing her state shoved the rest of the world away and quickly hugged her close as she cried. Not knowing what was wrong, he whispered quiet words. Everything is okay, you are okay, nothing is wrong. The young man seemed lost at what to do. He ran a hand through his black hair. I didn't mean to make her cry, I thought you two would be glad to know the creature was dead. You always seemed happy to attack it and stuff. Petunia seemed to pull herself together. A bit. I had a sister, and I couldn't remember her. There was another child here, but he kept being hidden from me. Little Lily is she. I never got to say goodbye. As she broke back into tears, Vernon turned to the young man and pleaded with him. Look, I think you have done enough for today. Please don't tell anyone about whatever you know, just go home. The boy stared for a moment and gave a dry chuckle. Sorry, Uncle Vernon, but this is my home. The silence seemed deafening. Petunia shakily stood, pulling herself from the slackened grip of her husband. She turned to the lad, and looked deeply into his eyes. He shifted a bit, but tried not to look away. Eventually she touched his arm, as if to see if he was solid. Or was Lily your mother? The boy nodded. Yes, I am Harry Potter. Before he could move, Petunia wrapped him into a hug, talking almost continuously. I am so sorry, Harry, the darkness, I kept forgetting you. Every time I tried to help you I would begin forgetting. Every night I had dreams, terrible dreams, and when we first got you, I thought everything would be okay, but there was something wrong inside you. He had tensed at her touch, but after a few minutes had awkwardly hugged her back. Looking at Vernon, stunned and half sitting on the couch, Harry took a deep breath. As messed up as it sounds, you were right. Both of you. There was something truly dark and evil inside of me. Vernon actually seemed slightly relieved. While he could not connect the twisted evil thing under the stairs with this tall lad, he had always wondered if that monster was actually bad or if he had just enjoyed causing pain and secretly used it as an outlet. Having someone actually tell him he was right, that it wasn't just in his head, seemed to lift a weight on his soul. Harry pushed Petunia back towards Vernon and resettled himself. Tell me, what were you told about the death of my mother and father? Vernon shook his head. Nothing really. We got a letter on the basket we found you in saying Lily had passed and that you needed a home. His head felt a bit fuzzy, but he tried to push through to the old memories. I think Petunia was the one who decided we should take you in. Harry nodded. Well, during their murder the bastard who killed them left something inside of me. He pointed at his forehead. That scar I had contained something dark, a demon-like thing. Killing it is what helped me free this house from its influence. Vernon froze slightly. Boy, I mean, Harry, do red eyes mean anything to you? Harry scowled, his face so fierce that both Petunia and Vernon jerked back a bit. Yes, that bastard Voldemort and the evil thing he left in me both had red eyes. Creepy ones too. Vernon shook a little. Whenever I had a blackout, I would see red eyes. Petunia quickly hugged her shacking husband as he talked. I also heard laughter. The blackouts got longer and longer, and I kept hurting that tia. I guess you. Harry seemed startled. It had been a theory I was working on honestly. I saw the blackness from the creature infesting the house, and I assumed it was encouraging evil actions. He leaned forward. I had no clue it was actually possessing other people. That is probably why it was so weak when I found it in my head, since it had used up most of its energy forcing you to break my arm. Petunia gasped and glared at Vernon. Before she could say anything, Harry spoke up. Don't blame him, that creature in me was stronger than almost everyone. Heck, I didn't even know it was there until I had an accident trying to heal myself. From what I gathered, Voldemort had been doing evil things for over 40 years. Vernon still looked off, and felt dirty. Some scar demon had been in his body. Looking at the boy, he felt so many questions. Harry, how do you know so much about him? You were only a baby when you met, right? Harry shrugged. Killing the thing released a lot of memories of his old life. That is how I found out my name, how I saw the death of my parents. I honestly can't stand his other memories, he had done such terrible things. Petunia seemed hesitant. Harry, whenever I could remember her, I wanted to know how Lily died. Could you tell me? Harry thought for a second. I might be able to show you. But you have to promise not to freak out, okay? He caught their odd looks and sighed. The night I healed my arm, I had found out I had these green threads. I use them for many things now, even attack the demon baby thing. But they are not normal, and I know how you two feel about abnormality. Vernon could almost feel the desire to know more radiating from his beloved. Taking a deep shaky breath, he focused tightly on the young man. Harry, can you promise whatever you do won't hurt us? After receiving a quick nod, he tried to build up his resolve. Do what you need to do then. Harry nodded, then held his right arm up. As green threads leapt from his palm he heard a gasp. Pausing he looked at Petunia who had a stunned look. Harry, that is magic. How can you do that without a wand? His mind raced. Magic. Well, that seemed as reasonable as green light threads. Frankly more reasonable, now that he thought about it. A wand. Did they look like sticks? Dad and Voldemort had those. Petunia seemed even more startled. You didn't know you had magic. I could have sworn didn't I tell you as a but, she trailed off, her damaged memories trying to heal from the years of manipulation by the black demon. Harry shrugged and focused back on his palm. As more and more green threads wove into a sheet he reached into himself. Hey Jim, can you open the doors to the red room? I need to create a connection to a memory down there. After a short quack, Harry reached into his world with a rope and connected it to the tombstone memorial. Grasping the other end in his left hand, he began forcing it into the sheet of green threads. Vernon was honestly at a loss now. As he watched, a green sheet was floating over Harry's right hand, and he seemed to be squishing his left hand into it. As he and Petunia watched, the sheet started flashing colors. Red, blue, some black. Like a camera focusing, suddenly he could see the outside of a house. Harry watched grim-faced as a dark memory began to play. As the screen flashed with killer green, Harry relaxed back into his chair. Vernon and Petunia kept staring at the screen, Vernon shivering from hearing the voice of Voldemort, Petunia crying over seeing her sister's death. Harry had noticed Dudley heading up the stairs. He had apparently thought they were watching TV and had better things to do. After a few minutes of silence, Harry spoke. I would like to propose a deal. Vernon blinked, eyes finally focusing on the now instead of the horrors they had just witnessed. He honestly had no idea of what to do next, so any plan seemed good enough at the moment. Harry absently ran fingers through his hair. I have spent the last few days healing, improving myself, and gathering supplies. Originally I was just going to force you both to leave me alone so I could continue, but I didn't know how badly the evil baby was messing with this house. I have new skills now, and I would be willing to trade services and items. Petunia moved forward and hugged the boy, ignoring his tension. Harry, you are family. You shouldn't have to treat us like strangers. Vernon nodded absently. Now that the thing is dead, I have no problem with you. He looked shamed-faced. Honestly I would feel better if you would let us try and make up for our treatment of you. Regardless of why we were so evil, we did hurt you. His eye caught on the cupboard door. Case in point, we can at least get you a real bedroom. Petunia seemed confused before horror dawned on her face. Oh God, we shoved him under the stairs. Laughter interrupted both of them. They watched a bit stunned as Harry giggled back in his chair. Oh, I think I will be fine down there. In fact, I insist. Here, let me show you something. The lad led the way to the locked door. Pressing his hand against it, Vernon watched the tiny entrance swell into a full-sized door, the lock warping into a solid metal doorknob. He probably should be shocked, but at this point he was just too overloaded. As the door opened, he heard Petunia gasp. The room was made of polished wood, and was massive. The carpet looked like grass, and the wood walls and roof seemed to be sky. Vernon's mouth went a bit dry. Ah, yes, this seems nice. Petunia knelt down and rubbed the carpet. How? Harry shrugged. I found out I can use my threads to tear things apart and put them back together. Started with my arm, ended up creating clothing in this room. He glared at the ceiling. Not sure how it got bigger inside though. That was sort of an accident. Petunia seemed lost. Vernon tried to move back to something mentioned earlier. You said trade. What do you need? Harry seemed to be making a mental list. I need raw materials first of all. Cloth of any type to make clothing, sheets, and so forth. Metal to make more bed springs. Plastics and wood would let me build furniture and such. I also need knowledge. Teach me how to read, give me access to books. I also need some odd things, experiences. I need to see things, hear and smell things. Maybe a trip to a zoo, or just walks in the park. He seemed to go a bit absent. I would like to see ducks. Petunia hesitantly placed a hand on his shoulder. That all sounds fine, Harry. I am not sure where it would be best to get the materials and stuff, but I think the zoo would be easy enough. Harry grinned a bit. Tell me, Aunt Petunia. Have you heard of recycling? About 30 minutes later and 8 bags of trash now sat in the living room. Petunia seemed a bit stressed at this trash being back in the house, but Harry seemed ecstatic. He rubbed his hands. Okay, how about we split this 50-50? I split and clean this into base components, and the family gets half. I am pretty sure the electronics have gold or copper in it, and you can pay me to make or repair stuff using your half of the resources. Vernon was still breathing a bit roughly from dragging the bags in. How much stuff had they piled on Dudley over the years? He nodded assent as he collapsed into his chair. Harry was almost giggly. He had slept a bit roughly last night worrying about today, trying to prepare for situations ranging from random screaming to a massive attack of ninjas. True, many of those scenarios made less sense now that he had woken up, but it never hurt to be prepared. At this point, however, he had received hugs. Even if he had to beat someone up later, this was turning into a great day. He spread both hands and had 4 or 5 ropes dig into the pile. He decided to leave the bags sealed, and began searching for any coins or bills missed. Apparently there were a few wallets in the bags, and he reformed the bills and coins in a small pile outside the trash. Looks like Dudley really should have checked his pockets and wallets before adding them to the trash. Petunia just stared at the pile. She had thought she had cleaned out all of that while cleaning. As Vernon relaxed in the chair and Petunia began sorting the money, Harry began feeling for gold. Ignoring the gasps around him, he began building a square of material as the bags wiggled and threads searched inside the various toys and gadgets. When finished, Harry had a glittering fingertip-sized rectangle on the floor. Soon after, a double finger-sized copper bar formed next to it. Now he began the more boring part. Vernon watched as threads seemed to pour out of the bags, thousands of colors that seemed to drain into a white mass on the floor. As the pile got larger, the bags began shrinking much faster, seeming to deflate like a balloon. Petunia had picked up the money and was now looking in her hand at the copper and gold bar. I guess we could take these to a pawn shop or something. Where do we sell gold? Harry shrugged. Honestly, I am not sure how I know as much as I do. I think some of Voldemort's general world information is still in me somewhere. I really shouldn't know so many words, or what my body parts are named. Since he was a mage wizard, sorcerer, whatever, since he was magic he doesn't have a large amount of knowledge about the non-magic world. The white pile began weaving itself into a thick folded blanket as he talked. So I have no clue where to sell anything. Petunia put the bars and cash on a side table and felt the blanket. This is amazing, Harry. Why is it so white? Harry shrugged as he continued weaving. Far as I can tell, my magic, it thinks that the dye is dirty. Cleaning the thread makes it this white, and since I don't have any dye I have to fill it with my threads to make it a specific color. He stopped using his left hand and plucked his shirt. I clean my clothing the same way each morning. It feels great but I have to redo the color each time. Petunia sat back on the couch and thought a bit. Harry, we could probably sell the gold at a pawn shop and get you some stuff that won't be in those bags. She held up a hand and absently rubbed her arms. Raw silk and stuff should be cheaper than custom-fitted things, and if we went to a thrift store you could get all kinds of cheap randomly sized things to turn into supplies. Vernon's eyes narrowed as he looked at the copper bar. Copper is not cheap either, and I know that Grunnings has all kinds of metal debris and such that could be valuable. We could set up a small company and contract ourselves as recyclers. Petunia smacked his shoulder. Dear, he may act mature but Harry is still only 8 years old. We don't want him to do an actual job, it would be child labor. A hobby moving at his own pace is totally different. Harry paused and looked up, eyes wide. Really? I am 8. Do you know when my birthday is? Petunia bit her lip but responded. Oh of course dear, I mean. Before everything happened I received a letter from Lily when you were born. I believe it was July 31st, back in 1980. She seemed troubled for a minute. I can't seem to remember the last birthday you had. Vernon frowned. Now that he looked back, he couldn't remember Harry at any of the holidays. They had no pictures of him either. He got a firm look in his eyes. Well, we can't have that. Your last birthday should have been last month, we can celebrate it next Saturday. If Dudley asks, we will act like you just arrived today, since you look so different from before. Harry quickly looked back to his work, trying to hide the small tears in his eyes. He had not even thought about getting a party. He subconsciously thought only normal boys got to have such things. He smiled as he began extracting the plastic from the vastly thinner bags. Maybe he wouldn't have to escape this place after all. They may not be his parents, but maybe they could still be family. As Vernon carried the much smaller bags out to the trash, Petunia watched Harry continue to work. His hands seemed to float and dance like a musician as his eyes glowed. Unlike before, she didn't feel sick or smell tainted air. This time the air felt excited, as if something amazing was just out of sight and she could almost touch it. She stopped playing with the bar of copper. Harry, I can't really remember how much I told you about your world. Honestly, the last time I really saw any magic like this was back when we were 11. Harry's hands seemed to jerk a little, before his green eyes followed her words. She smiled a little. We didn't know it was magic of course, but one day we got this letter. Lily always had strange things happen when she was mad or whatever, but we were young. Then one day, this really nice envelope showed up. It said Lily was to attend a school for wizards and witches. Harry absently waved a hand, and Petunia watched the newly created white cloth fold itself and move aside as more white cubes of plastic began to form. He seemed hooked on her every sound, and she felt a small warmth inside at how cute he looked. Right now he was not moving like an assured but tiny adult, he was just a little boy listening to a story. She smiled. Mom thought we were playing pretending at first, until the next letters showed up. Then a couple of days later, a bird showed up. Harry tilted his head, cubes forming into a pile. So it was like a magic bird or something. Petunia shrugged. Probably, I guess. Apparently wizards use owls to send mail. The young man paused. In fact, all the cubes froze for a moment. Huh. Well, that seems a bit silly. Unless you make the bird super smart or something. Heck, how do they even check to make sure the mail gets delivered? Not like a bird can make reports or sign in or whatever. His aunt almost giggled. The one that showed up actually smacked Lily in the head. I thought it served her right, since I didn't get my letter. Her face sort of fell, as sadness crept into her eyes. We had an argument about that. I even tried to beg Mom and the witch that came to help Lily to take me too. We had done everything together, so when Lily found out she was a witch, we thought I would be one too. Harry leaned forward. Well, it makes sense to me. How did they check if you were one or not? Petunia leaned back, blinking away any possible tears. Well, apparently there is a registry in the school, and when a magic person is born they show up there. The woman who came to help Lily shop didn't really say much to me about it, although I wasn't exactly calm or able to think straight at the time. The boy went back to working on the cubes, as the remaining amount of trash bags collapsed into themselves. Well, it may not matter. I am not sure I am a wizard. She blinked away memories. What? Of course you are, just look at all this. Harry chuckled. Exactly. Do I look like I am using a stick? From what I can tell, every other magic person does. Well, all the ones I have seen so far. Did the woman who showed up for Mom have a stick? Petunia seemed a tad off balance. Yes, I think. I know Lily showed me her stick when she got back from some sort of magic shop. But you have to be a wizard. Maybe not all of them need sticks or whatever. He moved his hand and the cubes began floating and stacking on the floor. Well, I don't need a stick, I don't know any spells really, I don't yell things when I use my threads. Seems odd enough to me. Still, more information would help. Well, we don't really know how to contact them. Vernon came in from where he had been leaning in the hall, recovering from carrying all those bloody bags. He sighed as he saw the new stack of near-empty bags that now had to go out. Turning to Harry, he seemed to find some inner strength. So I think we should make some plans. Harry nodded as Vernon sat across from him and continued. The age thing is a big deal. So we will pretend that you were abandoned today rather than back then. Vernon rubbed Petunia's shoulder. I know some people, so the paperwork should not be an issue. We could homeschool you until you reach Dudley's grade, then you can join him in school. The boy tilted his head. The story works pretty well, 'cause Dudley won't really recognize me like this. Won't even have to change my name, since no one used it. Harry tried to ignore the winces from both his listeners. I can probably catch up pretty quickly if you can get me Dud's old books. Vernon tried to remember where exactly they had shoved those things. If we are missing any you need, we can go to a bookstore. He hugged Petunia's shoulder as his eyes darkened with more than a little shame. We should probably get you some things for your room too. Petunia didn't seem to grasp his words at first, before she gasped. Oh God, we shoved you under the stairs, of course you don't have anything. Her eyes began filling with tears as she began gasping, her nerves so rough that she seemed to not feel Vernon's arms. A small hand on her shoulder made her look into green eyes. Harry gave a small smile. No, you shoved him under the stairs. While being attacked mentally for years. Stronger men and women would have done worse than either of you. She could barely see him through her tears. How can you just let something like this go? You know what we did. Vernon couldn't even look at him, couldn't even talk. Harry gave a hesitant hug to the two people falling apart in front of him. It helps that you both regret the actions. It helps that you were being used like I was being used. We all suffered because of that evil beast, and honestly I feel better knowing you two can really understand what that is like. His eyes looked at them, the green darkened, tears unshed. Remember, while you were being tormented he was inside me. Hurting me, both through you and in my dreams. And I didn't even know that I was fighting at all. He gave a weak grin. So, from my point of view, both of the monsters who hurt me died when that demon did. From your point of view, the monster under the stairs died at the same time. We were all saved from monsters, right? Vernon couldn't even cry anymore, he just gripped his wife and sawed it all, his second son. Damn it, he didn't deserve forgiveness, he didn't deserve this feeling. But he was not strong enough to push it away. It felt like this small boy had freed them both from hell, and even if he did not deserve to be saved, Vernon was not going to let this chance leave. Petunia just kept whispering how sorry she was into Harry's hair, feeling her love's arms wrapping the small boy. She would protect both her kids from anyone, she would not fail again. She felt Harry hug her back, and it was one of the best feelings in the world. Harry didn't say anything. He knew this moment would go into his green room later, but right now he wanted to feel this moment for as long as he could. A stray thought made him giggle. He pulled back from the hug and wiped his eyes a bit. About the room thing, I will probably have better furniture than you guys. He pointed at the blocks of plastic being built. Get me some wooden stuff, and I bet I can shock your socks off. He grinned as he went back to work, pulling raw materials together. It was fun to be so relaxed. Harry moved cupboard door farther back on the staircase and expanding it into full door size. No reason to always crawl around now that hiding was pointless. Vernon walked into the space again and slid his hand on the wall, feeling the perfectly smooth wood. The blue color seemed to grow from the gain, to be a part of the original tree. He looked around and saw some cloth bags in the corner. Curiosity made him walk over and look inside. Jerky, energy bars, all kinds of ready-to-eat food. I collected that a few days ago, in case I had to stay here. Vernon looked up to see a slightly hesitant Harry. My original plan was to get some answers about my past, then basically hide here, like a non-aggression pact. Vernon stood tall and thought about it. I honestly just feel surprised. Where did this all come from? Harry looked aside. Well, let's just say the pantry has a bit more room. Petunia looked into the bag. Dear goodness, when did you get all this? I can't believe we had so much junk food in the house we didn't even notice any missing. Vernon snorted. I used to buy all kinds of food, because I couldn't drink. I didn't dare risk losing my focus with that I couldn't get drunk, I mean. Harry picked up the bag. Things changed a lot, didn't they? He glossed over the earlier statement. Apparently stabbing the thing responsible had been pretty cathartic. Sorting and storing all memories and emotions about the demon baby hadn't hurt Harry find peace either. Still, you will probably save a lot of money not having to buy that junk again. The older man's eyes almost glossed over. I can drink again. Haven't had a beer in years. Petunia smacked his shoulder with a small smile and picked up one of the bags. She turned to the boy. Harry, grab the other bag. You won't be sneaking food around. Lily would have us be your family, and a family eats together. Harry grinned as he picked up the bag. He had been prepared to live alone, building and learning even without anyone to help. Now he had a real chance at something he had never expected, a real home. Hearing Petunia talk about being a family had pushed his ability to stay calm. He opened his new bedroom door and dragged his emergency rations to the kitchen. Hearing Petunia behind him, he grinned and waved his hands. Thousands of threads filled the closet, and he had to close his eyes from the unexpected light from them rubbing and passing through each other. As his eyes cleared, he heard Petunia gasp. His mouth hung open a little too. Petunia had just reached the kitchen before a bright white light flashed, almost blinding her. As she blinked her eyes clear, she saw little Harry with his hand outstretched toward the pantry. Well, it had been her pantry. Now it was a deep closet with shelves on each side. Every shelf was organized, food grouped and presented label forward. She turned to Harry, who seemed as stunned as she was. I just wanted it organized. It seemed like a funny idea at the time. He seemed slightly out of it as he wandered into the room. This is neat, but unexpected. It feels strange too. She cleared her throat. Good strange or bad strange? It isn't dangerous, is it? She hesitantly reached a hand out, touching a bag of crisps. It felt normal. Harry tilted his head. Not sure. A lot of threads are still here. They seem connected with the floor. He reached into the bag he dragged and pulled out a small package of jerky. Dropping it on the floor, a dimmer flash made them both blink. Petunia gave a small eep and backed out of the closet. Harry, get out of there right now. Who knows what it is doing? Harry turned with a grin, pointing at the jerky shelf. I think it's sorting. The original sort threads apparently stayed here after I lost focus when that flash happened. Before she could say anything, he dumped his sack onto the floor. A glow filled the room and a soft rustling was the only sound as the shelves filled slightly. See, I love stuff like this. Wish I knew how I did it. Petunia hesitantly grabbed an energy bar and tossed it into the closet, watching the shelf where it should show up. As she blinked her eyes clear, she saw one extra bar on the stack. She gave a hesitant smile. Well, I don't like throwing food on the ground, but at least it doesn't seem dangerous. Harry rolled his eyes and pulled her into the room. She seemed to freeze as her foot hit the floor. Nothing. She cautiously opened one eye, hearing a young giggle. She absently pushed the young boy. That not funny, goodness my heart. His smile broke most of her fear as she calmed down. Oh no, the magic food sorter of doom. She smiled a bit, embarrassed that after all the surprises she had gone through today, this would be the thing to nearly give her a heart attack. Well, it's not like I grew up with magic either, you know. Lily wasn't allowed to use it when not at school, said that us, muggles, might find out. Petunia hesitantly poured the wrapped food into the room, watching the shelves automatically expand and move to keep from overcrowding each other. If she didn't know better, she would say the room itself had gotten slightly larger when the new food was added. What is a muggle? Harry picked up both empty bags and led her back to his room. He saw Vernon coming down the stairs holding a cardboard box. Anyone without magic is a muggle. Petunia held the door for Vernon as he sweatily placed the box down on the green carpet. He seemed too winded to talk right now anyway, apparently those books were heavy. That is part of the reason I couldn't tell Dudley or Vernon about the magical world, because until you came here there was no one magically connected to that world, so they were not allowed to know. Harry absently nodded as he began moving the pure white cloth and plastic and metal blocks he had recycled from earlier into his room. I suppose it would not be much of a secret society if everyone knew about it. Still sorry about the pantry. Vernon looked up. Pantry. Petunia gave a shushing noise and turned back. Don't worry, Harry, the changes are great. I will save loads of time if I don't have to sort everything when I finish shopping. Harry bit back a small grin seeing Vernon's confused expression. He really appreciated how much his uncle was trying to help, but he had clearly been out of his comfort zone for a while now. He hesitantly took a deep breath. Uncle, for my birthday could we go to the zoo? Vernon felt like cool water had washed over him. Finally, something he knew about. No hocus pocus or whatever, he knew how to handle kids wanting to go out for a birthday. Of course. Saturday, us and Dudleykins can head over to the one closer to London. Heck, we can make a day of it. Petunia apparently found quite an amount when cleaning Dudley's room. Harry's eyes suddenly widened and he went to a corner of the room, pulling up the grass-green carpet like it was nothing. Pulling up under a board, he pulled a wallet out. Speaking of money, I already made one withdrawal from Dudley before you guys got around to cleaning up there. As you probably noticed, he had collected quite an amount. He held the leather wallet out to his aunt. Petunia took the black wallet and opened it before quickly closing the thing. Goodness, how much cash can one 8-year-old have? She opened it again, hesitated, and handing it back to Harry. Here, consider it missed allowances. Use it responsibly though, not just toss it wherever. She leaned against her husband. Seriously Vernon, we need to keep Dudley dearest from treating money like it was worthless. Vernon had missed a good amount of the conversation, relying on his practiced, yes dear, reflexes as he planned out a birthday. Nothing huge, he didn't want to overwhelm the boy. Lunch at a restaurant, spend time at the zoo, they had a tiny train there, didn't they? Dinner maybe at a steakhouse. It had been a while since they had eaten out. Harry put his wallet into the back pocket of his jeans, and began focusing on improving the room. Apparently the threads he had used to paint the walls had caused them to subtly glow like in his dream world, which is why they could see without any real light sources. Still it would be awkward to explain to others. He would need some basic furniture, or at least some more raw materials. For now he took a couple of metal cubes and moved over to his bed. Placing 3 cubes near the edge of his mattress, he used some ropes to pull one of the white cloths over and began working. The metal rapidly began to vanish as all the springs in his mattress increased in length and thickness, and the bed itself seemed to enlarge as the materials and cloth vanished into it. With an afterthought, Harry recolored the entire bed brown like a log, and began weaving some more of the white cloth into a thick blanket. He felt a nudge on his shoulder. Petunia was standing there holding a bed sheet, 2 pillows and a cover. Harry gave a smile and grabbed the 2 pillows, ropes already devouring them and combining the stuffing. In his hands they merged into a thick and long pillow with a seamless cover, colored like green moss. Placing his new pillow on the bed, he absently bound the bottom of his new cover and sheet with the bottom edge of the mattress and used excess cloth to continue the patterns of the coverings to fit the new bed. As he finished, he realized his aunt and uncle were silent. He turned as Petunia knelt and touched his pillow. Harry, you have a gift. She saw his eye roll and shook her head. Aside from the magic I mean. This bed is beautiful. Her fingers rubbed the now moss-patterned coverings. These look beautiful you know. All the things you have made so far are beautiful. He gave a nervous chuckle. Hard to pin a bed on the refrigerator though, right? She gave him a smile. Well, I am sure you could find a way. Could we trick you into doing stuff like this in the house? Not as obvious as the pantry, since Vernon has clients that may visit, but clothing like yours or decorations like these. Vernon nodded. I know I would love to have extra hands to help me fix up the place. I always felt like something was breaking or needed repair around here. Harry could have lit the sun with his smile. He never realized how much he had desired to be wanted, needed for something. I may fall for a few dastardly clever plots to help out around here. I may need practice fixing things, but I bet we can figure something out. Vernon couldn't help but smile at the young boy. Well, I got work in the morning but we should have time to introduce you formally to Dudley in the afternoon. I think we should take a break for now, but let us know if you need anything. Be careful to stay here today so it will look like you showed up tomorrow. Petunia will stop by with lunch and dinner. Petunia nodded and gave another hug to Harry. He hesitantly hugged back, and after watching the door closed behind them just tried to stand still, holding the recent memories like a warm blanket. He absently picked one of the school books from the box and began looking at each page. Study and learning would happen later, after viewing each page so they could be rebuilt in his memories. Might as well take advantage of his faster mind world. Harry sighed and put down the book. He was in a purple library, on the softest chair he could remember, working on one of the many texts Vernon had provided. Coming back to his world had seemed like a great idea at first, since time moved so differently here until Jim started making idle suggestions. He rubbed the bridge of his nose again. It wasn't that he didn't like the company of the duck, not at all. But Harry had things to do, and all these breaks were really becoming annoying. Still, he had already studied for a very long time here, and had learned some interesting things. Harry replaced the math book on one of the near shelves, and watched the books sort themselves. Having accidentally done something similar to the pantry, he had taken the memory of the accident and studied it for a few hours. Jim had suggested this would save time since his mental library would always be ready and sorted. He snorted. Well, it should theoretically save time. Except it had taken a few internal days to get all the bugs worked out. After dozens of tries where nothing happened at all, the shelf had actually sorted Jim into the shelves too. Harry rubbed his elbow. Stupid duck had really sharp fangs. And thin feathers. Not like he was sorted on purpose or anything, although Harry probably should have stopped laughing sooner. Or not fallen over. He decided a break was needed. His reading level had quickly improved after memorizing all those books, although a couple had words blocked by his hands and he had to exit his inner world to fix them. After another glance at each page, he had came back in, molded the two memories together, then squished them back into books, thankfully complete books this time. In any case, he had learned an important, if obvious, lesson. If he never saw it, he couldn't remember it. Wandering out of the purple library, he entered the whitewood hall. He glanced at another featureless wall of the corridor and couldn't suppress a smile. He had made another door inside the green room, which he now heavily suspected was his magical core. He was building a model of number 4, Privet Drive. Even a half-day ago he would never suspect that he would hold any form of sweet memory of the place. This model was already being filled with memories of his very first hug, the first smile he could remember from anyone, a pat on the shoulder, and someone planning a party just for him. He wandered upstairs to the grasslands. As he viewed the duck facilities, he sighed. Jim had increased his forces due to the larger number of rooms Harry had asked him to patrol, and had requested raw materials. After Harry had provided memories of the wood in his room, the walls, and so forth, the tiny duck had ordered squads to get going. Harry had been asked to add several new rooms to Snail Quarters, including a room that operated one of his ropes for cloud control, as they put it, the sorting and control of the local memory weather, and a room which allowed memory duplication so that clouds could be properly secured and still allowed to float in the sky if desired. Now that they had good quality memories of wood, apparently Jim had them duplicating it as well as using memories Harry had gathered from Vernon fixing things. He still couldn't get used to watching tiny ducks hammering away on tiny wood houses. At this rate there would be an actual village. Harry was desperately trying to not question the whole thing. He felt that there was a high chance most normal people, heck, most wizards in general, that they would not have duck villages in their minds. Then again, he had been different his whole life, so why not here too? He sat on his bench and watched Gamma Squad arguing with Delta Squad about how close dwellings should be on a civilian extension of a militarized duck base. At this distance he couldn't tell who was winning, but they were clearly very enthusiastic about their own point of view. Harry was debating intervening, considering the number of ankle bites he may gather on both sides, when he noticed Jim sitting next to him on the bench. He was unaware a duck could try to act casual. Quack. Harry snapped his attention back to the ongoing argument. Feathers would probably fly soon. I don't know, Jim. Okay. I guess I am fine. Small feathery eyes watched as an excellent right wing smacked some sense out of another recruit. He glanced up at the human. Quack. He sighed and ran his hand through his hair. I don't want to betray my real family. They didn't leave me or anything, not on purpose. They did what they could to save me. A small yellow head nodded. Quack, quack. Harry slumped into the bench. I know. And to be honest, I know that I am already considering them family. It is why I have this guilt inside, as if it was all too easier that I should feel worse somehow. Jim winged Harry's wrist, giving it soft pats. He took a deep breath, and nodded. Yeah, and I guess if I am going to really treat them as family, his eyes shifted, the green piercing through like fire. I suppose I should treat them how I would my own parents. That black demon did a lot of damage to them, you know. He stood up and stretched. Thanks, Jim. And hey, if I could fix myself, it can't be too hard to help them, right? Jim waddled away toward a group of very in trouble construction teams as Harry began planning. Tonight would probably be an interesting time for cloud watching, assuming these teams finished the long list of punishment drills about to be laid on them. The night was thick and dark in Vernon's bedroom. Petunia was asleep, deeper than she had been for months, maybe years. And Vernon was having an odd dream, the first one since a few days ago. He was strapped to a table, hurt. He felt so much weight on him, his neck seemed so tight, his arms pinched and sore from the heaviness. From the shadows someone came to his side. Vernon should have felt terror, he should be screaming, but everything felt so warm. The bed was soft, the night was only pierced by the sounds of crickets, and the person only stood near. He couldn't see a face, but he could feel as the man pressed one hand on Vernon's shoulder. Liquid relief spread quickly, wrapping around his throat, reaching into his lungs, around his spine. He could feel his bones cooling, as if just removed from a freezer, but the coolness only seemed like a glass of lemonade on a hot day. As he lay there, he felt his throat clear, his neck loosen, and he began to breathe deeper and less often. Each breath seemed to somehow reach deeper inside, and took less time to fill his body. Suddenly his heart was wrapped in coldness. As soon as he felt a sharp sting, suddenly the warmth flooded back more than before, as if fire flooded his veins. As the fire burned through him, he could actually feel his heart slowing, resting, as if a heavy load had suddenly lightened. Vernon fell into a sleep so deep he never heard or felt a young hand in the awakening world move away from his body. Harry watched for a few moments. He knew he couldn't do too much. Unlike him, Vernon was a very public person, going to work each day and such. Most of his changes had been internal. Cleared lungs, that now took in much more oxygen than usual, his neck slightly restructured to allow better airflow, his bones strengthened and major muscles relaxed. The surprise had been his heart. Harry hadn't expected him to be so close to heart attack, and had to use considerable power to rebuild the weakened muscle and clean it of gunk. Only a few threads had been required to clear out the major arteries and veins of build-up. It was mostly internal things, but already Harry knew this had been a good idea. With his luck, the first birthday could have had become Vernon's funeral. Turning to Petunia, he gripped some ropes and touched her shoulder. He felt a tug as his bright green threads touched her light blue ones and he fell into her world. Petunia was on a beach when she heard a splash. Her calm instantly broken, she twisted on the sand and quickly began searching the waves. A sopping wet Harry Potter was sputtering in the water, only a foot or so from shore. The bloody hell was that? Petunia's horror was quickly replaced with righteous annoyance. Harry, watch your language. He snapped his eyes over to her, and she almost giggled at how large his eyes were. Oh hi. Lovely day, isn't it, Aunt Petunia? She stood tall on the beach and tapped her foot. Apologize, young man, language like that is not acceptable or polite behavior. Harry absently wrung his shirt out and walked from the water. Sorry, Aunt Petunia, I didn't know I would be enjoying the water just then. Petunia could feel how different this was from normal. She had had nightmares before, she had had calm rest recently, but this time, this person was different. Her world was mostly gray, and her new charge was vibrant with color. Apology accepted. Now, what are you doing here? Her mind began to work faster. Wait, you are supposed to be in bed. How did you even get where are we? The boy gave an awkward shrug. I seem to have fallen into your mind when I was trying to heal you. Apparently your blue threads have a bit more power than I thought. Vernon's gray stuff didn't bother me at all when I fixed him up. She raised an eyebrow and gave a firm stare. Fixed? He nodded, a bit sad. Well, you two had been under the demon for a while. He took up overeating and I was worried that his health was suffering. I fixed what I could without changing his outward appearance. She hesitated. She really didn't like remembering the past, especially now that it seemed to really be behind her. Still, her husband came first. What exactly did you fix? Harry raised a hand and seemed to count off. Made his neck better able to breathe, cleaned his lungs and made them more efficient, reinforced his bones, strengthened a couple of major muscles. He seemed to turn a bit dark. He also had a very weak heart. Fixed that up, cleaned out the clots and stuff that had been forming. Petunia held back a gasp. She had suspected, watching how red her husband's face would get, that his health could be pretty bad, but suspecting and knowing were two separate things. She took a ragged breath. Do I have the same issues? He shook his head. From what I can tell, your blue threads helped preserve your health, although they have been working for so long that they can't easily keep up with your body's demands. I was just going to do the bone and muscle thing on you, before I was pulled here. He looked around. Speaking of which, I love what you did here. Never saw the ocean myself, mind you, but it is pretty. She felt old feelings surge back, ones she thought long gone. Harry, you blue threads. He nodded, apparently too busy watching the waves to see her face glow with faint hope. Yeah, you and a couple of people living around here have this incredibly light blue thread system. Most of it seems compressed into a tight ball though, not flowing or warping like mine does. Not really sure what the color means. Petunia took a deep breath. So what do you mean by I mean? She took another breath and tried again, focusing on the feeling of sand as she sat down. Harry, you said something about what I did here. This place is just from when I was a girl and we visited the beach. He nodded, pointing at the waves. Yeah, it looks like your memories are the wave peaks. It is kind of a nifty way of storing your past really. Each memory can roll over you this way. She turned to the ocean and really examined the waves. As she got close to one, the waves seemed to pause, and the rush of ocean water turned into quiet voices as a little girl as Petunia played house with her dolls. She stepped back, watching the wave break on the shore and go back to the sea. Harry laid back on the sand. Anyway, I guess I can't get away with helping you since you saw me. Just don't tell Uncle what I did, okay? I just wanted to make sure you two were alright. I didn't want to make a big deal out of this. Petunia picked up a hand of sand. Each grain felt like an emotion, many of them mild like the heat of the sun or the feeling of cat fur. Harry, are we in my mind? He looked at her oddly. Of course. You were here before I accidentally soaked myself trying to heal you. Haven't you been here before? She looked into the blue sky. A couple of times. I just assumed it was a really nice dream. Harry nodded. It is one, sort of. Time passes faster here, or at least it does in my mind. I even built things there to hold back the bad stuff and protect my most precious moments. It helps me keep calm. Although I should warn you that you should avoid making any memories into living things. He rubbed his elbow. I made a creature, and he has a bit of a short temper. Thank goodness I didn't make a zoo or anything. Petunia couldn't really handle that conversation right now, so she ignored it and focused on the world. How do you change it? Harry reached over and grabbed her hand. With his other hand, he reached inside her palm. Before she could properly freak out, she saw him pull a light blue thread out. Use this. You don't seem to have nearly as many as I do, so it will probably take you longer, but that blue thread is similar to what I do. He waved a hand and thousands of huge, green cords of light arced into the sand. As her eyes cleared, there were 2 beach chairs and a table with cold juice drinks on it. He settled into one. Obviously it is easier to use your threads here, since you can actually see them. In the real world I can see them by putting a thread into my eyes, but your power seems lighter, thinner. It would probably hurt you to do that. Practice here instead. Petunia couldn't look away from her own light blue thread. When he had pulled it out, she had felt a sudden and sharp pain, but now it felt so warm. Her whole arm felt like a hug was wrapped around it. She absently fell into the chair beside Harry. He watched as her thread began moving around, like a child trying to draw her first tree or finger paint. He guessed her lack of magic had to do with the sphere inside her. Unlike hers had some sort of hard shell made of light holding it all in. It had actually stung his fingers a bit pulling that tiny thread out of her, but the happiness he could feel from her at holding a tiny piece of magic was worth it to him. He stood, getting ready to leave. Aunt Petunia, I will see you later. If you ever want to get here on purpose, just use that thread and connect it to your brain. It is how I do it. She looked up at the boy from her chair, and he pretended to not see the tears. But it is all a dream, right? He grinned. Dream world, not a dream. Practice here, learn to get here on purpose, and become great at it. When you can control that thread without thinking, maybe I can get a second one to come out. Her smile warmed him as he left. He wished he could do the same for Vernon, but his threads felt so cold, like stone. He was worried that any adjustment would break them, not turn into threads. He may not have helped heal her body, but maybe she could now work on her mind. Harry retreated to his world, then back to reality. Moving away from the sleeping, crying form of his aunt, he headed to Dudley's room. Frankly, he was a little stunned at how clean it was. Sure, there was some pirate toys scattered on the floor, but that was the point, he could see the floor. The huge heaps from only a day or two ago had vanished, although he probably shouldn't be this shocked having recycled most of it. The room without piles of crud felt completely different, like a new room entirely. He reached the bed, and quickly repeated the actions he had done on Vernon. After a second of thought, he also strengthened the boy's heart, his legs, and increased his metabolism a bit. Training someone to eat less was really hard, especially without emotional support. The faster metabolism would make everything a bit easier for the boy, for Harry's soon-to-be brother. Dudley barely moved, but already his skin didn't seem as pale as blood pumped more easily through his body. Harry retreated downstairs. He hadn't intended on stopping a heart attack or helping someone reach their threads, but then again, when had any of his plans gone as scheduled? At least he felt like something had gone well. He got into his covers and touched the wall, the glowing light dimming as he prepared to go back to work in his mind. As he fell asleep, he couldn't help a small grin. Jim had been right. Helping his family had made him feel great inside. Just thinking about calling them family made his heart happy. His mom wouldn't have hated that. He drifted asleep as his magic moved him back to his purple library. Pulling a science book out for review, Harry sighed and sat back in his chair. Break over, back to the joys of education. Harry woke up suddenly. All he could feel was pressure, and he realized he was being hugged. Petunia had both arms hugging him tightly, mumbling words of "thank you" repeatedly. Harry awkwardly hugged her back, enjoying the feeling of being wrapped up in arms. "Are you okay, Auntie?" She sniffed and seemed to somehow hug him tighter. "Harry, I don't even know how, but you gave me something Lily was never able to, no matter how she tried." "How did you give me magic?" Harry was a little confused. "I didn't, Aunt Petunia. I am pretty sure you always had blue threads in you. It was just really tightly wound up. Like a really tight ball. I pulled a thread out of it, that's all." Petunia gave him another squeeze, then backed up and blew her nose in some tissues. "I don't know anyone else who has even seen threads, Harry, much less could help someone else like that." "Thank you, dear." He awkwardly shrugged. "So, what are we doing today?" She seemed to compose herself, and take a deep breath. "Well, after I clean the place up a bit and we have breakfast, we are going to go to a couple of thrift stores and a flea market or two. Vernon also gave me some cash before he went to work so we could pick up some wood for your furniture." She wiped her eyes clear as she tried to come up with a good game plan for the day. "Probably we'll have to have the wood delivered, although the clothing will be easier to carry once you recycle it down a bit." After a small argument about who would get to cook, Harry managed to win a rock-paper-scissors contest. He had always liked cooking, he just enjoyed eating more, and now he would get to do both. Harry moved to the kitchen, absently waving a hand as pans, raw ingredients, and tools began floating towards him from various places around the room. After a great breakfast, they both piled into a car Vernon had rented for the day. Petunia could drive, of course, but had never had the time back in the dark times. Her grin was almost feral as they wove through traffic to the first shopping stop. Harry firmly denied any gasping, squealing, or other unmanly noises that most certainly did not occur at all. "Stop laughing, shut up, whatever." Soon both aunt and nephew were moving down the rows of used clothing, searching for the cheapest and most of the time ugliest clothing that was made from useful materials. Wool, cotton, even some polyester was easy to come by. Petunia even found some silk shirts that were horrendously dyed, a great deal, even if orange should never be abused like that. After some quick recycling inside the car and a stop by a dumpster or two, they repeated this at a couple more stores. They may have ended up spending a bit more than expected, but they had a lot of fun along the way, laughing at some of the horrifying color choices and cuts of clothing that had been donated, and now, being put to a better use than such terrifying body coverings. Petunia also managed to find someone who knew where a few furniture companies were, and they stopped by and recycled some couches and tables into lengths of pure wood that Harry lifted with his green ropes into the car. He sighed. This would be easier if he could just make the car larger inside, like his room and the pantry. Maybe that school Petunia was talking about could help with it. He had kept his eyes opened all day, but everyone they met was the same gray as Vernon and Dudley. Still, lots of raw materials. Petunia had been surprised when Harry confirmed that all the books had been finished, and at his hesitant request had gladly stopped by a bookstore. He avoided anything school-related, not wanting to be forced to go to class he had already surpassed, and focused on books about cooking, how to speak and write other languages, and most importantly to Harry, dictionaries. He grabbed one of each before realizing how expensive everything would be. Sheepishly he put most of it back, keeping the huge cooking book, 2 language books Welsh and Spanish, and 3 dictionaries English, Spanish, and Welsh. He would have to come back or go to a library to learn more languages later. He had a strong feeling that communication would always be worth investing time in. He considered trying to find a book on law, but that seemed even more dry than what he had already chosen, so he decided to stick with this. He also included a big book of animals, but that was totally for research, not fun. Petunia wisely didn't argue the point, although she did smile a bit watching the tall 8-year-old hugging the animal book as she paid for the purchases. After they moved the last pile of stuff into the house, Petunia and Harry collapsed in the living room. They couldn't float stuff around in front of their house of course, so everything had to at least enter the front door being held by people. Harry may have cheated a bit using some threads here and there, but even so the large amount of stuff had drained them both. Petunia didn't even flinch as 2 bottles of juice floated in from the kitchen. As they both tried to cool off from the work in the overly warm outdoors, she pressed the cool glass bottle against her forehead and relaxed into the cushions. Today had been an experience and a half. Fun, no doubt, but busy. Vernon had rented the extra car for the week so they could get stuff done, and the extra freedom really made her feel years younger. Harry just watched the threads move piles of cloth, some metals, and wood into his room. He had lots of space in there now, and the raw materials were odd enough without having them sit outside or in the halls. He also felt safer having his new stuff in a place he controlled. Years of paranoia that probably wasn't needed right now. Still, shouldn't hurt anything to keep the stuff out of the way, right? He absently began to drink some apple juice while Petunia continued to cool her face with hers. If he had better control he could risk trying to expand the refrigerator the same way he had the pantry or blow it up. Honestly it could go either way with his threads sometimes. He heard another car enter the driveway. Seeing Petunia's wide eyes, Harry quickly waved his hand again, causing over 50 thick ropes that now joined the existing ones in grabbing items and whisking them into his room. They moved so fast they could actually feel a breeze from it. As the last item entered his room and the door shut, they heard Vernon unlocking the door. "Now Dudley, as I said before, you won't have to give up your room or anything. Harry is joining the family, all of us." He entered and saw them on the chairs, and stood tall. His body seemed more comfortable today, his skin clear and his eyes brighter. He moved more assuredly and didn't pause to recover as he used to. He grinned at Petunia, and swept her up into a big hug, reaching with his other hand after a moment to ruffle Harry's hair. "Didn't know you two would be back from your trip this soon. Harry, I have someone I would like you to meet." Vernon reached slightly behind him and pushed the large boy forward. Dudley already seemed slightly taller, his muscles able to handle his large weight better, but he seemed overly shy to meet his cousin for the first time. Dad had said the monster under the stairs had died, so it was safe to have friends over again, but also that they could finally bring in Aunt Lily's boy. Dudley didn't really know how to handle all the changes, and he didn't want to get teased again by someone else his age. Everyone mocked his weight, and how hard school was for him. Having someone like that at home was horrifying. Harry moved forward, looking down slightly at the other 8-year-old. Smiling, he reached out and shook his hand. "Hello Dee, my name is Harry, Harry Potter." Feeling the boy's hesitance he hid his own uncertainty under some clouds in his mind and gave Dudley a half hug. "So, want to show your cuz around a bit? If you do, it would really help me out." Dudley didn't really know how to handle this, so he just went with it for now. Yeah, this is the living room, we can't really play here cause Mom is worried about making a mess." "Oh, I found some cool pirate treasure." Petunia watched the two run upstairs as her Dudley began talking about all the cool pirate things they could do. Vernon held his arm around her, feeling better today for some reason than he had ever before. It was like everything was easier, he could breathe cleaner, his body moved smoother. He whispered into his darling's ear. "So how did today go?" "I think I got most of his paperwork going through, he should be able to transfer soon if needed." She whispered back, "He has already memorized all those books." She grinned at his startled look. "We got him a couple of new books at the bookstore after shopping a bit." Lots of materials, as he calls it, some silk, cotton, so forth. Got the wood for free from the back of a furniture store, you know, the broken stuff. Her eyes drifted back to the staircase. I think this may be good for Dudley too. He always seemed alone at school, and the kids that were starting to hang around him seemed really rough around the edges. He wrapped both arms around her, his chin resting on her head. I know this is good, for us. I don't know if this is just some sort of rebound from all the darkness we had fallen into, or if this is the way things will be from now on, but either way, I am really grateful for how this is going. She nodded against his chin. They whispered ideas about where to go for Harry's first official birthday this Saturday for lunch, since Vernon seemed dead set on getting some steak. And Petunia could hardly argue against the thought herself. Maybe a fish and chips place would be best, something simple. Meanwhile, 2 8-year-olds were sailing the seas searching for treasure in a small room with some fake coins. Harry decided quickly that hiding who he was to Dudley was a bad idea. Well, he would have decided that, if he hadn't accidentally made the decision within less than 30 minutes of playing pretend. He was so used to using his green threads that pulling a wooden sword back to his hand hadn't even seemed odd until he heard Dudley gasp. Looking at his wide eyes, he shrugged. Mom and Dad had magic. So I got some. He grinned. I am not allowed to show other people, but my favorite cuz is different, right? Dudley's rapid nods made him smile. In fact, we can make this room more pirate-like if you want. Dudley was nodding so hard that his head looked dangerously close to falling off. Harry grinned as he waved a hand, his rope opening the door and pulling in one of the thick wood planks from downstairs. He thought he heard a distant eep from downstairs, but he was busy right now. Pulling the plank into Dudley's room, he placed both hands on it and turned to a still wide-eyed but rapidly becoming excited 8-year-old. Do you have a picture of a pirate ship I can see? Dudley gave up on logic and decided to focus on pirate, diving for his books and finding a pop-up one that showed a cool ship. He watched Harry stare hard at the paper model, when suddenly the wood under his hands began flowing over the carpet like water. Rapidly white wood coated the floor, under the bed, under his toys. He could actually see his things lifting up a bit, as the carpet rolled up into a corner. Suddenly Dudley felt himself be lifted by an inch, and looked down at the solid white planks. Looking back at Harry, he saw the wood under him seem to age and turn a dark brown, like the tiny book showed. Grains grew on all the planks, knotholes opened up, and they formed into a steering wheel near the back of his room. When Harry fell back, Dudley watched the walls begin to shift colors, looking blue at the back but orange near the font of his ship. Like in the book, it was sunset and he could see the image of the rest of the ship being painted where the wood of his floor connected into the wall. Harry grinned. If he was going to go nuts, why not go all out? Waving his hand again, he heard 2 oafs at the door. Both boys jumped, and turned to the open door. Vernon and Petunia were covered in some white cloth Harry had summoned from downstairs. Apparently they had wondered why a huge plank of wood decided to fly through their house. Harry and Dudley paused. Harry pointed at Dudley. He did it. The expression on Dudley's face would be saved in Harry's green room forever. The 2 adults watched the kids argue on the deck of an 18th-century pirate ship. It was pretty clear at this point that as much power as Harry had, well, age was still an issue. A cute issue, yes. But kittens shouldn't be able to move logs through a house. Or rebuild a bedroom to look like it is at sea. Well, Vernon actually thought that would have been awesome. But he had been married long enough to know that some thoughts were better kept to himself. Or at least until he got to spin that awesome ship wheel a few times. Petunia seemed to be holding her head in her hands. Harry, just only your room and here, okay? Don't mess with places where people walk around a lot. You need to keep your abilities a secret, remember? After a sheepish, yes auntie. And aloud, I told you it wasn't me. Both children went back to the rich old game of, nah-ha, yeah-ha, as the adults retreated from the room. July 31st was coming up soon. His birthday. Again. Harry nervously watched the window. According to Petunia, her letter showed up around when she turned 11, sometime in July. She still seemed positive that he was a wizard. After meeting a few, Harry was even less sure than before. Young boys and girls with colored threads didn't know what he was talking about. The adults kept laughing him off, or told him to keep it down if others were near. Even when he spied on them, they never did much with their threads like he did. But he had learned what he could. He now could read, speak, and understand many languages. He had found the section of his mind world where his own language was stored and had expanded it with memories of dictionaries and conversations he overheard in various languages. He had even found a couple of languages he didn't remember that he thought may have come from the Scar demon, one that talked to snakes and one that told how to communicate with something called a Dementor. He had a feeling that the definitions and methods of talking to the Dementors was behind in the metal room, in the locked part. The language itself felt so sick that he had moved it into the metal room just on principle. Anything that oily shouldn't be just laying around his mind. He had learned a lot about cooking. Even took some classes on it, since the Dursleys really loved his cooking they encouraged it. But as far as his magic was concerned, he had only increased the number and thickness of his green threads. Jim had made some progress in Snail Quarter. They could now control several ropes and sorted most of Harry's memories for him. He only had to show up each night and verify everything went where he wanted it, and they only rarely made mistakes well, as long as the memory was not about birds. They could be surprisingly biased for and against various avian memories. Apparently Jim thought geese were evil. Still, he had practiced his skills over the last couple of years. Recycling took almost no thought thanks to practice, and Harry had gone back and practiced the flame creation he had stumbled upon way back when. He had played with the ropes, rapid rotating more and more ropes in various patterns. In the process he had created many types of flames, although they were all the same bright green as his eyes. The basic ones didn't create heat, only light. He could actually do it across his whole body by simply rubbing 2 ropes through each limb. The most complex one was 4 sets of 2 ropes, each one spiraling around each other clockwise while the pairs rubbed counterclockwise. It had created a green beam that cut a hole through a tree and almost hit a house. Auntie was not happy with that one. Most fire experimentation stopped after that. He had seen other people with light blue cores like Auntie. Like hers, their body had tightly coiled the blue into a small ball, with some sort of covering around it. Well, hers used to be like that. He had managed to free 4 threads for her, and she had learned how to actually pull and push stuff around. She really couldn't do it for long though before she got tired and had to take breaks. She still hugged him once in a while for that though. His eyes drifted to the window again. He knew that if he was going to get the letter, it should show up today, or sometime soon. School wasn't that long away. After a few failures at finding contacts in the magical world, they had decided to wait. They didn't want to risk using his real name, in case Voldemort had any followers looking to finish the job he failed at. And apparently most wizards and witches were scared of spilling the secret of magic to random children, which Harry understood, really. So he and D, as he liked calling Dudley, had gone to school and learned. After a few classes Harry had to stop reviewing course materials while sleeping or else he got too far ahead, so he began setting up study groups with classmates. It helped him and D make new friends, since D had always been self-conscious and Harry was the new kid. He would take new kid over freak any day. For any celebration or reason he always tried to convince the family to go to a zoo. Most of the times the one that was closest, although for last year they had gone to the London Zoo. Harry had gained so many good memories that some of his memory clouds were chained together by subcategories. Jim thought the new design would help keep the training troops from being sunburned, although with no sun, Harry had never really bought that argument. Each cloud was a bit unstable, and if any duck touched one it would fill the sky as each cloud cascaded into the others, and Harry felt that Jim just liked stacking them up again like blocks. Still, it kept the troops happy. There were worse reasons to do things. Bloody Owl, show up. Not like there was even a scheduled time for random creatures to visit houses in the first place. They had even celebrated his 11th birthday earlier this month, so they would have free time if they needed to do something with the letter. Dudley was kind of having fun. Harry very rarely lost his cool, and he was squirming like a toddler who had to go potty. He would feel better though if the owl never showed. Having an older brother was awesome. Oh, they knew they were cousins, but he was taller and stuck up for Dudley all the time. He had helped him make new friends who didn't keep asking him to do things like borrow money or whatever, and told the meaner and older boys to go away. He wrinkled his nose. Harry still was too nice to girls though. They had cooties, he had heard it from someone, so it was probably true. He honestly didn't have a very strong theory of what exactly cooties were, but he knew girls had them and they were not supposed to be good. Dudley knew Harry had checked him and saw he didn't have the right threads. It had bothered him for a few months, but Harry had helped him get used to the idea. Of course it didn't hurt that Harry had rebuilt his bedroom to look like outer space and had helped him get more muscles, although that had felt weird. Like bending his arm the wrong way without the pain. They had to do that during the summer break so no one would freak out about how much he had changed, and Mom got really huffy about us not asking first. Well, either that or body part replacement. Parents, honestly. Petunia was more than slightly nervous herself. She didn't want to let her Harrykins go away to that school, not like Lily did. What if he never came back? Or got hurt? Would she even get to see him if he did? She tried to not think at all and went back to cleaning the living room again. She knew it was already sparkling, but at least it kept her mind busy. Every once in a while she would rub Harry's hair and watch him try and fix it again, just to make sure he was still there. Vernon was reading the Daily Mail upside down, but no one was willing to tell him. He never found it easy to show emotions, but he didn't want to let this boy go after only this short time. The kid seemed to radiate peacefulness, like a hug. Watching him smile made the room feel brighter. Out of everyone there, Vernon was the only one actively not looking at the windows. They heard someone walking up to the door, but Harry didn't look. He heard Jim. It was a non-magical, apparently the postal man. Wait. He looked at Petunia. That is the postman. Any chance they would send it by regular mail? Petunia paused. Theirs had been by owl, but it didn't mean they required it to be by owl, right? As she went and collected the mail, Harry stood suddenly and followed. At her raised eyebrow he shrugged. After the mailman left, a creature with brown threads landed on our mailbox. Seems too close to be a coincidence. She didn't question him. By now everyone was used to Harry knowing what was happening around his home. They had even went out back and found a stone in the backyard that he said everything was tied into, and she had no real idea of how it worked. He had seemed happy repairing the stone, saying things like how much clearer everything was, but she couldn't tell heads nor tails of it. As she reached the door she saw the mail, and as she picked it up she checked outside. An owl was there, maybe waiting for a response. She closed the door and handed the letter labeled, Mr. Harry Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, to the green-eyed boy beside her. His eyes quickly memorized the letter, and he handed back. He walked into the other room and sat in a chair, going still. Petunia knew he was going to heavily review it in his mind, but she wasn't that adept at getting to her mind world. Walking in the other room, she sat and read the letter. It seemed Hogwarts headmaster was important, or at least had a lot of titles. The letter itself was distressingly vague. It told when it needed a reply and when school started, but that was it. Well, this wouldn't do at all. She pulled out some paper and a pen from a drawer and began writing as Vernon looked over the 2 pages. Dear Mrs. McGonagall, we received your letter hopefully promptly today, on July 24th. However, no one in my family has gone to Hogwarts except my sister, Lily Potter, Lily Evans at the time. We need a lot more details. Where do we go to get his supplies? Where do we get that money they use? How do we get him to school? And so forth. We would also like a better method of communication, such as a non-magical mailing address or non-magical phone number, some way we can contact our nephew while is so far away. Harry has many personal questions he would probably like answering as well, questions involving a certain dark wizard and his parents. Until he remembered that horrible night, I didn't even know what had happened to my own sister. We have spent the last 2 years trying to contact anyone in the magical world to get guidance on the best way to raise a magical child, but have found no one willing to talk to us. Please send someone to help us prepare our charge for a new world. If we cannot be assured that he will be cared for properly, then we would rather not send him alone to who knows where. Please respond soon. Petunia Dursley, formerly Evans. She looked over and handed the letter to Harry, who had stood next to her halfway through the letter. He added some script at the bottom. Dear Mr. Dumbledore, Mrs. McGonagall, or whom it may concern. I am not entirely sure why I was abandoned with people who could not care for my unique condition, but I have a working theory. Needless to say, a face-to-face meeting is a necessity, as I have already gained some experience of the darker side of your world and very little of the less evil variety. If you or your associates are unaware, my parents were murdered by a dark creature of a man named Voldemort, who..." Harry sighed and Mark used a thread to erase the last sentence. It was probably not safe to trust a bird of all things with this kind of information. Bending back over the letter, he tried again. "I have a list of needs that must be fulfilled for me to consider joining Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Top of this list is a guide to help us on our journey. The lack of information in your introductory letter is both disturbing and feels disrespectful, considering how much you know of my local situation, as shown by the address. Please respond. Harry James Potter." A quick signature and Petunia read it over. After she nodded, he walked to the front door as she began explaining to Vernon and Dudley what had happened and what they were doing at the moment. He walked down the mailbox, and looked closely at the owl, who just happened to be looking closely at him. Creepy. Harry took a breath. "Are you a mail delivery owl, one capable of delivering a response to an acceptance letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry?" The owl looked for a second, then bobbed its head. Harry shrugged. "Good enough for me. Not like they had any other options really, it was owl way or the highway honestly." He saw some string on the owl's leg and tied the letter back on, with the new label on the outside directing it to, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts. Almost instantly the owl took off and flew in a straight line away. He sighed. Hopefully he had actually responded instead of assaulting random wildlife. He turned back to the house, ready to start the whole waiting process again. The wizarding world may have separated from the non-magical one, but clearly mail delay had made it across the gap just fine. Professor McGonagall was normally a tall witch, wrapped in propriety and draped with the feeling of suppressed power. Her stern expressions normally set children firmly within the rules, and her professional manner gave her great respect within the teaching community. Right now though, she was draped over a chair before a desk covered in parchment. Lesson plans for her next year had to be updated with changes and discoveries in the magics of transfiguration, some of which she was proud to have discovered herself over her 70 years. Plans for new 7th-year projects, forms to help her little lions try and get ministry positions or apprenticeships, even rough letters to old friends whom she hoped would be able to give advice for some of her more difficult charges. She tucked an errant strand of hair back under her hat. All this work, and she couldn't even begin on it until more of her deputy headmistress responsibilities had been addressed. She had spent most of the morning going through dozens of letters to new students, and every year the process seemed more daunting. A good number this year had to be sent via the Muggle postal system, and she had been forced to go bother Professor Burbage about the proper method of sending bulk letters. Thankfully the Muggle studies professor had not minded the interruption, but Charity had always been a dear. Wishing for another cup of tea to help keep her headache suppressed, she went back through the various responses. Thankfully most of the new witches and wizards managed to get a response sent by all this year, so only a few home calls would be needed. Maybe she could delegate a few. She knew her workload was unreasonably high this year. She absently looked at the solid door leading deeper into the castle. Albus Dumbledore, her fearless leader, the leader of the light. She shook her head. He had been doing better for a while, but once again he seemed very distracted. If the political climate was not so volatile, she would be tempted to beg him to retire. A grim look settled on her face as she leaned back into her chair. Lucius Malfoy had been pressing hard. As a governor of Hogwarts, he had been repressing almost everything, from replacing teachers, giving raises or hiring assistants, even just replacing older equipment like the school brooms. As bad as he was in the political arena, the damage he was causing just being a brick on the board of governors was hurting the future of the wizarding world much more. Her eyes flashed with resolve. Well, not if she could help prevent it. True, she had better offers from other friends, places with low workloads and high pay, but there were things more important than money. Her tired eyes looked back at a letter response from a familiar name. She was not sure why she hadn't been able to remember the son of her favorite student and one of the 4 most infamous pranksters, but she would do everything in her power to help him. With a flick of her wand, she gathered her Muggle traveling kit and moved to change into something less conspicuous. Whatever magic Albus had placed on dear Harry Potter, it clearly had worn down to where she could remember him again, and it was worth putting her work on hold to help the boy who had saved them all. Petunia was just cleaning up after lunch when she heard the front door give a firm knocking. Wiping her hands dry, she opened the door to see a severe-looking woman with dark hair tied into a bun. Her posture was prim and she wore a rich dark robe, and they both seemed surprised at the other. After an awkward pause, the woman seemed to pull herself back on track. "Mrs. Dursley, I presume. I received communication that you wished to converse with me. I am Professor McGonagall for the school your charge has been invited to." Petunia tried to secretly straighten her clothing as she opened the door. "Of course, Professor, sorry about the mess, we didn't expect a response so soon." She smiled slightly. "You may call me Minerva, as it is thankfully still summer. Still, your letter convinced me that neither of you received the proper documentation after his first accidental magic use." Petunia led Minerva into the living room. "No, Harry never gets mail. And please, call me Petunia." She left the professor and knocked on the door into the grass room under the stairs. "Harry, we have a guest. Mrs. McGonagall has arrived to help answer our questions." Minerva heard a young but firm voice from the hall. "Really? That was quite fast. I will be there in a minute, Auntie. I need to finish binding my threads first." "Well, don't take long, I want you with me so I don't forget to ask anything." Aunt Petunia moved and sat across from the professor. "Would you like some tea or other refreshments?" She shook her head. "Thank you, but no, Petunia. I had a few cups of tea earlier today, but I appreciate the offer." Petunia glanced at the hall, before looking sharply at the woman. "Before he gets here, I need to know. Did either you or Mr. Dumbledore know about the thing inside of Harry when you two dropped him on our doorstep?" Minerva jerked slightly. "Thing." She tried to control her anger. "I will have you know, madam, that Harry James Potter is not of the very thought. He was a babe." Petunia shook her head. "Not the child, the thing inside of him. The darkness, the evil." Minerva felt such emotions she could not decide whether to attack this woman for insulting her world's savior or just kidnap him away from such a person. Before she could say anything, a young boy walked into the room. She lost track of everything. James. Harry had felt the emotions in this room escalating but was blindsided by the comment. "No, his son. I thank you for the compliment though, I am proud that I look like him." He held a hand on Petunia's shoulder. "I feel I should clarify Auntie's statement though, the one about my evil." Her eyes bore into him with surprising intensity. "You are not evil, not by far." He grinned. "Not after I took care of the thing left inside me, I am not." Professor McGonagall tried to say something, then just leaned back and rubbed the bridge of her nose. "Mr. Potter, I am very lost now. How about we exchange stories? Your letters showed a significant lack of information, and our world had no clue where you went. After the tragic events of that Halloween." Harry nodded. If this woman was to be of assistance, information exchange was obvious. "My story comes in two parts, and is fairly personal. The summary though is this. On the night of my parents' murder, Voldemort left some part of himself inside of me. My scar never healed, and it began corrupting my family, taking them over, causing them to harm me. After a fairly vicious attack, it accidentally went too far. He tapped his scar. It used so much power that it almost went unconscious. Without it distracting me, I stumbled on some of my power. Healing myself showed me the foul creature, and the rage and evil it leaked pushed me into such a rage that I killed it." Minerva was only aware her mouth was open when she saw Harry's grin, and tried to straighten her thoughts. "You mean to tell me that you fought you-know-who as a child using only accidental magic? How old were you?" Harry frowned slightly at her avoidance of the name. He had noticed her flinch earlier, but tried to stay focused. "At the time I didn't know, but I turned out to be 8. And the whole process was fairly easy, it just had some rough consequences." She narrowed her eyes and pulled out her wand. "Mr. Potter, may I quickly scan you for possession, curses, and so forth? Underestimating that thing is dangerous." Harry nodded, watching her closely. Wand magic was fascinating. When she picked it up he could see light blue threads from the wand reach into her core and flare with power. Each movement of the wand did strange things to the rope inside, creating waves, ripples, and points in the air. Each word slightly modified the color of the thread, and the final motion tied the pieces together and pushed it into him. He mentally told Jim to not resist any actions of the strange threads, but to keep a close watch. Minerva almost made a mistake as she saw Harry's eyes glow green. She tried to keep her heart calm and her hand steady as she ran diagnostic charms and detection spells. There were no traces of evil, no signs of darkness, no illusion, no imperious, no symptoms for that either, but better safe than sorry. She was a bit concerned that he was so short, healthy as he appeared. Petunia was tense at first when the wand appeared, but Harry seemed fine with it. It was sort of pretty watching each color move and zing around. She and Harry had never been able to help her see the threads like he could, but she could see general colors now, and Minerva's purple was amazing to watch flow through the air, strange sparks and colors appearing in the beam. Finally the professor stopped. "Well, whatever you did left no trace I can detect." She sat back slightly winded in her chair. Some of those charms were fairly advanced even for her, but no one could risk the dark bastard taking over the boy who lived. After a pause, she sat straight again and tried to find her calm. "I believe it is more than clear that you two know of Volume Voldemort. Are you aware of the things he did in the past?" Petunia shook her head no, but Harry was quiet. "When I killed the demon baby thing he left in my head, I got access to a large amount of his memories, if not all up to the point of insertion." He pointed to his forehead. "I entered my mindscape and captured most of them, cleaning out the emotions and binding them in a secret location. I didn't review many, the things he did were very dark." He tried to ignore the horrified look of his audience. Petunia hugged him tightly as he continued. "Part of the healing process involved me organizing my mind. It is how I discovered and destroyed his creation, and after the thing heavily damaged part of my mind it took me a while to fix everything." His aunt had her face buried into his hair. But he still heard her. "Damage." Harry shrugged. "When I killed the thing, it exploded. I repaired what I could, and filled the rest of the hole with good emotions. Those have been healing the damage for the last couple of years." Minerva felt out of her depth, but felt like she had to do something. "Harry, how well do you know so many things from our world if you never received our introductory information?" He pointed at his head again, his other arm hugging his aunt, trying to calm her. "I managed to salvage some of the raw world data, the stuff that was not important enough to be a memory. Terminology, some vocabulary, apparently a language or two that the dark bastard knew. I think I absorbed it during the accidental healing when I was young, before I learned how to heal myself." Minerva sat back. She would tell Albus, hopefully he would not be having a moment. Right now though, she had to get Harry the basics of what he needed to know. "Mr. Potter, I will try to give you a more in-depth answer in question session later, but first we need to address immediate concerns. I believe that Professor Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster for Hogwarts, is the reason you never received mail, why no one was willing to talk to you or your family." She held up a hand as she saw his eyes flash dangerously. "Now one moment, he had a good reason. When you know you died that night, his followers did not. I would not be surprised if they are still sending you poisons, explosive traps, or portkeys in attempts to harm or capture you." She sighed. "I do not believe you realize how valuable you have become to our society. At a time of great darkness, where the ministry was overworked and no one felt safe, a young boy managed to survive the killing curse. It is unblockable by any known spell, and physical objects explode when hit by it. If it contacts a person, they die instantly, and it was heavily used by Voldemort and his followers even though a single use on a human would send you straight to prison." Her eyes gazed into deep green shock. "Our world considers you something more than a hero. Children are told stories about the amazing things you do, and your parents are considered heroes just for having you. Needless to say, even well-wishers would have flooded you with mail that could contain anything, good or bad. Probably more than a few love potions from fans, I have no doubt." Harry was stunned. That could be an issue. He had to have time to gain resources, time to get contacts, but he already had enemies that he didn't know, and a reputation to uphold that he had never heard of. He steadied himself, and his green eyes glowed slightly. He could handle adversity. He was Harry James Potter, and no random stranger would dictate his future. He focused. "Thank you for the warning. It would be wise for me to be incognito when shopping probably, at least until I can verify who I can trust." He leaned forward and seemed to capture the professor's attention deeply. "Now, about these supplies. Harry had insisted Petunia wait behind on this first shopping trip, since he could protect himself but didn't know the area. If there were potential hostiles, he could not risk her and Dudley would certainly be unable to come. Looking at the tiny, grungy pub was making him feel silly though. He looked up at the witch. "Professor, are you or we at the right place? I honestly think we will get mugged if we go in that filth trap." Minerva nodded. "Best idea, is it not, Mr. Dursley?" She had mixed feelings about not using his real name, but both had agreed that yelling out, "Come kill the hero," was a terrible idea. If the leaky cauldron is avoided, no need for any specialness, if you know what I mean. He nodded. Why use magic if people actively avoid it on their own? Harry shifted, feeling uncomfortable. He had asked Jim to restrain all his threads to help in the disguise, and it felt like someone was itching his arm just beyond his reach. He also couldn't see threads right now, although the professor had pointed out that glowing green eyes was not exactly being subtle. They entered the dark pub. Each table seemed slightly off, as if the balance had been carefully measured and then even more carefully ignored. The walls were a bit too close, and there were more than a few people drinking things and conversing in the dim room. Professor McGonagall pressed his shoulder, steering him toward a back exit, nodding to the few people who called out to her. The exit led to a trashy courtyard, with smells best left unmentioned and a small trash can enjoying itself in the corner. Harry was not exactly overawed. He grinned a bit and held his arms out. Behold, the world of magic. Minerva's lips may or may not have twitched, but she quickly took her wand and began tapping blocks on the brick wall. I admit that it is not the most aesthetic entrance to Diagon Alley, but perhaps you will agree that appearances can be deceiving. His response was cut short as she finished the last press. The bricks were squirming, and then each one began smoothly folding into their neighbors, creating a quaint brick archway, but more importantly, showing him the magical shopping district. Shops with glass windows stretched down the street, with wares both inside and stacked out for easy viewing. Cauldrons, strange animal parts, one store even had a broom in the window. Harry felt overwhelmed as he walked with the professor down the street. "So where do we go first? I have no supplies at all, and I feel that there are likely things I can get that can really help me in my classes." Minerva gestured down the street. "Gringotts, the bank. The Potter family is an old and respected wizarding family, and your accounts should be accessible to some extent as you are the heir to the Potter fortune, even if you are not of age to take full control of your accounts for now. That will have to wait till you are of age at 17. She led him to a bright white building that seemed to stand securely over its neighbors. Strong bronze doors were held open and guarded by Harry assumed they were goblins. Professor McGonagall had tried to give him a quick overview of wizard culture, and after having Jim and crew organize the data into his memories, he had a pretty good handle on it. The goblin guards were even shorter than Harry, and seemed crafty. The one closest had a pointed beard and seemed to be judging each person for danger. He caught Harry's eyes and gave a quick bow. Harry, caught off balance, bowed back, and followed the teacher before he could get in more trouble. They were in a long marble hall with long counters on both sides, with hundreds of goblins at stations helping many wizards. Even as they entered, he could see the shine of gold being measured, with copper and silver glints as well. The gems especially were beautiful to watch being handled. Harry wondered what it would be like to work with precious stones all day. Behind this symphony of action, wizards and goblins entered and exited dozens of doors constantly. They both got into a line and quickly made it to a counter. The goblin behind it barely looked up before pulling a new binder of parchment close to him. Minerva took a breath and held her hand on Harry's shoulder. "Good day, Master Clerk. We have business of a personal matter concerning an orphan who is soon to join Hogwarts and require privacy resolving any issues." The goblin looked harshly at Harry before closing the new binder. "Understood. One moment, I will have you brought to a private room. You do realize there is a 5 galleon, 6 sickle fee for the private room." At the professor's nod, he turned. Griphook. Griphook was wearing heavier leather clothing than the tellers, and quickly led the two into one of the side doors in the hall. As they followed, Harry could see that Griphook had a fairly long blade strapped to his back, with a worn metal-studded handle with easy reach of his right hand. Goodness help whoever tried to rob this bank. Eventually they were situated in a smaller chamber, rich woods covering the walls and a thick carpet under them. Griphook saluted the goblin sitting at the only desk and silently left. Harry was surprised by the size of this new goblin, who grinned a mouth of pointed teeth at them both. Lady McGonagall, as requested, I am your private clerk today, Nagnock. May I ask about the issues you stated to Clerk Bogrot at the front desk? Minerva rested a calming hand on his shoulder. Private Clerk Nagnock, my business today is to aid young heir apparent Harry James Potter regain access to his vaults. Harry watched the goblin jerk slightly, then focus sharply at him. I am not sure what you are trying to accomplish, Lady McGonagall, but this young man is not magical. From what our sensors have determined, he is a squib, unable to use his magic. He reached his hand into a drawer and several lights glared before he removed a piece of paper. The only record we have of Harry James Potter was submitted by Lord James Potter upon the setup of his school vault, which clearly states he was a wizard at that time. Harry raised his hand, causing the goblin to look up from his document. Private Clerk Nagnock, I have been holding back my power to avoid people suspecting my identity. If it won't cause an issue, I can release the binds on my magic. The goblin paused, placing the paper back on the desk. After some thought, he nodded. Would you require use of a wand to accomplish this? I have not heard of such a binding, but I understand you have specific requirements for security reasons. Harry shook his head, and told Jim to let the threads loose. Minerva shivered as she felt the magic flow forth from the boy. She hadn't realized how far or how thick his power could be felt. It seemed to fade into the background when he wasn't hiding it. The goblin quickly began pressing shapes on his desk when suddenly the door slammed open and 4 armed guards marched in, weapons drawn. Harry stayed seated, not moving, as a blade was held at him and a rapid conversation occurred between the unknown guards and Nagnock. Finally the guards pulled back the weapons, but lined up behind the 2 magic users. Nagnock grinned even more widely as he turned to the older witch. That was exciting, no. Apparently his natural field reached far enough into the corridor that he tripped the sensor there. They thought he had somehow apparated or portkeyed into the office, which of course would be met with significant force. Harry tried to stay calm, although the sudden entrance seemed to have tripled his heart rate. Well, he coughed. What do I need to do to prove that I am indeed Harry Potter? Not something that will create more such excitement. Nagnock pressed a rune on his desk and said some words in a strange language to a goblin who looked in from a hidden wall section. Moments later, a black stone tablet and a sharp knife was placed on the desk. Harry watched the knife carefully. It is a nice knife. Minerva seemed to have caught back up to the conversation and helped. Mr. Potter, he will require a few drops of your blood on that heritage stone. The stone will compare your blood to blood patterns stored from all account owners, and compare them to determine any declared magical or inherited accounts. She saw his expression and quickly continued. The knife is covered in carvings of runes, it cuts only enough to draw blood and heals the cut as it goes. It is an older version of what became blood quills, and is used for the oldest rituals. It is perfectly safe. His green, now glowing eyes still stared. Well, you mean safe to make me bleed. Not safe in general. He turned to the goblin, who held his long-fingered hand out. With a sigh, Harry gave his right hand out. He watched as the blade was carefully pressed against his right hand ring finger, and a series of red drops hit the black stone as he tried not to move or make noise. Pain he could handle. Still, this was unpleasant. He watched the blood soak into the black stone, and suddenly his finger felt warm. Nagnock released his hand, and Harry felt his finger healing even as the knife pulled away. Apparently it had a healing carving on it somewhere. Rune. Would have to look up runes. Nagnock looked at the stone and pressed it into a drawer, before pulling another sheet of paper and reading it. He looked up. A pleasure to meet you at last, Lord Potter. I am afraid your account manager passed on 3 years ago, and it has currently been held without an active guide due to us being unable to contact you or your guardians. Harry sighed. We think my mail had been blocked to prevent abduction and murder attempts. What would I have to do to assign an account manager to the Potter accounts? Nagnock looked at some more parchments that appeared in the drawer before looking Harry in the eyes. My clan historically took care of both the Peverell accounts and the Potter accounts over the years. You can approve either myself, one of my clan, or any other goblin you wish at this establishment if you have found some fault in our service. Harry tilted his head. The Peverell accounts. He nodded. The Peverell family became the Gaunt family, which became the Potter line. He leaned back slightly. My ancestor was the account manager for the Gaunt family for most of his life. It was a sad day when they passed. The boy thought. Private Clerk Nagnok, would you be willing to become the Potter family account manager? A bright, sharp smile crossed the goblin's face. I would be honored, Lord Potter. As I understand you have an afternoon of shopping planned, we will get you your new keys created before you leave today, and a full report of your holdings will be made, reviewed, and I will send you a list of options to your address. With your blood on file, we should have no issues contacting you from now on, mail block or not. Harry smiled, and stood, shaking Nagnok's hand. I am sure you will not let me down, sir. Now, what do I need to do to access my school funds? Is there a way to access the money without visiting every day or so? Before speaking, he turned to the teacher. Professor, we thank you for finding our missing lord, but as you are aware, family business must be handled in secrecy. Minerva stood, nodding. Of course, Private Clerk Nagnok. Mr. Potter, if you have questions that you need to ask me, I will be outside the door. She looked toward the goblin, who nodded. Turning back, she continued. We wizards trust the goblins with our money, our most precious objects, and in some cases with our lives. Treat them as the equals they are, and they will never lead you in a direction without profit. Nagnok bowed deeply to Minerva as she exited, and was already pressing carved runes on his desk, each glowing for a moment as he looked up. Lord Potter, your vault key is tied to your blood, so you can use it at any shop that accepts Gringotts currency, which is the majority of Europe and part of America. We also can exchange funds into other currencies as required for a fee. He held out a hand toward the wall, and a section of the wall opened. A long clawed hand reached through, placing what appeared to be a metal business card into his palm. This is one of our newer model keys, designed to not be too conspicuous if seen by non-magicals. If you lose this, you can replace it for a nominal fee, but no one else can use it unless you authorize them here at the bank. The goblin grinned, a bit bloodthirsty. By default, we tied this key directly to your personal vault, as you do not have access to your family funds yet. I would still suggest getting some change for vendors who have not invested in the key system, such as street vendors or the night bus. Harry was about to get up when he looked at the card again. If people don't use their key, how do they hold on to the money? Those coins have to get heavy. Nagnok pulled out a black wallet. Pressing it into a drawer, he pulled it out to display a fancy crest with AP in it. If you are willing to part with a couple of galleons, we provide these wallets. Some of the older wizards feel it is not as traditional as a bottomless coin sack, but the younger ones love having something more discreet to hide their wizard coin. Harry looked carefully at the wallet, and looked into a thin slit along the middle. It felt odd. Turning his sight on completely, he didn't hear the gasp from Nagnok or hear the murmuring behind him. This wallet looked fairly normal, but it had a red structure woven into it, red threads that looked similar to the red network on his house. But that one slit seemed shaped like a vortex, like each of the threads were twisted into a tight tube. He pushed a finger in the pocket and felt with a green thread inside it spun in the other direction. The contrast was what caused the odd feeling, two twisting tubes that turned in opposite directions but connect at the opening. The inside was also very deep. Way too deep for the wallet. He looked up, not quite noticing the stunned expression on Nagnok's face. I can feel how it is bigger on the inside, but how would you get the money back out? It seems like the space inside is twisted far too large. I am not sure it would even fall out if I tried to dump it on the floor. At this point he noticed that the goblins were staring at him strangely. What? Private Clerk Nagnok was having another interesting day. Well, now it was Potter family manager Nagnok, but still an interesting day. The profit he was going to build from the accounts seemed unimportant, for his customer may actually have mage sight. He watched the young wizard look at the guards in confusion. When Harry's eyes faced forward again, Nagnok could see them. Each eye had small black pupils, surrounded by a huge green iris that seemed filled with white threads, twisting around each other. Lord Potter, can you see things when your eyes are like that? Harry sighed. First, please call me Harry. Feel like I am in a play with all the Lord stuff. As for my eyes, I can see the threads all the time. I just have to focus like this when doing real detailed stuff. Threads. Nagnok thought carefully and then pulled the black bloodstone back to the desk. Tell me, Lord Harry, what do you see when you look at this stone? Harry leaned forward, not noticing the guards leaning in as well. He reached a hand forward, and it glowed softly green while his eyes seemed to shine like lights. The white threads spun inside them, while his finger traced the stone. This is a very dark red thread network. It has 4 connections, in those directions. He pointed toward the blood pattern data repository in the backup, followed by the fake main office and the real center of command. The pattern seems to pull the liquid into a straight line, then decompose it while sending information along the lines. I am not sure what this part does. He pointed to 3 places on it. It also seems that parts of the red network is fading. Here and here it is almost snapped. Nagnok grinned. Harry, I believe you have a gift. A very valuable and profitable one. He pointed at the stone. That stone has many parts that are designed to prevent people from knowing what it does, who made it, where the parts came from, and where the data is sent. Yet you can apparently see the raw magic itself. His grin was downright bloody. I believe you have what is called mage sight. Harry seemed slightly confused, but mostly resigned. So does this mean I am not a wizard? I was worried, since none of the other wizards do things like I do. Nagnok waved a claw. Of course you are a wizard. But unlike all the rest, you can actually see, feel, some say taste and smell the magic itself. He leaned forward. Gringotts will be contacting you soon, I have no doubt. You will never lack for employment, if you desire it, because you will be able to see the flaws in our security and help us fix them. The boy smirked. For a hefty salary, right? A matching smirk was returned. Of course. We wouldn't want future Potters to starve, would we? They talked a bit more before Griphook was called to help Harry get pocket change from his trust vault. Apparently he could get quite a better summer job than mowing yards this year. Minerva was trying very hard to not tap her foot. It had been almost 3 hours. Thankfully a helpful passing goblin had provided a chair and some snacks, only a few nuts. Sigh. Trustworthy. Of course, but sometimes goblins came off a little stingy. She stood as she heard young Harry finally returning. Have everything handled? He smiled. Yes, and I think I may have gotten myself a summer job. He smiled larger at her expression. Apparently wizards with mage sight are rare. The teacher was stunned, but tried to focus on current tasks. It was hard to not be off balance when around Mr. Potter, and she was starting to be worried about the upcoming year. Yes, I should say so. However, it is getting late, and we have shopping to do. Harry seemed to brighten even more, if possible, and began heading to the exit. Yes. First thing first, I need things to hold things in. To the luggage shop. Professor McGonagall shook her head as she followed. Forget mage sight, this may be the first child not running to get his wand first she had ever seen. Harry was feeling giddy. He had talked to Nagnok about what he had wanted and needed, and after some discussion both agreed storage was a big one. He had thought to use some of the gold galleons as a source of material before the goblin had set him straight. Apparently the coins were actually stone discs with runes on them, making them appear to be the right weight, size, color and texture. It was part of the anti-theft measures built into the coins, as the value of gold fluctuated and no one wanted counterfeiting in such a small community as the hidden wizarding world. Still, raw gold and other materials were available for the right price, if Harry had safe places to work with them. He felt hot and sweaty now that his threads were bound again. He was looking forward to being a lot less restrained when school started, as all this hidden cloak and dagger stuff was not nearly as entertaining as he had hoped. Well, except for the goblin attack force part. That had been awesome. Trunks could apparently do something similar to his wallet coin slot, and Nagnok had shown how to use both his new card and wallet to retrieve funds. Apparently there was a secondary enchantment on the Potter crest on the wallet that would send a thread of magic into the expanded space and fish out the amount you requested, although Harry felt it was easier to just use his own threads. The coins felt much different to the magic, each stone shape obvious against the green threads that inventoried his pocket money. But Trunks' space could be huge. There were even stories about houses being installed in Trunks, like they did with expanded wizard tents. And if he had to buy a cauldron of all things, he was going to need space. He stopped outside of the perfect shop, Trunks and Trunks, Trunks of Trunks. He had seen it on the way over to Gringotts and had been planning on checking it out just for the name alone. With a name like T and TTOT, how could it not be awesome? The door opened to a bright room, with a large wood counter and the left and right walls covered in trunks on shelves. Tall ones that looked like closets, flat ones that reminded Harry of pizza boxes, even some shaped like a ball. In a corner near the door was a small stack of trunks under a sign, Hogwarts Special. His review of the shop was interrupted. "Welcome to Trunks of Trunks. I am Sarah Trunks, how may I help you today?" The young woman behind the counter wiped some sweat from her forehead as she finished stacking some stock from the back. Harry chuckled. "I am surprisingly enough in the market for a trunk." He ignored the standard-looking Hogwarts one near the door and leaned on the counter. "However, I have both the funds and the needs for something special." She reached into a drawer and pulled a list onto the counter, turning it to face him. She smiled. "Special we can do." She hesitated slightly, focusing on his small size. "What kind of budget are we working with on this project?" He nodded. It was a reaction he had grown used to since he had adjusted his height to match Dudley back when he was 8 and entered his school, and he had not really bothered to grow since then. Harry made a mental note to ask the professor how tall students should be at 11 in Hogwarts. Harry pulled out the Gringotts key. "This is my first purchase for my future career, and I aim to buy a trunk that will stay with me for years, possibly even pass on to my children." Sarah's eyes widened before she smiled and pulled out a longer list. "Ah, I understand. Not many new students invest in a good trunk when starting school, but I think you will be pleased at the options we provide." She leaned back and opened a door in the back wall. "John, I have a special out here who may need a rush order." "Do we have any backlog?" A rich voice echoed. "No dear, finished my last custom yesterday. I was just replacing some of the recent cells." She nodded and turned back to Harry. "So there are a few things to keep in mind with trunks, well, honestly with any enchanted object." She pulled a display toward them from the edge of the counter. "As you can see, we have many woods and a couple of stones we build the trunks out of. Each one has different properties. Wood with certain types of grain or densities are harder to carve runes correctly into them, and other woods like mahogany are more durable when finished but have latent magical properties that slow construction and raise the cost. The heaviest materials, like quartz or marble, can hold the strongest enchantments but are heavily resistant to some runes like the popular resizing and featherweight runes." He looked at the samples of wood and the few of stone. "I assume the stone trunks are required for the houses I heard about." Sarah nodded. "The number of runes needed for preventing outside influence on multiple rooms, the ones needed for safety and durability stone works best." She grinned. "But if you want my opinion you should try white oak or red oak for the body of the trunk. It can't expand the most inside, but it is heavily durable, can hold a resizing rune very well, and that species work the best with our modified featherweight runes." She leaned in a little. "The default featherweight runes do not adjust for weight, so an empty trunk is still lighter than one full of rocks. Ours tries to adjust so it always stays around the same amount. Oak can get down to a few ounces at best, although I wouldn't suggest going to that extreme since we would run out of space for the other features." Harry tapped the white oak. He liked the shade of the wood and the grain pattern, and the idea of low weight also appealed to him. "Show me what we could do with the white oak." It had taken some time, but they had determined the features he wanted. Resizing and featherweight runes, fire, rot, water protection, and most importantly to Harry a strong password lock. He knew it wouldn't be able to resist a dedicated adult wizard, but it should easily handle other kids and so forth from getting curious. He also suspected that his password would be safe, since he could use words and phrases from so many languages now. It had taken 30 minutes since they had a trunk in storage that was close to what he needed, and he had the Potter crest added to the top in memory of his family. It felt special to make it a Potter trunk, instead of Harry's trunk. Thankfully neither Sarah nor John had made a huge deal out of who their customer had turned out to be, although he did catch them glancing at his smooth forehead as if the scar would reappear. Sarah had been fun to talk to while John worked in the back. Harry had asked about other methods of storage and she had told him about bottomless pouches, ones that acted like his wallet pocket but had much larger storage and could warp objects to better fit into the bag. Apparently they sold bookcase trunks as well, and when he mentioned purchasing one she had told him about her own guilty purchase, the master book. A master book was made from enchanted metal wrapped in dragon leather, and was apparently massively expensive, using gems and gold under the cover as part of the ruining system. However, for those that were willing to pay a good amount it was an interesting trade of convenience. If you pressed the spine of the master book against a book you owned, it would create some sort of magical link between the two. Obviously, the copy protection charms forced the master book to only work on books that were modified. To connect the master book to your purchase, you had to sign your name on the inside cover and place a drop of blood on the signature. But thereafter, the master book would contain a searchable list of all the linked books, and used modified paper creation runes to display the full text on conjured paper, as if the book was inside the metal cover. Sarah confessed that many of those wealthy enough to afford the master book felt the high cost and inconvenience of the linking process made it a bad purchase, but she felt having her library in her hand was more than worth the few hours of setup. Harry had immediately added 2 bookcase trunks to his purchase. To any book lover, this sounded way more important than trivial things like portable houses and such, and even with his mental library he loved reading. Apparently the book could be purchased at Flourish and Blott's, one of the larger bookstores in the alley. At some point Professor McGonagall had tuned out of the conversation. She had initially protested the cost of Harry's purchases, but he had argued fairly well about how useful each item would be and how it was all education focused, and she honestly had a hard time arguing with the child, he looked so much like James. Their conversation was interrupted by John, who moved the large trunk onto the counter. The wood was shiny, and he opened the lid for Harry. "As you can see, lad, there is a sturdy ladder to get down in there. I managed to get you around 7 feet cubed space, and took the liberty of installing a set of closets, shelves, and a couple of drawers. Since you paid for the rush job, I also threw in a potion ingredient cabinet as well. I know you won't need it yet, but family trunks should have a few interesting extras, right?" Harry smiled at the couple as he placed his Gringotts key on a black stone they provided. "Thank you, John, Sarah. You have both helped me above and beyond what I expected." He pressed his thumb against the G on the card, and felt the slight sting as blood was pulled and the black stone gained a green edge. He paused. "I don't suppose you have an order catalog. I can easily see me needing storage trunks, ones maximized for safety, maybe more bookcase ones." Sarah grinned as she handed him a pamphlet. "Careful there, cutie. Keep spending like that and we may not let ya go." John laughed at Harry's blush, and held out a hand. "Ignore the Mrs. Young man, and it was a pleasure to help out the boy who lived. Feel free to owl us anytime, even if it isn't an order." Harry shook hands and then pressed his hand on the Potter crest. A quick, shrink, command later and he was holding a small flat box. Apparently the command didn't keep the original trunk's proportions, which he was grateful for. His other 2 bookcase trunks were already inside the family trunk, and he felt Professor McGonagall was reaching the limit of her patience. The pair had a much faster shopping trip to Magical Nick's Knacks, where he picked up 2 bottomless pouches. He had chosen 2 of the more expensive ones, which were apparently made from acromantulus silk, which was some sort of huge spider with semi-magical thread. They had a dragon leather rim with runes that would partially shrink items that the user pushed into it and that would automatically tag each item for easy retrieval. They could even generate a list of what it held, although Harry didn't really need it. His memory was pretty good after all. They stopped by Madame Malkin's Robes for All Occasions, where he picked up a hat and some robes and the required winter cloak and protection gloves. Ms. Malkin was pretty busy, but her assistant had answered several of his questions and had even sold Harry some raw cloth and such. Apparently it wasn't that uncommon for some families to purchase cloth for patches or whatnot, although the amount he had purchased had raised an eyebrow. When Harry had found out what the gloves were to be used to protect against, some potions ingredients and much herbology greenhouse work, he had asked about eye and ear protection. The teacher sighed and explained that ideally all the protective gear would be provided, but the cutting of funds required students to get their own gloves since dragon skin and leather was so costly. He nodded and made a mental note to determine if he could donate the supplies later. Heck, maybe they had something similar to tax-deductible donations. Unfortunately Professor McGonagall was an observant woman, for she had scheduled their trip to Flourish and Blott's as the last stop, and none of his pouting his careful and logical arguments, had managed to convince her otherwise. He had stored all of his purchases inside one of his bottomless pouches, which he had tied to his jeans with only a small amount of quiet thread work. He had been a bit nervous about putting one bottomless pouch in another, but nothing had happened. The trunks went in quickly after, as he was concerned people would notice the crest. Harry sighed slightly. The cauldron still seemed silly to him, but he decided to not make an issue out of it. The telescope on the other hand had been fascinating. According to the clerk, while the telescopes were weaker than Muggle alternatives, there were some stars and signs that were only visible due to how they interfered with the magical fields in space. Without specially designed tools, it just seemed like empty space to Muggle options. His pouch now held the brass scales needed in a large selection of both glass and crystal files, along with large amounts of parchment and quills. He hadn't liked the idea of constantly refilling supplies when he had space and money to handle the issue now. There had been a short argument about the use of quills, since pens were much simpler to use and keep clean, but apparently the quills had a tiny magical core and acted like very weak wands, allowing the professors to verify who worked on each assignment by checking the magical signature of the ink. Still, he had managed to argue her into allowing him to use pens for personal notes, as long as the final version was quilled before turning them in. Now however, he was to get a wand. There was a faded sign marking, Ollivanders, declaring wand creation from 382 B.C. The stick in the window certainly looked wandish, so that was good, he guessed. As McGonagall headed off for what she called a surprise, Harry started to enter the shop but had to stand aside as some child with bushy brown hair almost bumped into him. She had seemed overjoyed but now was apparently embarrassed. "Oh, sorry, didn't see you, sorry." Harry chuckled and handed her the book she had dropped. "Don't worry about it, I assume you just picked up your wand." It was like he had turned on the sun, she smiled so big. "It was amazing. I was so worried none of the wands would choose me and all this would end up being a mistake and I wouldn't be able to go to Hogwarts, but it was taking so long and I went through so many but finally one felt right and warm and stuff and sparks went everywhere, but I hope the shop is okay because I think I burned part of it in." He laughed and held his hand up. "Slower, breath, peace." He grinned at her second awkward blush. "I am about to try and get a wand as well, but I am glad everything turned out okay with you. Have a good day, miss." She smiled back and nodded, following her apparently amused mother as he entered the shop. Quack. He turned quickly, seeing an old man. He thanked Jim quietly as the elderly gentleman grinned with wide moon-like eyes. "Good afternoon, Harry Potter." It wasn't a question, but it also wasn't a threat. Harry forced himself to calm down as the older man walked closer to the counter of his store. "I see you inherited your mother's eyes, if not a bit more." He seemed to fade back into his own memories. When she first bought her wand, her eyes sparkled so. It took 12 tries, and she had bonded with a 10¼ inch wand. Long, swishy, willow. He grinned as he continued. "Your father though took over 40 tries. He was quite annoyed by the time he had found his 11-inch, pliable, mahogany wand." Harry gave a small smile. "I wonder what happened to the wands, after their death." Ollivander sighed and turned to the counter, picking up a tape measure covered in silver markings. "I believe the wands were placed in the Potter family vaults, as is custom. Sadly, I also sold the wand that caused all that tragedy, the one belonging to he who must not be named. He did such terrible things with one of my darlings. Things of great magnitude, but terrible in nature." The old man sighed, and visibly refocused himself. "Every wand I craft uses a core of a powerful magical substance. We tend to use freely given unicorn hairs, phoenix tail feathers, and dragon heartstrings. No two of our wands are quite the same, just as each animal and tree is not the same. You will also never get the such good results with someone else's wand, as the user and wand grow together." He grinned. "Now Mr. Potter, let us find your personal wand. Which is your dominant arm?" Harry wiped an eye that was not moist. "My right. I would also like to ask questions about how wands work, if you have time." Harry watched as the man measured Harry from shoulder to finger, wrist to nose, knuckle to ear, and other absurd things. The man noticed Harry's raised eyebrow, and he grinned back. "Keeps the kids quiet as we begin testing the wands. Some get quite anxious as the process goes on." He pulled forth a box. "Maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches. Very whippy." Harry held the wand and felt it reach into his core in several places. Allowing it to connect, he felt several threads being pulled down his arm and coiled into a rope that was pulled into the wand itself. The inside of the wand felt twisted, as if the center was actually a series of runes in 3 dimensions that magic flowed through. As the connection reached the tip, a wave of sparks flew from the end. Ollivander's eyebrows shot way up. An instant connection. That has never happened in my personal career. It seems perfectly matched as well. Harry shook his head. Actually, I think something else is happening. Could I try another wand? The old man seemed set back. Another wand. But this one has one of the best connections I have ever seen. The wand chooses the wizard, young man. The boy shrugged. Please humor me. I think it is important. With hardly a grunt, the man placed the maple wand carefully back in the box and picked up another. Here then, ebony and unicorn hair. His face went slack as he watched the young boy give the wand a swish, and again, brilliant sparks flew from the end. Harry nodded. I could feel it trying to connect with me like the last one, but this time in different places. Since I have such control on my magic, I can enable either wand access to my magical core as it attempts to connect. Ollivander seemed stunned. Harry grinned at him. So, since I can probably use any wand in the shop, how about we try for something interesting? What is the smallest wand you have? The old man's eyes seemed to glow white for a moment, before he began to grin. Smallest. I have been making wands for years that I have wanted to see wizards actually use. He dashed to the back of the shop, where he had placed wands he had created back as an apprentice. He remembered how optimistic he had been back then, when he had made all kinds of interesting and bizarre wands before he realized wizards would rather use something normal looking with a bad connection than a well-matched wand that looked strange. He placed an ancient case on the counter, and lifted the lid. Harry, in my youth I had made many wands that no one was willing to try because they were not considered normal. Would any of these appeal to you? Harry's eyes literally began to glow as he beheld the beauties in front of him. Wands with multiple woods, wands that were curved or even had a branch in them, even some that were carved with strange gems in them. He picked up a wand shaped as a perfect circle, like a ring. The connection felt odd, like a series of loops that wrapped around his core before connecting, and the sparks flew around the rim like fireworks. Placing it down, he saw one that had 3 tips and 1 handle. As he lifted it, each tip shot a different spark, and he could feel it making multiple connections into his core. Ollivander was acting like his birthday had accidentally bumped into Christmas and decided to have tea. Some of the wands Harry was playing with even he hadn't been sure would be usable, but each one gave the perfect connection signal as the boy swished them. He grinned as he reached into one of the top sections of the display, and handed the boy the one he had in mind. Harry looked up from a wand made of stone and saw what was in the old man's hand. The wand was of some type of wood, but most of it was bound in dragon leather. Only an inch of it was exposed. Harry lifted it, and felt a massive amount of connections feeding into it. Wow, what core is in this one? The old man chuckled. That one is what I called the dragon scalpel. The hilt is dragon leather from one of the oldest Hungarian horntails my grandfather knew, and it contains 2 dragon heartstrings. One from the father dragon, when he died of old age, and the other from one of the youngest horntails that had passed in my time. His eyes misted a little. I was heavily into symbols at the time, and I spent years on this wand. The ash tree wood came from the preserve where the horntail lived, and after some haggling I managed to even get some of the young dragon's blood to help with the internal runes. He sighed. I made it in rebellion from father, really. We had an argument that 2 or more cores was not possible, and I thought using the same species would prevent many of the issues. We were both right in the end. He pointed at the handle. It had to be extra thick to handle the internal carvings, and I had to use dragon leather to keep it from possibly dissolving the outside when under heavy use. He pointed at the inch tip. As you can see, the extra protections and such required for the wand to be stable drastically reduced the length it could safely be. Also, the larger connection to the wizard's core caused massive misfires if it was a bad match, and almost destroyed part of the wall during testing. Harry looked carefully as he moved the wand. The 2 cores felt like it was weaving his ropes together. I ran into something like this on my own. Did the misfire create fire? The man nodded. I assumed it was a side effect of using so many dragon-related components. This wand was part of the reason why I stopped experimenting. Harry shook his head. From what I can feel, the core is wrapped in a spiral. As the magic is pushed through, it wraps as well. I found that if you do that with raw magic, it creates a sort of flame as a byproduct. Ollivander thought about this. Sighing, he seemed sad. I suppose that means this one can't be used then. Any heavy magic would just come out as a flame. Harry shook his head. I think I could be the only one who could use it. I can control how the magic connects to me, so I can enable only one core or the other. Anyone else would just create fire all the time. He grinned. Heck, it is like an overly destructive security system. How much for it? The old man pointed at the boxes of wands still on the counter. The standard design is actually subsidized by Hogwarts, the ministry, and private donations. It is why wands are so cheap despite the cost of parts. That wand would probably work out to around 400 galleons or so. The boy grinned. Sounds like money well spent, no. Minerva cast a quiet tempest to see the time. It had taken longer than expected in Aesop's Owl Emporium, before she found the perfect owl, a beauty of a snow-white thing. She had vague memories of leaving the boy on a doorstep for goodness sake, and even if she couldn't go back and fix the past, she could at least give him a good birthday gift. As she reached Ollivander's, she saw him standing out front holding something scaly. He quickly looked up and stared in shock at the beautiful owl. Harry felt his magic reaching out in ropes almost without thought as he stared into the jewel-bright eyes of an amazing white color. As his threads touched her, he could feel her rich earth threads wrapping into and through his bright green ones. It wasn't words, but emotions. She was scared to be in a new place, but she was so happy to be out of the noisy, crowded place. This woman had brought her here. The professor saw Harry's expression and had to hide a smile. Mr. Potter, as I and many of your family's friends have been unable to celebrate your birthday, I would like to give you a gift. She gently handed the cage to the young boy. As I am sure you read in the letter, you are allowed an owl at school. It will also help you stay in contact with the magical world. Harry couldn't focus, but mumbled a thanks to his soon-to-be teacher. Hello beautiful, my name is Harry Potter. Would you like to be my friend? He felt something tug on his threads, and the emotions became much stronger. As he watched the rich brown of his new companion became streaked with his green, the connection fading into strands of a much lighter brown. He felt her joy at making this connection, as if she had found home. He grinned as she nibbled his finger from inside the cage. Professor McGonagall checked the time again to the fascination of Harry. Catching his gaze, she held up a finger. Now remember, underage wand use is forbidden when you are not at school. You will be doing all kinds of spells and such soon enough. However, time runs short, and we need to pick up your books. The discussion on the way to the bookstore was both enlightening and frustrating. Apparently legislation had passed requiring all wands have tracking spells added that reported spell usage, magical signature, and if possible the target. All of that was fine except the part where it reported all these events to the ministry, who would send warnings, fines, or even expulsions if the spells were from underage wizards or witches. Apparently someone had decided it was easier to force all below 17 to not use magic rather than teach them to do it in private. Needless to say, Harry now had a project to focus on. If he could see magical connections, maybe he could block them and get some real practice in during the summers. He would be caught of course if anyone checked his wand locally, but he only really cared about the remote logging of his actions. Not that he would abuse unlimited, unwatched magic. Heavens no. He had been so surprised that he had almost dropped his new friend. They had decided on the name Hedwig. Harry had tried, Danger Owl, but had been bitten for what they both agreed were perfectly reasonable reasons, and yes he would buy more owl treats, and yes he was sorry. Harry regained his calm, gently placed Hedwig's cage on the counter, and tried to keep his eyes of the shelves and shelves of awesomeness. He turned to a young saleswoman who seemed amused by his near accident at the door. Excuse me, could I leave my owl here while shopping? The lady nodded. Of course dear. In fact you may want to borrow one of our shopping bags if you are getting school books. She handed one over, and he could feel the larger inside along with some sort of featherweight at work. Before he got too distracted, he tried to focus directly on her. I am sorry, I didn't catch your name. I am Harry. She giggled. New students were adorable, and this one was so polite. Like a little man. Well Harry, my name is Sally Blotz. My great-grandfather started this bookshop. Is there something in particular you were looking for? Harry nodded and pulled out his wallet. I heard that you sell something called a master book. Sally blinked. Well yes, but they tend to be quite expensive. She waved her hand at a display behind the counter, where 3 books lay on purple silk pillows. I have only sold a few in years. You do know what they do, correct? He nodded, and showed her his Gringotts key. As had happened in a few previous stores, she looked surprised by the color. Apparently Nagnok had set him up with something special. Ah, I see. Well, we have two models right now. The standard one allows access to all the books you currently own, and be able to search them for content, author, publisher, or whatever. We do have a more advanced one however. She still seemed hesitant to go into details. Harry grinned and leaned forward. Do go on, I was sold before I even entered here. She giggled and seemed to relax. Well, the advanced one is a bit heavier and a lot more expensive, but it allows you to add blank journals to your library and write into them directly from the master book. She picked up a random black book. Just bind a blank book the way you would any other, and include a title directly above your signature. You can then access it, with you marked as author. You can have journals for your notes for example, and if you pick one of the everlasting journals that generate new pages as you reach the end, you would only need one per subject. He was almost drooling. You are far too talented to work in a bookshop. Is there a discount if I buy blanks in bulk? Sally tilted her head. Sure, I don't see why not. If you are buying that much, you would certainly be one of our special customers. How about 10% off if you buy over 30? He grinned. Add 60 to my list then. Do you have an all-order service like some of the other shops? She was still stunned at the previous number, but quickly rallied. If he liked the master book, then he would probably want this as well. We do of course, but that can be a bit annoying if you tend to buy books often. She handed him a slim, red volume. This is our publish list. It has a listing of all items we currently possess, as well as books we plan to own in the future. Each book has a summary of content and we link to reviews about the quality as well. She pressed on the title of a book and a new page appeared behind the current one listing detailed information along with reviews. Harry had stars in his eyes. Sold. Now give me that shopping bag so I can make myself a poor person. Minerva didn't even try. She knew exactly what Lily had been like, and if she had bumped into these things well, reading ran in the family. She frowned slightly, thinking of a young boy with messy hair and too much self-confidence. Well, reading ran in half of the family. Harry had almost winced when he had seen the cost of the master book plus the blanks. Thankfully he had a good idea of his spending limit for today and he still had some leeway. He may only be limited to his trust vault, but it was not a small trust vault. Heaps of galleons had covered the floor. Now he wandered the many shelves. Some shelves were made of books. Some were bound in silk, itsy bitsy, others seemed to growl at him as he passed them by. He had found the school books quickly enough, someone had been wise enough to group them near the front, but he wanted more. He wandered as he tried to figure out the sorting method. From what he could tell, it was mostly by topic, unless the book looked too dangerous, or too large, or too small, or if it wouldn't stay still. He had found some leashed to a pole that kept fling around, diving their soft covers into the hair of passing children. He had gone back to Sally a few times, asking advice. He told her he grew up with muggles, and she gave him some suggestions that he added to his basket, including Hogwarts, a history, and common spells for home and hearth, which she said her mother loved. He also picked up some books on topics he had seen or heard about, such as Runes, A Beginner's Guide, and What Are You Thinking About, which was supposed to give the basics of ward design. When he had seen the section of Harry Potter books, he almost had a heart attack. Needless to say, he moved on. Harry had promised to Jim already to pick up some books on non-magical animals to go along with the magical beasts of the Wizarding Wilds he had found earlier, or at least, he had promised after a very headache-inducing argument and a quick verification with Sally that the master book could handle Muggle novels. As he tried to find history books about the Ministry of Magic, he heard quiet crying. Frowning, he turned the corner and saw the same brown-haired girl from earlier, sitting on a huge book with her arms wrapped tightly around the novel he had picked up earlier. He awkwardly moved forward. "Hey, are you okay?" She gasped and tried to quickly wipe her eyes. Yes, I am fine. I was looking for something and some dust got in my eyes." Harry sat next to her, leaning against the wall. "Yeah, I saw there was a lot of dust back here. Someone should probably clean it up." He reached into his pouch with one of his ropes, and quickly made a handkerchief out of some of the spare cotton he had bought earlier. "Here, use this. I know how annoying it is to clean the dust out of your eyes and stuff. She hesitantly accepted the cloth and used it. She glanced at the boy. I really am fine, you know. He nodded. I know you are. Just a lot of dust. She wondered how old he was. He was shorter than her but seemed more mature somehow. She gave a small smile. Yeah, dust. Bad for books and all. His grin was huge. You wouldn't believe it. Wish I could just take 'em all, you know. I am actually getting close to my spending limit today, but there are so many left. She gave a slightly larger smile back. Well, I mean, I have been looking forward to this place for a while. Lots of new things, you know. Mom says I can't buy too many though, 'cause we are running out of room in the house. Harry held out his hand. Well, I can sympathize. My name is Harry. What's yours? She shook hands firmly. Hermione Granger. I am about to start Hogwarts, first in my family. She seemed to stop suddenly, as if she had accidentally let out some dark secret. Harry nodded. Yeah, this is my first year too. My parents went, but I didn't get to meet them. I am the first in my household to go to Hogwarts too. Hermione's smile made him feel good. Her eyes got back some of the sparkle he had seen earlier in the day. So have you read the books? This is my third trip to the alley, but Mom wouldn't let me get a wand until now because she thought I would be too tempted to use it. Harry shook his head. I am getting all the books today, but it shouldn't take long. I found a trick where I can learn really quickly, overnight even. I figure it will take about a day per class book for me to memorize the contents. Her eyes got huge. Really? Is it a spell? Maybe a potion? I heard there was some sort of head thing that Lady Ravenclaw made that gave you knowledge, or maybe it was a necklace. Anyway, I heard you could wear it and remember anything at all. Or was it a potion one that was supposed to make you smart for a short while? I remember it got banned because of cheating in tests, or not. He laughed. Breath. Don't pass out on me, or I won't be able to answer anything. He got up and grabbed her hand, pulling her toward one of the creepier shelves. Close to one book that seemed to be bleeding, he picked up a second copy of a book. She held it and read the title. Guarding the Mind, The Skill of Occlumency. Harry nodded. It is part of mind magic, and is one of the few skills that no one can detect you practicing or using at home. He grinned at her sudden interest. Basically, you use a small amount of magic and a large amount of meditation to organize your mind. You gain lots of benefits. He began counting his fingers. I can actually add things to my memory. I can recreate things I have seen, including books, and read them in my head. My world actually has a mindscape, so spending time there moves as fast as my thoughts, which is much faster than outside where I have to wait for my body to catch up. I can read and learn there and every second feels like hours. He pulled her back to their impromptu bench, grinning at how hard she was hugging the book. It gives me control over most of my memories, helped me handle traumas from my past, and it even helps me defend my mind from people who try to invade it, which is called legilimency. She was almost moving automatically at this point, while her mind thought about all the benefits. Harry smirked. But do you know what the best part is? Hermione licked her dry lips. What? He pointed at his head. You can read books and practice magic and stuff in your head while you sleep, and your body still gets rest in the real world. At this point he was hugged by a brown-haired missile, who almost instantly after ran to her mother to buy a book. Harry sat still for a moment, before shaking his head and following. Jean Granger had been searching for her daughter for a few minutes. She had thought she had heard someone insulting her, but by the time she had reached the spot there were some blonde-haired brat laughing with two dim-looking boys wandering alone. Hearing her darling squealing over a book was a balm to her soul. She turned and saw her angel running up with some dark-covered thing. As she tried to interpret the, "I am excited, let me buy this," essay of her daughter, she noticed a young-looking boy walking toward them from the same direction she had barreled from. She grinned at her baby. "So who is your young friend here?" Hermione had frozen in a mixture of embarrassment and slight fear. She didn't want to make a worse impression on the boy, he had already seen her cry earlier. Harry held out his hand. "My name is Harry. I assume that you are Mrs. Granger." They shook hands as he smiled at the red-faced girl. "I am afraid your daughter got a bit ahead of me after she found a book she was interested in." Jean smiled at the lad. "No worries, I know how she is when it comes to a new book." She carefully ignored the "moom" from her baby. In fact, we are having problems finding places to put them all. Harry looked around, then leaned in. Between you and me, you should probably take advantage of having a magical daughter. Have you stopped by the trunk shop? The older woman had a confused expression. Yes, we stopped by there earlier. Tom had to keep moving things out the leaky cauldron to our car so we could get the shopping done. Harry nodded. Well, let me show you something. He handed her his bottomless pouch. Reach in there and think about a quill. Jean reached in, it felt way too big. As she thought about the quill, she could feel a feather against her fingers. In wonder, she pulled it out. He pointed. That is a bottomless pouch, one of the more expensive ones, although I believe it is worth every galleon. It even shrinks things slightly if they are too big to fit inside. He took it back and held up what seemed to be a wooden book. This is my trunk. I asked and got one that is resistant to most types of damage and is of course larger inside than out, but more importantly it has the ability to change size and be nearly weightless. Harry grinned at the two stunned women. Now, anyone want to guess what a bookcase trunk is? Jean hugged the boy, giving him another shock. Oh Hermione, I like this one. She held him at arm's length, and ignored her daughter's fairly loud complaints. Now, where is this place and how much are they? Minerva was trying very hard not to get annoyed. Apparently Harry had far too much James in him. Just moments before she thought she was done, and now they were back where they started. She sighed. At least he seemed to have picked up a friend. Tom Granger was near ecstatic. Apparently moving crap all day had heavily convinced him of any plan that reduced the size and weight of moving his daughter's stuff for the next 7 years. Having more room in the house thanks to the bookcase trunks was a dream come true. He would never say a word against his darlings, but they were starting to have so many piles of books that moving around was dangerous. Harry had helped Jean pick some low-cost bookcase trunks, since they wouldn't be moved. She was a bit suspicious when he went and whispered to the store owner though. After that conversation, there had suddenly been a sale for people who bought 4 expanding bookcase trunks that just happened to automatically sort the books. The price was also suspiciously lower than she had expected. Harry on the other hand was trying to be as innocent looking as possible, which was making her mom dar blow off the charts. Still, she couldn't prove anything, and not buying these awesome trunks was clearly not an option. She had tried to talk about it to Professor McGonagall, but she seemed fairly stressed right now. Hermione was still playing with her new bottomless pouch. Harry had pointed out how much better they were than backpacks, and if it hadn't been so expensive the Grangers would have probably bought one for every family member. As it was, Tom apparently had his eye on one for next year. Jean listened into her daughter's conversation while she waited for Mr. Trunks to finish their order. Again, she was not quite sure, but she suspected that Harry had said something as it was taking a bit longer than expected. Hermione had been distracted for a while now. Finally she looked at the green-eyed boy and gathered her courage. So what house are you going to be in? In Hogwarts I mean. Harry leaned against the counter. They had talked about all kinds of stuff while the adults had shopped, and the general houses had been explained fairly early in the process. Apparently Hermione had really enjoyed her Hogwarts history book. Well, I think it is pretty clear that we will both end up in Ravenclaw. He saw her slightly disappointed face. What's wrong, Hermione? She shuffled her feet a little. I read that all kinds of great witches and wizards came from Gryffindor. I wanted to be brave. Harry snorted. At her expression, he explained, I think you shouldn't expect things to be so cut and dry. No one is completely in one house. You work hard, so you have some Hufflepuff. You are clearly ambitious, so there is some Slytherin as well. I have no doubt you are brave, but what is the one thing that is important to you? He pointed at the book in her hand with a grin on his face. Knowledge. That is what you live for. Heck, I mentioned a cool book and your eyes became stars. She blushed a bit. But I want to have more friends. If I can be a Gryffindor, then maybe I will be brave enough to. He put a hand on her shoulder. Well, you got one friend now, don't you? And you haven't even started yet. If you do end up in a different house, at least you will have a helpful Ravenclaw behind you to give a hand, right? He ignored how she seemed to tear up a bit. Right, and we can learn all kinds of stuff about magic. Harry nodded. Frankly, I think I will probably be ignoring most of the school stuff anyway. He saw her look of horror, and quickly corrected the statement. I mean, I will do the classes and work, but I want to spend most of my time in the library, finding new things out, trying out new spells. I mean, you have already memorized all your class books, right? Hermione hesitantly nodded. He grinned. Well, why waste time verifying that we already memorized it? I figure we use our free time to find new ideas, spells, and stuff. Come up with practical uses for the knowledge. She could see his eyes lighting up. Were they actually glowing? I want to find things out about magic that no one has ever known before. Wouldn't that be amazing? They were slightly startled by Professor McGonagall's chuckle. Somehow the children had forgotten the adults were in the room. Well said, Harry. Though I will miss not having someone like you with my lions. Harry grinned as he realized Hermione hadn't connected Professor McGonagall to Gryffindor head of house. He winked at the girl's expression. Well, there is a strong chance I may have to visit if Hermione is in your tower, Professor. His grin turned a bit sneaky. I did hear, however, that Ravenclaw Tower had a private library. Minerva inwardly sighed. She had seen the girl's eyes sparkle. Another one lost to the literary side. She couldn't risk having a library in the Lion Tower due to pranks, first from those marauders and now from the Weasley twins. As everyone separated to begin traveling home, Hermione and Harry exchanged information. He knew Aunt Petunia would love contact with other families who had experience with the magic thing, and Harry was honestly happy to have a friend who knew about his magical side. Friends in school had to be held at arm's length or someone may discover something. It helped that she was into books too. The quiet street of Privet Drive was suddenly less quiet as a harried-looking woman, a worn but still excited boy, and a seriously freaking out owl appeared in front of house number 4. Minerva had quite enough. Thank you, never again. Well, at least, not for a year. The boy may look like James, but his energy was far too high. Hedwig hated everything right now. Apparition beaked for birds. It was like flying backwards, underwater, while someone is flashing bright lights everywhere. Harry wanted to do it again. Despite this, the trio had managed to get back into the safety of the house. Petunia was trying not to be a bother, but she had been slightly nervous the entire time. If anything had happened, she wouldn't even be contacted, much less be able to help. Harry gave her a hug when she opened the door. Auntie, it was amazing. I made a new friend, I now have a Goblin family account manager, and I got lots of cool stuff for school. He pulled her into the living room while she followed, amused. Minerva collapsed into a chair and tried to catch her breath. Harry was in the middle of showing his new trunk to Petunia when Professor McGonagall finally stood. Mr. Potter, it was quite an experience. I look forward to seeing you this year, and even if you don't feel like Gryffindor will be your house, I would love to see you for tea sometime. I may even be able to get some pictures of your parents to go with the many stories I have from their infamous days. Harry's eyes lit up as he nodded, before he paused. Professor, I do have an odd question for you before you go. She held back a sigh. If he had an ODD question, who knew what it could be? Go ahead, Mr. Potter. He steeped his fingers together. How tall is the average 11-year male at Hogwarts? Well, he had said odd, after all. I suppose around here or so. She held her hand around 4.5 feet off the ground. Some taller or shorter, of course. Harry nodded, of course. And if we need to contact you again, we can send Hedwig. The owl hooted, nodding. Minerva stared at the owl a bit. Why? Yes, Mr. Potter. Harry grinned. Well, thank you for all your help today. Especially with the goblins. Seemed a bit touch and go there for a bit. The professor coughed and quickly started moving for the door. Well, have a great evening the both of you. She had vanished before the front door had even closed, leaving Aunt Petunia with her mouth open before she turned and glared. She tapped a foot. Harry. He innocently smiled up. Yes, goblins. Harry began moving his stuff around. And I decided that we may get some additional trunks, since they can be used by anyone. Petunia held his hand from moving. Back to the goblins, please. He shrugged. Turns out that unbinding my magic really freaked out their security in the bank. She rubbed her eyes. Were you okay? Nothing bad happened. He nodded. They put their axes away quickly. We are friends now. She took a deep breath. Just go with it. Well, good. Good. Now, get your stuff in your room and organized. Don't want your cousin hurting himself messing with it. He rolled his eyes. Yes, Aunt Petunia. He waved a hand, all his books, parchments, trunks, and so forth moving into his room under the stairs. He left it in a pile near his desk, since he didn't want to mess with sorting stuff till later. He paused on his way to the kitchen. Aunt Petunia, do we still have that leftover steak? I need to be about 9 inches taller for school. Use the raw ground beef. I want the steak leftovers for Dudleykins when he gets home from his friends. Will you need 1 of the gallons of milk? Harry stared in the fridge. Yeah, I think so. Probably the chicken too, since it has the skin on. Should have fat there. Well, brown the meat first. I hate the idea of you eating raw meat, no matter how you do it. He nodded, even though she couldn't see him. He preferred seasoning it all anyway, just to stay in practice. He absently reached toward the fridge, which had various items move around as the ground beef and chicken floated out. The stove turned on and an onion began cutting itself using his threads as he got a large serving platter and put the milk jug on the table. As soon as the meat started smelling fabulous, he dropped into his mindscape. He walked toward the lake, nodding toward the ducks he passed. Without undressing, he began to walk into the golden liquid, enjoying the richness flow along his skin. In the kitchen, his body began to glow a golden hue. Each limb began to stretch, his spine began to twist, and sharp cracks and squishes filled the room. As the glow faded, the small child was much taller, but seemed almost gaunt. His chin was sharp under his skin, his cheeks fell inward, his neck bones defined. A near-skeletal hand lifted the entire platter close to the tight mouth. As his thin lips opened, multiple threads leapt from his throat and began dragging food inwards, much of it vanishing before it even reached his lips. As the platter cleared, his skin relaxed, his muscles expanded, and his body looked more and more fit. With barely a conscious thought, the milk jug was lifted to his lips, and threads again fled his mouth and began absorbing the fatty, calcium-filled liquid. Petunia shuddered as she walked into the kitchen. They had noticed Harry not getting taller with Dudley last year, and he had explained that he liked his height, so saw no reason to grow. It had been a strange conversation, but she never enjoyed listening to the sounds of him changing his shape or age. Very creepy. Still, she couldn't help but feel fascinated as she looked at his new form. Once again near her shoulder in height, he was easily 4'6". His muscles were defined again, his skin perfectly clear, of course, his hair still wild. It never seemed to stay down unless he manually held it down with his threads. His green eyes flashed toward her as his smile crossed his face. So how do I look? He wiggled his eyebrows. Petunia rolled her eyes. Like an 11-year-old. Now clean up the mess you made and get ready for bed. You had a busy day today and you need rest. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Double rest, since you changed your body so much. He grumbled about not being tired as he went to his bedroom. He placed his master book on his side table, designed to look like a huge leaf next to his moss bed. Harry still needed time, ink, and blood to begin binding all his new texts to the master book. His trunks opened as he began sorting all his new stuff. Clothing went into the family trunk, in the closet. The family trunk also took all the potion ingredients in the special cabinet, thank goodness Mr. Trunk had added that. He moved one of the bookcase trunks inside, in the corner of the family trunk. This would be his magical library, the other one would stay in his room and hold his non-magical stuff. Harry let his threads continue moving things around and emptying his bottomless pouch. He had decided that the second one would be a gift, since he hadn't gotten anywhere close to filling his first one. He bet Aunt Petunia would love having something this handy for her everyday stuff. He smiled as he thought back to his first magical friend. She had such a spark, an interest in learning. He grinned as he remembered how much she had loved that book he had found. The occlumency book was suggested by Nagnok, as Gringotts employees were heavily encouraged to protect their mind from others. It was looking through the advanced section that had shown him how similar it was to his own mindscape. He had managed to invite Petunia into his world once, last summer. They had thought it would work since Harry had fallen into hers way back when. She had caused a bit of a disturbance when she tried to hug Jim, but he had managed to get her out before any biting occurred. Well, biting of her anyway. Harry was pretty sure he could invite Hermione over as well, to show her how he had done his mind. Maybe she could do something similar in her own. He frowned slightly. He would need to double-check the weather first, wouldn't want any awkward clouds showing up or what have you. He fiddled with the master book. After a few minutes, he pulled a pen from his desk and one of his non-magical class books over. Signing the inside cover, he held his thumb over the signature and pierced his thumb using a thin green thread, watching as blood partially obscured the squiggly name. Blowing both blood and ink dry, he pressed the spine of the master book against the spine of his math text. Both glowed with a faint blue light for a few seconds, then separated. He lifted the master book. The outside was black, but had a scaled pattern that felt good in his hands. The font had gold letters stating, Potter Family Master Book, which the store had done by request. The look on the clerk's face had been priceless. As he opened it, he saw on the left-hand side the results of the blood bonding. Part of the setup required him allowing the book to connect to his magical essence, so it would recognize his blood on any texts he tried to connect. It had basic information, such as the current number of connected texts marked as 1 right now, number of connected note journals he had only set up 9, 1 for each class and 1 for personal research, and the number of approved users currently only. His name was listed. The manual said he could add permanent users or guest access for people for a specified amount of time. He touched the text on the left side. The entire page was a patterned metal, and the letters were engraved and stained with a black ink. It was easy to read since it didn't reflect his face and the letters really stood out. The other side had a list of 1, at the moment 2 runes that looked like fancy arrows at the bottom, and 1 rune at the top right that looked like an owl. Supposedly the owl was the search feature, but had nothing to really search for right now. Harry gently pressed the only title listed on the right side. The entire line with the book's name inverted, so the text was clean metal and the rest of the line was engraved black ink. He then closed the book and opened it again. Now the book was full of pages. It only looked like around 20 sheets, but as he turned pages he noticed the oldest ones vanished and new ones appeared, so it was always 10 pages on either side. He pressed the page number, and said aloud 113. The pages quickly rifled past, and when they stilled he was right where he expected. Closing the book reset it back to the book list. He frowned. This would make it very difficult to make notes while using the text. He opened the master book and pressed both the math book and his personal journal, so that both were highlighted. Harry tried to select a third one, but it caused his first selection to fade out. It seemed he could only choose 2 at once. A quick reopening later and he smiled. The left side now had his text on it, while the right was blank pages. Both pages had the turning runes like the back cover had, so the use was obvious. Harry pulled his other non-magical texts to him. Might as well get this stuff done tonight, since Petunia would blow a fuse if she saw him doing stuff when he was supposed to be recovering. Harry was beeping his right thumb. That had taken a lot longer than he had expected. Apparently the number of books he had purchased had been pretty sizable, even if he hadn't time to read them all at the moment. The constant pricking of his thumb had gotten it pretty sore, and he decided to add new books at a slower pace in the future. He set up the book next to his bed and waved his hands, turning off his desk lamp and the floor lamps in the corner of the room. After a few weeks Vernon had provided them so no one would suspect anything if they came in. He and Harry had never connected the way Petunia had, but they had a strong, live and let live, philosophy in play now. Vernon was simply uncomfortable with things like magic, so they spent time doing more usual things. Fishing, golfing, stuff like that. His head leaned back into his pillow as he focused on the roof. Hedwig wanted easy access to the outside world, and Harry had an idea. He focused his strongest chords into a spiral pattern, one similar to the pocket in his wallet and in his trunks and pouch. Each one had felt slightly different, but they had a common trait as well, the spiral tube. Harry felt that the tube being bent inside out was how the bag was created. That would reverse the spin, allowing the strange feeling at the boundary. His current theory, however, was a non-reversed tube could be used for transport. He had already put his hand through the bag and felt around, and it didn't feel cold or airless. Just odd. He brought his largest, thickest cable of cords out of him that he could and pierced the house with it, connecting the ceiling to the outside air. He then pulled dozens of thick ropes and spun them like green snakes in a tight spiral along the cable. As they connected with the outside air, he carefully released control of the spiral of ropes, while pulling back the main cable. It felt strange. As the cable retracted, the spiral of ropes tried to collapse into itself, pressing firmly into the ropes around it. As the last of his power pulled from the center of the tube, the ropes almost seemed to creak, and suddenly it was now a solid tube. No seams, no edges. Oh crap. Harry cautiously felt the inside of the tube. It didn't feel dangerous, but neither did his flame arm until he almost burned a house down. He pulled some thread from his storage and made it into a cloth duck, gently releasing it into his end of the tube. It vanished. Double crap. Reaching through the tube, he felt for it. Nope, gone. Somewhere there was probably now a duck made of white wool. Great. Harry took a deep breath. Freaking out was not a good idea. He glanced back at the tube. Well, maybe it was a great idea, but he didn't want to get in trouble. He created a second duck cloth, and this time tagged it with one of his threads. He had learned to do this to find toys that Dudley had lost often, and could trace the thin connection of his magic almost any distance, well, any distance they had tested so far. The duck was gently lifted to the end. It was gone. Oh goodness, it was moving fast. Harry's eyebrows rose as he tracked the cloth duck being hurled like a bullet from a gun. The tube was not a good idea for owl transit, unless you wanted fast mail and a flat owl. He frowned. Maybe if he slowed down things in the middle. He sent a single rope down the center of the tube, anchored it into the tube on both ends, then had it send out tiny threads all along its length. It looked like a green fuzzy pipe cleaner. The third cloth duck was offered up as sacrifice, and it was slowly moving up. Harry grinned. Less threads would probably increase the speed. He cut the threads in half, watching the duck zip out the tube before pulling both threads so the ducks would come back. The most recent one came back almost instantly. The other would forget it. He cut the thread, leaving another cloth duck somewhere in the world. He didn't have time to wait that long. He tapped the inner rope of the tube, politely asking it to only allow owls to go through. Disturbingly enough, he almost felt like it had nodded to him. Sheesh. Hedwig was remarkably calm at this point. Well, after promising it was safe a few times and bribing her with bacon, she was calm. A few tests later confirmed it worked, although she explained it felt very odd, like having someone blow air up your tail feathers. With that messed up mental image messing with him, Harry wrote a quick note to Hermione about possibly meeting up on the train to Hogwarts. He mentioned how he was sorting his books and stuff, and hoped she and her family had safely got home from their trip. He wasn't sure how to address it until Hedwig nipped his ear. Under her direction, he wrote down her name and tied it to the owl's leg, who took off through Harry's ceiling. Sometimes magic makes life strange. Harry relaxed and prepared to sort his internal library as well. He had only memorized his class texts, no reason to spoil all the fun stuff, but he needed to verify everything was stored correctly in his memory. Harry stared. His purple library was a mess. All kinds of knowledge was just piled all over. Information from Professor McGonagall was one huge pile. There was an absolutely massive pile of books and scrolls from Nagnok, piles from each store he had entered. He did pause when he saw a book about Hermione. He smiled slightly and created a green shelf in his library just for his friends. It vibrated with his magic, and he gently put his memories of her on the shelf, with lots of room for more. The smile fell a bit looking at the massive piles though. He had felt a bit overwhelmed when he had listened to all the information before, but Harry hadn't expected it to this extent. He lifted one of the books about the classes in Hogwarts. It should go both in the current section and in Hogwarts. He sighed and pulled the book, creating a copy. This was going to take forever, since each book might have to be in multiple places. Still, it would be worth the effort to recall the information easier. The automatic sorting of his library was limited per section after all. Family memories should not be sorted with cooking lessons. French children's stories shouldn't be in the geography section. As he placed each memory into each shelf, he watched that section resort itself. He copied some things into common knowledge, although he had decided to create a new section for magical common knowledge. He felt that the conflicts between the two would be the perfect place to find new ideas and solve old problems for both sides. He looked forward to adding books to the golden shelf especially. He had marked it the essential section, and it contained the most critical information. His languages, his coordination at different heights, his ability to manipulate threads. Some of the most critical parts of who he was on that shelf. The one up here was a copy, of course. He kept the room with the originals very well hidden, and had given Jim the memory of where he had hid it. He couldn't find the originals if he wanted to, although he could add to them with Jim's approval. He had picked up several books about magical languages, including Murmish, Gobbledygook for goblins, and Troll. They even had runes you could press to hear the sounds as needed, which would help him pick it up much faster. Harry really wanted to know these languages so well that he would be able to converse without consciously recognizing the change. He sighed as he picked up the scrap of paper with the conversion rate of galleons and such. The new money was just about as silly as the non-magical one. He added it to the right shelf and moved on. At least when he used the key, Harry didn't have to begin pulling random coins out of everywhere. At least some of the information was important to him. He grinned at Hermione's shelf and turned to the newest section of his purple library, the Potter section. Everything he could find about his family. He even made copies of his mom and dad's last night in book form and added them. Every detail Professor McGonagall had given was carefully added, each scrap he gained placed in honor. He would have more when he was allowed full access to his vaults, but until then he would try to contact everyone who knew James and Lily Potter and make this section huge. Harry looked back at the remaining pile and sighed. No one said organizing your mind was fun. Last bloody one. Forget learning. That had been terrible. He had at long last filled out the first-year texts section of the Hogwarts shelf, although he had left room for any notes to be added. Honestly, that had been the easiest part. No, the annoying part had been creating mental maps and recreations of all the places he had been. He had dedicated an orange room just for mental maps, and Gringotts alone had taken forever. Apparently the tunnels moved as well, although he hadn't noticed it at the time. He had enjoyed going through Flourish and Blots again, although parts of that store were more sketchy. Harry's original plan of mapping it out had fallen apart when he had met his new friend. Not that he regretted it, of course. Harry knew he would be visiting the shop again often enough anyway. The green-eyed boy had also created a sub-room in the purple library, a light purple room with models of all the people he had met with their names, times, and places, and a tiny trunk in front of each one. Each trunk contained all the memories he had involving that person. He had added a copy of Hermione, her parents, and Professor McGonagall to his green hall as well. The hall contained his treasures, and for some reason he couldn't explain, these people were now one of them. Their models now were in a light green sub-room, inside where his magic lived. It felt warm for them to be in his green hall, with the Dursleys. He smiled as he moved out into the sunshine, letting all the doors to the various rooms and halls close behind him. The clouds had increased a bit, now with random pleasant magical memories like watching a broom hover in the alley, kids eating color-changing ice cream, and so forth. His smile faltered a bit as he watched Gamma Squadron. Apparently Jim had thought broom flying to be a marvelous idea, since the duck teams were too young to fly themselves. As a result, he had combined all the broom memories into one, duplicated it, and had begun training Gamma Squadron on broom riding. They didn't have thumbs, so progress was slow. And looked painful. Harry sighed. Jim had high hopes for the Flying Canaries, as he was calling Gamma Team now. The boy couldn't see it though, not unless they could stay on the darn things without falling every few seconds. He relaxed on the grass, and began trying to recreate the tunnel accident he had done in his room. It may not be a perfect AL delivery system, but it acted awfully close to a rail gun. Imagine what would happen if you shoved a car through one end. He giggled a bit as a giant tube began to form. Harry stared at his hand in horror. Apparently if you form a tube and a duck on a broom flies into it, the duck gets launched far. Jim was going to kill him. Many quacks later and fewer bites than expected, Harry and Jim had reached a compromise. Well, Jim reached an opinion and Harry compromised, but whatever. A large section of the grasslands had been turned into solid rock, with threads woven through it for strength, and all experimentation would be done there, hopefully safely. Thankfully the Flying Canaries had thought the ride was awesome, once they finally made it back. They had duck-handled Harry into creating a smaller permanent tube near the lake shore, which acted similar to a ramped-up tire swing. He had sat on the bench and watched ducks being launched for quite a bit while waiting for his body to heal from tiny fang bites. He crossed his arms, now seated in the middle of the rock zone. Making the tube had been neat, but not even close to what he wanted. Still, he had taken the time to learn how to make them quickly and at varying widths lengths. At this point he could only make one at a time, but for an accident it was still a neat discovery. A non-magnetic rail gun. Awesome. Still, he had wanted to try and make a bigger on-inside bag, like the bottomless pouches he had bought. Harry grinned. Well, bottomless was a huge exaggeration, but they were still really useful. The problem was closing the tube, which seemed impossible after tightly coiling the ropes. He raised both hands, sending ropes into a series of vertical and horizontal lines, weaving them into a cloth. This was similar to what he had used for his memory display, although he focused on this sheet being round instead of square or rectangular. Absently playing with the disc, he pushed on the middle. His eyes narrowed at how firm it was. Pulling and twisting his hands, he heavily loosened the density of the weave, so had huge net-like holes throughout the disc. Harry smiled as he pressed his hand in the middle, watching it bend like soft cloth. This had potential. He absently reconnected to the cloth as a thick rope pushed in the center, pulling the disc into a long bag. After it was stretched to around the length of a flagpole, he gripped the inside of the magic tube and began twirling it. The woven threads began to tighten as the tension increased. Carefully pulling on the inside of the bag with his rope, he tried to pull it inside out while his threads continued twisting the tube. He lost his grip as he heard a loud pop. In his hands was the tube inverted, but he couldn't seem to touch it with anything but his rope. There was no edge. He gently grabbed the opening and twisted the rim inside out, a frown of concentration etched into his face as he could feel the threads again. Apparently the turning inside out part was a mental thing, not real. The threads almost felt like they didn't belong to him now when he turned them inside out. He continued unrolling the rim until suddenly the rim connected to itself. Now he was holding a ring, one side covered in his cloth, the other side still a really long tube that felt unconnected to his power. A rush of success made his eyes sparkle as he held the ring. Placing it on the ground, he felt it with the thread and confirmed that the twisting inside felt like the pouch. The rim seemed odd though. He waved a hand, and a copy of him exploring the wallet and pouch appeared as small booklets from his library. He absently floated the bottomless disc as he reviewed his memories. It looked like there was a secondary thread level along the rim of the professionally made stuff. One felt like his tube, but shaped like a funnel. The other was too complicated to really understand, with complex and interwoven parts. That part probably handled the contents list creation and the item retrieval parts, which were the most complicated parts of the pouch. Harry created a tube, and began to turn it into a funnel. He dropped the memory into the large end. Oh. Well, guess the shrinking charm won't be that hard to learn. He picked up the tiny book, flipped the funnel over, and dropped it the other way through, watching it restore to the expected size. Wonder if this works on anything. Yep, works on ducks. Well, memories pressed into the shape of a duck with vamp teeth. Maybe he should test this on animals in the real world before jumping in a funnel himself. Harry also had a bit of a freakout when all of Beta Squad had jumped in. Thankfully the process turned out to be reversible. From what he could see, things that went in the large end were coated with a thin thread layer, which compressed the object without pain, according to Beta Team lead. Reversing the trip cleaned all the threads right off. He had made several more discs, and messed with the shape of the bag. He could make some pretty big ones, but only up to a certain point where it began to stick to itself when turning it inside out. The real breakthrough had been when he had made the bag out of threads, ropes, and cords, where the cords acted like a strong box frame, the ropes created a structured grid, and the threads created green sheets filling in the gaps. He had gotten the idea from one of his memories of the trunks, where he had examined the internal thread network. The boy rolled his shoulder. He had forced the reinforced box bag inside out and had nearly wrenched his shoulder out of its socket. It had taken a lot of ropes, and he had been really tired for a while after. The second time had been much easier. Somehow the process got easier with repetition, like his magic was learning from the process and doing things more efficiently each time. Harry lifted the ring leading into the box pouch. Quickly forming and fitting a funnel into it, he began pushing things in. Without the shrinking, he could fit all kinds of stuff inside, but with it would take forever to fill this up. After filling it with some random copies of memories, one gamma duck who had gotten too close, and 2 or 3 clouds, he analyzed the box. No matter how he rotated the entrance, the contents acted like they were all stationary. It felt like turning these pouches inside out somehow disconnected it from reality to some extent. Not that surprising, since magic always felt disconnected from normal reality. Still, it meant that he could leave delicate things inside without worrying about it being squished or thrown around. He idly twirled his fingers, watching the square opening spin. He could bind the magic to a pocket or something, like his pouch, but why bother? It worked as raw magic, although he needed to keep it attached to one of his threads or else it began to degrade. The box pouch version weakened a bit, but the non-reinforced pouch version would dissolve in a few hours with nothing to bind it to. He had reviewed many memories of the pouches at this point, and after careful examination he could just barely see random threads in the air being beeped into the bound pattern. Random magic in the air was slowly absorbed by the magical cloth, like drops of dew collected on grass or other objects. Without being bound to a physical object, magic had to be directed to it specifically, or the air had to be much more saturated. He dropped the square object into the back of his left hand. Focusing, tiny threads of green power under his skin wrapped into the lip of the box pouch and dragged it into the back of his hand. OWCH. Bloody hell, why did he do that? His left hand felt like he had smashed it into a wall. As he watched, the threads in his skin were reconnecting to the box pouch, and the lip began changing the pattern in his arm. He now had a thick rope from his core connecting to the pouch, and the inside was now filling with the thin threads that naturally grew in his skin. It was like growing a new arm, but while on fire. Teeth clenched, his face stone solid, he glared the pain down. As his magic stabilized, he saw that the main cause of the pain had been his body trying to handle the part of the box outside his reality, the inside. With barely a thought he flicked his left hand, all kinds of memories and one annoyed duck flying out of it. Hell, it stung like a well, it felt bad anyway. Harry ran his shaking right hand through his hair. He really needed more information about magic. He could tell when something would be dangerous, but clearly not when something would be, oh God, why did you do that, painful. He ran his fingers over the back of his left hand. The opening almost felt like a mouth. It opened when he wanted it to. He could feel everything inside of it, of course he would. It was like he grew skin inside now that it had all his threads in there, and right now it itched. Hopefully that would pass quickly. Harry woke, grumbling slightly under his covers. His left hand was still sore. He had really hoped that his stupid idea had not been incorporated into his physical body, but no. He would have to be more careful messing with his form in his mind, clearly. A wave of the hand and his clothing wrapped around him again, was cleansed, and faded to a gray shirt and dark blue jeans. He got up and felt his bed being made behind him as he went to his trunk. As he opened it and felt around for his wand with his threads, he looked at the back of his left hand. There was a green square on the back. Great. Still, if he was stuck with it for now, he might as well use it. His hand snagged the wand from the air and he tagged it with 2 threads, one for each core. Watching carefully, he pressed it into his left hand and it vanished. His blank face began to break into a devious smirk. Crazy self-experimentation. No, this was all plain. Yep. Well, he would tell people that anyway. Ah, who cared? He had magical hand storage. Who wouldn't find this awesome? His mind idly thought about being covered in boxes and having guns and stuff that would poke out and fire, and oh. Right, it hurt like hell. Well, one was more than enough. He moved the most valuable things into his hand, including his master book. As he began moving things around, he bumped into the previously made potions he had bought from the apothecary shop. He had bought a bunch of them when Professor McGonagall had not been looking, believing the better safe than sorry approach would work best. He had also paid extra for the gold runes on the rim of the potions, which should keep them from spoilage for several years. Harry was told that the 3 bezoars he had bought, ugly rock-like things, would be able to handle most poisons in existence. Of course he immediately asked for potions to cure the ones bezoars skipped on. That ended with him owning 5 antidote to common poisons and 3 antidote to uncommon poisons. He had wanted more, but there was a limited stock at the shop since anyone who needed it would normally die before getting to some store. Paranoia of course kept him from stopping at antidotes, although he expected someone to try and poison him eventually. The Potter name was too well known for someone not to try and crazy him out of his existence, even without Death Eaters being out there. While some potions had nasty side effects, calming drafts could be addicting and overuse could make a person stop caring about danger. He had gotten several jars of burn healing paste and some vials of blood replenishing potions. He had also found something called essence of Dittany, which would regrow skin over his wounds. He had held off on that though, he wouldn't want to have extra skin accidentally, but he did get some Murtlap essence, which was supposed to heal and soothe deep cuts and abrasions. Other stuff was actually fairly cheap, even with the preservation runes. The cough potions and hiccuping solution cures coughs and hiccups were almost given away. He had tried to get something called Barufio's brain elixir, but it was heavily restricted for children with mental development issues by the ministry. It supposedly made the brain more efficient and stuff, but on a healthy individual it could cause madness. Same issue with the memory potions and so forth. The mind had to develop naturally if possible, else things could go very wrong, like your magic exploding you and stuff. It had been during that conversation about ministry potion regulation that he had discovered love potions. He had nearly passed out. A potion that would basically turn you into a crazed mindless zombie, as kinky as it sounded, terrified him. He knew there were lots of girls, probably old witches too, that wanted to have the Harry Potter. As far as he could tell, it was the magical world's form of Viagra, only more acceptable since it could be tuned to your husband, wife only and not worry about friends or strangers suddenly getting much closer to you. Using it against someone without their knowledge was illegal, but so was killing, and someone had tried that on Harry very early on. He had wanted to buy a lot of love potion antidote. Thankfully the shopkeep, when she had stopped laughing at his expression, had told him about some basic charms that lasted for weeks to prevent this kind of thing. Obviously famous people and ministry officials were targets for women and men who wanted power, and a crazed person could be tricked pretty easily to sign stuff. It was why the unforgivable Imperio was so unforgivable. Unlike the weaker compulsion charms and love potions, it could not be blocked with the prevention charm. She had provided a pamphlet on how to cast it, which also included a fertility charm and a contraceptive charm to his embarrassment. These things really were meant for older wizards after all. As a last resort, the nice lady, who had eventually demanded to be told why a child was buying so many potions, had suggested that Harry should buy several restoration potions, which were supposed to get rid of most spell effects and potions from the body. She did warn him not to use them all the time, as they were a last resort measure and had a heavy toll on a wizard's body and magic. He carefully tagged each potion with a thread and placed into his hand, so he could know which potion each was and pull only the ones he needed. He held the pamphlet again, feeling embarrassed even a day later. He really needed to memorize it and practice in his head, but he kept blushing when he opened it. Several awkward moments later he filed the pamphlet inside a random book and hid it in his library trunk. His cheeks felt burned red, but at least he would know those spells for later. Much later, likely. He put other tools into his hand, including his telescope and the knife for potions class, as well as some quills and ink pens. He also put a good amount of parchment and empty potion files in as well. It had felt odd as the paper shrank into his hand, like shoving a water balloon through a tube. He had lots of space left, but he wanted the rest to go in his family trunk. His eyes fell on the raw materials. It would save time if he didn't have to keep going to his room when he needed to repair things. With a wave of his right hand, cubes of wood, plastic, metals, and glass moved from his stockpiles into his left hand, shrinking to smaller than a sugar cube. He tagged them all with his green threads as his room suddenly grew cleaner than it had been for months. Finally the various threads of cotton, silk, plastic, and such were pulled into his hand, leaving his room feeling both larger and strangely empty. He shook his head at his now much more viewable room. For the last year or so he had gone with Petunia to flea shows, thrift stores, even a couple of dumps with the owner's permission. He had gathered a lot of material, using it to repair and strengthen the house, make changes and additions to furniture, even make clothing for his family. But even with all that, his room had been filled with refined material till it had almost felt claustrophobic again. Now that it was all stored away, he could really tell how large his grass room had been. It almost felt lonely without his piles of clean bricks and woven blankets of cloth. He glanced at his hand. Thankfully it didn't feel any heavier. Then again, Harry never really felt weight when moving things with his ropes. Maybe this was a similar thing. Maybe he could store food in there. A quick internal debate with Jim determined that it was late enough in the morning for everyone to be waking up, so Harry went to the kitchen. It was almost time for more experiments. It was almost time to head to the train station, and the Dursleys were having a rough time. Dudley was really trying not to cry. His big bro was going to be gone for the whole year. He had kind of hoped Harry would go to Smeltings with him. They had other friends, but well, it wasn't the same. Vernon had never really gotten comfy with the idea of Harry's abilities, but he did love how happy Petunia and Dudley had become. He was worried the house would seem emptier without the boy. Petunia was trying really hard to pretend Harry wasn't going anywhere. Even so, she kept tearing up every now and again, straightening Harry's perfect clothing, or giving quick hugs every once in a while. The breakfast she had made had been so large the table had groaned. Harry felt a strange mix of excitement and fear. He had tagged each of his family with a thread of his magic so Jim could keep track of their health and location, but he still was worried how they would be without him around. He had actually learned how to tag people by studied the way his magic connected to the Red Network and attempting a similar connection to Hedwig. That was a massive mistake. It had almost knocked Hedwig out with the amount of magic she received before he lowered the thread thickness to near invisible. She had smacked his head for hours, but their connection was much stronger after that. She had also gotten a bit larger, and her eyes had changed to have a band of green in them like his power. It had been her idea to just attach a thread to them, dummy, as she so elegantly put it. It would have been easier to focus really if Jim hadn't been laughing at him getting his head smacked. So he could now feel his family in his magic, along with a small area around them. It was easiest with Petunia, since her threads seemed to feed data like the Red Network does, allowing Jim to monitor the area around her to some extent. Still, he worried. Breakfast had been fairly quiet, each member handling the stress in their own way. Vernon finally put his paper down. "Well boy, time to get going. Got your things?" Harry nodded, getting up and almost making it to the door before Petunia hugged him again. "Now you be good Harrykins, don't let anyone hurt you and make lots of friends, and you should write us at least on the weekends, and eat right even if you are not hungry, and—" He hugged her again, stopping her comments. "I will, Auntie." She gave a watery smile at the boy and hugged Dudley as everyone moved into the car and headed toward a train in a new world. Harry watched families and strangers weaving through the steam-filled terminals, much yelling, grumbling, and mechanical noises flooding his senses. His power was wrapped tightly right now, since there were clearly lots of non-magicals around. He had made his family trunk book-sized, since it had everything not stored in his hand. He only had to worry about Hedwig. Petunia had suggested they use the cage she had come in, but Harry and Hedwig had not enjoyed the thought. She was far too elegant for cages and Harry didn't like getting winged in the face. So Hedwig was following from above. Still, the crowds were confusing and exciting. The Dursleys moved along the platforms until they reached the boundary between platform 9 and 10 and were now stuck. As it got closer to 10 a.m., Harry lost his cool and unwrapped enough of his core to see threads. His eyes glowed green as he saw the multiple colors, witches, wizards, enchanted items, all moving in one direction. Pulling on Petunia's arm, he led the family to a beautiful wall between the two platforms. It seemed to be a heavy mesh of threads. Dozens of colors, patterns, and individual threads were twisted into shapes and seemed merged into each other. Petunia hugged him again. "Are you sure this is the right spot, Harry?" Harry looked at the light show behind them. "Well, yeah, it is kind of very obvious. Like a fireworks show." Dudley managed a small giggle before he hugged his brother. "Harry, I will miss you. And don't tell anyone else." "Okay." Harry, now much taller than his little D, gave him a squeeze. "D, don't worry about a thing. Everyone will know before Christmas." Harry smirked as he dodged a smack from the boy. Now, you almost got me that time." Dudley sniffed as he gave a mock glare. "Yeah, next time." He looked away. "Just be safe, bro." Harry grinned. "Of course, I be the mighty." "Harry, of course I will be amazing." Vernon tapped the boy's head. "Course you will. Now don't get in no trouble now." He rolled his eyes. "No uncle, I won't get in trouble." He checked the station time. "You guys better move along. I am expecting someone and I don't want to miss their family." Dudley snickered, still a bit teary-eyed. Ah, the book girl you were talking about. Harry shifted his eyes. Ah, no. Now move along people, nothing to see here. Petunia gave him another hug before Vernon pulled her and Dudley back to the car. The boy would do fine, he had already survived more than anyone he knew. He hugged his wife and son as his other young man waved them off. Harry probably should be less nervous at this point, but for some reason waiting for Hermione and her family was really making his hands sweat. They had exchanged all messages a few times, but the first few had been hasty scribbled comments like, book sorting talk later, and such. He had to finally call them on the phone to confirm when they were heading to the station, and even then he wasn't sure they knew who they were talking to. All he had heard was grunting, paper rustling, and the occasional, don't drop that. He assumed it was bookcase trunk related. Finally he saw some brown hair lugging a Hogwarts trunk followed by two taller adults. He waved. Hermione. The girl looked at him and nearly stopped, her parents saying some less than charitable words as their shins hit the trunk. Harry moved toward them, dodging some people, magical and not, who were late to their trains. Are you related to Harry Dursley? Like, his older brother. Hermione's stare was now joined by Jean and Tom Granger. What? Harry looked down, realizing that down was farther than he was used to. Oh, the height thing. He smiled at the girl, now shorter than him rather than the other way around. Well, I decided to be taller for Hogwarts. I asked Professor McGonagall how tall boys my age are supposed to be after we finished shopping. Jean Granger seemed to recover first. So you just changed your height. Was it like a spell or ritual or something? Harry shrugged. I had an incident when I was younger. I only grow if I want to now. Ignoring their slack faces, Harry leaned over and examined Hermione's trunk. Is there a reason you are dragging this around? Hermione blushed slightly at how close the taller version of Harry was. I need my stuff, don't I? Harry pressed his hand on the Hogwarts crest and muttered, shrink. Hermione almost fell over as she was now holding a book-sized trunk. Much easier like this, no. Tom looked at the tiny trunk in horror. Please tell me that those trunks can't all do that. Seeing Harry's confusion, he pointed. I have been moving trunks all over the house for the last month since we bought them. Sure they are light, but I kept banging my fingers and stuff on the doorways. Hermione had a sheepish smile. Oh yeah, I must have forgotten the size charm thing. I had new books and stuff, and then we had to find all the books that we had misplaced and Yeah, Jean swatted Tom on the back of the head. You know you were well repaid, love. She gave him a quick key. That left him slightly glossy-eyed and the two kids feeling awkward. Smirking at her little girl, she gave her a hug. Now you be safe dear, and make sure to work hard. Harry tried to not intrude on the tearful goodbyes, focusing on the children moving through the portal on the wall. As each child started to pass it, he could feel a wave of threads that tried to make people look away for a second. It actually felt nice, like a light breeze. He turned back as Hermione got ready to go. Got your things, Harry? She was still having issues with his new height, but she felt stuff like this probably happened all the time in the magic world. Harry waved his family trunk book. Yep, and it looks like the entrance is over there. He waved a hand at the wall, seeing both Tom and Jean look past his pointing. Looks like magic is required to even notice it. Well, shall we? Hermione straightened both shoulders and got a determined gleam in her eyes. We shall. Together they walked into the barrier, Harry shivering from the cool magic washing over his shoulders. A bright red steam engine caught their attention. Lots of people were on the platform, some seemed to be looking for someone, probably him, Harry grumbled. After all, everyone knew his birthday, so they knew this was his first year. Smoke from the train wafted over the crowds, families hugging children and waving at faces already on the train. The number of robes was astounding, enough to make Harry feel slightly awkward to be in normal, non-magical clothing. He absently grabbed Hermione's hand as they wove their way through the crowds, heading to one of the entrances to the train. A boy with a round face was talking to an older woman about having lost a toad. Some boy with wicked dreadlocks was showing off what seemed to be a spider. He felt Hermione grab tighter as they passed. Before entering the train, Harry paused as Hedwig landed gently on his shoulder. He faced the owl. Hedwig dear, this train ride will likely take hours. Do you want to just fly along to Hogwarts and wait for me? She nodded, and then flew off. Hermione seemed overwhelmed by the crowd, so they moved onto the train. The first few cars were full of older students, and seemed fairly hostile to strangers. They moved on to a car that was mostly empty except for two girls, a blonde with pigtails and a red head. He knocked on their open door. Harry smiled at the two surprised girls. "Excuse me, can my friend and I sit here? It seems really busy today." The redhead blushed, but the other girl spoke up. "Sure, come on in. I am Hannah Abbott, this is my friend Susan Bones." Susan blushed again, clearly uncomfortable but trying to move her trunk up to the racks where the other one was. Harry grinned. "Nice to meet you, Susan, Hannah. This is my first friend in the magical world, Hermione Granger." He ignored her blush as well, using his hand as well as the subtle use of a rope to lift Susan's trunk to the upper ledge. "And my name is Harry, nice to meet you both." Both of the girls seemed to start a little at this before looking at his forehead. He hid his grin knowing the scar was a distant memory at this point. He sat down next to Hannah, Hermione sitting next to Susan. "Yeah, Hermione is just now entering the magical world, and I didn't even know about magic until just recently. Any advice for a first-generation magical?" Susan seemed worried. "You did get the list of stuff for school, right? You should have trunks too." Harry pulled his family trunk from his pouch, waving it with his hand covering the crest. "We spent some time and more than a little coin getting trunks that shrink. Great shop in Diagon Alley for it." Hermione nodded. "You would not believe how many trunks they have. We got a lot of bookcase trunks, and we still have room for more books. We even filled it with most of the downstairs library." Hannah caught Susan's eyes before both nodded. "Ravenclaw." Harry grinned. "No doubt. I am aiming for it too, there is just too much to learn about magic really." The minutes seemed to fly by as everyone got more relaxed. Hermione seemed to light up as they talked about spells and the different schoolhouses. Hannah seemed light and open to begin with, and Susan started talking more, with much less hesitation. She even swatted Hannah, which seemed to be a regular habit. Harry shifted again, slightly pinched from holding his threads in. Susan, who had been watching more closely than he had realized, leaned closer. "Harry, are you okay? You seem to be in a bit of pain." Hermione almost instantly worried while Hannah was giving him a calculating glance before poking his shoulder. "Stop that, sheesh." He grinned as he swatted her hand away. "It is nothing big, it just starts to sting the longer I hold back my magic." He looked up and saw 3 pairs of white eyes staring at him. "What?" Susan tried to get Hannah to say something with her eyes before she sighed. "Harry, why are you holding back your magic? I didn't even know a wizard could do that." Harry tilted his head. "You mean that you guys aren't? How do you prevent non-magicals from feeling the power?" Hermione was playing with her book-sized trunk. "Harry, could you relax your magic now? We don't mind, and you are allowed to use magic on the Hogwarts Express." She seemed to shrink a bit when everyone looked at her. It is in Hogwarts, a history." Harry shrugged, and relaxed his threads. Hermione had been shocked when she arrived at the train station and saw her friend. Her suddenly tall friend, with very apparent muscles. His face seemed slightly leaner, like he was about to run or sprint, and his eyes seemed an almost faded green, not the vibrant hue she remembered. Still he had seemed really upbeat, and Hermione didn't know much about magic except the books she had picked up. Maybe this happened to all magical boys when they started school. But if boys got to pick their height, that seemed unfair. She had felt scared all over again when she had seen the crowds on the new platform, but Harry had cut through them like a shark. His hand had pulled her safely away from the crowd, and he always seemed to vibrate with some inner energy. So if he felt this strong holding back his magic, she watched his eyes close before some stress lines she hadn't noticed seemed to fade from his face. It was like watching someone have a cup of hot chocolate after a long day, like the world just fell off his shoulders. Oh my. The whole cabin seemed to suddenly get slightly more clear, more colorful. The sounds outside dimmed, the light inside was brighter, the glass seemed less transparent, the couches were more soft and had more legroom. And beneath it all, was a feeling of warmth, a slight smell of fresh paper and book bindings, the sound of someone turning a page seemed just out of hearing. When he opened his eyes, a slight green glow came forth as she forgot to breath. Each eye was so deep, with white threads that seemed to swirl and dance. She almost dropped her trunk. Hannah wasn't exactly sure what was going on. Harry had said something about restraining his magic. Was that possible? She had never known that was possible without a spell. Maybe he had some cuffs or some sort. Oh. It was like a bubble expanded, filling the room. As it crossed her, it felt like someone giving her a hug because it was cold outside, like someone was tired and leaning against her back because they could trust her to hold them up, like someone had put an umbrella up to keep the noon sun off her skin at the beach. Everything felt more real, and she felt like her feet were just off a beach, her hands near a sandy glass of pumpkin juice, and the sounds of seagulls somewhere. She couldn't see much of Harry's eyes when he opened them, but she could feel the draw, as if the green glow coming from his orbs hid some deeper truth, that if she could just get a better look something deep would be explained. She saw the other two girls going slack at his eyes, so she nudged him with her elbow. His sudden glance at her nearly took her breath away before he closed his eyes. Susan had felt something odd about the two when they had first entered, but couldn't place it. It hadn't been oily like that man her aunt had arrested when he tried to attack them, or grungy like the informants she had seen. Just odd. Restraining his power. He felt almost like a squib, or a muggle. Was it some sort of line? Well, it was a pretty lame pick. From nowhere she found an ocean. It was like lifting a doormat and finding Canada. As his power swelled, she could almost feel thousands of other auras pushed away, and it almost seemed to be apologizing for doing it. This boy was creating an aura so huge, so wide, so. It had hit her before she could do anything but flinch. No pain. She had been hit with auras before, by people trying to gain a kidnapped victim to use against her aunt. It had felt hungry, angry, searching for blood, but not this one. This one felt like a puppy sniffing for a treat, like a butterfly that had almost landed on her nose but found a flower nearby instead. As the wave passed her, she realized it wasn't slowing, it was increasing in depth. Her skin felt cleaner, her clothing felt warmer, her hair felt smoother. She could almost feel the boards of a dueling platform beneath her, her heart ready for a training round with her aunt, the sounds of softly bending floorboards almost clear. Then she saw his eyes. They felt so deep, so far, so large. Like she could see anything, if she could get a bit closer and look just a little longer. His eyes glowed a soft green, a color so close to the killing curse was giving her such feelings of acceptance, of seeing who she was and acknowledging her existence. She felt the world get a bit quieter. Suddenly he turned away, looking at Hannah. Susan took a deep breath. When did she stop breathing? Harry quickly reduced the threads to his eyes. He had released his threads all at once. Instead of the normal thickness, his eyes had received dozens of cords of power by accident. It had been beautiful. Each girl was a maze of colors, deep threads that wove in complex shapes and seemed to suggest a future of growth and maturity. Hermione's deep orange threads were already strong, just waiting for growth and application. Susan had a purple thread network, and Hannah had blue threads just waiting to be used. The potential had been enough to make him forget what he was doing, where he was, why he had released some of his power to begin with. Thankfully Hannah had ribbed him. He closed his eyes and reduced his eyes to standard thread level. Opening them seemed to freak the girls out for a moment before they relaxed. Okay, what the bloody hell was that? Hannah. Language. Susan swatted her knee. Harry chuckled nervously. That wasn't supposed to happen. I accidentally released too much magic to my eyes. In my defense though, I had never held my power so tightly for so long before. He nervously rubbed his knees together. Sorry. That was interesting but unintentional. Hermione seemed to have recovered faster, or at least enough to ask questions. What do you mean, too much magic? Why do you have magic in your eyes at all? Harry pointed at his face. I learned that when healing myself as a kid, I accidentally activated Mage Sight. It lets me see raw magic, and it really helped me control my magic when I thought it was just green threads of light. Susan tried to focus. Threads. So magic looks like green yarn or something. Harry shook his head. Well, mine is green like my eyes. Hermione has this deep orange color, Hannah is blue, and Susan is purple. I have seen most people as gray if they have no magic, or very light blue if they have it but their core is too tight to allow threads out. Hannah tilted her head. You mean squibs? Squibs have light blue threads. Harry shrugged. I don't know. Never heard of a squib before. Anyway, my aunt was like that. She couldn't do anything magical until I forced a thread out of her core. At least this time Hermione joined Harry's confusion when the other two looked at them in shock. Apparently giving these, squib, People magic was like walking on water in this culture. It took a while to convince the girls to talk about anything else, and in the end he had to promise to show them some of what he could do with the threads. Harry sighed. Even that backfired slightly. Apparently wandless magic was also idolized in this culture, so now they wanted to learn how to do that. And of course Hermione had to bring up the occlumency thing. Still, he couldn't keep a small smile off his face. It felt good to be able to talk about his abilities. Auntie loved practicing, but she couldn't quite grasp everything he tried to tell her, and he always felt guilty since he knew Vernon wasn't that comfy with mystical stuff. But these girls knew all about him, and He sat up, interrupting their discussion. Wait, did I already introduce myself? They all looked at him like he had just slapped himself. Yes Harry, you walked in with me, remember? Hermione tried not to giggle. He rolled his eyes. Okay, so you know my last name is Potter, right? Apparently not. Hermione was confused. I thought you were Harry Dursley. He nodded. My adopted family was my mom's sisters, Petunia Dursley. So at home I am Harry Dursley. He looked at everyone. I mean, I obviously couldn't be raised with other Potters, right? There were some awkward looks. Hermione rubbed her hands worriedly. Yeah. Sorry Harry, it was just. I mean, when I met you, you were just a small kid who made me feel better when those boys were jerks in the bookstore. All these changes kind of set me off balance I guess. Harry moved over and gave her a quick hug. Sorry Hermione, I am so used to the only people who know me being used to how strange I am. He looked at the other two confused girls. When I met Hermione last month I was much shorter. He held his hand up. She didn't know I had decided to be taller this school year, and her family was busy with house stuff, so we didn't get to meet up before today. Hannah looked at the door before leaning in. How did you change your height? Was it like a superpower or something? She blushed seeing Susan's face. Shut up, I just read some of those Harry Potter books. Harry laughed, shaking his head. No, I have no idea what are in those books. No one interviewed me, I know that much. He pointed at his arm. I can use my ropes and threads to heal, dissolve, age, and whatever. I don't age unless someone reminds me that I need to be taller or whatever. Until I saw Hermione I had stayed the same height since I was 8, and I picked that one so I could match my bro's height, Big D. Susan tilted her head. My aunt has been talking to a girl who is a metamorphagus, someone who can change her body to look like different people. It seems like an awesome ability. Harry shrugged. I guess. It hurts a bit, and I have to eat a lot of meat, drink milk, etc. So much of me is made of magic now I don't think I could age unless I choose to, since it just cleans up and repairs age like a disease. Susan nodded, thinking, is there any other benefit to doing thread stuff like you? He started counting fingers. Well, I can heal others like myself. I think I made my mindscape with it by accident. I can enter other people's mindscapes, and sometimes I can just understand some spells and stuff by seeing how it looks. He absently had his wand pulled from his hand, not noticing the others. Eyes widen. I can also use any wand I want, since I can see it trying to connect to my core and let it in. Hermione grabbed his left hand, not noticing him blush slightly. Harry, how did you do that hand thing? He frowned. That was an accident. I was trying to make bottomless pouches and I thought it would be cool to put one in my hand. He rubbed it with his other hand. Hurt like nothing I had felt before, and that is saying something. Susan had reached a limit. Okay, no more Harry questions. Just let's talk about the weather or something. If we keep this up I am worried he will tell us he found Atlantis or something. She paused. Harry shook his head. She sighed in relief. So let's just talk about teachers and stuff, normal witch stuff, okay? Harry shrugged. It was all fine by him. At some point the train had started, and Jim reported that several people, including a boy with really red hair, had tried to get in while Harry's threads held it closed. He relaxed now that the deep conversations were done and let go of the door, which promptly slammed open, letting a boy with slick-back blonde hair to simper in. Two bulky but slow-looking boys were trying to be manly behind him. Harry sighed. Yes, can I help you? He could feel the sneer cast at them. Quiet lowlife, I am looking for Harry Potter. Catching sight of Hermione who had gone white his sneer seemed to double. Not that he would be here with such filth. Damn mudblood. Susan felt the room harden. The air seemed thick, the floor hard, and there was a pulse. Harry's eyes had become slits as he stood, green beams of light shining like beacons over the three boys. He stood, but it felt like he was much taller, like a giant was on one knee and looking down on the three boys who now were much less confident. The sounds vanished. Susan couldn't even hear her own heartbeat. Just as she began to panic, she could hear Harry's voice, softly moving like wind over gravestones at night. "Young man, I do not believe we have been introduced." Without moving a muscle, the two bulky boys stood stiff and straight and were gently pushed out of the compartment as the door slid closed as if on greased rails. The child could not talk. He felt he couldn't move, like he was tied with hair to the ground. The world was dark, just two green eyes looking down from a high place. "It is not polite, young man, to insult others. It is not done. Are we in agreement?" His knees were weak, his arms shaken. His wand was in his pocket, but that was miles away. He couldn't even blink. "Nod for me, young man. Agree with me that it was inappropriate to say such things to the young lady." The boy shook everything he could in agreement. A sigh escaped the creature in front of him, as he felt boned fingers slowly pull him out of the room. The last sound he heard as the door closed was almost disappointed in him, which somehow hurt even worse than the reprimand. The boy needs to learn manners. As the door shut, the room seemed to thaw like ice on a spring day. Harry fell heavily on his seat, not meeting the eyes of the others in the room. His voice, so powerful before, seemed almost broken now. Sorry. I got angry." His hands were shaking. Hermione was torn between trying to help him calm or run. No. It hadn't even been directed at her. It had just been so much. Susan was the first to move. She put a hand on his shoulder. "Thank you for not doing anything to them. My aunt says that sometimes it is the actions that we don't do that make us human." She thought back to her aunt's stories, where hostages had been lost or won by last minute choices of desperate but good men. She felt him laugh hollowly. "It is a side effect of my conflict with Voldemort way back when." He tried to ignore everyone's flinch at the name. "Anger is easy for me, although I have become much better at directing it. It is why I want to learn healing instead of becoming a fighter. I want to help people, you know. Not just turn into another monster like he was." Susan had seen body language like this from adults, men with dark pasts and heavy choices. She pleaded with Hannah with her eyes. Hannah clapped. "Well, you just met Mr. Draco Malfoy. Wasn't he pleasant?" Even Hermione gave a light chuckle at that. I probably shouldn't feel this way, but I am kind of grateful you did that, Harry. That was the jerk who hurt my feelings in the bookstore." She felt a slight pulse that was quickly gone again. "Well, we know that kind of treatment will not be happening at Hogwarts. No one should be treated like trash, like filth. It is not polite." Thankfully, only slightly after that a trolley with candy arrived on the train. Happy to break the silence, Harry bought all kinds of treats and started pouring things randomly on the center table. "Hey, who likes free candy?" Hannah giggled. "Oh, that just sounds wrong, like, hey, I got candy, child." "Sheesh." Harry shrugged. "Never had wizarding candy before, so why not try some? I bought a bunch, so feel free to grab something." The bushy girl shook her head. "Parents are dentists, candy is a big no-no in our house." Seeing the two witches' confusion, she added, "Non-magicals have to remove stuff from their teeth with tools and stuff since they don't have spells. Dentists verify that they did it right and fix it if they messed up or they need help." Harry pointed. "I could just replace all your teeth for you instead. That way you get all the candy you want and a perfect smile too." She rolled her eyes. "Okay, that was a terrible mental image." She glanced at the animated covers on the candy. "Still, I am interested about what kind of candy wizards and witches eat." Susan pointed. "Avoid those. Bertie Bott's every flavored beans can be anything. Grass, whatever. Oh, and those blood pops, ew. Those are for vampires, they are, well, you can guess." She just picked up a golden box. "Here, a chocolate frog. Just normal chocolate with a spell to make it look and act like a frog." Harry made a face. "It doesn't feel pain, does it? I mean, I don't want to eat anything while it is still alive." Susan and Hannah paused while unwrapping their frogs. "Wow, I really wish you hadn't asked that." Susan put hers back, while Hannah thought some more, smiled, and took Susan's too. Seeing the other looks, she shrugged. If I am going to eat something morally wrong, it might as well be delicious chocolate. Harry tried to focus on non-animate treats. Licorice wands turned out to be safe enough. After a while a tall boy had stopped by claiming to be a Slytherin prefect. All four agreed that no wands had been drawn, no threats had been given, so there really wasn't anything the boy could do. At this point Harry was feeling pretty sure that Slytherin would be a bad choice for him. He wished he had more positive examples of each house to work with, but so far it had been lacking. Still, spending time with three nice girls was not a terrible way to spend time on a train. Hermione seemed to be itching to ask a question, so Harry finally gave in. "Okay, Myone, what is bothering you?" She twitched her nose at the nickname but leaned forward. "So the mindscape thing you told me about, can you bring me in to see it?" He raised an eyebrow. "Could I invite you into my brain?" He shrugged. "Sure, I think. It was pretty easy to bring in Aunt Petunia that one time. It does require a lot of trust though." Harry leaned back. "Time moves faster in my mind. A minute in here can be hours in there. Also, I have a lot of power there, near godlike. And well, it is my inner world. If you wanted, you could hurt me pretty badly." He lazily looked at the other two interested witches. "I would also have to ask Jim if he is okay with it. If he fights, you girls could get hurt in there. Being bit by my guys doesn't bother me too much because they are using my own memories, but to outsiders who have never lived it before, it would be terrible." Hermione seemed even more interested. "Jim, the book mentioned that avatars could be created after an occlumen's reached mastery, an alternate personality sort of." He mentally looked at Jim who shrugged back. Neither of them felt like personalities of the other. "Anyway, how about a compromise? I will have Jim set off a section of my mind, the training area. We can go in there and see how good you girls are with thread magic." He waved his hand vaguely, making a fireball appear where some cords spun, making them gasp. "It shouldn't take long for basic stuff. More interesting too, if you ask me." Of the three, Susan seemed the most hesitant. How long would we be there?" Harry shrugged. "I can have Jim pull us out whenever. He has a team manning snail quarters, so we should be good." "Snail quarters?" He nodded. Jim likes snails. Hermione was becoming slightly nervous about trying to visit now. Harry dropped into his world and got to work. He erected some thick green cable posts around the training, testing area, created a grid of cords. Green grids of ropes with a thick net of threads finished the job of sealing it in. The rock floor was fine, although he recreated the interior of the train car near one of the walls to give the girls somewhere to arrive. After hearing a faint quack he sighed and created a tiny door through the wall for duck passage. Jim gave him a nod as he waddled in and sat at a duck-sized seat Harry added to the compartment. Feeling that the place looked about as nice as he could get it, he partially returned to the real world. This was odd. He now thought at the speed of his mindscape while watching the world from his body. Everything was moving in slow motion. He made a mental note of this. It would rock for fights and stuff. For now he threw a rope to the core of each of the girls, and began pulling them back in. As the orange thread reached his mind, he directed it into the seat in the fake train car. Looking away he waved a hand and wrapped her in clothing. He forgot how the first time he had reached his mindscape he had not bothered with clothing. It was 2 years ago after all. He didn't bother to look as he wrapped the other two bright threads in nice shirts and pants as well. Each had blue jeans, but their shirts matched their thread color. As he felt their power stabilize he tried to control his blush while Jim snickered away. "Stupid duck." Hermione watched as Harry's eyes closed. As he began to glow, she felt a tug, like she was a little girl and her daddy was pulling her hand to go to the zoo. The world faded as she followed it right back to her seat. She looked at Susan and Hannah. Well, now they were on the other side. They were also wearing some fairly close-fitting shirts, bright purple and blue. Looking down, she saw a very orange shirt on her. But where was Harry? Looking around her mouth dropped. They were sitting in the train car but the car sort of stopped. The rest of the room was open to a huge space, with a smooth stone floor and a moon in the sky, a deep green mesh surrounding the area and trailing into the distance. "Sorry about the clothing thing, forgot about that." She turned and saw Harry wearing a white shirt and jeans and a very red face. "Clothing. Wait." Her glare could have melted mountains. "Harry James Potter, what did you do to our clothing?" That seemed to have jump-started the brains of the other two girls, who were very rapidly catching up to the "let's glare at Harry" stage of recovery. It seemed to make his blush worse. So I first came to my mind at the age of 8. I was the only one here, so it didn't matter to me back then that I was Look, I didn't see much. As soon as I noticed, I turned around and gave you clothing. Hermione's foot started tapping. Much. Quack. The girls all turned in shock, barely registering Harry's comments. On the table of the compartment next to Ramp was a tiny seat with a baby duck. Said duck was rolling on the table quacking. It's not funny, Jim. They turned to Harry, and he seemed close to crying. Hermione inwardly sighed. It was really hard to stay angry at him. Harry, we know you didn't do it on purpose. She tried to get Susan to support her. Susan was busy. Harry, you have a duck on your table. Oddly, this seemed to only make the duck laugh harder. Harry pulled himself together, then stood next to the clearly too happy duckling. Everyone, this is Jim. Jim, this is Hannah, Susan, and quack. Harry blushed so red his hair should have probably changed. Shut up, Jim. He waved his hand and a glazed dome covered the quacking duck. Just ignore him. He gets like this sometimes. Susan was thankfully back with the program now. So I can't do this. Harry, you still have a duck on your table. Harry nodded. Yeah, I was 8, see. He couldn't meet anyone's eyes at this point. I had never really had a friend before, or had anyone smile at me or anything. But I saw a baby duck before. So, when I made this place, I made Jim. He is my friend. Harry couldn't see his guests or their suspiciously wet eyes. So yeah, he is a good guy, you just got to hang out with him a bit. Always was there for me. Hannah cleared her throat. So is this green thing your threads? He wiped an eye and gave a huge grin. Yep. In fact, you should be able to see your own threads here, since I can in my mind and you are here. Just imagine that you have your wands with you. Hermione quickly swiped her eyes clear with her sleeve and imagined the feeling of her wand, the way it looked She was already holding it. Her eyes widened as she saw brown threads in the wand reaching down her arm, across her chest. Oh wow. Her core was beautiful. Orange like a fuzzy peach. Lots of tiny threads, waving around like they were saying hi. She felt Harry touch her shoulder and she turned. He was amazing. His core was wiggling like a dancer, thick ropes and coils, his skin seemed covered in threads and ropes vibrated in his arms. Wow. How did look Susan? Susan had been mesmerized by her purple core. It didn't have a lot of threads, but the few it had were pretty thick. She even had one rope that seemed to be keeping time with her heart. Turning to Harry was an experience. Harry, you could be one of those muggle lava lamps or something. Hannah thought her core was awfully smooth. It only had about 3 threads, and they were so small. I guess I won't be able to do this, will I? She tried not to sniffle. She had known she wasn't as powerful as Susan, but it still hurt. She leaned into her friend when Susan wrapped her into a hug. Harry leaned close. I don't see why not. How many ropes do you want? She stared. I don't know. 3. He shrugged. Sure. He held his hand forward, and a huge cable of power wrapped her up. It was like being wrapped in warm towels. She felt like she should be in terrible pain, but something was just, it all felt warm. As Harry released her, for some reason blushing pretty heavily, she looked down. Her core was now almost a perfect sphere, instead of the lopsided thing it was before. It was covered in tiny threads like Hermione, and 3 huge ropes now twitched with her heart. Her smile was huge. She wrapped Harry in a hug. Thanks, Harry. He coughed. Oh, we have one more thing to do. She let go and looked at him, ignoring the quiet whispering of the 2 girls behind her. He pointed at her wand. You can't feel your wand now, right? She looked like her world had broken. As quick as he could, he raised his hands. No, don't worry. I told you I can use any wand I want, right? Your wand wants to connect to your core a certain way, and the better the connection, the more compatible the wand is. He pointed at the brown threads that were bouncing off her spherical core. I stabilized your core a lot, so the original weaknesses and stuff are not there that existed when you picked your wand. He grabbed the end of her wand, and she watched green threads wrapping the brown ones. As they traveled up her arm, it felt like someone rubbing her arm with a fluffy towel. He grinned. Now, if we just make some connection points in your new core, your wand can be a perfect match, maybe even better than when we started. As he finished the sentence, she felt like someone had key at her side. The green thread had just pushed her wand's power into her core, and it felt almost, well, naughty. No wonder he had blushed before. He desperately tried to ignore Hannah when she winked after the fourth connection. He had to do this to 2 more girls. God, he was going to be blushing for a month. 3 blushing 11-year-olds later, and they all had 3 strong ropes and a good number of threads. As far as he could tell, they all had some control over the ropes, but the threads just sort of danced with their emotions. Maybe if this had been done when they were younger. They also didn't seem to be able to change the rope thickness. Still, they were all excited. Got his blush. Back on topic, they were eager to start practicing. Harry waved a hand, creating 3 cloth turtles with huge cute eyes. Okay, practice makes perfect in this case. As far as I can tell, wands give you precision by doing a lot of this stuff for you automatically. It controls your magic for you, it pulls it out for you, and it controls what the magic does. He pointed at his own wand. It also gives you a good amount of precision that is really hard to do without a wand, let me tell ya. He pointed at the turtles. Job 1. Lift the turtle. The 3 slightly blushing girls were now all staring at the boy as he held his hand out. A rope about the thickness as theirs rushed down his arm, out his hand, and pierced the toy. At their shocked cry, he raised the other hand. Don't worry, it is pure magic. As you can see, he pulled the turtle to them so they could see it undamaged. The rope works with intention. I didn't want to stab it, so when it hit the turtle it wrapped in threads instead. He tossed it back with the others. Pointing at his arm, he continued. The first couple of times you move a rope through a limb, it burns. Your body will be changing automatically to allow that large amount of magic through a body part that has never felt it before. It shouldn't hurt for you though, since I made sure to saturate your body with a certain amount of my magic earlier. Merlin, it was hard to stop blushing. Jim had thankfully wandered off earlier in the training process. He would probably be mocking Harry later for the blushes, he had no doubt. Hermione was the first to get it. She spent a good amount of time just moving all 3 ropes around her body, learning how to control each one individually and getting rid of the tingly feeling when it passed through her arms or legs. After that it only took a single try. Susan and Hannah quickly followed her example. Every once in a while they would look over and see Harry seriously, it was amazing. His threads were everywhere, especially on the back of his left hand. Ropes. Heck, he had cords, cables of power. Draco had been far luckier than they had thought that he had walked away. Well, sort of walked. Susan was hooked. Her body felt better than it had in a while after that experience of being wrapped in magic. In fact, she felt just slightly taller and her skin was much clearer than she had remembered. But this thread stuff felt amazing. It was like some part of her was finally being scratched, that she had found some toy that had been her favorite as a child but somehow had gotten misplaced. Accidental magic. No, this was pure magic. The connection between her power and the world had never felt so clear, and even as she felt more of a connection than she had ever had before with her wand, it didn't feel as warm as when she moved her ropes. She grinned as she waved a hand, making her turtle act like it was swimming. Her ant would flip, do spins, come back and flip again. Wandless levitation. Half the spells out there were about forcing you to drop your wand or lose the ability to use it. Now even if she couldn't move, she could move things. Wow. Hannah was giggling as she began fighting her turtle against Hermione when she suddenly remembered the train. She waved over at Harry. Hey Harry, how long have we been in here? I don't want people thinking we passed out or anything. Without looking at the group he pointed up. That is a fake moon. I made it to help me keep track of time outside of here. He seemed to be twisting some sort of sheet in his hands. According to it, we have been here. He looked at the wall. Hey Jim, how long have we been here? Quack. Thanks. Harry turned toward the girls. Around 22 minutes. We have lots of time if you wanna practice something harder. Suddenly he got a grin. Hey, wanna learn how to make fire? Shortly after showing them how to twist 2 of their ropes together, Harry started throwing random targets in the air. If anyone was annoyed that the targets had pictures of Draco's face on it, no one was saying anything. Hermione hurled another fireball. Oh, close miss, my own. Try guiding it with your 3rd rope. She looked at Harry startled before a huge grin crossed her face. A moment later a Draco plate was being chased by 3 fireballs, one on each of Hermione's orange ropes. As soon as Hannah and Susan saw how much fun she was having, there were a total of 9 fireballs being guided toward a wall of hurled Draco plates. Harry was having the time of his life. Who said girls couldn't have fun? Fireball accuracy contests rocked. Harry looked up as the girls paused. They had each been trying to make the duck launcher when Jim had interrupted. Hermione was the most annoyed since she had felt really close that last time. Well, she had accidentally created a fire lance when the tube collapsed instead of sealing, but everyone agreed it was awesome anyway. He sighed. Girls, it was a fun few days, but we are getting close to Hogwarts. We gotta head back and get ready. He listened to their complaints. I know, but it was fun, right? 3 slightly grumpy nods and Harry gently pushed their magic back out of his mind. As Hermione woke, she felt odd. She was slightly taller, her teeth felt smaller. Her hair was much less bushy. She looked over and saw confused looks on the other 2 girls as well. Harry, I think we changed a bit. Harry stretched. Considering how much magic has changed in each of you, I am not surprised. He blushed again. And when I saturated you while setting up the ropes, if you had subconscious things about yourself that you wanted changed, it is really possible that you were altered then. Remember, you were basically submerged in raw magic for a few seconds. He pointed at himself. When I first did it, I grew a lot. Most of my bones got rebuilt since they were so sick, heck, I changed almost completely. It may be why I am so conductive to magic now, because of how much my body had to change to heal me. He walked out into the hall. Well, go ahead and get changed first. We have to put on robes, right? Hermione grinned as she waved a hand, watching the door closed. Nice try, but no peeking allowed. The girls giggled, ignoring his protests in the hall. Teasing Harry had become fun over the last few days hours. Whatever. Mind time was odd. Soon they allowed a red-faced Harry to get dressed with only a little teasing. After all, Hogwarts awaited. The kids were ready when they heard a voice. Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage, it will be taken care of. Hermione placed hers on the luggage rack before pressing the crest and expanding it to full size. Harry just moved his to hand storage, as he tried to follow along with the conversation. Apparently there was some sport called Quidditch, which was very popular in the school, although he was not entirely sure why. Apparently 2 teams would alternate trying to score 10-point shots with a ball, while 2 other obstacle balls tried to knock everyone off. During the whole game, 2 other players played hide and seek with a tiny golden ball. The winner of that game would give their team 150 points and stop all play. Harry's criticisms were not welcomed. He eventually just nodded with their arguments, although the game itself sounded pretty rough. As far as he could tell, there couldn't be a close game. If a team was close like 100 to 100, then the only players that mattered are these seekers. If one team was ahead, the other team had to make sure to stay within 150 points and, again, pray for their seeker to win for them. If the game got beyond 150 points apart, then both teams prayed for any seeker to end the stupid thing. Needless to say, he was really only supported by Hermione, who was far enough from the culture to give it an outsider's opinion on the subject. The conversation did do something good. Harry was much too distracted to really get nervous about his new home. The girls would randomly move on to talk about the skills they had practiced in Harry's world, as they called it. Apparently it didn't translate perfectly to the real world, as Hermione quickly found trying to levitate a candy wrapper. Harry had told some stories about his first adventures with his powers, and how it took much practice before he could do stuff nearly as well in the waking world as he could in his mind. Hermione tried to not shiver when Harry's eyes seemed to pierce her as he watched her try to lift the wrapper. She couldn't see the threads like in his mind, but she could feel the warmth in her arm and had a vague feeling about where the other 2 ropes were in her chest. She met Susan's eyes and could see that both of them really wanted to learn how to control this in the real world like they could in the testing area. Their conversation was stopped as the train reached the destination. Hermione moved to the right side of Harry, while Susan and Hannah followed closely behind, not wanting to be separated. She watched as other students, some their size or older, unconsciously moved aside from their group as they stepped out on a fairly small, dimly lit train platform. "Alright y'all littles, all 4 years over here. Harry was taken back by the size of the man. Huge, especially compared to the tiny first years gathering around him. Yes, huge was so descriptive it may as well have been his name, as a shaggy bearded man with kind eyes towered over the kids on the platform. Right you lot, everyone here. Hey, stay close now, everyone together. Furs, years. The green-eyed boy caught up with reality and grabbed Hermione's hand, feeling Susan and Hannah follow behind. The towering man was guiding all the younger boys and girls down a fairly steep path. Harry had to steady Susan with a rope at one point when she almost slipped, but they managed to make it down the slope. The light was really fading now, but the mass of children had reached some thick trees and the edge of a lake. Harry's group had started to ignore the large man's fairly repetitive conversation. It narrowed down to, "Everyone follow me," really, when they caught sight of a vast castle. Hogwarts was marvelous. As the stars were coming through the black sky, the castle seemed to thrust from the ground in defiance to the cold air and black shadows. Light poured from all the windows, a bright light that clearly was fire and not some more modern convenience. With the flames inside creating light, the entire structure seemed to have a heartbeat, as if to welcome all students. Tall stone walls led to spindly turrets. A multitude of towers rose up, as if the entire castle was a complicated crown that some king had forgotten to wear today. Harry moved as he felt Hermione tug on his hand. "Okay ye lot, no more than 4 to a boat for ya." The bearded man paused and patted a slightly fearful boy who was clutching a toad. Now, ol' Hagrid won't let nothing happen to ye lad. Just a nice boat ride." He stood tall again and shuttled the children closer to the waters in a collection of finely crafted and worn wood boats. Harry helped Hermione, Susan, and Hannah into a boat, 2 ropes holding the boat steady and a couple holding their hands. He grinned when Hannah thanked him on the way past and jumped in, ignoring their shrieks until Hermione swatted his shoulder. "Honestly Harry, the water must be freezing. Don't even joke about dumping us in." His grin was not helping convince anyone of his innocence, but he gave it a good try. Hagrid watched the last of his charges get in a boat before he stood tall in his and waved. "Everyone good. Right. Forward." The boats moved like on rails, carving into the solid black surface of the lake without leaving a ripple. Everyone got really quiet as they could hear the soft sounds of nature on the shore passing farther away, and the stars in the sky were reflected on the water. The castle seemed to get larger and larger the closer they got to the other side, and Harry had to tilt his head so far back he almost felt like he was falling up, into the sky where the towers lived. As they reached a cliff covered in ivy, Hagrid gave a good loud, "Everyone, heads down." As boats started to pass through it into some giant cave, Harry didn't bother. If a man as tall as him didn't even have to crouch, why duck? The vines moved around their boat, guided by his ropes. The cave was mostly natural except for a dock on the far side. It moved from a rocky texture into smooth stone the closer to the wood piers they got, and Harry could see natural crystals in the wall that glowed as they passed. The boats unloaded in batches, each one vanishing as the last person got out. Harry jumped out of their boat, pulling himself to shore with 2 thick cords of power, before turning and offering hands to his companions. As Susan left, the boat vanished with the others. Would he be able to make temporary boats? Or were they moved somewhere till needed? The students were all herded along the stone corridors. As they moved farther, deeper under the castle, Harry watched the walls become more and more touched by man, until they were clearly stones bound together into the tunnel that now spiraled upwards. Finally they came up to a huge rock that Hagrid pressed his hand against and whispered some words. A tiny hole expanded into a majestic archway, easily 12 feet tall and over that wide. The path opened onto damp grass and wow, this castle was tall. The wall they were now close to seemed to go up forever, and the students got even quieter, as if the wrong word would make the walls fall on top of them. Everyone followed Hagrid to a huge set of wooden doors, maybe oak. Massive in scale, even Hagrid didn't make it halfway up it. He clearly was counting children and verifying we all had made it, before turning and giving a huge set of thuds on the castle entrance. Harry's face glowed as he recognized Professor McGonagall. She and Hagrid had a few short words before she waved her wand, both doors opening wide, and she turned to them. "This way, little ones." She moved everyone into a smaller chamber to the side of the entrance, thick tapestries on the walls and a strong stone floor. As she left, children freaked out. Apparently ghosts were not something anyone thought they should warn the kids about. Harry fairly firmly insisted to 3 giggling girls that he was just doing a rare form of echolocation, and had not, squeaked in fear. He chose to believe they bought it. After they left, Hermione gripped Harry's hand tighter. Her excitement had given way for nervousness back before the boats, but Harry seemed so in control it gave her a feeling of support. She had also held hands with Hannah in the boat, which had seemed to help both of them. It was all so beautiful, but it brought back old fears of not having friends, of not knowing where she was or what to do. She hated not knowing how to act. Hannah and Susan seemed all right. They had probably heard stories of the school and had some idea of what to expect. She tried to remember everything she had read about the place, only stopping when she felt Harry squeeze her hand and realizing she had been mumbling things out loud. Harry leaned into the group. Okay, everyone relax. No matter where we all get sorted, we can still be friends, right? The less frightened nods helped him feel better too, like something in his stomach relaxed. Now, I think a couple of you may have missed some stuff Professor McGonagall had been saying, so here is the short recap. We will be sorted into a house, which will be like a family, I guess. We will go to classes with them, have the same dormitory, and have access to their common rooms. Harry ran his left hand through his hair. If we are not in the same house, we can meet up in the library and make plans. I will ask about what rules exist about having friends in other houses, and if the rules beep I will probably break them. He ignored Hermione's indigent remarks about that with a grin. So let's have fun and get some dinner. Right. 3 girls gave much less nervous nods and they tried to focus on the rest of the first years. There was some sort of fight about to start between a young red-haired child and the obnoxious boy they had met earlier, but it was interrupted when the professor returned. She seemed slightly harried, but still stern. All right, form a line everyone. She began moving everyone into something resembling order. Again, follow me and listen for your name. She led group to a large pair of double doors into what was clearly the Great Hall. Harry absently marked the entrance with a thread as he stared upwards with the rest of the first years at the large room filled with floating candles. The wax vanished as it dripped, thankfully, but the light seemed to fade away into the ceiling, which was the sky. Stars flickered above the students. He barely heard Hermione's whisper. It took many witches and wizards weeks to do the ceiling, to make it look like outside. There was a whole section about it in Hogwarts, a history. I really wanted to do something like this at home. Harry leaned back. I was going to focus on more useful stuff, but I think you just sold me. My bedroom looks like a sky, but it is just paint. I need to find this out. They were interrupted by the whispers of the students around them. There were 4 tables, the outermost 2 glaring at each other when not gossiping about the New Year's. Clearly there was conflict between the 2. Golden plates and goblets were on all 4 tables, but they were empty. He looked at the front of the line and saw Professor McGonagall placing an old leathery wizard's hat on top of a wooden stool. Bloody hell, the hat could sing. Badly, but still, a singing hat, right? Harry barely listened to the lyrics, imagining singing shoes, shirts, pants, well, maybe not pants, that could get embarrassing pretty quickly, but singing socks. Why not? He saw how torn the hat was. Did it tear first and someone enchanted it, or was the tear designed to make it easier to blend in as an old hat? Hermione whispered, "Oh thank goodness, we only have to put on a hat. I was so worried we would be tested, or something." He reached back and squeezed her hand. He remembered how nervous he had been back when he joined D in his school, even though he had already memorized the texts. McGonagall had started quieting everyone down. "Everyone, thank you. Now, I call your name. Please sit down on the stool to be sorted." She looked at some parchment. "Abbott, Hannah." Susan gave her a hug while Harry and Hermione patted her shoulder as she passed. She walked to the front of the line, had the hat sit on her head, Hufflepuff. The table on the right clapped along with Susan, Harry, and Hermione. They received a few looks, but Harry knew he had to get used to that eventually anyway. Hannah moved to the table, glancing at Harry when she neared Hufflepuff's ghost, apparently called Fat Friar. He tried not to blush. Ghosts should be on the damn student letter, in big bold, "Watch out, ghosts," print. Before they could really do much they heard, "Bones, Susan." They both squeezed the redhead's shoulder as she passed, head held high. "Hufflepuff." Susan had a huge grin as she quickly moved and sat next to Hannah, the two hugging and giving a couple of whispers. Hermione was holding his hand a bit too tightly now, but he put up with it. They ignored the next few names as Harry tried to calm her. Granger, Hermione. She gave him a quick hug before walking to the front, placing the hat on her head. The hat paused for a few seconds, 30 seconds. Ravenclaw. Hermione gave a tiny squeal and sat at the table on the left, so that Hannah and Susan were directly behind her. Harry smiled at her and gave a thumbs up. Just after Sally Ann Perks, his number came up. Potter, Harry. The hall went silent until Harry stepped out of line. He calmly walked to the front, letting Jim catalog comments as he passed and who said them. Potter. Did she say Potter? Where is his scar? The Harry Potter. Wow, he is fit. Harry sat on the chair before he noticed Professor McGonagall seemed frozen. His eyes widened. He had not told her he was going to get taller before she had left last month. He gave a grin. May I have the hat now, Professor? She seemed to snap out of it before hesitantly placing on his head. He thought he heard her mutter something like, heck of a growth spurt, before the world went dark. The darkness was total. This was not the brim of the hat. He could feel threads of power entering his eyes, ears, nose. It felt like his head was drifting through a cloud. As it reached his inner world, he felt it try to pass his cloud layers before, it sort of knocked. He gave the proverbial nod to Jim, and a voice echoed as the power reached his inner world. Well, Mr. Potter. You have had quite a life. I assume this is the hat talking. Well, sort of. I am much like the portraits you will be seeing around the castle. A personality imprint, if you will, of one of the founders. And you sort the students. Harry could feel a smugness. Yes. Clever, no. I do try to do a good job, of course, but every once in a while I grab students who could fit in any house and push them into good old Gryffindor. Harry smirked. So Godric Gryffindor then. He felt a nod. Salazar was much more into potions than school affairs really. And Helga spent her time with food-related magic. Loved that woman's cooking. Ravenclaw helped me set up the enchantments, you know how she loved her books. Harry shrugged. Nothing wrong with a good book. So is there some sort of time dilation or something? I don't know how you could have these conversations so quickly with the other kids. The hat seemed to grin. Nope. Most kids are too scared about the sorting process, or have normal levels of magic. I need to use the power of the person I sit on to enable the higher thinking processes of my personality. Most children, especially 11-year-olds, well, you know how your core was before you began training. Harry nodded. I assume you don't share secrets. Goodness no. It is partly why us founders could stand each other. We tried to stay out of each other's way. Any preference where you want to go? You have good traits to all of them, especially Slytherin and Gryffindor. Ambitious doesn't even begin to describe you, and bravery helped you get this far. Harry wiggled on the chair. Pretty sure I would end up hurting someone in Slytherin. And did you know Ravenclaw has a library? Ha. Say no more. I recognize a good book lover. Enjoy your time in Ravenclaw. There was a bit of a pause before lots of kids clapped as Harry lifted the hat and handed it to Professor McGonagall. She had an expression that, well, she expected it but didn't like it, clearly. Meanwhile, a very tiny man at the long table seemed to be bursting with happiness. Harry turned back to the hall and saw some harsh looks from the table with green motif going on. So it would be wise to sit in the inside of the Ravenclaw table, to be a distance from them, not like he had to think. He moved past well-wishers and questioning looks as he sat next to an almost bouncing Hermione who gave him another hug. Oh Harry, I was so worried it was taking so long and I thought you would be going somewhere else and I wouldn't get to see you in. Harry squeezed her shoulders. Breathe, Hermione. He looked around the table, smiling at the faces that ranged from hesitant questioning and confused smiles. Apparently not all the first-generation wizards and witches knew about him, thank goodness. A brown-haired boy leaned forward. Hello Harry, my name is Robert Hilliard, a fifth-year prefect. Like I was telling Hermione, you can follow us to the dorms after dinner ends. Harry turned to his other side and held his hand out to an Indian girl who seemed slightly lost. Hey, my name is Harry Potter, and this is my friend Hermione Granger. He didn't see her blush, to her relief. The black-haired girl gave a hesitant smile. My name is Padma. Padma Patil. She pointed at a very similar-looking girl on the far table. My sister Parvati was sorted into Gryffindor. I thought we would be here together. Harry gave her hand a good shake. Well, there is no reason you can't still hang out, right? Hermione and I have two other good friends that are now Hufflepuff, and we are not going to let some robe colors and a table keep us from helping each other. Padma's smile seemed a bit brighter as the dinner moved on. She talked with Hermione a bit about her plans for the year, but before any real conversation could start, the sorting seemed to have wrapped up. Harry had not really paid attention to the table at the front, and he didn't feel like bothering too much right now anyway. He was hungry, emotionally a bit drained, and eager when he found that the last student had been sorted. An incredibly old man, probably Albus Dumbledore. Well, he had stood up and was smiling at everyone. Welcome. Everyone waited. For a while. Eventually Professor McGonagall gave an embarrassed elbow to his side and he seemed to notice everyone was waiting for something. What a treat, a new year at Hogwarts. Before we eat, I would like to say a few words, but oh well. He sat down with an absent hand wave and everyone stared at him again. There were a few hesitant claps before everyone decided, food. Sure, and the students realized that at some point during that sentence the tables were filled with food. Harry was stunned at the large amounts of potatoes, boiled, roasted, reed, etc., meats, steak, pork, chicken, you name it, and side items. Don't even get him started. He grabbed small samples of most of it, passing plates back and forth as people asked. He wasn't sure how he felt about Hogwarts so far, but it was most certainly interesting. The overwhelming amounts of food eventually became less interesting to the mass of children as Harry's attention was pulled back to the teacher's table. There seemed to be some sort of argument building between Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore. The other teachers were just watching in a mixture of amusement and horror as the old man was cutting up some pie with the edge of a fairly large sword. Harry leaned in and grabbed Robert's attention. So is Dumbledore all right? Wah! Robert lifted his head from his own dessert, seeming to notice for the first time that a stern woman in black was trying to disarm a grandpa with a much too long beard. Oh that. Well, they say the really rich and the really powerful go a bit odd. He watched as Dumbledore somehow smacked a terrified man with a purple turban with the flat of the sword while trying to get more pie. Let's just say Professor Dumbledore is very powerful and leave it at that. Slightly confused at how everyone was just accepting old people fighting for pie, Harry gave a quick overview of the rest of the teachers. At least, he assumed they were teachers. Hagrid was apparently enjoying half of a chicken in one hand and a huge hunk of bread in the other. The tiny person his new classmates had mentioned he was Professor Flitwick, their head of house, a really greasy-looking fellow who seemed to be glaring at. Quack! Got his head. Harry quickly turned away and retreated to his mind. Hermione and Padma both felt the boy next to them jerk as if slapped and turned to see his eyes fade, like the light had vanished from his eyes. Ha Harry! Harry entered his world and there was damage everywhere. The ground had scorch marks as if struck by lightning, a few duck houses had been destroyed, but the major damage had been done to the sky. His green eyes surveyed the sky. All the chains holding his duplicate memories had snapped from strain, apparently trying to hold back whatever that greasy man had done when trying to get in. Several clouds were damaged, and the sky was now filled as the carefully stacked towers had collapsed into each other. His gaze turned hard as he turned. All teams were lined up, Jim at the lead. Report. That was bad. Thankfully no ducks had been killed in the attack, but the damage to the village had been all of this was unacceptable. Looks like hiding the entrance helped, but we cannot allow this kind of damage again. Any suggestions? Jim turned to his teams and they quietly conversed. Harry tried to stay calm as he watched Snail quarters being repaired. Finally he felt small teeth pull at a pant leg. Quack, quack. More defenses would probably help, but I can't go with that. I like having grass and a clear sky. I refuse to destroy my inner world building defenses. A duck on the edge of the group hesitantly raised a wing. Jim moved close and the two quacked a bit. Quack. Green eyes widened a bit before turning contemplative. Decoys had a real possibility. But he felt like he needed someone in here, not just on security. Harry sat back into a chair that just appeared on the grass, with dozens of tiny eyes watching him, waiting for orders. A wave of his hand and Jim was in a similar seat, both looking at the lake. Jim, this scared me. I have never felt someone trying to force their way in here. I didn't even think it was a possibility. Jim nodded as he patted Harry's hand. At the same time, I can't spend all my time watching out for people, waiting to be attacked. I have fun stuff to do with my life. His hands shook slightly as he straightened his hair. Do you think I should make another personality like you? Would you mind? Jim tilted his head and was quiet a bit. Quack, quack. He nodded toward the general direction of the library. Quack. Harry leaned back a bit more. Jim seemed to want to handle the mental defenses, but had suggested an interesting idea to lessen his troops' workload. A personality to directly control his library was a very good idea. New memories took time to sort, time to take care of. Some had to be enhanced with data from other thoughts or memories, and other ones needed to be duplicated for multiple shelves. The ducks tried their best, but they were short. Several cooking memories had been stored under zoo, since it was closer to the ground, and some teams got lazy. According to Jim, many of his troops had been sorting all the new information when Harry had been attacked, which had caused the delayed response time. Harry surveyed damage again, watching as it was being healed. Some ducks were using the cloud control ropes of magic to repair non-cloud injuries. Very clever. But he needed something more. This world had been created from nothing really, and it was all just representations of his mind, of how he thought. If he wanted, he could probably build strong walls, thick domes, or whatever. But then he couldn't lay on the grass and watch the clouds. What was the point of protecting something if it destroyed what he wanted to protect? His thought process paused. He could duplicate memories, clouds, and ducks. What was so different about his mind? Harry walked deep into the golden lake and sat cross-legged. Bringing his hands down to rest in his lap, he began to focus. Professor Phileas Flitwick had gone from ecstatic to concerned very quickly. He might have missed the whole situation if he hadn't been watching Lily's son and his new claw right when the boy had looked at them. Harry had jerked like the hand of God had slapped him, and he had almost collapsed at his seat. Flitwick's eyes gained a tint of red. Unless he was very wrong, then someone had just tried to get into the boy's mind. He began subtly watching the other teachers. Most likely it was either Quirrell or Snape, based on the way the two were glaring at the child. Of course, Professor Quirrell had just been smacked with a broadsword by Albus, so the glaring may be unintentional. Harry finally was calming down, surrounded by the warmth of the golden lake. As he focused, he felt himself fading, the world fading. Finally he opened his eyes. Before him was his inner world, surrounded by a green glowing mist. Raising his right hand, he watched as the world began shrinking, twisting, falling into itself as it collapsed into a blowing green and blue bubble in his palm. As the crystal-like bubble rested in his hand, Harry smiled, then his face froze. Jim. Very distantly, he heard a quack. Thankfully it didn't sound angry or like he had been huffing helium. Nothing. I mean, it's not like I forgot you guys were. I mean, everything is going as expected. There was a significant pause before the second quack, and this one sounded annoyed. Harry felt nothing really as he floated in fog. He wasn't sure how long he stared at his mental world. It was so beautiful, all tiny like this. Because of how large the grasslands were, the only landmark you could see at this scale was the Golden Lake Ocean. Whatever. He pulled at the bubble, which felt like cool glass to his skin. A copy appeared, or was it? It felt like the same world, but in two places. Harry frowned. There was no point in trying to make distractions if all the distractions had real copies of his mind. Before he vanished the copy, he paused. Maybe a total backup would be wise. It would be easier in the future to just wipe a copy and replace it instead of healing his mind each time. He grabbed the copy with a cord and floated it behind him so he could ignore it for now. His eyes contemplated his mental world. He needed a copy that contained nothing, one that had all the structure but none of the data. A grin crossed his face as he waved a hand, and a tiny cloud inside his mental world was duplicated and brought to the surface. A quick squeeze in his threads and he now held another copy of his mind, sort of. His left hand now held his memory of holding the world. Breaking into it would show you him holding it. Nothing more, nothing less. Harry began to chuckle as he started duplicating the memory and allowing all the worlds to float around him. The green fog was now filled with bubbles. As far as the eye could see, thousands, no, millions of bubbles. They floated above and below Harry, they had orbits and bounced off each other. It was beautiful, as light from inside each of the crystals created rainbows and sparkles through the others. He turned his eye back to the backup, as he thought of it. Harry surrounded it with memories of metal, of thorns, of sharp teeth, of poison. Fears and anxieties were woven into the shell, paranoia orbited it. When he felt it was protected, he focused and squeezed it down to the size of a grape. Harry felt his power connecting to the tiny bubble, binding it to his mental world. Now every day, or when Jim requested it, his mental world would add a new grape to his backup, a new copy of his mental world. If he ever suffered heavy mental damage, if someone tried to take something from him, he should find it here, just in case. With an almost tender motion he then wrapped the backup in a memory of his mental world, like all the other glistening gems floating around the green mist. At least from the outside, it would be identical to the other bubbles, floating randomly in a sea of crystals. It was at this point Harry was pinched on the arm. Ow! Anyone at the Ravenclaw table who hadn't been staring at Harry was now watching the boy glare at his brown-haired and bushy friend. My own, what the heck? The girls just seemed relieved. Hermione seemed to shrink as she realized how many people were now staring in her direction. Oh, sorry Harry, you were worrying us, I mean. Harry sighed and rubbed his arm. No problem, I guess. How long was I out? I didn't mean to stay in there so long. Hermione noticed Padma's expression. Harry has this She looked around, noticing how large her audience was. Looking at Harry, she gave him a questioning look. He nodded. We will tell you later, Padma. Hermione, Susan, Hannah and I are going to be meeting up at the library tomorrow. If you want we can talk then. Padma nodded with a small grin. Ravenclaws did like libraries after all. A boy across the table raised an eyebrow. Those are the two Hufflepuffs, right? He noticed Harry's confused look and reached out. Name is Terry Boot, Harry. How did you convince two Puffs to head to the library? Sounds like a claw thing if I ever heard of one. Harry shrugged. We met on the train, and they are nice girls. I am actually hoping to make a study group, or even a research group if they are into it. Terry wiped his hands on a napkin. Well, would you have room for another person? I don't mind studying alone, but it always was more fun to study with my friends back home. Hermione grinned and gave Harry a quick glance. He seemed better, eyes bright again. That had scared her a little, how dim his eyes had turned. Suddenly she realized those eyes were staring in her direction. Sorry, what Harry? I was asking what you needed my attention for. I assume it was more than just, I wanna pinch Harry, right? She blushed as she swatted his shoulder. You were out of it and I think the teachers are about to give announcements soon. Almost on cue, they heard a dinging from the teacher's table. It seemed someone had disarmed Professor Dumbledore, thankfully, and Professor McGonagall was trying to gather attention. Everyone, please listen. As the noise lowered to a dull roar, she continued. A few things before we head off to bed. First years should note that the forest is off limits. There are some very lethal animals in there that only students with advanced training in care of magical creatures should handle. She seemed to really glare at two red-haired children at her table. Mr. Filch, our caretaker, would also like to remind you all again that no magic should be used in the corridors. It can cause people to trip or otherwise get hurt, especially near the magical staircases. Her eyes gained a bit of a glow. Quidditch trials will also be held in the second week of the term. Please contact Madam Hooch if you wish to try out for your house team. Albus Dumbledore suddenly stood, and everyone paused. On a side note, everyone should go check out the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side of the staircase. The staff seemed shocked. Very shocked. Thankfully Albus seemed to notice Professor McGonagall holding her face in her hand and reviewed his words. Oh, hang on, let me try that again. He took a deep breath. Everyone should not go check that corridor out. He nodded. Some heckler in Slytherin called out, which is it? What is in there? Dumbledore shrugged. Not really sure anymore. The last person didn't stop screaming long enough for me to find out. Everyone sort of paused before Professor McGonagall gently pushed the wizard back into his seat. Turning to the students again, Harry could almost feel her ignoring everything that had just happened. Now I know it is pretty late, so all first years follow your house's prefect and they will lead you to your rooms. She was half pulled down so Dumbledore could whisper to her. No, we are not singing that bloody song again. Not until you pick a single tune. I am still not convinced it is the school song. Thankfully that argument got harder to hear as everyone gathered around various prefects. Robert gathered the other first years together and they began walking out of the hall. Harry laid in his new bed, exhausted. As soon as the group had left the hall, he had been glad he had left threads at major doorways as they walked. How the heck were students supposed to find the Great Hall again if they couldn't mark places like Harry? They didn't have a map or anything. He would have to make exploration a major priority this first year, if he wanted to last 7 years in this crazy place. There had also been several hidden passages they had traveled, which Harry had carefully marked with threads and tagged in his memory. The staircases moved, the paintings were asleep but seemed alive. He swore he saw some armor wave at him. This place needed to be explored. It was like seeing a puppy, it just had to be petted or else the world felt wrong. He wasn't happy with door security though. Apparently you had to answer riddles that an eagle asked to get in. That was very insecure. And kind of insulting to the other houses. You can't answer riddles a first-year Ravenclaw can, seemed mean. Yes, security would be one of his first priorities to learn about. He had barely looked around the common room, or the dorms. He knew there were other children in here, also falling apart from too much food and being up too late. Right now, he just wanted some sleep. The boy fell into slumber almost as soon as his body relaxed. He was so grateful that class didn't start till Monday. Since tomorrow was Saturday, he felt like he needed the time to settle in. In a world of green mist existed millions of bubbles. In one of those bubbles existed a golden lake surrounded by grass under a blue sky. Under that grass was a frustrated young boy and a laughing duck. Shut up, Jim. It was my first try, okay? The duck just kept pointing at a vaguely humanoid pile on the floor as he quacked with laughter. Harry kept grumbling as he tried again. He had thought after making Jim it would be easy to make a librarian. Someone to keep everything organized. And who would know better what to do than Harry himself, right? Just make himself in his mind. Nope. Collecting all memories of himself just made a Harry puppet, who tended to laugh once then collapse into that thing. He was missing something basic, he knew it. Something that he had done correctly with Jim but was failing on here. Ignoring the laughing quacks that kept bubbling up behind him, Harry lifted the duplicate into the air with his ropes. It felt right, had all the right organs and stuff. He was not sure how important organs were in the mind but felt it was worth a shot. What it seemed to be missing was that spark, that something that it needed a spirit, a soul, something to give it life. He turned his eyes on Jim and examined him much closer. Despite him laughing at Harry, he could see something protecting. Protectiveness, self-preservation. That was it. He had loaded his personal ability, his own desire for being safe into Jim. That probably explained him building an army and always being on guard, honestly. So what would be logical in a librarian? He wrapped the body with his power, and tried to push emotions into his thread. Random things, deep thoughts, anything that had that feeling of wanting to know more. When he had seen Dudley's presents when he was very young, wanting to know what was in them. When he saw that family hug their daughter, wanting to know what a hug was like. Wanting to know why this had happened to him. Wanting to know why his family was not alive anymore. Why he always felt like he was fighting alone. Why no one had come looking for him when he had been under those stairs. The boy felt a soft hand wipe a tear from his face as his eyes opened. In front of him was a tall woman, who looked like the first librarian he had ever seen as a child, but her eyes glowed green. She smiled. "Congratulations, Mr. Potter." He smiled back, trying to find his balance. "So I assume you are a part of me." She nodded. "I am your thirst for knowledge." She gave a sly grin. "And your desire for acceptance, for family." She straightened, looking at the huge purple library and the stacks of unsorted memories. Her eyes glowed green as her smile took on an eager twist. "And right now, I believe I have quite a job ahead of me." He examined her more closely. She had black hair like his, but it was tied into a bun. She had thin glasses and a nice outfit, although it was mostly black. He almost bit his tongue as he saw her wave a green rope at him while another one lifted a scroll. Apparently he had given her thread access as well. She held up the scroll. "Would you like me to build your mental maps as well? I can also suggest texts for you that may be helpful for you to learn." Harry slid deeper into a chair. Tired did not even begin to describe how exhausted he had become. "Please, that would be great. Did you have a name?" She shrugged. "Unlike Jim, I am composed mostly from your personality, memories of a librarian, and your power." I am a part of you. Just call me Wisdom, if you must. Harry was actually starting to fall asleep in his chair. Thank you, Wisdom. Please take care of this place, my knowledge and memories are the most important things I have. He felt her pull a soft cover over him. I know, Harry. If I need anything I will let Jim know and he will pass it to you, all right. She watched him as he tried to answer before falling asleep. Turning to Jim, she waved the duck to a side aisle. Getting down closer to his level, she glared at him. You were mis-shelving things on purpose, weren't you? Jim gave the most innocent whistle ever. She sighed. Well, I suppose it is done. He would have made me if you just asked, you know. You could have just mentioned that you hate sorting memories. Harry is a good kid. Fair enough. I will try to convince him to make a few more mental aspects. At least one for his dark side. She seemed to be looking through the world. His aggression needs an outlet, the lake is repressing it very well, but you felt how it got out on the train. I know he has already considered it once or twice, so I will keep moving those suggestions closer to the font of his mind. Jim gave an amused look that Wisdom waved off. You know I have his best at heart. Unlike some ducks who just don't like using ramps when sorting memories. It was pretty amusing watching a duck act sheepish. Harry woke slowly. Somehow he still felt like he had levitated a train. His whole body felt a certain level of weakness, and his thickest threads looked drained. Apparently building a mental representation of an aspect was quite a difficult procedure. Hey, Jim. Wisdom doing okay? Quack. Is she up? Heck, does she sleep? Qua move out the way, Jim, he is talking to me. Hey Harry, got most of the memories already sorted. The castle map will take longer though, it seems that all the rooms are moving slowly in different directions. Harry paused. He had been moving his trunk to the foot of his bed and starting his morning routine, but now he felt odd. He had never slept in a house that had moving rooms. We are safe though, right? Yep. I was playing with the threads you anchored yesterday in the castle, and I found out that if we send extra power down one we can feel what is around it, like the red network. I sorted that knowledge into the essential shelf, so it should be almost subconscious to you now. He pulsed the great hall and could feel a few people passing through the door. That could be very useful. I will have to mark more places with thread. Then, could you help Jim set up another room in Snail Queue to monitor these markers? No problem. I will need your help later though, I don't have permission to alter the whole world bubble like you do. Harry had just finished brushing his teeth. Oh, why would you want to? He could almost feel the eye roll. Well, when you repaired the damage you accidentally wiped out the testing area. I figure you will be bringing the girls in here again. He nodded. Well, we have the backup system now. Set off a backup of the world so I am safe, then you can just invite them into your mind proper. I can keep an eye on anyone who wanders where they shouldn't, especially with Jim's help. What if they try to get into somewhere they shouldn't? Quack. Thanks, Jim. Harry looked over the room once more. The bed had sky blue silk sheets, the walls were a soft white, and the roof in the entire tower looked like a starry sky. He loved it even more now that he was awake. With another futile attempt to make his hair not look insane, he moved down to the common room to wait for Hermione and Padma. They had mentioned going to breakfast together, and no one else seemed to be up this early anyway. He idly leaned back and opened his master book, deciding to read more about runes. Hermione gave up on her hair. Bushy was the new in thing, or at least, it better be if she wanted to be in. With a soft sigh she wandered downstairs, with only a few dozen books in her bottomless pouch. They were going to the main library after breakfast, so heavy reading could wait. As she reached the common room she paused. There was Harry, leaned back on the couch with that strange black book again. She was curious, but didn't want to bother him. What if she drove him off like her other friends? She sat on the other end of the couch and reopened her potion book. She had already memorized it, but darn it, she had a goal. Number 1, period. Hopefully. Padma grinned as she saw the two readers lost to the world. Come on, breakfast waits for no dragon. Or something. Harry grinned and stood. At some point the book had vanished and he seemed eager to go. I think I know the way, although I would like to schedule exploration as soon as possible. Seeing Hermione's expression he waved a hand. I know, you would rather read, but let me ask you this, do you know how to find all our classes? Wide eyes of horror had her quickly on her feet and heading to the door. What are you two waiting for? Places to see, places to see. Padma was so thankful she had followed Harry today. They had gone upstairs, sideways, into a room with no doors and under a desk and were now in the Great Hall. People who had left almost 10 minutes before the group even left were just now arriving. She turned to the boy who was now eating what appeared to be a small amount of everything on the table. Okay, how did you do that? Do what? Harry put some butter and pickles on some bacon, ignoring people's expressions. Hermione was enjoying some fruit, but paused while eating some melon. Harry, I am pretty sure we didn't go that way last night. How did you find your way here so quickly? Harry pointed at two redheads at the Gryffindor table. Remember how those two were singled out last night? He saw their nods. I tagged them with threads so I could keep track of where they were. Didn't want them sneaking up on me. He leaned forward. They go everywhere. I must have felt over 20 secret passages last night. Took wisdom forever to map them all. Padma wiggled a bit closer so it would be harder to overhear. Wisdom. Who is that? He shrugged. Last night I turned my feelings of wanting to know stuff into a person. Wisdom is the librarian of my memories, thoughts, etc. She also handles the maps. Quack. Harry nodded to the girl's confusion. Jim clarified. She makes and maintains the maps, Jim still handles security. Hermione was now eating much slower. So why is a part of you a woman? He ate some peaches wrapped in a pancake. She looks very similar to the first librarian I ever met. He looked away, as if seeing something far off. When I was very young, I used to pretend that my mom looked like her. Never saw a picture of my parents back then, you know. So smart and pretty woman, I just pretended. He didn't seem to notice the reactions of the girls. Anyway, Wisdom has done an awesome job so far. With her around I don't even mind letting some of you into my library. She can duplicate anything you want to look at, so you won't damage it. Harry. They turned to see Terry Boot huffing as he tried to catch his breath. Morning Terry. Morning. How did you get down here so fast? He seemed to collapse onto the bench and began gathering some breakfast. I saw you leave the common room and couldn't seem to catch up. Harry shrugged, finishing his breakfast. Learned some shortcuts. This place is filled with secret passages. I haven't even started looking yet and I found a few by accident. As Terry seemed fully involved with his breakfast, Harry and the girls talked about the new dorms, how they slept and so forth. Seeing Terry finish, Harry grinned. Now that we all seem to be ready, who wants to go to the library? Like expected of true Ravenclaws, the table was empty pretty quickly. Harry now left threads at most intersections as they moved toward the library. Or at least, wandered aimless while asking everyone if they were heading the correct way to get to the library. He didn't think he would need this many marks, but it wasn't hurting him to leave a few threads here and there. The halls had many color schemes, rug designs, cloths on the wall. The paintings were numerous, and Harry had to be dragged away from the first one he got a really good look at. Paintings could move between frames, could remember and pass messages, so the entity in the frame had some sort of data storage. Terry finally opened a topic that had been bothering him. So Harry, what gave you the idea to do this group thing anyway? Harry refocused on the boy, who tried not to shiver seeing those green eyes pierce him. They had a real intimidation factor. Well, I have a bit of a dream. His smile seemed almost devious. I plan on doing just enough work to pass all my classes and then learn everything. Terry blinked. I what? Harry waved a hand. As far as I can tell, most witches and wizards just learn what a set list of spells per year. I don't see anything about spell creation, experimentation, or exploration. Well, that is just memorization. Hermione and I have already memorized all the texts for this year. His smile seemed to get sharper somehow. Now, while everyone else wastes time catching up with us, we are going to try and learn game-changer abilities. Even Hermione seemed a bit confused on this. Harry shook his head. I will go into more detail once we pick up Susan and Hannah, but the idea is to find abilities that help us learn faster, work faster, or accomplish more than expected. He looked around a corner. If he didn't have his threads he would have thought they had turned around somehow. This castle really needed a map. For example, I have an ability that lets me work in my mind while sleeping. I can study, organize my mind, or just relax. That gives me back 8 hours a day to read or whatever. Hermione tried not to grin at the stunned expressions of Padma and Terry. He also can pull other people into his mind, and time moves faster there. We spent an hour or two in there on the train and it felt like days had passed. Harry blushed. Yeah, we should have the whole clothes thing figured out by the way. Shouldn't be any issues next time. Terry closed his mouth after a few seconds. You know, I want to ask but I am not sure I want to know. He saw Harry's face turn as red as Hermione's and he grinned. Bet it was funny though. Awkward as heck at least. Harry grumbled. Jim wouldn't stop laughing at me either. Hermione was back to grinning as Harry's face stayed red. Padma twirled some of her hair. Jim, is he in Hufflepuff too? Hermione shook her head. Nope, in his head. Nice person, although don't talk about his height. Harry coughed. Moving on, I figure it may be a good idea to spend some time in my mindscape and help you guys make your own. Especially after what happened last night. Seeing his dark expression, everyone talked about other topics. Quidditch was apparently a big deal everywhere. Finally, Terry walked up to a huge set of wooden doors. I thought we would nave. Shish. A woman who looked very similar to a pale-faced owl was very silently but expressively suggesting with her eyebrows that Terry should re-evaluate his life and consider what he had done that was so wrong, so vile as to have made noise in her world. A much quieter group of relieved Ravenclaws moved through the doors. The library was so tall that it felt dangerous to look up, as if the shelves were looming over you and waiting till you looked away to drop. Shelves of books were everywhere without any major section labels. The air felt rich with dust and the smell of paper. Harry could have sworn Hermione whimpered. He saw red hair at a table near some windows and moved everyone in that direction. Making sure to whisper, he grinned. Hannah, Susan, glad you are here so early. Two smiles turned a bit hesitant as they saw two strangers. Harry pulled Terry forward. Meet our new study friends, Terry Boot. He nudged Hermione who pulled Padma forward, and Padma Patil. We met them at dinner last night. A quick round of quiet introductions later and Susan noticed Harry seemed to be tapping something against his palm. Harry, what is that? He refocused on Susan with a raised eyebrow before he noticed his hands. Oh, I was thinking about trying out a spell I read about. It would really help us if it worked. She shrugged. Go for it. Just make sure you don't face us just in case it goes wrong. Hannah watched as Harry lifted his hand and mumbled. As his hand finished a gesture, she felt a mint wind cross her body as sounds faded to murmuring. There was a pause that Terry felt needed addressing. Okay, what was that? Are we going deaf? Harry shook his head. Shouldn't. That was from one of my more esoteric books, Muffaliato. People who are outside of our area can't hear us now. We will seem to be mumbling. He waved his hand absently. Now we don't have to whisper. We should still be able to hear everyone outside though, unless I cast it inverted as well. Hermione was about to start asking questions before Harry started writing on some paper. Where had that come from? 1 second, my own, and I will write the book I got it from. Susan was eyeballing the pen. Now what is that? She watched how quickly and easily he was writing. It seems much less messy than any quill I have used. Harry handed a pad of paper to everyone at the table and a pen. These are gel pens. Each one has the ink in internal chambers and keeps it from drying out till you need it. It can write at any angle, is waterproof, and is much harder to break than a quill. He scowled. We can't use it for homework or tests, but we can use them for our notes or rough drafts. Terry was already doodling with a happy smile. Why not? This is awesome. Harry shrugged. Our quills have a wand focus inside them, so that our wizard's signatures are written into our ink. It is part of the anti-cheating stuff for the school. I guess since most students use them through school they continue using them in future jobs. He leaned forward. Okay, I talked about this a little earlier in the halls, but here is what I am planning on doing. You can choose to join in or not, and I am fine with that. He grinned as he saw Hannah roll her eyes. I am going to do just enough work to get all my homework and stuff done, and we are going to find game-changer spells and abilities. Things that will help us be amazing. Susan had a gleam in her eye. Any examples? Harry nodded. Well, I want all of you to try and learn how to make your own mindscape if possible. I know not everyone can, and Hermione told me that the occlumency book I gave her doesn't do the same thing that I do. His eyes darkened. I originally was going to focus on more basic stuff, like spells to copy papers for backup, spells to bind papers into books, spells to search books for terms and stuff. But last night changed my priorities. Susan seemed to have slipped into some sort of professional persona. I noticed you seemed out of it after dinner. What happened? His eyes went dark. The greasy man at the teacher table attacked my mind. Susan seemed stunned. Wah, really? She quickly gathered herself. I will have to get a message to my aunt about this. It is hard to prove, but having multiple reports will help build a case against him. I think he is the potions professor, Severus Snape. Hermione seemed shocked as well. A teacher. Oh, Harry, are you sure? Harry nodded. Jim was organizing my memories at the time, so we had few defenses. When you felt me zoning out, I was rebuilding from the damage and creating fake duplicates of my mind to prevent this kind of thing in the future. He grinned. I made millions of bubbles that look like my mind. If he tries again, he will have to spend years searching through them, and may Merlin help him if he pops one. Padma looked up from some flowers she was drawing on the paper pad. What is inside them? His eyes took a hard green light. Pain. The light seemed to darken. A lot of it. Terry pushed his pen and paper aside. So what can I do to keep Snape out? I heard from some of the older kids that he is a really mean teacher. Hermione dropped into her lecture voice. He is probably preforming a wordless legilimency attack. She pulled out the occlumency book Harry had pointed out to her. It was covered here a bit. He has to look you in the eyes, and it is not nearly as strong as when you use a wand or say the spell. Padma looked troubled. How long does it take to protect yourself from this kind of attack? Hermione frowned. Using the book's method, years. Part of the reason is that no one is able to help you practice unless they can use legilimency to test your shields. But then again, Harry is not really doing occlumency, as far as I can tell. Normal occlumency doesn't speed up time for you, or work while you are asleep, or allow learning new abilities or changing your body from your mindscape. Harry shrugged. My method uses more magic. You know how I changed your cores to be more stable, and have more threads and stuff. He saw confusion on Terry and Padma's face. Ah, well, I can see magic like threads. I can change how other people's magic works, to allow them to use thread magic to some level, like this. Everyone's paper started moving in complex patterns while being chased by the pens. He shrugged at their astonishment. I learned magic this way first. My wand came much later. Anyway, I stabilized their cores. And gave them some ropes and threads of magic to work with. He then pointed at his chest. I personally have threads, ropes, cables, and cords of magic. Many of them, but most witches and wizards have one, maybe two ropes. The threads all wrap around their core as far as I can tell. If the core wraps up completely, it seals up and you are a squib. He held out his wand, missing some of the odd looks it got from the others. The wand uses the magic of animals and plants to force a thread or rope out of your core and into the wand itself, which is how you do magic. The wand focuses the magic. He tapped Hermione's arm and gestured towards her wand. She passed it with a look that pretty much informed him that nothing should happen to it. Now since I can control my threads and stuff, I can use any wand perfectly. He waved Hermione's wand, making sparks appear. I also made sure that the girls' wands perfectly connected to their cores. He was blushing now and purposefully ignoring Hannah and the faces she was making. Padma leaned in. Well, why not give each of them a whole bunch of ropes and stuff like you? Harry sighed. I noticed that if I added much more than I already did, then their core color started to go dimmer. Their magic can only handle so many ropes or threads, so I made sure to stay way into the safe range. In Hermione's case, since I reduced the number of threads, her magic actually got stronger. He nodded to Susan and Hannah. Their magic stayed around the same strength, but it will be much easier to control and much more precise than before. All three can do some basic wand-less stuff now, or at least the stuff I discovered like the fire lance and grabbing stuff. He floated the wand back to Hermione, who seemed pleased at the idea of having stronger magic. Hannah raised a hand. Since Harry fixed my core, my magic has been almost completely different. I used to always have to strain to cast any spells, like I was fighting myself. She wiped a tear away, grinning. I slept better last night than I have in months, and I have never felt so close to my wand before. Terry's eyebrows had risen quite high at this point. So are you willing to check out our cores too? Harry shifted in his seat. Sure, just. Okay, so it feels weird. He was trying to ignore the giggling from the other girls and Padma's eyebrow raise. I didn't really expect it when it happened, but it was well. Padma leaned over to Hannah. Did it hurt? She smiled. Nope. Although that might be why Harry feels so awkward about it. Her smile got bigger as Harry avoided her eyes. Felt quite lovely, really. The other two girls nodded. Terry might as well give his eyebrows away, since they had risen off his face at this point. You sly dog. Harry could have been a tomato. Hush you. I didn't expect it, I had never touched someone's core before. I think I used far too much magic to do it. Hermione checked the time. Harry, do you have a way of keeping track in your mind about what time it is out here? Desperate to move on to a new topic, he nodded. Wisdom found a spell called Tempest that should work great for this. He waved his tiny wand in an even smaller motion, and green glowing date and time floated. I can keep this up for a few days, so no issues about us losing track of time. He reached with a rope from his chest and connected it to the working spell, pulling it away from his wand and floating it over the table. When he looked up he saw everyone's faces in shock. What? So apparently changing the source of power for a spell from a wand to wand-less magic was so unheard of, everyone just sort of stopped. Mentally, Harry sighed. Thank goodness he had learned these unwritten rules before classes started. Snapping his fingers to get everyone focusing away from the clock in the middle of the table, Harry grinned. Okay, just so we are clear on this, everyone wants to come along, right? 3 firm nods and 2 hesitant ones later and Harry reached out for a small thread from each child. Padma felt odd, like she was being pulled along by the hand, by someone trying to keep her from slipping on stones just after rainfall. As the world faded into view she gasped. All around her were bubbles of light, glistening like raindrops, as far as she could see. Green mist was being swirled as the orbs rotated, bounced off each other, and orbited in complex patterns. Around her she saw colors fading into view. Hermione in an orange shirt, Susan in purple, Hannah in blue, Terry in yellow. She looked down. She was now wearing some tight pants and a pink shirt and it was awfully form-fitting. Not too tight, but not exactly loose either. Determined to not make a huge deal out of this, she looked around for Harry. Hermione tapped her shoulder. Over there, I think. He was relaxing on a bed of bubbles, flicking them out to bounce and make bright dinging noises as they clanged away into the distance. His lazy smile seemed to light the fog. Everyone ready? Unlike last time, this will be different. Before, I brought you all into a special section of my mind just to protect myself. He stood as the bubbles floated back into the mix before waving a hand. One bubble that looked like all the others floated in from below the floor. Now however, I found out how to back up my mind. I don't have to worry about anyone accidentally damaging it, so everyone can come on in. Terry seemed concerned. What if we find out something you don't want us to know? Green eyes seemed to dim. Anything dangerous should be locked away. If someone or something tells you to back off, I would do so. They focused almost too sharply for Terry's comfort. My defenses may not be impressive to some, but don't underestimate them. They are designed to be underestimated, so heed my warning. Jim is a nice person, but he will protect me. Getting several nods of acknowledgement, Harry waved everyone closer. Now, everyone touch this particular bubble. At the current time compression rate I believe we have about I am not really sure. If I was by myself, I would say around a day per 15 minutes. However when we did this before, it was like a day every 45 hour. Time acts weird here. It seems to change based on how rested I am, how many people come in, and what we are doing. Several sets of hands touched the jewel-like bubble, which felt like slightly wet stone. Susan looked up when she smelled lily flowers. The sky was full of tall, fluffy clouds. Her shoes had somehow vanished, and her toes were in rich soil and soft green grass. The grass seemed to go on forever. There was a golden lake, one that acted like sunset was continuously making it golden and soft. And there was she guessed that Jim lived in the village near the giant golden snail. Terry was first to start. Harry, is there a village of ducks in your mind? Several eyes turned to the boy, who was sitting on a bench near the lake. More like a military academy of ducks, but yeah. Happened when I was younger, if that makes it easier for you to handle mentally. Padma smiled. I like ducks. Her smile faltered a little when the eyes turned her way. Harry on the other hand had a huge smile. I know, right? Ducks are awesome. Terry stared at the duck with military shades sitting next to Harry. Hermione waved. Hey Jim, everything going all right? Hermione, Susan, and Hannah turned to Harry. He seemed confused. Oh, sorry, he said. Yes. He shook his head. Well, he actually said a lot more than that, but it took me a few years to get the lingo down. The longer version was something a bit insulting to non-snail eating giants who don't pay nearly enough respect to upstanding vampire duck kind. Everyone's eyes turned to Jim. He shrugged. Seeing a duck shrugged seemed to somehow make everything worse. Harry clapped. So, we are all currently in Hogwarts library, in my head. Who wants to see the library in my head, which is currently in a library? Padma raised a hand. Can the duck come? Jim gave a wings up to Harry. Oh, he likes you. Everyone to the purple room. Everyone followed Harry, some experiencing various levels of, this is neat, and, what have I gotten myself into, as he began wandering apparently aimlessly into the grass. Before they had gone far, Padma raised her hand, the one not currently carrying Jim when had he hitched a ride. Harry, can you check my core really quickly? I want to do the moving stuff thing. He paused, and turned, his eyes glowing a deep and bright green, like gems. Sure, this shouldn't take too long. He pointed at her chest. Go ahead and take a look. Here, everyone should see threads now. Padma looked down and oh wow. Inside her was what looked like a pink puzzle piece, shaped like a strange bean. There was a huge rope that seemed to go off into the distance, and a few tiny threads. She looked up and almost jumped, unaware Harry had gotten so close to her. He hummed this line, his hand touched the rope. Her mind suddenly filled with memories of Parvati, her sweet sister. The years of hugs, eating ice cream under the stars, seeing their first balloon. Harry grinned. I think this is a connection between you and your sister, Padma. She didn't even realize she was smiling until Harry smiled back. Well, clearly we will have to keep that going. I think you are strong enough to have 3 additional ropes, so you can learn the stuff that the other girls are. I will just have to cut back on the number of threads. Is that all right? She nodded. Padma was not sure why, but this connection was important. It should be protected, and thankfully she could somehow feel that Harry understood that. Harry tried to ignore Hannah's giggling. Seriously, that girl was trying to make him blush. Okay, this part is the easy one. Before Padma could ask anything, she looked at Harry and saw a wall of green cords coming towards her. It felt like the wind was blowing through her hair, her body wrapped in covers on a snow-covered beach, warm and toasty with crisp air flowing in her lungs. Her body felt like it was relaxing, like unknown stresses were put aside, and more, she could feel her sister more, like she was closer to her heart. As the feelings faded, she realized that Susan was looking worried. After a questioning look, she pointed at Padma's eye. Oh. She was crying. It's no, I don't feel bad, it like I got my sister back somehow. You know. Harry seemed more winded somehow. Wow, that was more of a drain than I thought it would be. Padma looked at her core. It was now 4 ropes strong, although the one leading off was now looking more like a cord than a rope. The pink sphere was not as fuzzy as Hermione's or Hannah's, but the ropes looked thicker and seemed to move roughly as she willed them. Hearing a slight cough, she looked up. Harry was being poked by the other 3 girls, with them whispering something. Fine, I know. He looked in Padma's general direction. Padma, the second part of this is kind of, well, this is the awkward part. Since I stabilized your core, your old wand won't work anymore most likely. She looked in shock at her wand. Wait, was she holding it before? It was like thinking about it made it appear. Before she could get too worried, Harry coughed again. So I can make your old wand connect to your healed core now, but His blush was nearing atomic at this point. Well, it feels a bit odd, this part. Padma looked over his shoulder where 3 girls were giving her the thumbs up and nodding, then back to the blushing boy. Sure Harry, what do you need to do this? He walked closer and wrapped his hand around the tip of her wand. She watched his arm as a green thread wrapped around the brown ones in her wand, following it as it twisted up her O. Her whole arm was getting warmer, like someone was breathing warm words of comfort as the threads worked its way up her limb. As it reached her shoulder, she suddenly realized exactly where her core was and which direction this feeling was about to go. Looking at the other girls, she had a few seconds to gape at the grins on their faces before she had to hold in a squeak. Harry almost jerked as he looked at her, worried. Are you okay? Did that hurt? Oh God, he was holding it there while asking. No, just I'm fine. Don't worry about it. He still seemed confused by her reaction. Are you sure? Oh Merlin, he better get on with this. Yes, by all magic yes. As the green wrapped brown thread touched her core, it felt like someone had just at her stomach. Face blushing, she tried to avoid looking at anyone. How many threads are left? Harry wiped some sweat off his blushing face. Only about a dozen or so. The other girls giggled at her, while Terry just seemed nervous. This looked far too painful for him, he would rather buy a new wand. Just look how red Padma was turning, this must hurt like the devil. Several embarrassing minutes later, both Terry and Padma were ready to practice with their new core, although Terry refused to have his wand adjusted since it seemed to work semi-well. Harry really couldn't build up any urge to convince the boy otherwise. Something about connecting the boy's wand felt off to him. Not to mention Hannah kept blushing when the topic was being discussed, which felt like a bad omen to Harry. Levitating pillow ducks was entertaining for the two new thread users, although going against Harry was like having a water gun fight against an army of fire hoses. The other girls were enjoying some Draco targeting, as Harry created discs of flammable wood with the boy's face on them and created moving targets for the gals to aim fire lances at. Harry himself was practicing creating duck tunnels, as the various troops were calling them. Being able to make a rail gun was neat, but making rail guns quickly could be awesome. Still, it was slow going at first since it took so long to make the smooth tube that accelerated the flying canaries, whom had gotten much better at broom flying after creating a harness to hold the broom under them. The trick was to not make the smooth tube too long, else the duck would just vanish into the distance. Needless to say, he still needed practice. A few hours into this, Terry had just managed to grab his duck pillow with a yellow rope when he paused. You know, I feel like we forgot something. Like, we had some other plan or objective when we started this walk. Padma was busy fighting two stuffed ducks while her third rope was doodling in some sand Harry had made for her. Like what? I mean, we got duck pillows. Harry grinned. Good point. Hermione paused, fire glowing around her right arm. She could now control her orange flames really well in here. Burning Draco had been pretty good motivation, but something was off. Books. Padma, Hermione, and Terry all turned to face Harry, who was absently creating smooth tubes with his left arm and his right foot while laying in a chair. He blinked. Oh, right. Somehow we all got distracted when I wrapped Padma in a. Hannah nudged Susan, who rolled her eyes. Harry chose to move on with the conversation, as he stood and had the chair vanish. Moving on, to the library. Padma looked at the endless sea of grass. So where is it? Harry shrugged. Here. Behind him a giant swath of grass lifted like a hinge, showing a white wood staircase leading into a white hall. Terry stared at it. Are you saying we were there the whole time? Harry started walking down the steps. Nah, the entrance roams around. It is never in the same place often. He paused in front of a random white section of wall and knocked. One moment. Everyone except Jim and Harry looked at each other, confused. Harry noticed and nodded. So everyone remembers Jim, right? Several nods and a few rolled eyes later, he continued. Well, Jim and I had a bit of a discussion. It takes time for me to sort through all new information, like my currently being build map of the castle and stuff, and I don't really want to do that personally. So I took the best parts of me and created a librarian. You didn't need to sweet talk me, Harry. The wall swung open, showing a dark purple room and a tall woman dressed like a librarian but with Harry's deep green eyes. Her core was similar to his as well, although it looked like it was mostly threads that lead back into the room she just left. She grinned at the stunned children. Hello everyone, I am Harry's thirst for knowledge and his desire for learning. You may call me Wisdom. After a few mumbled hellos, she grinned. Now, everyone come in and relax. She turned to Hermione. You would probably love to see Harry's language section. He has quite a collection. Oh, and the music section is nice as well if you stay clear of the more modern stuff. Harry nodded. Got lots of classical stuff, no horrible screeching or cursing in it. Very soothing when I am studying school work. He accepted a book Wisdom handed him and followed her in, feeling the others follow him. As they crowded into the room he barely glanced at it before settling into a huge squishy purple chair. Feel free to wander. There are sections on all kinds of topics, since I only have to view the pages once to make a copy of the book. Obviously I have not scanned all my new stuff in how boring would life be if all my books were memorized, right? But I have picked up a few things over the years. Wisdom passed Susan a book that seemed to be bound in green cloth. You seemed interested in the Muffaliato spell earlier today. This is Harry's memory about where he found it, what he knows about it, and his memory casting it. It should really help you pick it up as well. She accepted it with a small smile, which Wisdom returned as she passed Terry a book as well. This one Harry hasn't tried yet, but you may find interesting. It doesn't actually do anything but light your wand different colors, but the colors change based on wand motions. You can use it to perfect your casting ability, since you decided to not have your core tuned to your wand. Terry seemed to light up at the thought, and began rapidly turning pages looking for good stuff. Harry had no clue where Hermione had gone, but he thought he had heard a squeal in the Hogwarts School Book section. She must have found some of the books that he had bought that had been assigned to previous first years. The texts didn't change much, but he enjoyed reading the differences when bored. Padma had a book that covered Harry's memories of ducks. He didn't want to say anything, but that was one of his favorites. He settled into his chair, and began reading the book Wisdom had chosen. Hogwarts Charter, Rules and Bylines. Great. Oh well, she had to have picked it for a good reason. Or she was teasing him. Whatever. He felt her ruffle his hair as she went back to the map room to continue updating it. A few days later, Harry stretched. Hey Jim, how long have we been in the mine? From several chairs, all purple of course, heads raised to look at Harry. Oh, he said about 4 hours. It is getting close to lunchtime. Anyone want to take a quick break for it? We can work on building your individual mind world when we get back. He got a few nods. They had taken time bouncing between practicing thread control, reading in the library, and watching some of Harry's special clouds. He had one that was really important, the first movie he had ever seen. It had even been in a theater. Watching the movie through his memories was interesting, since they could make fake seats for them to sit in to make it feel like they were there too. He had introduced the three purebloods, Susan, Padma, and Terry, to memories of his favorite popcorn and soda, so they had something to munch on during the film. Even Wisdom watched with them, which made it kind of special to Harry. She may only be a part of him, but she did represent his desire for family, and his friends really made him feel special. However, the call of food and a bathroom break was enough to get everyone moving off the couch and back outside to the grasslands. As Harry turned to his friends, he grinned. Okay, I have set this up with Jim, so it should be fun. To get out of here, just think, I want to go home, and take a big step backwards. He watched with a strange sense of loss as one by one his friends returned to their bodies. He knew they were just a few feet away, but having someone in his mind, so close to his heart, it had felt nice. He felt Wisdom give him a hug from behind, and he leaned back into her. I want to let someone see everything one day. Even the bad places. Wisdom nodded and hugged him. She didn't say anything, and he didn't need anything said. They just were quiet together before he left. Padma stretched. Her limbs should feel sore and locked up, after not moving for 4 or so hours. Instead, her body felt refreshed, like she was somehow more herself than she had been in a while. She felt balanced. Looking down, she missed seeing the pink threads in her core. She could still sort of feel the ropes, but the threads might as well be gone in the waking world. Her clothing also felt a bit tighter. Oh. Hermione nudged her shoulder. Yeah, something like this happened to us too. When Harry covers you in magic, your body fixes stuff that bothers you. It fixed my teeth, my hair got less bushy, I got a bit taller. Things that never really bothered me too much were just different. She shrugged with a grin. Not like I am complaining or anything. Terry grinned as he looked at his more defined muscles. No kidding. He wasn't larger, but it was clear he had lost some of his baby fat around his arms and neck. Harry's eyes seemed to brighten, as if he was checking back in. He stretched as he stood and wiped his hand through the air, breaking the spell, muffling them. Well, I say lunch is in order. Shall we? A few nods and everyone followed Harry out. Terry had talked with Hannah and Susan a day or so ago in Mind Space and had mentioned how Harry had been building one heck of a mental map of the school. Either that or he was a ghost, since he had beaten Terry to breakfast. 3 turns, 1 magical painting and a tunnel later and they were standing in the Great Hall, most of the party confused and happy that they had gotten here even if they had headed in the opposite direction for half the time. Terry of course was still irked. How did we get down to the ground floor? We climbed up 3 flights of stairs and we started at the library. Harry shrugged as he sat at the Hufflepuff table. Magic of course. Pass the ham, would you? A confused Puff passed the dish to Harry while his group absently sat around him. Eventually one of the older students leaned in. Excuse me Harry, did you get the right table? Ravenclaw is one more over you know. His green eyes glinted with a grin. Yep. Turns out in the rules that we only have to be at our house tables during the big stuff, like opening and leaving feasts. Plus I want to make friends with people in the other houses, and we all have to eat sometime, right? Indeed we do, Mr. Potter. A woman who seemed half-grown was behind him. For promoting inter-house relations, take 5 points to Ravenclaw. She turned to the other Puffs. And if you have friends my dears, feel free to eat with them too. We are the house of friendship and loyalty, after all. Some of the older kids were already glancing at significant others that were in other houses. Harry grinned, and whispered to Susan. Who is she? I like her. Professor Sprout, she is our head of house and the teacher of herbology. She grinned right back. We all love her to pieces, and she knows all kinds of plant stuff. Table conversation naturally degraded to Quidditch at some point, but Harry enjoyed being surrounded by laughter. He made a note to do this more often if he could. It felt like it was healing something inside. Everyone was back in the library, spelled for privacy again. They had chosen a table hidden by some shelves this time. Apparently some of the other claws had been curious about a bunch of children staring quietly for a few hours. Harry ran a hand through his hair. So I am not really sure how I first made my mindscape. It happened when I filled my brain with magic and tried to repair damage when I was a kid. Susan noticed his hand was shaking slightly. I am not sure how much magic I used, or the effects really. What I do know is that much of my body has been altered or healed by my magic at one point or another. He looked smaller than Susan was used to. Harry normally felt like a huge old tree, something that had always been there and knew why it existed, but right now he seemed unsure, far too young. She gave him a supporting smile which he was able to somewhat return. Hermione gave him a quick hug. Let's move onward Harry. If we can't reach our mindscape the way you did, can you help us? Harry hesitated. Could he? Wisdom, what do you think? Well, Jim and I talked about it for a few hours since this conversation started. If you pull one of their ropes into their mind and go with them, you can probably help them get started. Well, that wasn't perfect, but it would be better than letting anyone just wander into his friends' minds. Harry gave a subtle nod. Well, it will have to be done one person at a time, and it will probably be much different than mine. He leaned into the table, resting his chin on his hands. Who wants to go first? Hermione had barely heard the question before her arm was in the air. Ooh me. I want an internal library. Terry was looking at Hermione like she was nuts. He turned to Hannah. How many libraries does she want exactly? She has our homeroom, this library, even the one in Harry's head. Hannah shrugged. She's a claw. What did you expect? Hermione had already swapped seats with Padma to sit next to Harry. Shush you guys, I want my books. Harry was trying not to grin, but he was honestly looking forward to seeing what Hermione would build. He knew he loved books, but she was almost married to them. He reached a rope into her, gently wrapping his threads around her orange rope and leading both toward her brain. Oh wow, that felt interesting. As she looked into Harry's green eyes, she felt a warmth just below her neck, as if a fuzzy scarf had been heated and wrapped around her. Keeping her face as calm as possible, she felt the heat rolling up her spine, closer. As it reached her brain, the world took on an orange haze before everything faded away. She turned rapidly. She was waist-deep in a deep orange ocean, one that seemed to have no floor. There was no sky, just orange fog, but she didn't feel scared. This was just how the world was. To her left she saw a green glow build up. It grew like a crystal, layers after layer expanding and stretching. She drifted closer, watching the gem glow with a heartbeat. A sudden flash caused her to blink. Oh. Hey Harry. I guess we are here then. Not sure really. I have a blindfold on. Oh. Yeah, it was a deep green one. Why? Harry shrugged. When I first came to my mind I didn't think to make clothing. Took me a few months to even consider it. He heard an eep and gave a small grin. Yeah, anyway anything you think of will appear here. Including clothing and tools and stuff. He tried to ignore the sounds of cloth rustling. So can I take off my blindfold? Yeah, of course. Why shouldn't you? Harry pretended to not notice her massive blush or slightly ruffled clothing as he took his blindfold off. He looked around. Ooh, I like this. He looked into the water before his eyes got really wide and he quickly put his blindfold back on. Oops. Okay, we need to have you make a place now. Hermione floated near him. Why the blindfold again? Harry's cheeks were blushing again. Well, you haven't sorted or stored your memories and this ocean is made of them. Hermione looked down. Oh, there was her in a princess dress. There was a neighbor dog, a leaf she had liked when younger. Oh my. Thank goodness Harry was fast looking away. So what should I build? He shrugged. I built what made me happy. Imagine a place that feels important or special to you. She relaxed, floating in the sea. Special. Drifting through her mind was her old room, back before they had to move to a bigger house. She didn't have bookshelves yet, just piles of books on her bed, on the floor, everywhere. When she was sad from kids teasing her, she would make stacks of books and just hide in the middle, like a fort. She had even put a blanket on top. She flinched a little remembering the names kids would call her, how mean they could be when she said something too mature or used words they hadn't heard before. The stupid arguments she would have. When she won those arguments, they didn't want to be her friend. She wasn't good at being wrong, at letting others do better or try something if she felt she could do it better. Even when she expected the kids to be impressed with what she knew, like the adults were, they were just mad that she had out-argued them. The books had been there, when her friends left her. She felt arms wrap her in a hug. She didn't open her eyes, she didn't even know when she had started crying. She was just grateful Harry had been there, here, when she felt so alone suddenly. At some point she realized he was talking, whispering things. Okay, you are okay, everything is safe, you are safe, just relax, nothing is wrong, everything is fine. She smiled through her tears and hugged him a bit tighter. Having a friend made the whole world seem brighter. Harry rubbed her back until she stopped crying. He remembered years before his defeat of the demon, dark years. Alone in the dark, in that hell, he had wanted someone to do this. To hug him, to tell him it would be fine. That someone cared. Not doing so now when he could feel her sadness was unthinkable. As he felt her stop, he looked around. Well, I must say I am still a bit surprised. You really like books. Hermione wiped her eyes and began looking around. It was her cave. Towers of books made walls on all sides, with book stalactites and stalagmites of literature creating an odd feeling of wilderness. Well, wilderness made of books. Harry helped her stand up, and they began to wander, not really saying anything. In the back of the cave was more and more novels, books, stories. She reached a hand up and touched the spine of one of her favorite books when she was 7. The book seemed to fall into her hand, and a new book showed up behind it with a new topic. This, oh Harry, this is amazing. Harry grinned. No, I have a feeling what will be amazing is what is outside the cave. Hermione followed Harry to the entrance and stood stunned, mouth open. Outside, a reading light was clearly acting as a sun. Her cave was part of a mountain, and before it was a huge forest all made from books. Scrolls hung from the book-stacked trees in vine form. A lake of loose-leaf paper was actually rippling from what appeared to be origami fish trying to eat paper-folded flies. Harry grinned. Well, this place is really neat. But I am not so sure you can get here when sleeping. At Hermione's glance, he pointed downward. See how your rope is connecting. Being here is using a good amount of your power. I would say you can spend about an hour or so of real-world time here without a break. From what I can feel, time dilation isn't that much either. 2 minutes here is about 1 out there, give or take. That may go up if you visit more often, like it did for me. She gave him a desperate glance. So how much time do I have left? He shrugged. Right now I am feeding this place power from my core too. I think that is how you ended up with those paper fish, bugs, and those folded cranes. He pointed at what looked to be a bird in a nearby tree. It however was busy watching the fish. Anyway, feel free to start organizing. Don't try and sort all the books out here, just build someplace safe, and you can duplicate all the information out here in your new home. He pointed at one of the trees that looked sickly. You can also contain things like that. If I had to guess, that tree is a collection of some of your bad memories. She nodded. Even from this distance, she could feel the tree's presence. There were several of those in this forest. Harry shrugged. I personally built a room that represented the worst times of my life and placed all the bad stuff there, shrunken and marked with when and where it happened. He also pointed at one of the branches that seemed to be dripping. You can also create containers and collect the goo from the really bad memories. That goo is emotions, and it lets you handle the memory without feeling anything once you wring the emotions out of the thought. Hermione looked at her hands. How come I can't see my threads here? Harry shrugged. You could only see them in my mind because I gave you guys access to my eyes while in my world. Your body doesn't have that skill, but you still have the ropes, just like always. You can practice control here just like in my head. It is more of a feeling thing here though. He watched with a grin as she began lifting random books, although she kept missing the target more than a few times, since she couldn't see her work now. So I am just going to relax here while you build a house or something. Could I borrow a book to read? Hermione gestured absently. I got plenty of them. He coughed. Well, some of these are books, but many are memories. I would feel better if you just handed me so I would know I didn't see something you didn't mean me to. Especially since you haven't had a chance to decorate, as it were. Settling into a chair of books with a copy of Hogwarts, A History and Comments by Hermione, her memory of reading her favorite book, Harry relaxed and tried to ignore the sounds of construction going on. He didn't want to see what she was doing, as he knew the mind was a very personal place. If she needed him she would ask, and that was enough for Harry. It was a half-hour later, and Harry stood with a sigh. Hermione, I need to get going. We have been here around 15 minutes. What? No, I just got started. Hermione looked at the foundation she had created. She was going for a castle she had always dreamed of as a child, but she was nowhere near completed. Yeah, but I can't just sit here, I have to get the others started as well. She got a look on her face that made him feel guilty inside, but he couldn't ignore his other friends. He paused. Hey, how about we compromise? I could leave my connection here until you want to get rid of it, but leave mentally. That should give you power to keep on working until dinner time, without me having to sit here. Hermione gave him a huge hug. Can you? Heck, could you just leave a connection to your mind in general so I could stop by if I have questions? He shifted. Well, not permanently, I don't think. But I guess I could convert my body into a doorway. Since one end of this rope is already in your mind, I can just move the other one to my world. He gave her a surprisingly stern look. Now, don't abuse this, okay? Leaving an opening into my mind, well, this is a big deal to me. I will be trusting you. Hermione gave a subdued nod. She hadn't even thought about what she had asked for, and it made her feel good inside that he had accepted anyway. She had too much to do here anyway, since all the building blocks were made of books. She had to use law texts and history books as bricks. Something really thick. Harry saw her dropping back into design mode as she again began duplicating and lifting blocks of books into what seemed to be a giant foundation. He grinned, and began focusing on himself. Hannah was the first to realize Harry had started moving again. Well, how did it go? Everything was fine, right? Did it hurt? He laughed slightly. Relax, Hannah, breathe. It went perfectly, and Hermione is working on her mind right now. There was no pain, but we did learn some stuff. He held up a hand and began counting off. First of all, if I am not there, Hermione can only go into her mind world herself for about an hour. Then her magic reserves empty and she needs a break. Secondly, I can provide power for her to stay as much as she likes, and we just found out that I can leave a connection without sitting around doing nothing. He grinned at Terry. As much as I like books, it was getting a bit dull waiting for other people to finish stuff when I was not able to do anything. Harry flicked another finger. Thirdly, her world has changed slightly since she first made it. She already has at least 3 types of wildlife, although none seem to be gym-level intelligence. He dropped the hand and leaned back. Finally, I can change my presence into a doorway in people's mind and connect it into my world. Jim is monitoring my end now, so if she stops by when I am busy helping you guys, he can let me know about it. Padma seemed really interested at this point. So can I go next? I really want to see my world. Harry sighed as the remainder of his friends began arguing about order. Now that they knew it was safe, going second was a huge priority for them. Still, it was hard to not be a bit excited himself. It felt like he was closer to Hermione than before, and he looked forward to connecting with the rest of his friends. Two boys looked over a huge stone floor, filled with sticks and hoops. So Terry. Yes, Harry. I notice you have a lot of Quidditch stuff here. Yes, I do. Is that a Quidditch pitch? Which one? You know what, I am just going to head back. You good? Terry reached out, a golden broom appearing. Oh yeah. Harry and Padma were interrupted by an annoyed quack. He paused, ducks falling out of his lap. Yes, Jim. Quack. He looked at Padma, who had wide eyes. I have to go. Apparently I was in here for a while. Padma sighed. Well, too bad. I guess I have to build some safe place anyway. Want to help me clear a path through the kittens? Harry shook his head. It took us 30 minutes to get through the puppy puddle. Kitty Canyon would take too long, I am sure. He pushed various baby animals out of his lap. I got to get going, I guess. He looked longingly at the ocean of animals. But I can come back sometime, right? Harry decided to never talk about the inside of Hannah's mind. She was very grateful that he had fixed her core, if the statues meant anything. It wouldn't have been so bad if she would just lay off the teasing when he blushed. Still, some part of him appreciated her attention. It felt good for someone to like being around him. Still, he found the city she created interesting. It was apparently based on her hometown, but she couldn't quite remember it all, and it made it really confusing. This alley came out of a window into a house that was actually a street. Honestly, it felt like her world was twisted into itself, as if all the exits were actually walls. Somehow he felt that it was much deeper though, like there were layers he just couldn't see. It didn't help watching Hannah walk on the walls while he relaxed on a ceiling. She kept pacing. You can tell me, Harry. Do you think I am too weird? I mean, this is a bit much, right? Harry shrugged. I find this interesting. I may copy the concept in my world somewhere, in fact. Seeing her disbelief, he grinned. Hey, don't forget who has a snail HQ filled with vampire ducks. He faded out of her world listening to her giggles. Susan was sitting in what looked to Harry like a giant courtroom. She noticed him looking. This place is part of the ministry. My aunt brought me here a few times, and I want to do that stuff one day. You know, bring people to justice and stuff. Harry relaxed in a seat, which oddly enough had the Potter crest on it. Well, you know, I could be a cop or something, but I really want to help people. Maybe be a medic or something. Or whatever magical people call it. Susan grinned. She seemed much more confident surrounded by this world. She quickly smashed a gavel on the table. So mote it be. Sir Harry of the Potters shall be a medic, thus says the court. He grinned and stood, pointing at the judge. Objection. She stood and pointed back. Denied. He tried to point harder and stood on the edge of the next chair. Bacon. Her next phrase fell apart. What? Both hands raised, he turned to the empty room like a boxing champion. With a win by default, Bacon has defeated the challenger. Susan tossed her gavel. Not fair. She pointed to an empty witness bench. The witnesses will disregard Bacon as it was out of order. Harry crossed both arms, smug. Bacon is never out of order. Apparently Susan could make snowballs in her world. And was a dang fine shot. Diving through a door marked with a purple S logo, Harry wiped snow off the back of his neck, even though his smile seemed a few miles wide. He had never had a snowball fight in a courtroom before, but he would need reinforcements next time. He turned as he noticed Wisdom coming up from the lower floors. So how goes their mental defense? Harry stared for a moment. Oh, right. I may have been sidetracked at some point. His hand waved, and a green sheet of threads appearing above each door with a new one showing in front of him. Attention everyone. Wisdom kind of reminded me that we are supposed to be building protections and stuff, so people can't break into our minds. In case I forgot to mention it, each of your world has memories in them that you should either protect, hide, or whatever. You can also duplicate them, so I would suggest having a hidden safe room in case someone tries to alter, add, or mess with them. If you need me, just call for Jim. As long as our doors are active, he can pass it on to me. He heard a few statements close to, no problem Harry's, and one, holy crap, baby flamingos, which he was pretty sure was Padma. Close enough. Harry fell into a relaxing chair, accepting a cup of tea from Wisdom. It was a memory, but a dang good one really. So, what do you suggest for defense? Is the bubble collection enough for now? The silence felt a bit much. He looked up at her, seeing her biting her lip. With a sigh, he put the tea to the side. Relax, Wisdom. Any suggestion you give I will at least think about. She sat down next to him, watching the doors. Her hands were rubbing each other as if she wasn't sure what to do with them. Well, I think we need to create another aspect. Wisdom glanced at the boy, seeing him also watching the doors. Eventually he spoke, not looking at her. I assume this one would be darker than yourself and Jim. She nodded. You have been repressing. The lake of emotions has helped a lot, but all the little things have been held back for too long. Righteous anger over that bastard's actions, hatred for your past, all the obvious stuff you would expect but also the simple things. When Vernon looks at you like you are less than others, when other children shunned you for your intelligence, even stuff like when you were bumped into on the street and they didn't apologize. She passed Harry a thin booklet. Here are my reasons why I think you should make an avatar of your aggression. He smiled, holding the document for a moment before placing it aside. I trust you, Wisdom. I mean, who else can I believe than myself? And if I think I need an outlet for my darker side, then so be it. His face took a firmer stance. Where should he stay? He would not enjoy being here, surrounded by the light. She shrugged. He can visit of course, but I thought he could live in the outer realm, the fog where the world bubbles float. That way he could help defend you before anyone has a chance to even look inside one of the crystals. Harry sighed. Well, I know that I grow weary of keeping on alert. Since the attack I have been edgy. Wisdom nodded. Jim and I noticed. We thought you may find more inner peace by giving your anger away to converse. His eyes dimmed before he turned to her. Well, we don't need to use Voldemort's darkness for this. I have plenty of my own. He stood in a large stone circle with a sand floor. Surrounding the circle was the majority of the Duck Avengers, Jim, and Wisdom. In a large pile were copies of the worst of Harry's memories. 8 years of abuse, of pain. On top, like some sort of sick topping, were all the slights, the newest stuff, even the nasty words of Draco Malfoy. Harry was dressed in all black as he raised his arms. With a deep shudder, he began to wrap all the memories with thick ropes of green light. Pain. Thousands, no more every memory. Bones were breaking, skin was tearing, his blood was boiling. He began to release more. His determination to not let this rule him. His fear of what he could become. His pride of how he had improved his situation. And his rage. The feeling of pure red anger, especially the night he found out who had taken his first loved ones away before he even had a chance to love them. Tears of blood joined his hands as black mist began covering the pile. Revenge, even some dark desires for power. Harry let them all out, pushed them and accepted it. This was his dark side, the parts that he had never wanted to accept, never wanted to admit lived in his heart. He felt Wisdom press her hand on his right shoulder. He took comfort even as he cried harder, pushing loneliness into his pain, along with a small amount of his desire for love. As he came to, he saw black shoes. Taller than Harry, skin taut as he loomed. The man before Harry seemed to be dying of hunger, each bone pressing to be free. His shirt was a fine black silk, his pants slick and dark as night, and around his neck was a bright green necktie. But more important than all of this was his eyes. Deep inside his thin face were two empty black expanses. Deep inside the darkness of those eyes were two embers of bright green. His face was flat, not a snarl, no fangs showing. Almost unemotional, as long as you didn't look into his eyes. His hand reached toward the boy. Now, young sir. We are not one to lie in the soil. Harry gripped the hand without pause and raised himself, as the skeleton-like figure began to tidy Harry's clothing. Wisdom paused before putting on a smile and holding out her hand. Hello. I am Wisdom, Harry's love of learning. What is your name? The man raised himself to his full height before lightly gripping her hand, bending, and dotting her knuckles. Lovely to meet you, miss. You may call me Wrath. He waved his hand, and dark ropes, so dark they almost looked striped with black, provided two elegant chairs and a table. Harry took a seat while Wrath stood behind it. Harry looked at Wisdom. Wrath has always been there when I needed him. It is why I wanted to have a different profession really. Wrath nodded as he reached forward to provide wisdom with a dark liquid in a crystal teacup. Indeed. Master Harry and I have been together for years, and although we may have a less active relationship in the future, I have no doubt I will be of service in the future. Wisdom tasted the liquid. It was a strange thing, not a memory of tea she knew. At her raised eyebrow, Wrath gave a small smirk. I may have made my own blend of the master's favorite teas. It may not exist in the waking world, but it has always been one of my favorites. She almost choked on her drink. Always. How long have you been here? His eyes, mere pin-pricks of light, seemed to smile. My name may change, but anger has been here for a very long time. Although I must say it is very nice to have companionship now. Somehow Wisdom knew he was not just talking about her and Jim. Harry's friendships may have prevented something terrible, by allowing Wrath to find some sort of peace. Jim walked up to the table and nodded to Wrath, who returned it. The duck began drinking out of a third cup. Harry looked toward the sky. Wrath, would you mind guarding the outer realm? The darkness where my worlds fly. Wrath straightened his tie somehow and stood straighter. Of course, my master. It would be an honor. Harry finished his tea, placing it on the table. Will you need a new weapon? Wrath's right arm became covered in pitch-black ropes that spun like a drill. His face though showed no expression. No sir, our favorite will be fine. Harry nodded as the tall man faded away, to assume duties in the dark. Turning to Wisdom, his face seemed somehow to be less tense, like he had finally placed something down that he had been lifting for a long time. Well, Wisdom, what shall we read today? I believe Jim has training to do and our friends are still busy in their own worlds. She absently passed over a memory about some of the more common household spells as she tried to calm down. Wrath had a presence that sort of insisted everyone notice him, even when he was silent. Harry patted her hand as he took the book. There was a reason he rarely introduced people to his darker side. Right now though was a good time, and as he reviewed information about dusting charms he found he was beginning to look forward to seeing what his friends would create in their mental worlds. Hermione was working on the 4th floor of her book castle when she felt a shudder run through her world. Her hands paused as the massive books paused in their dance, her mind somehow searching for the cause. Harry had dropped the power he was providing for a few seconds. She felt a touch of concern. She knew he was opening power to all 5 of his friends at the same time while they built their defenses, but she hadn't even considered that Harry may have problems with this. He just seemed to flow with energy. She turned to a crane. This one had worked with her more than the others and seemed to be rapidly gaining intelligence. She assumed it was like Jim, the more she worked with it the more ability it would gain. Excuse me, I will be right back. Could you get the others to help organize these blocks for the next level? The bird had never talked, and Hermione wasn't sure Paper could. But it did nod and begin moving smaller books away from the construction site, so she assumed the idea got through. She went to where Harry had been and knocked on the black door with a green H on it. After a moment it opened, and Hermione could see Wisdom poking her head around. Hello Hermione, everything going fine? Hermione waved a hand. Yes, I am doing great here. Is Harry okay? I felt a power drop just now. Wisdom seemed to be thinking about something before opening the door wider. Physically he is fine, but emotionally I think he could use a break right now honestly. I just met his darker side, and it was an experience. Hermione walked in seeing the other doors. Each one had a letter written in the color of their magic, and she watched as Wisdom went to each one, whispering into them, and letting the others in. Padma was holding a blue-furred puppy, Terry was wearing some sort of strange uniform, and Susan was in a confusing conversation with Hannah about inverted doorways. As they gathered together they saw Harry staring into the sky in a black metal chair. The chair seemed to be formed from metal bones. Hannah moved in and poked Harry. Hey, everything okay? We felt some sort of pulse earlier. His eyes snapped to theirs and seemed to expand, as if they had been compressed recently. Suddenly his face broke into a smile and the chair below him flowed into a soft red sofa. Hey everyone. It's been a while, hasn't it? How goes the construction? Hermione felt confused. It's only been about a couple of hours for me. How long have you been waiting on us? Harry's face went blank for a moment before he slapped his forehead. Hey Jim, what is our current time compression level? Quack. Bloody hell. Language Harry. Now, what did Jim say? Harry kept rubbing his face. Well, apparently when I am the only one here it is very compressed. How long ago was the pulse you guys felt? Hermione shrugged. About 5 minutes for me. Terry raised a hand. Mine was an hour or so. Harry nodded, and explained. Terry's world is basically much more basic. Nothing but a lot of Quidditch stuff. That place is easy to compress time in, unlike your book Paradise. He leaned back, his eyes dimming. Jim says that since I reinforced my defenses if you will, since that I don't know. About a week. He grinned slightly sad. I created a new aspect to protect the place where my bubbles live, but it required remembering some of my more rough memories. Hannah gave him a hug. Hermione was glad to see the boy only slightly stiffen before hugging back. She felt that anyone who could understand her mind had to have a rough life too at some point. She looked at the others. Well, this is easy to fix, no. Who wants to invite Harry over first? Padma raised her hand and started hopping. I just found a river of baby rabbits. Harry was up and straightening his shirt. Wow, I just remembered something important I had to do. Padma, care to join me? Terry grinned as he watched the two start running for the door with a pink pea. As they exited they could barely hear Harry. Do we need a boat for it, or do we just jump in? I got duck floaties. This is going to rock. As the door closed Susan turned to the others. We can't let him get like that again. He shouldn't be alone for that long, not when we are so close. Hannah and Hermione nodded. Terry was looking around. So he has a new person in here. When will we meet him? Wisdom gave each of them some cookies. It may be a bit. Harry is pretty private really. Hermione shook her head. Well, we will be here when he is ready. Now I got to get back and make sure the bird is not messing up my towers. Hannah paused at the door. Wisdom, can I invite Susan to my world through here? The tall woman gave a nod. No issue. Each connection works like a path. Anyone can use it for now, as long as Jim doesn't object. Seeing Hermione's concern she grinned. If there is a problem we will just let them know. Now get you kids, Harry is enjoying the world of baby animals and should be fine. Get your worlds protected. Harry felt that Padma had the way of it. Beautiful landscapes were nice and stuff, but cover him in baby animals any time. Still, it was unnerving at times. Puddles were poodles, but they still splashed. As far as he could tell, it didn't hurt the liquid dog. But it did make it give a cute bark. Still, Padma clearly loved animals, even more than Harry did. What do you want to do in life, Padma? He saw her eyes drift through the clouds, all baby-shaped of course. His favorite were the baby jellyfishes. Padma leaned into a soft pile of kittens. I want to get care of magical creatures is my main subject. Work with animals and stuff. If I can't, I don't know. Our parents didn't make it through the last war, but I heard stories about Mom. She almost had her own personal zoo. Harry stroked a kitten. Well, I want to heal people. Maybe I could stop by and help if your animals get hurt. It would be neat if we could still hang out when we are older. Padma grinned. Assuming we would let you not hang out with us. I am pretty sure I can tell that the other girls like being friends with you. She wiggled into the grass, letting the stumbling balls of fur bump into her. Face it, Harry, you're stuck with us. He grinned and threw up his hands. Oh no, not that. She rolled her eyes and focused back on the puppies. Some hadn't been hugged enough. Who is she kidding? None of them had been hugged enough. Dr. Harry, these puppies need cuddles stat. Harry giggled. I nurse. 120 cc's of hugs on the way. Animals rocked. It was much later when a glowing pair of eyes staring at a floating time charm suddenly brightened. At the same time 4 girls and a boy also started stretching. Hermione absently pulled one of her planners out and began making notes. Well, I have my basic castle down and I have confined most of my worst memories. Still need to finish organizing the master library. Harry, is it possible for Wisdom to help me with that? Sorry Hermione, I can only help out while we are connected. Everyone except Harry jumped, although Harry was now looking at the others thoughtfully. Huh, you heard her that time, didn't you? Hermione looked fascinated. That is awesome. Can you hear me when I talk, or only if Harry hears me? Just think loudly. Harry does this all the time when he wants other opinions. Now I don't do it all the time, Wisdom. Everyone was now staring at Harry. His face went a bit blank. Holy crap, you heard me, didn't you? Several nods later, Harry waved a hand. As his ropes gently released from everyone's power, they felt a surge of weakness, as if they just realized that they had been running uphill for an hour. Before they could really do anything but sag into their seats. Harry raised an eyebrow. I think that you guys were using my connection for more than just the mind stuff. It looks like your body was using it to enhance your abilities somehow. Harry looked at Hermione, and her weakness fell away. Her body felt like she had just woken up and taken a shower. Can you hear me now? Hermione just nodded. He grinned. As he looked at each person, they sat up again. Yeah, I think there are side effects to this mind connection thing. But the ability to talk secretly is neat, no. Harry could feel a sigh from Hermione. If we feel such a loss when you drop the connection though, that could be distracting. How long can you hold this up, Harry? He shrugged. I don't know. A few months. It is not using up any magic, I am just holding it in place. Terry rubbed his face. You know, I should probably not be shocked by Harry anymore. Hannah patted Terry's back. It's fine. He never grew up with magic, so he will probably keep breaking the rules for a while. Being surprised is almost expected now. Susan had a grin. If you can make this into a spell, I know the Auror Force would love it. Seeing his expression, she explained. Auror, like magical police I guess. Harry raised his hand. Okay, I am going to disconnect us until the next time we do this. I don't want anyone to get addicted or whatever. Everyone nodded, some more reluctant than others, and prepared for the drop in energy. Hannah groaned. It was still like gravity got heavier. That Harry, you just don't realize how much power you have. It is honestly ridiculous. He shrugged as he began helping everyone up from the table. No doubt. Now let's herd everyone down to dinner. I think we may want to call an early night tonight just because of how tired this has made everyone. Several nods and a few groans later and they were moving through the halls of the school, searching for nourishments. Hermione should probably be disgusted, but at this point it was just entertaining seeing what Harry decided to try. He was polite, but his choices right now he was making a ham, mustard and peanut butter sandwich with pickles. She had to forcibly remove the mayonnaise before he could add that as well. It was the least she could do after somehow missing him reaching for the peanut butter. Are you sure you don't want a bite? Mouth firmly closed, she gave a solid nod. Harry shrugged, enjoying the tastes. You're lost I guess. Man, he loved the variety at these meals. He would have never mixed bacon and ranch dressing otherwise. There seemed to be more seasonings, dips, and dressings near his plate today. Someone in the kitchens must have noticed his eating habits. Harry's internal debate about how to thank school cooks was cut short when Professor Flitwick stepped behind his group. Here is your class schedules for Monday, everyone. And Harry, I have heard your group has been especially library bound so far this year. Mr. Potter. He gave a wry nod. After what happened last dinner I wanted to help my friends protect themselves. Harry saw lights flash through the smaller Mont's eyes. Clearly this teacher was clever. Well, Mr. Potter, I can't officially claim anything about any possible mental attacks by a teacher, and I certainly can't suggest making official complaints to build a timeline. Harry gave a grin that was almost feral. Susan didn't send anything, of course nothing to her aunt. And I certainly am not teaching Hermione, Terry, Padma, Susan, and Hannah how to protect their minds. His grin was probably too big. For I would have no reason, yes. Professor Flitwick gave a grin not that far from Harry's goblin friends. Well, you should take 25 points for not teaching them as well as another 10 for not encouraging house cooperation. Hermione grinned next to Harry as he nodded. Indeed. Are you required to sit up there at that stuffy table, or do you have time to join us lowly students? Phileas sat next to Padma and began gathering some food. Why, thank you for the invitation. If you have some time, I may have a few stories to tell of earlier years, especially of a group of students that were called the Marauders. Harry's confused expression made the teacher grin. Just so you know, James Potter was quite the prankster. Harry's smile lasted through the whole meal. His friends, tired as they were, loved the stories of 4 students driving a rule-loving woman mad and filling the halls with pranks and gags. This was a memory that Harry would treasure. Harry was sure Professor Flitwick would regret sharing information about the Marauders one day, but if he had his way, the teacher would be laughing at the same time. Almost as soon as they finished dinner, Harry begged time to go get lost in the castle. Hermione had some studying she wanted to do, and Padma just wanted a good nap. Some of her mind animals were very energetic. Terry somehow convinced Susan and Hannah to go fly some on the school brooms, death traps as they were. Apparently Madam Hooch gave supervised flying sessions occasionally, and he had roped the other two into it. Harry was on a mission. Moving much faster than he looked like he should be able to, he was dashing from intersection to intersection, leaving threads as markers at each one. Every time he started to cross an old path, wisdom would let him know, as he worked his way randomly through the old and complex structure. He found some hallways that only worked in one direction, a staircase that only let you climb it if you went backwards, one room that had no exit until you closed your eyes, and at one point he was sure he had bumped into himself somehow. At least he had apologized to himself. He did appreciate good manners. He had found the other common rooms easily enough, since they had constant traffic through the day. Lots of empty classrooms. The death door Dumbledore mentioned well, he gave a wide berth to. Harry hadn't completed even half the castle, but he did mark suspected secret passages. Occasionally Wisdom would hear someone getting close and would catch how they managed to open them, and she would add the knowledge into his Hogwarts map so he could explore it himself later. He already knew passwords for the other 3 common rooms. Hufflepuff was more of a keypad that uses barrels of wine instead of buttons, but the other 2 used words or phrases. Not that he really cared about their common rooms right now, but it was neat to know. As the time got closer to curfew, he was happy at the progress he had made. It wasn't perfect by any means, but now he had a fairly good grasp of the layout. Oh, right. He pulled out the paper he had gotten at dinner. His class schedule had seemed important for about 3 seconds before someone they had started talking about his dad. Merlin. His dad was cool. Harry gave it a once-over. Herbology 3 times a week sounded fine, nothing wrong with charms. Oh, potions. Potions was going to beep. At least it was on Friday, so his friends hopefully had a chance to get their defenses up. Still, it really couldn't pull him too far down after how well his day had gone. As he fell into bed, Harry grinned as he thought about all his new friends he could tell the whole truth to, magic and everything. Merlin, he had already shared more truth with some of them than he had with anyone, and it felt good. Sunday he wanted to get more exploration done, maybe with his friends. But Monday he would begin to learn magic. Oh, not just the charms and transfiguration classes, but the stuff in the library, the stuff no one thought about learning in years. His smile made it hard to fall asleep. Good morning, sir. Area is secured, and it is time for you to awake. Awamata. Indeed, quite droll, master. Now up. Wrath. Yes, master. Harry's bleary eye opened. There was light out the window, but it still was too bloody early for anyone. Or anything. Even the sun wanted to go back to sleep. Good night, Wrath. Should I ask Miss Wisdom to help wake you? Fine, bloody fine. She would probably find out how to hit me with a water balloon or something. Harry dragged himself into his morning routine. Is there any reason why I feel like I have been punched in the mouth? Wrath. I blame society, master. And how late you stayed up, the high speed you forced your body to run at yesterday, and the amount of magic you fed through your friends while they worked on their mind. Harry thought he could hear teacups clinking. Mostly society though. Fair enough. Harry yawned as he slumped down to the common room. As he collapsed into one of the couches he tried to wake the rest of his mind up. Hey, what is Jim up to? Just drills today, master. Wouldn't want the troops getting restless, waiting for the next skirmish. Oh, and he had a report for you. Harry straightened. Jim never wasted his time. 1 minute then. Jim. Quack. Good morning to you too. What is the situation? Harry felt a decidedly nervous duck on the other end of the line. Quack. What? How can a team member be missing? Quack. Quack. Harry was not awake enough for this. But as far as Jim could tell, that bastard potion professor had somehow made a connection long enough for one of Delta's squad to sneak into his head. How the heck was Harry going to retrieve a duck from someone else's mind? Maybe he would attack again. God, this was a weird problem. Leaving it behind was not an option. Harry Potter would not abandon one of his own. Master, if I may make a suggestion. He sighed again. Yes, Wrath. When the greasy one attacks again, I can hold him here until the Delta Duck could be retrieved. Harry thought about it. It would require waiting until Friday unless they got lucky, but it may be the best option right now. Delta was a tough team, a week in hostile territory would be easy for them to handle fine. Jim, you got the new orders. Be ready by potions on Friday. Quack. He faded back to reality as he waited on the couch. As much as he loved his ducks, sometimes they really added to his stress. A few minutes more and Padma, Hermione, and Terry were all down in the common room. They were also poking at Harry, who had fallen asleep again. It was entertaining. How long until he wakes up? Hermione was now using a corner of her book to poke the boy. He may be up already and is just enjoying the poke massage. Padma was focusing her poking along his back. She never liked the idea of needles, but finger pokes didn't hurt anyone. Terry picked up a pillow. Well, let's upgrade the poke. As the projectile got close to the child, his body seemed to twist and everything stopped. Padma was mid-poke, Hermione had just pulled her book back, and Terry was staring into some empty sockets with 2 dying green embers deep inside them. Oh, pardon me, Mr. Boot. I was unaware of what new tool you would be poking my master with. The voice was crisp, polite, and terrifying. It brought back many feelings from the train with Draco, which Hermione recognized. She gulped slightly. Are you the new aspect Wisdom was talking about? The tiny green sparks turned to her and she felt exposed and undefended. Why yes, Ms. Granger. You may refer to me as Wrath. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Padma seemed to have almost lost her grip on just about everything. Is Harry around? The boy with terrifying eyes seemed annoyed. As a matter of fact, yes he is. However, Master Harry has been very reluctant to wake up today. In fact, as long as we are on the topic. His wand seemed to appear from nowhere, as if grown from the edges of his fingers as he delicately waved it. Pointing it upwards, his mouth barely moved, aquamenti. A perfect arc of pure blue water hung in the air for a moment before splashing on Harry. Oh bloody hell on a broom. Ah, there was Harry. Hermione was grinning with relief. Good morning sunshine. Harry looked at her in disbelief. Did you just soak me? She grinned more. Nope. Apparently Wrath has a good handle on a few advanced spells. He looked at the wand in his hand with a bemused expression. Well kind of hard to retaliate when your own mind pulls a prank on you. Terry started dragging everyone to the door. Strange Harry stuff later, bacon and eggs now. Harry waved his arm as water began dropping off him, leaving him dry as water began floating along. Indeed, if I have to be up at this hour, I would at least like to enjoy some orange juice. Or something. Padma whispered into Harry's ear. He frowned. What do you mean? I just can't leave the water on the floor, what if someone slipped? She whispered some more. Fine, I will send it off to the nearest bathroom. As he waved his hand the water took off. Even Harry was shocked at the speed the current of liquid flew down the hall. Hearing a distant, why? Harry quickly grabbed the 2 nearest arms and began guiding everyone in the other direction. Pretty sure the fastest way to the Grand Hall is this way, let's mosey along, everyone keep together. Exploring the castle was a fun but a bit repetitive. It did teach Harry how dangerous the darn building is. Some stairs were actually fake, and standing on them threatened to drop you to your death. Many doors were fake, or required special handling to open, or in one annoying case, close. Windows seemed to be placed randomly, and there was no guarantee that 2 windows side by side would be viewing the same side of the castle. In fact Harry had already found 2 windows that were looking straight up into the sky instead of out on the lawn. The passages were fun to explore mostly, especially when Harry began practicing the dust removal spell. Apparently part of the spell defined what was to be removed, dust, so changing it gave some fun results. In one room he had even managed to convert the spell into an ant removal spell, which was pretty lucky since the ants seemed to have built a fairly advanced society and Hermione was worried it was reaching the nuclear age without bothering about safety testing. Neither Terry nor Padma knew what she was talking about, but it sounded bad to everyone. Harry also managed to meet and tag several of the ghosts and something called Peeves, which apparently was a poltergeist formed from excess schoolchild energy. It gave Harry enough of a grip to push them away, doubly awesome since it worked on Peeves as well. Eventually the group bumped into Susan and Hannah near the library, and their wandering became something like a walk and greet. Harry filed each name away, trusting Wisdom to sort out all the details later. Harry connected everyone in the library, although they were now spread out to various couches. No reason to be sore after mental work. Even as he followed Susan around in her mental ministry, he wondered about how that Delta Duck was doing in deep, deep recon. Harry entered the charms classroom, finding a spot near the middle towards the front. Each desk supported about 3 students, so Padma and Hermione got the end seats. The room was an octagon, one side clear for students to enter, the opposite side set up with the teacher's desk, and the rest of the room filled with desks, focusing on the middle. It seemed like many of the classes were taught with 2 houses, mostly Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, Gryffindor and Slytherin. Probably was how that major rivalry kept going, really. Susan and Hannah snagged a desk with Terry nearby, since Puffs and Claws never really had issues like the other 2 houses. They also seemed to be checking out the room, enjoying the subtle shades of blue and rich browns. Harry noticed that the glass windows had animated glass, each with a different house animal. This is what made magic wonderful to him, the fun stuff. Art for beauty's sake was one of the highlights of the magical world in Harry's opinion. Thankfully the class settled down pretty quickly as Professor Flitwick climbed some books and stood at the font of the class. Phileas grinned at all the children, ready to learn something he found amazing. "All right, quiet down everyone. I trust you had an adventure finding your way to the class, no?" He chuckled at the various Mo.Ns and complaints. Finding the class could sometimes teach you more than the class itself. Settle. Now, in future classes I want everyone to read the next chapter of your book before we start, but for this first one we are going to cover something easy, basic, and absolutely vital. Each student copied the wand movements as he taught them. Now these are the basic movements, but if you practice long enough you can make them smaller and smaller without losing the power of the motion. The most advanced duelists can cast their favorite spells without any movements at all, like so. He pointed his wand at the roof, a silent and motionless stunning spell smashing into the surface. Wow, this brought back good memories. He grinned at the wide eyes of his students. Now, onto the basics, shall we? If we make enough progress, I may introduce you to one of my favorite fun spells, a color-changing charm. Simple, doesn't last long, but entertaining. Harry was fascinated. He wasn't even casting anymore, just watching the magic from dozens of wands surrounding him. Hermione's orange power was being twisted, pulsed, stretched, dripped. Each wand motion left residue in front of her before slowly fading away. Each time a new strand of magic touched it, the old pattern would last longer and draw power from the crossing of the 2 threads. He reached out to stop her. "Hermione, just go much slower." She was about to say something cross when she saw how bright his eyes were. No, not bright. Flat out glowing. There were even white threads drifting in the deep green. He was seeing something she couldn't. "Well, okay, Harry, but you need to show me this memory later so I can see what you see, alright?" He gave her a grin as she began doing each movement slowly. This sort of explained wands to Harry, or at least why wizards would ever start using them in the first place. There was precision here. The power going into the wand was flaring, bouncing, matching Hermione's mood and heartbeat, but the output was smooth, extremely thin, and exactly precise. Harry touched her arm again, making her pause. "Say things. Just random Latin words. Better yet, say lumos, then light, and go back and forth while doing those motions." She shrugged. As she repeated the pattern, once for each language, Harry was mesmerized. The spoken language controlled the color of the magic as it came out. Was that important? Did that signify something? More important though was the cadence, the consonants of the words. At each beat in the sentence, the magic pulsed in the output. This was probably why words were needed. Wizards couldn't really see when the beats were off, so they probably calculated when they were needed while casting or just guessed until it worked. Even now her wand would randomly light up in various colors instead of the expected light of a normal light charm. Well, except for that one. Merlin, his eyes hurt now. "Wow, I really should have had you say separate words. Staring at a light charm, man, I am dense." At this point Harry and Hermione realized that it was awfully quiet. Also, they seemed to have attracted more than a little attention. Thankfully, blushing seemed to be working fine. "Well, that was above and beyond what I expected, Mrs. Granger. Take 10 points to Ravenclaw for a perfectly cast Lumos before we even covered it." Well, turns out she can blush more. Ah well. Harry raised his hand. Sorry, Professor, I was watching how language changed the magic during wand movements. We weren't trying to be distracting. Oops. Turns out that is not what you say to get everyone to stop staring at you. Or maybe it was because his eyes were still glowing. Crud. Harry really wasn't on the ball right now. Phileas had a glint in his eyes that made Harry a bit nervous. His smile was also slightly disturbing. Mr. Potter, this was just an introductory session really. But if you could stay after class, one would appreciate it. Thankfully they moved back to wand movements, although Harry did have to spend a couple of seconds apologizing to Hermione for embarrassing her and promising to show her what it had looked like later. Padma was just giggling, the traitor. Not that he had a clue what she could say to calm down Hermione, but giggling just not helping. As the last of the students left, Harry waved his friends into the hall while gathering himself. So I assume you have a gift of sight then, Mr. Potter. Professor Flitwick seemed almost vibrating with enthusiasm. Yes, sir. I was watching everyone expelling magic while wand waving, and I wanted to try and get a better look at it. It was very pretty. The teacher had a wistful look. I have heard that each sight looks different to each user. One person even smelled magic of all things. Said the stunning charm smelled like grapes. Harry shrugged. I see thread, or ropes or whatever. Although normally it is all one color, when Hermione used Latin it changed from her normal orange into a light blue color. The professor nodded. That is sort of expected. The wand is a great equalizer in a way. It restricts the magic passing through it to manageable levels. It allows fine control over the shape of the magic coming out of it. The Latin language was originally designed to strip emotions out of the magic, so that it won't be as bothered by how the caster felt. The strongest magics use other languages that enhance specific emotions, like love or hatred. He sent another stunner at the roof. Silent casting means that you have enough emotional control that strong emotions does not disturb the flow of your magic. Using the words would just strip the emotion part out of course, which makes it easier to cast but weaker in strength. The teacher's gaze turned back to the boy. You will likely find my class very dull. Feel free to bring outside material to keep yourself interested. In fact, I will likely have some things for you to do as well. I would also appreciate it if you helped your fellow students learn the practical sections of the course, since teaching always helped me understand magic on a more basic level. The professor leaned in. Your father may have been a marauder, Harry, a great prankster, but your mother was a charmer. He chuckled. In many ways, I admit. But she studied magic, and even created her own spells and theories. She would be singing songs right now knowing you can actually see what you are working with. I know where she is overjoyed that you have such a gift. Harry had to look away. He was 11, and he was pretty sure 11-year-olds didn't cry. He nodded though. The professor walked to his desk and opened a lid, and handed Harry a book. I was going to give this to you anyway when you got older, but I am glad I got the opportunity to do this as your head of house and not just as a friend. Harry gently the book. It seemed to be a self-bound journal, with simple letterings on the front. Why I hate the standard book of spells, all grades. He opened the front page. To one of my favorite teachers, here is a summary of all the arguments we had over the years. You were always there for me, and I hope you enjoy this. It was signed Lily Potter. Harry couldn't look away as his hand gently touched the letters that many years ago had been written by a young woman with bright red hair. Thank you, Professor. The older man reached up and patted the boy on the shoulder, and left. He knew that Harry probably needed to be a bit alone for now. Harry left the classroom and almost got squashed by a brown-haired tornado of worry. Oh Harry, I was worried. Did you lose points? I shouldn't have put so much energy into the spell, maybe I did it too quickly or something. He grinned, not seeming to realize he had tear tracks on his face. My own, don't worry. We just had a bit of a conversation. Professor Flitwick wanted me to help other people out during the practical parts, since I can actually see what they are doing wrong. Harry also held up a bound journal, carefully held by his left hand. He also gave me a book made by my mother, one he got from her when she left school. Padma leaned in and smiled. She had a humor streak then. Why I hated, better not let Hermione see that. Hermione sniffed. You know I wouldn't do anything to something Harry's mom wrote. Besides, I bet she was a brilliant writer. She blushed at the look Harry gave her and turned away. Anyway, we should get going, right? Anyone know the way to Transfiguration? Harry wiped his eyes and gently placed his new treasure in his hand storage. This book would never leave his presence. Well, I may know a pretty good path. 4 ladders, 3 staircases, 1 rope swing. Why is this here? Padma screamed, and 2 trap doors later and everyone stumbled into the Transfiguration classroom. It was so orderly it felt wrong. No windows, a perfect cube with a door in the exact middle on one side and a desk on the other. As everyone found seats, Harry paused at the front of the class. Professor McGonagall. She looked up from her class roster and gave a slight smile. Good day, Mr. Potter. Staying out of trouble, I trust. Her smile almost faltered, seeing a very James-like expression cross his face before it melted into innocence. His face was like a wee babe. Of course, no trouble, Professor. Wouldn't want me marauding around the school after all. She gave him a glare. Let me guess, Professor Flitwick. Someone had to tell you so early. I was hoping for at least a week before. Oh well. I will say this, young man. Your father may have been a prankster, but he was one of the finest young men I ever taught. Your mother was just a darling all over. She mumbled what sounded like, except for her temper, Merlin. Harry grinned. Well, I promise to try and not interrupt classes. Would that help? She sighed. Frankly, I will take what I can get. Mr. Weasley, and goodness, there are so many of them here now. George and Fred are a handful enough as it is. I would really appreciate you following the rules, understood? Oh, Merlin, that innocent look again. She was in deep mud this year. The class quickly got underway. All the children were impressed by the pig transformation, while Harry was really impressed by how she did it with no special wand movements or words. Did she really need desk-to-pig transformations that often? Maybe after years of teaching. Well, now they had matches. Yeah, after working on it a bit, seeing Padma get slightly depressed and watching Hermione get it to shift colors slightly, he raised a hand and got the teacher to come to their desk. Yes, Mr. Potter. Problems. Harry grinned. Could you do me a favor and change the matchstick really slowly with the movement and incantation? I would like to watch it a few times, especially if you could do it once with all of it, once with only wand movement, and once with neither. After a pause, Professor McGonagall nodded. Very well, Mr. Potter. Please pay attention. His eyes were glowing before she even began the first movement. The spell seemed to wrap the object, to soak into the fibers. Then it was just different. Could you please change it into a button instead? Seeing her raised eyebrow, he cleared his throat. I saw you impregnate the matchstick with magic, but I want to see if the process looks different when you change it to other things. Minerva had a clear look at his eyes and a strong suspicion of what was going on now, and she really wished he was one of her cubs. With a bit of a sigh, she converted the matchstick into a button each of the 3 ways. Harry was frowning at his matchstick. It was really hard getting enough magic to leave the wand, as it felt like he was trying to paint a house with a toothbrush. It took really odd hand motions to coat the whole thing. Finally he just reached down and wrapped it with a rope. Become a needle, you matchstick son of a, oh. Well, that was straightforward. He looked up to see an astonished teacher, Hermione with her face in her hands, and Padma poking at her matchstick like it was about to eat her. Oh, I found out I wasn't covering it with enough magic, so I just stopped using the wand. Wand makes it harder. Too precise. Man, he was bad at explaining stuff. Now she was looking at him like he was a fire-breathing turtle. Classes were hard. A black-haired boy was slumped at a library table. It's not that bad, Harry. Padma was trying to get support with her eyes, but Hermione still seemed stunned. The boy just lightly thumped his head on the table again. Susan felt like giving it a shot. Why not? Look, I am sure this stuff happens all the time. She paused. Well, not the part about 2 teachers basically making you teaching assistants. Or the transfiguration thing. She finally noticed that Hannah was making frantic, "What are you saying? Stop, you are making this worse," motions. I mean, we could do it too, right? The boy mumbled. But then you told them that I showed you I was trying to make it look more normal, Suze. Not another me thing. He gave a tired look. I already have enough people whispering about me in the school. He sighed and leaned back. Well, I guess I have to get used to this kind of thing eventually anyway. Being the boy who lived, pretty much promised that my life would be thrust into the public. He looked over at Hermione, who seemed really happy that Harry was not going to continue contemplating life. Yeah, hey Myone, why do we only have 2 classes today? Not that I mind, but yeah. The brown-haired girl nodded. Most first years have to build up a bit of stamina the first year using their magic, getting used to their wand. She gave a shrug. Part of the reason is because most of our classmates are already tired just from what we have done so far. Hannah nodded. Yeah, I would normally have felt used up, I think. I did some spells with my dad's wand once, and even the basic stuff made me tired. I think when you settled our cores it helped a lot. Susan grinned. I think the wand part was better. She blushed at Hannah's expression before thwopping her shoulder. Not that, I mean for spells and stuff. I know I never felt such an amazing connection with my wand before. Terry looked around the library. So what is the plan for today? I hate to admit it, but I do feel a bit weak magically after all that practice so far. Harry's eyes glinted as a smile brightened the room. Research, my friend, research. His grin looked hungry. First thing we need to find are librarian spells. I want to know how to search a book for topics or words, how to search a library for books, hopefully how to search a library for books on a topic or search term. We also need to know how to make temporary or permanent copies of books or notes or just random paper, how to protect books, paper, and scrolls from damage. His eyes seemed to gaze into the distance. I would love to find spells that let us move books directly into our mind world so we can read them later. Or that could transform sound and visuals into text. He looked around the table. There was a real level of interest in their eyes. Well, except for Hermione, who looked like someone had given her the keys to a giant chocolate car filled with cute kittens. She seemed almost to be in a trance. Of course, library spells, Hermione focused. We need stuff for spell checking, editing text, and sorting books based on criteria like subject, name, author or whatever. Terry seemed to be heavily burdened by the world. That sounds like so much work. Susan patted his shoulder. Well, imagine how much time you will save. More time to fly if you don't have to remember what book has the topics you need for your essays, right? More time for Quidditch. Terry stood. What are you guys waiting for? To the books. A few hours later, their table was covered in indexes, massive books that gave descriptions of types of magic, and so forth. Harry placed a fairly heavy green tome and took a seat, seeing his friends settle. The librarian, Madame Pants, was much nicer when quietly asked questions. Maybe it was because their group hadn't made any annoyingly loud noises since her first warning. She had provided a copy of the books she used when she first became a librarian, although she had pointed out that certain details, like the restricted section security and stuff, was not going to be in them. Harry was ecstatic. Well, honestly, Wisdom was the one flipping out and giggling over all the new spells and abilities he was collecting, but he felt that if one part of you was doing a happy dance with ducks, then on the whole you were also happy, right? He once again held his wand in his right hand, pointed at the palm of his left. Harry had found that his wand was much more precise, depending on which core he used. The older dragon heartstring provided a more powerful and thick rope of power, but the young one was much more precise and easy to manipulate. Using the young core, he found that all the spells being cast could be done on a much smaller scale. Holding the spell in his left palm while he wrote it made everything easier. Right now he was practicing the sorting spell, watching the green thread curl into interesting shapes. The sorting and search spells were brilliant, especially when Hermione found an older text that had been misheld. It was a really old copy of Madame Pants's book, The Book Within, a librarian's guide. The older versions of the search and sorting stuff could handle sorting almost anything, including stone tablets and scrolls and stuff. The older spell was much more complicated, of course, but that wasn't why Harry was casting. The same spell looked different. Susan glanced at Harry again. He had been casting the two sorting spells for over an hour now, and didn't even seem tired. Seeing Hannah's raised eyebrow, she blushed slightly and went back to the books. They had each chosen a different topic to research cool spells. Harry was focusing on information-related spells, while Hannah decided to look up food creation and preservation. Hermione of course loved the ideas of copying books into the mind, so was going through anything on occlumency about different methods of absorbing data. Susan was supposed to be helping Padma and Terry collect books about other books about spells, so they could find stuff faster. It would be easier to watch Harry if Hannah would stop looking this way. Hannah was having a lot more fun than she had expected. Class had almost been too easy, since her connection to her wand was so strong now. True, she hadn't completed the matchstick thing, but she had made more progress than many classmates. She looked up from a section about different types of food preservation. Seeing Susan blush and look away from Harry made her grin. Susan never was outgoing enough for Hannah, but she loved teasing her. Turning back to the book, Hannah made some more notes. So far she had found some interesting stuff. The dehydration charm would preserve powders pretty well. There was a very strong cooling charm that preserved ice and milk and stuff. A warming charm for keeping food warm while cooking. She frowned. Wasn't there something, hey Harry, isn't there a preservation charm that you can use in potions class? To keep potions from being messed up when you had to do other stuff. Harry flexed his hand, releasing the spell. While watching 3 books resort themselves on the table, he looked up. Wisdom says there are 2, but they are mentioned in the 7th year spell book. They may not be hard to use if we are lucky. He thought for a second. I assume you want to test if it works on food as well. Hannah shrugged. Depends on how it works. Does it prevent potions from heating or cooling? It would have to, right? I mean, if you mix a potion the wrong way it can blow up and stuff. She waved a hand while looking in her book. I think the potion spell might be better than half of these since it wouldn't care if the food was hot, cold, or whatever. We would only have to learn one spell. Susan had an odd look in her eye. How would that work though? I mean, potions are mostly goo and stuff. If you just kept the temperature the same, the stirs wouldn't work right and some potions need to stay at the same temperature for an exact amount of time anyway. Harry looked up, eyes wide. Time, well, maybe it slows time down. He grinned. I think it is time we try some of these search charms out. He scribbled in his hand with his wand, and then waved. 3 books flew to the table. Lifting the first book up and checking the title, he grinned. Here Hannah, Wisdom thinks this covers the potion spell you mentioned. It seems to be mostly for master-level brewers. He shrugged. Makes sense if it is a time spell. The other spell is much simpler, and basically slows the potion down just slightly to make really complicated spells easier to brew. The other 2 books are mentioned as having more high-level brewing and ingredient preparation spells. Bet some of those would work great for food as well. Susan looked thoughtful. If we could get that really hard one working, maybe it would work on more than just potions or food. I mean, imagine stopping a person, right? It would be like a stronger version of a stunner, and they wouldn't even know they were stunned. Or that binding spell, what was it again? Hermione. The brown-haired brown-eyed girl waved a hand absently. Petrificus totalis, the full-body bind curse, the full-body bind. Target is unable to move and is forced either to remain still or stand at attention. Terry blinked. I don't think she is actually paying attention. Hermione, how tall is Hogwarts? Again she barely moved. It varies based on the number of students, classes offered, temperature, and number of unicorns in a 38-mile radius. Currently it averages around 700 feet tall. Padma leaned in. How many times do you think about horses per day? Hermione paused. What? Wait, were you guys talking to me? Everyone shook their heads, although 1 or 2 may have been smiling. She hesitated. Anyway, I think I found something. It is an advanced copy spell that allows you to duplicate a single book many times if you have raw paper and ink. She buried her nose back in the book. I am pretty sure that a fully copy of the book is temporarily stored in your mind for about 10 minutes after casting so you can cast the secondary spell. If we grab it before the second spell, then we should have a mental copy of the book if my research is right. Her words fell back into mumbling as she checked 2 other books. Padma frowned. Well, I am not sure that would help me that much. Harry leaned on his hand, book set aside for the moment. Maybe you could find out what spells go into paintings and portraits and pictures and stuff. He grinned. Maybe we could draw some of your mind animals into a painting. She clapped. Ooh, I could have a painting of Goose Mountain. It looks so lovely in the evening. Terry looked stuck somewhere between. I don't know what you guys are talking about and why would anyone want to go to Goose Mountain and decided to strike out into safe territory. Harry, I could use a project too. What do you think I should find? Harry shrugged. Well, you clearly love Quidditch. Let's learn how to make our own brooms. Even Hermione looked at him like he was crazy. What? These projects will take time, it isn't like we can accomplish all of them in a year. Harry stood and stretched. The library spells we got lucky on, since they were designed to be really easy to learn and use. This other stuff may take us years honestly. He grinned. That is what makes it valuable, no? Padma looked up at him. But you seem to do every spell easily. Maybe this will explain it. Harry reached his hand out and touched his chair, transforming it into a lounge chair. Now, I can do this easily, and it doesn't use too much of my energy. However, when Professor McGonagall does it, she uses 1,000 times less power than I do. She has control, so what she can do is amazing. I apparently was just brute forcing the results I wanted. He sighed and relaxed in the chair. I may actually have a worse time than you guys. I have so much power, I sometimes overload spells without even knowing it, making control one of the hardest things for me to learn. Not to mention that I am terrible at theory. Terry grumbled. Not surprising, is it? You haven't followed the rules of magic since I met you. Harry grinned. Yeah, impossible stuff is the most fun stuff. The girls giggled as they went back to reading while Terry began trying to learn the search charm. Harry's notes helped a lot, but it still required more power than the boy was used to. Severus Snape was a dark man who lived in a dark room in a castle full of dunderheads. Even now he felt a deep certainty that around certain corners would be those damn 3 demons who had tormented his school year, took his girl, and had risked his life with that monster. Remus Lupin would get his someday, just like that blood traitor Sirius Black did. He paused and began to shiver. He had been in the middle of making some headache relief potion, using school ingredients of course. No point in using his own precious stuff, and those brats wouldn't use it right anyhow. His head. What was the next step? For a brief moment, Snape just did not know. Oh, clockwise 7.5, of course. He was trying to not get worried. Worry was for the weak, and Severus was not weak. Not like that damn Potter brat. Potter. That smug boy, walking like he wasn't the spawn of that wretched man. Like he wasn't ashamed to be here, in the presence of his betters. If he had just died, Lily would have been his. Maybe something could be added to his drink. Just a few drops of. Snape's head bent as pain ran through it. Right, potion first, revenge planning for later. Maybe he would just let the boy make it to a few classes, so he could punish him for all the times his blasted father got away with those damn pranks. He was worried about the memory lapses. Even through torture he had not had memory issues. They had seemed to have started back when he had looked inside those clearly guilty eyes of his. Dunderhead's mind was full of stupidity. Zoo animals, thoughts about ice cream. It was amazing the boy could walk without hitting a wall. Snape had reported it with glee to Dumbledore. The man was out of it, but Snape's past binding oaths required him to make reports about things like this, anything Snape had discovered. Old Fool had clearly gone mental at some point. True, it hadn't seemed to bother the old man much. Although he did start drawing random animals. Snape gritted his teeth as he continued to brew. He was sure this pain was caused by having to stand the presence of that damn boy, and Snape's displeasure would be well known as soon as the boy came to class. For once, the darkly dressed man was looking forward to classes. Hermione looked up after the third or so time someone had tapped her shoulder, only to see the group packed and ready to head down for dinner. She frantically started to gather her books into a pile. Sorry, got distracted. Harry paused and grinned. Well, let's wait a moment before you take half the library with you. He turned and walked over to where Madame Pants was casting silently on some returned books. Madame Pants, my friends and I are planning on doing some long-term projects. Since we are from different houses, would it be fine if we claimed one of the desks in the library for a few months so we could keep our research and stuff in one place? She looked around and motioned for them to follow her. Near the back wall, next to the ropes leading into the restricted section, were a set of unlabeled doors. Madame Pants gave a serious look at them. Mr. Potter, I have been watching you and your friends for a couple of days now. Your mother was a common sight in my domain, and I believe you may also be as trustworthy, as long as you didn't take too much after your father. He grinned. Pranks. She gave a sigh. Thankfully none in the library, but yes. She waved her wand on the first door. These are project rooms for the 7th year students. Set your wands on it and give it a name, and you shall have a room to work with. She held a finger up. This is a privilege, not a gift, understood? If you abuse my trust in this, you will not just lose access to the project area but will have to be escorted in the library itself. Understood. A series of nods, some terrified, later, and they all pressed their wands against the door. The wood seemed to flow like water as their names showed up in a list under the words, "Access granted." Harry held his wand firmly against the wood and stated, "Magical Research Project." As the words appeared on the door, Madame Pants nodded and returned to her work. Harry grinned. "Well, this seems much better than my idea. Maybe we can do potion stuff here too later." Padma looked around. It wasn't huge, but there was a big table with 10 seats, several large and clear counters for things to be spread on, some shelves, and a couple of really big windows looking out at the school grounds. She began pulling some of the books out of her bag and putting them on the counter, seeing the others claim space as well. "It looks nice, with the brown wood and all. And I don't mind not having to carry all these books everywhere." Hermione was looking at her pile with something like heartbreak in her eyes. "But which ones should I take? I had already narrowed it down to 13. Harry waved his hand, having 2 books float to her. "Get them all eventually. These look like beginner books, so probably best to start there, no?" Susan pulled Hannah. "Well, books and stuff later. Food now." She grinned and began pushing Harry back toward the door. He had a nice laugh. Harry grinned. He hadn't accomplished everything he wanted, but at least he now had a place to meet up with any friends, not just Ravenclaws. He let Susan push him toward the exit and began making a mental list, trying to figure out what was most important to learn first. His biggest problem was too many choices, and right now it felt great. Harry slouched at the table. Eggs and bacon, indeed many a breakfast dish was available to him, warm and ready to go. Wow, it was early. Padma put a few pieces of sausage on his plate. "Come on Harry, you gotta wake up at some point." He glared at those evil intestine-covered bastards. "I choose to wake up after I pass away." He nibbled one of the meaty whatever meat was in these things. At least they tasted fine. Terry on the other hand was grinning. "Told ya you should have gone to bed earlier." Harry waved a hand. "No, not an option." He leaned toward Padma and whispered, "Books." Padma shrugged. "Harry wins this argument." Terry grinned. "Well, you may have fed your mind, but now is the time to feed my belly." Hermione absently began rolling bacon and eggs inside of what appeared to be a bread disc. Seeing the looks, she held it up. "Breakfast burrito. Healthy kinda. More importantly, I can eat with one hand and keep reading." Harry snapped awake. "You are a genius." His head snapped to Padma. "Pass me the gravy and orange slices." Quickly turning to Terry, he pointed. 3 slices of bacon, some sausage and the grits please. Thankfully I already have some peanut butter." Seeing the expressions of horror, he snapped his fingers. "Look, this amazingness is not going to happen without hard work from everyone. It will be my finest creation." His eyes glazed slightly. "If only we had some spun sugar." A small pop and a miniature model of Hogwarts appeared, made of thin white lines. Harry grinned and began creating a burrito that would revolutionize the world. "I love magic." Hermione refused to look at him all the way to herbology, which was apparently being held in Greenhouse 3 today. "Look, I was sure it would work. Accidents happen." Nope, she was still not looking. Harry tried the big guns. No one was hurt. In fact, it is kind of funny if you think about it. "Oops. Gotta glare that time." Padma leaned in as they turned and avoided a fake desk. "I think she is still mad about your breakfast." "That was not breakfast." Her eyes were sparking. That was wrong." Padma shrugged. He offered to share. If Hermione had been tied down, her shudder would have started an earthquake. "Oh God, I forgot you actually took a bite of it." "How did you survive?" Harry grumbled. "It was good, you just had to try it." Padma nodded. "Yeah, it was surprising." The brown-haired angel of breakfast was not letting this go. "Look, there are certain rules. I know no one has written them down, but you should learn them and follow them closely. And whatever you did to create that breakfast burrito." "No, that was not a burrito. For one things, burritos shouldn't explode." Harry sighed. "Look, I threw it away when I felt it go critical. And the only people who got hit were the 2 Weasley brothers." She stood taller. "See, I saw them talking to you, they were probably scared for life." He shook his head. "They wanted the recipe." Hermione's face went white. "Oh Merlin, it cannot be made again. Never again." Padma quickly ran interception. "Hey, there's class. Bet we get all kinds of fun homework." It was like a switch. Her eyes cleared, fists relaxed, and the book in her hand might live through the trauma. That sounds very nice. Soothing. Maybe I can write an essay. Padma grinned. Well, if you need a snack just ask us. Harry quickly opened the greenhouse and ran inside. He did not want to be a part of that conversation anymore. Professor Sprout looked a bit like a turnip. Happy though. Being in her greenhouse meant that the sun was optional, as her smiles lit the place and made it feel like home. This class was with Gryffindor, so Susan and Hannah would have to meet up later. At the moment, the teacher was grouping up everyone into sets of 3. Terry and Hermione had joined a fairly loud boy with red hair, probably a Weasley. Harry felt that Hermione was still not entirely happy with his breakfast choice at this point. He would have to develop that project separately if he wanted her to not have a heart attack. Still, a future of one-handed foods awaited Harry, and experimentation was the fun way to make stuff. Dangerous as hell most of the time, but what wasn't? Padma stuck by him though. Always nice to have a fellow food lover on the team. The new kid was a cub though. The blonde boy seemed fragile. Harry gave a grin. "Lo, I'm Harry Potter, and this is my friend Padma Patil." Padma gave a smile and a small wave. He seemed hesitant. Hi, I'm Neville Longbottom." He seemed to have frozen up with horror at the idea of saying anything else. Harry gave him a firm pat on the back, ignoring his reactions. "Good to meet you, Neville. You don't happen to like strange foods for breakfast, do you?" In the background Harry thought he heard someone giving a stressed whimper. Probably the wind. Neville gave a hesitant look. "Well, I once filled a donut with eggs." God, the boy needed to have more confidence. Harry wasn't sure he could convince someone the world had floors. He grinned. "Excellent. I like an idea, man." He turned to Padma. "Donut experimentation just made it onto our new food experiment list." He leaned in. "Between you and me, there is significant resistance from certain people when it comes to pushing the boundaries of cuisine." Oh yeah, that sound was most certainly Hermione. And it sounded like Terry was trying to distract her from her breakfast woes by trying to convince her that a pop quiz was possible on the first day. Neville hesitated. "Are you messing with that girl?" He grinned, deviousness in his eyes. "I was at first, but now it is just too fun. Not to mention that burrito turned out much better than I thought it would." The boy nodded. "Some landed on me. Once you get past the hot sauce and mayonnaise, I thought it was pretty nice." Padma and Harry stared at the boy slowly turning red. Harry turned and gave Padma a serious stare. "I want to keep him." Turning back. "I am keeping you. You are now my friend. Show up in the library later." Class happened at this point, but Harry could care less. He left Wisdom recording it as he and Wrath discussed future food projects. With 2 food lovers, the possibilities are endless. Terry just groaned again. "Hermione, I am sure it was a bad choice, but really how many people can take random breakfast items and make an explosive?" She continued her grumbling. "Yes, I thought that was amazing and all. But he shared it with Padma first and She quickly turned back to class. "So, plants. Plants are interesting." Terry grinned at the girl who was turning into a tomato. "Yep. Very." One apology later, which confused Harry almost as much as watching Terry giggle during it. Harry and friends moved to the library. Library quarters. LQ. Whatever they were going to call it, the magic research room. They talked about herbology a bit, and even yelled a bit when Hermione found out that Harry had spent a good chunk of the time trying to design donuts filled with scrambled eggs and vinegar. Apparently he and Padma had lucked out, since the red-haired boy, who was a Weasley, named Ron, was less than perfect. Somehow Ron had insulted both partners and gotten detention in the first 4 minutes of class. Neither Terry nor Hermione would tell what he said. Still, the class had been straightforward. What they would cover: how to protect oneself. Apparently there was even an optional elective about how to protect others from fresh fruit. Magical food was apparently dangerous to everyone at some point. Harry had considered just inviting Neville along, but the boy seemed overwhelmed by crowds and he didn't want him to feel pushed into being a friend. At least the option was given. He was not sure why he knew when people could and could not be trusted. It had to do with the way their magic felt, the way they moved, and breathing habits. Neville felt like a good person, just like his other friends. Harry's mental wanderings fell back to reality as they entered the Magical Research Project MRP. MERP. The MERP room. "Hey Susan, Hannah. Everyone okay with calling this the MERP room? Hannah paused. MERP. Magical Research Project. MRP, MERP. She shrugged. Sure, why not? Padma leaned over. Just a heads up, both of you should just avoid talking about food development today. I think storage and production are okay topics, but not creation of recipes at the moment. Harry and Hermione exchanged a look. Yeah, we have a ceasefire at the moment. But I am sure that fine food design will arise again. Harry dodged a swat at his arm with a grin. Susan was going through a book. Any luck with that potion suspension spell? The really hard one. Harry settled into a seat near the head of the table with a sigh. Yes and no. Wisdom helped me understand the process pretty well, but I hit some snags with it. Hannah looked up from something she was working on in a box. What kind of issues? He sighed. Well, first of all, I have never seen it cast before, so I lose the easiest way to learn it. Being able to see the magic lets me skip most of the work. Harry ran his hand through his hair. Secondly, the Master Level 1 needs to be wandless, wordless, and close to motionless. Apparently the spell requires darn near perfect amount of power. Too much and your target just explodes basically. Too little and nothing. Harry grinned. On the plus side, I now know that Muffaliato does a darn good job. No one on my floor woke up at all last night. He got a strange look from Padma. How many explosions? The boy shrugged. I stopped counting after 30 or so. Honestly, about 20 times after that I just started having fun causing explosions. Padma narrowed her eyes. I thought you were reading last night. He nodded. I spent most of it reading in my mindscape. I just didn't want to hurt anything casting an exploding spell in my own head. It is not like I could say any of this in the Great Hall, you know. She nodded and went back to her book. She looked again and leaned back. Hey, let me ask something. I have been reading this book about makeup charms and spells and stuff. She ignored Terry's sniggerings. There are a couple here that we might want to learn. Teeth cleaning, nail trimming, hair removal and such. To Susan's surprise, Harry seemed interested. He grinned. I like the thought. I know that many people damage their teeth from pressing too hard with brushes and stuff, and I hate having to find clippers when I need to trim, mark the pages and add it to the list. The list was a new idea. Basically they were collecting spells they thought were in 3 categories: utilitarian, game-breaking, and fun. These daily routine charms fell nicely into the utilitarian category, well, some of them. Padma assumed Harry didn't need to know the specific spell to curl armpit hair or wax his inner ears. She found several of the spells just silly. Her thoughts were interrupted by an angry growl of all things. This. Terry was almost shaking with anger. All this time, Hannah poked him. Everything green, Terry. He frowned and turned the book toward her. Look, there is a spell called Pack that packs. Like stuff into places. That means Mom could have made my room or helped me get ready in literally a single wand swish and still made me reorganize my trunk by hand until she thought it was acceptable. He held his head in his hands, resting on the table. Seriously, it is just called Pack. Man. Harry leaned over Hannah's shoulder. Not just that, but it accepts the same sort of filter that the sorting spell does. In fact, it seems like another version of the sorting spell. It just moves things elsewhere instead of sorting in the same place. The boy moved back and sat at the head of the table, pulling his wand and doodling in his hand. I spent last night doing a lot of things, one of which was examining the sorting spell. He pointed at something the others obviously couldn't see. So this square box-shaped part contains the criteria for, I found a match, to win. Then this thread connects that to the actual searching rules in the ball shape. Harry held his hand up and rotated his wand slightly. The ball jumps from one object to the next, finding valid targets. Once found, the box part tests it using the threads hidden inside. If it is matched, the coil over here tags the object with some of the caster's magic so they can pull the objects back to them. I think. He doodled again. Now, this is the pack spell. It is missing the ball of searching rules, so I think it picks up the desired order straight from your magic. That is also how it controls where to put the things it had controlled. Harry's eyes gleamed as he compared the 2 spells in the air. It seems the pack spell needs more power, since it doesn't define what to do as well. Looks like you can either define the outcome you want, or just throw power at it and magic will figure it out by trying everything till something works. He looked up at the others. I love this spell, pack. Wonder if I can alter it to do something more generic. Hannah looked up. Like what? Well, packing is just sorting items into a container. Cleaning is sorting items in the room, such as dust and dirt being sorted to the garbage and items being sorted to where they are most used. Or something like that. The pack spell could be the ultimate cleaning took possibly. Harry grinned at the stunned faces he was surrounded by. Hermione almost groaned. Why doesn't every adult use pack? That seems so useful. Harry shrugged. From what I can tell, magical people tend to rely heavily on the past, on their ancestors. The pack spell may have not existed back then. It also may not be common enough that everyone runs into it, and if it isn't required on the Hogwarts syllabus, then many students wouldn't bother finding out new things about magic. Harry paused. It may also be a sign of culture. Remember that we magicals will live longer than non-magicals, possibly for more than 200 years. Dumbledore was alive for over 100 years easily. He was here before movies, he was around before basketball was invented, before phones, before zippers, before bottle caps. He looked at the partially confused pure-bloods before looking back at Hermione. The Ministry of Magic is basically full of people who were here before airplanes. They may not even know how advanced non-magicals have become in the last 5 years alone. She reached out and touched his shoulder. Breath, Harry. I am sure they have talked to each other at least in the government level. Harry took steadying breaths. In his mind, he could feel Wrath patting his shoulder. If it came down to it, he would still have options. Focus. Calm. Anyway, my point is simple. Magical people live longer, so they feel less rushed to do things, to learn. Susan nodded, hesitant. So how advanced have mug non-magicals gotten? Harry sighed, running his hands through his hair. Well, they can make more food than us, although they use some chemicals that had odd side effects for a while. They move people around the world all the time now, and all you have to do is sit down until you arrive. If we are talking weapon-wise, we would lose. Seeing raised eyebrows, he shrugged. I can show you stuff later. I, however, want to focus on my dream in the future. Part of that can be accomplished by paying attention to what has changed in their world. The non-magicals have accomplished things that we never even tried, and many wizards wouldn't even consider worth trying. Harry's grin grew. Now, at this point we have a couple of amazing game-breaking possible spells. The stasis spell, which we think stops time, or slows it down a lot, and the pack spell, which may be the ultimate cleaning, sorting, and moving spell. That was after only a couple of days. We need to find more. Susan was grinning. She had been glad to join the group just to be with Hannah and get a few new friends, but now she could see this becoming life-changing. Just a little poking around had turned spells most people considered boring into something amazing, and this was before Hermione perfected book memorization. The search spells alone had cut down their homework time to almost nothing compared to their classmates. Susan looked over at the fun column of the list in the middle of the table. I may have one for the fun list. We used it when we were kids, we called it the snowball spell. She made the motions. It gathers snow, and makes a ball at the front. When you let go, the ball hurls where you point. Harry's eyes grew wider. Could you show me? 1 second. He pointed his wand in the air and began casting water in the air. Moving the water to his hand, he quickly swished his wand and cast a beam version of a cooling charm from the book about food preservation. The corner of the room was now very white. Susan grinned. Now that is a usefully fun spell. Can you combine them together? Harry paused. Maybe. Let me work on it tonight. Now, show me the snowball thing. Well, it worked. And was cold. And now going down his shirt. At least he liked hearing the girls giggle. Somehow Terry laughing his bum off wasn't quite as heartwarming. One snowball and a girlish squeal from Terry later and Harry was happy. Turns out that the snowball incident, as it would become known, had a tendency to escalate. Thankfully Hermione had used the pack spell. How did she learn them this quickly? Harry had only heard of the spell that hour, to move all the books against the wall to protect them. Even more wonderful, she knew a spell to dry off clothing, which Harry used and overpowered to dry out the room before Madame Pants decided to visit the snowtastrophe. Harry felt it was a win. He had even found that the spell could be slightly modified, so that his left hand continuously gathered snow while the right hand fired pretty quickly. Everyone pretty much ganged up on him after that though. If Madame Pants thought anything was off about 6 kids coming out of a room shivering and laughing, she was nice enough to simply give a reminder to keep the noise down. Harry on the other hand had a new personal project. He wanted to combine the water creation, dispersion into snow, and collection into a ball spell into a single charm. Jim would probably have a white evening tonight. The whole group had the next class, History of Magic, together, so they wandered in the right direction. At this point they all knew to just follow Harry and hope for the best, so while they did have to walk around a single pillar 5 times, they still ended up in the right classroom first. Oh sweet Merlin, why did Harry come to this class early? The teacher was a ghost, and worse, he was just quoting the stupid book. His look of horror to Hermione was returned. She also recognized his word-for-word rendition of, "Why should I bother changing the pitch of my voice?" as our text. The first 20 minutes or so was just full of confusion. As time went on, Harry could feel people beginning to beg for floods, fire from the skies, even homework from another class, anything to distract them from this slow-moving floating jerk who was killing them so slowly. Finally, in a fit of desperation, Harry opened connections to his friends and dived inward for safety. Padma dived through her door, nearly knocking over Harry and Wisdom. Oh dear Lord, what is wrong with that man? Susan had much more dignity as she walked into Harry's mind. That is the worst teacher. Can we call him a teacher? Hannah took a seat and waved at Jim, who was working with Delta Squad on fencing practice. Well, he was at one point. The weird thing is I thought some of what he said sounded familiar. Harry flipped a copy of the class text. Go to page 12, that is where he is so far. Word for word at the moment. Hermione seemed very annoyed. I hear that. She took a few breaths. Okay, calm. Peace. I can do this. One of my core grades is reliant on a teacher who has no opinion but quoting our book. Her eyebrow started twitching. Harry quickly stepped in. Hermione, I am planning on contacting the ministry and gathering a list of all books suggested for those who are homeschooled to pass this class. Would you like to borrow my copies when I finish memorizing them? We should be able to get perfect O's since this whole thing is all memorization and recall. Her stress washed away like a block of ice on a grill. Thanks, Harry. I had to give up being a dentist like my parents to learn magic, and I don't like being shortchanged with subpar learning. He tilted his head. Well, wizards and witches live twice as long as non-magicals. No reason you can't become a dentist after getting your newts done, right? Harry shrugged, his left hand reaching out and accepting tea from the tall thin man behind him. I bet we could test out of a lot of classes too after a bit of studying. Harry sipped his tea before noticing Terry's look of fear. Oh, right, had he introduced them to wrath? Susan could barely breath. How long had that person? Where did he? Behind Harry was a tall man in a suit. His face was similar to a skull, his neck was so thin she could see bones outlined. Each hand his hands. But the worst was his eyes. Black, empty, dark, deep with an ember of green, watching her. Just floating in the center, focused on each of them. Measuring them. She looked back at Harry, who was perfectly fine with this. He was even drinking the tea that creature had given him. Wrath stood tall again. Good day to everyone, it is nice to see each of you in such fine health since we last talked. Something in Susan relaxed. She could feel how dangerous, how twisted this person could be, but he was not. He was choosing not to be what he could become. She gave a hesitant smile. Gee, good day, Mr. Wrath. We have not heard from you since you woke Harry. That. Her breath caught. The eyes were on her and they had fear. Of her. Oh, no, not her. Harry was looking up at Wrath with a devious grin on his face. Thank you, Susan, I forgot about that. That wasn't because someone misfiled something in the library, was it? Oh yes, there was more than a little fear in his eyes now. Wisdom seemed to be giggling about it though. Harry placed his tea on a table that was next to Wisdom. Wisdom, I have just recently learned the most delightful spell. Would you care to join me in a bit of mental exercise? Her grin was almost as wide as Harry's. I haven't combined them yet, but I believe I can help out with deployment. Harry snapped his fingers. Snow fell. It didn't drift one flake at a time. 3 feet of snow smashed into Wrath, avoiding all other people, buildings, and ducks. To his credit, Wrath was still standing as an elegant butler would until he saw everyone start summoning snowballs. Harry leaned over to Padma. Use a rope to pull the snow in, and then snap it off to launch it forward. No wand needed and you get 2 hands. The machine gun technique is much harder, but we can practice it later. He waved his arm and Wrath's shirt gained some red and white circles with numbers in them. He grinned. Wrath, you may wish to start running. You are allowed to retaliate only by building walls and throwing snowballs by hand. Susan was grinning even as she tried to give a bit of help. Shouldn't you let him do the snowball thing you do back? Harry shook his head. Don't underestimate my wrath. We have been together a long time, but even I am not always able to beat him. He grinned. But then again, who wants to play fair? Everyone start launching. It got harder to throw snow after a few hours because watching tiny ducks hurl snow at a running skeletal butler was surprisingly humorous to the group. Everyone collapsed into comfy chairs. Wrath was once again behind Harry on his right, although there was still some snow in his wild black hair. Harry grinned. Thanks for letting us wind down, Wrath. The tall being smiled, somehow seeming warm. Of course, Master. I know how stressful it was with that ghost of a teacher. You never were a fan of ghosts to begin with. Hannah giggled. Yeah, I figured you were letting us hit you. I know I saw you move really fast when Terry tried to poke Harry with a pillow. Susan was idly practicing her thread control by juggling some snowballs. He still got us. Each one he threw hit his mark. Padma grinned. Yeah, but it is more fun to do stupid stuff like this with friends, you know. And I'm sure Wrath wouldn't want to be stuck out in the darkness all the time. Wrath gave a grin that showed sharp teeth. Actually, it is pretty soothing. I find the darkness to be quite a friend. His smile became much less shark-like. And I did enjoy spending time with the Master. Now that he has companions, we have both gotten a chance to spend some time alone. It was nice. Harry grinned and tossed his empty teacup at the being. Prat. Wrath caught the cup expertly, which then vanished. Indeed, sir. Terry sighed. Man, this class is taking forever. How much longer is it? Harry looked at Jim. He nodded. Jim says we have been in here for 8 minutes so far. Seeing the horrified looks on everyone's face, he grinned. Well, we can always head to someone else's mind. I think Hermione's is only twice normal time rate cause of all the stuff in there. He looked toward Padma. Of course, I would vote for Padma's world. Cute animals. Of course. Hermione sighed. I think I will go work on my mind world actually. I want to show you guys what I did when it is finished, and I am not there yet. At least this class time won't go to waste. Susan shrugged. I feel up for some baby animals. Terry headed toward the door with AP on it. Fine by me. Any kittens, Padma. Harry laughed. You guys just don't even know. Thankfully Professor Binns, class was over. Clearly this ghost should move on, not one sentence differed from the text. Harry stretched, before joining his friends and leading as they opened paintings and slid around invisible walls while heading to defense against the dark arts. Well, history is a loss, but I know this one should be interesting. Maybe they have duels and stuff. Susan shrugged. Don't know much about Professor Quirrell really. He has that odd turban and smells like garlic. Something about vampires I heard. Hannah chipped in. He has a really bad stutter too. Hope he has lots of written stuff for us to look at. Okay, so we all agree that today was a waste of all of our time, yes. Angry, sad, and other such nods went around the group. Quirrell stuttered so bad that he may as well have just pretended to be mute. The entire classroom, round, with a low roof, was filled with the smell of onions, garlic, and even compost. Harry's eyes had started watering. Hermione couldn't even try and answer questions because half the time no one even realized the strange wizard had asked something. Harry sighed. We have to bring this up. It is just I know, maybe we can ask if we can just take our owl's test early. Ordinary wizarding levels were required by law for wizards and witches to own wands and use magic, so they couldn't just skip the class. Hannah bit her lip. Would we be able to pass it? Harry grinned. After wisdom tutors you. No way you would get less than an E. Probably get an O, no doubt. He sighed, some of the energy leaving him. Can't do the same with da. Merlin, that is a terrible initialism. Anyway, can't skip Papa class or test out until we can understand the teacher and make sure he is actually as incompetent as he seems. None of the group noticed a turban moving away in anger around the corner. Harry sighed. I guess we should bring this up with our heads of houses first. It will probably get up to Professor McGonagall pretty quickly after that. Susan looked at Hermione. Weren't you trying that speech-to-text spell during class? How did that go? If anything, she looked more downtrodden. It actually wrote, mumble mumble, all over. I have no idea what that crazy man wrote. Harry patted her shoulder. Well, we have time for books and stuff. Why don't we, wait? Quack. Thanks for the heads up. Think I should do something. Quack. Yeah, good point. We will head up there. Everything green Harry. Padma was a bit closer than Harry expected. He gave a small, slightly sad smile. A friend of mine is being picked on. I want to go pick him up. Would it be alright if we invited him with us in the library? Several eyes went a bit hard at the idea of someone being bullied. Hermione gave a firm nod. Of course Harry. Lead the way. Harry felt the thread, following it around some statues, under a staircase, and through a fake wall before he reached an almost deserted hallway. Draco Malfoy and his two meat puppets were laughing at a boy who had clearly been pushed to the ground. Harry heard the git sneer at the child at his feet. At least now you are where you belong, at the feet of purity. A squib like you are ashamed to your blood traitor parents. Harry stood straight, and stepped back. Wrath could handle this. Neville Longbottom had handled many of his trials so far. The rude and unthinking comments from Ron had made things tough, and the rest of the house considered him barely above a squib. But he had stayed firm. When he had reached the common room and found out the password changed, he couldn't get the older students to listen to him. He had gone down the hall to try and find someone his age. His eyes were on the floor. The physical assault wasn't much, but the words Draco was saying, things he whispered to himself at night sometimes. Dark fears. He could fight pain, but his heart hurt too. Oh dear. Mr. Malfoy, I am afraid you have been impolite. Neville looked up and saw Draco turn white. It looked like his skin was dipped in milk. From behind him and the two now frozen boys was someone he couldn't quite see him. 3-on-1, Mr. Malfoy. I see you are not confident in your abilities. I am glad you are aware of your own weakness. Neville knew it wasn't directed at him and he still felt shivers in his spine. This voice had age, experience, and it was judging Draco Malfoy lacking. Very lacking. Run along, Mr. Malfoy. You know how dangerous this castle can be for some people. Draco turned. It was the body of Harry Potter. It had to be his body, for his flesh was like a corpse wrapped around the thing that was now looking upon him with such sadness. The worst was Harry's left eye. His right was glowing green, full of sadness, but the left was an abyss, darkness, the end. And dying inside that dark was an ember of green. Harry's left eye was watching Draco, and Draco could not move. His bones were stone, his skin was freezing, and bone hands were on his shoulders. The words seemed to live inside his skin. You may leave, Mr. Malfoy. Have a pleasant afternoon. The thing paused. Oh, and do leave Mr. Longbottom alone. The boy has greatness inside him. Neville looked at what was likely Harry Potter. Somehow those words felt more true than anything he had ever heard. This was not an opinion, this was not a question. Inside Neville Longbottom was greatness, just like outside there was sunlight. He didn't even notice when the three terrified boys ran past. Harry smiled, transforming almost instantly back to the boy Neville had worked with early that same day. The change was almost as disturbing as the aristocratic way he had terrorized the children. Neville, I would like to invite you to join my friends on a trip to the library. It should be interesting, if you wish to join us. Neville had barely noticed the boy and girls surrounding Harry. They also seemed to be recovering a bit from the amount of energy that had filled the hall. He gave a hesitant smile. Sure Harry. I would like to go. Harry grinned. And if you are worried about that squib thing, I may have a solution for you. Turns out that I have a bit of a trick when it comes to doing the impossible. The young boy with only a toad for a friend gave a silent vow that if Harry Potter could help him, Neville Longbottom would never give him cause to regret it. So are we going to talk about the whole, I became wrath, thing? Hermione seemed a bit hesitant. Harry shrugged. Sure, ask away. Hannah giggled. Okay, what's up with the whole, I became wrath, thing? Harry pointed at his head. When I gave Wrath my darkness, I also gave him my fighting abilities and my desire to protect others. He shrugged. To be honest, it is better this way. I mean, if it was up to me, with no restrictions, I would have probably hurt Draco. Badly. Possibly permanently. Neville felt shocked. You would have killed him. Harry shook his head. Nah, he is just a kid mouthing off what his parents tell him. But I might have turned him into a squib, or disabled his ability to use a wand. He noticed that only Hermione was still walking. He raised an eyebrow at the shock. What? If I can fix magical cores and allow your wands to sync with you perfectly, of course I can do the opposite. Neville shuddered. I think many pure bloods would prefer death to that. Harry sighed. Well, that is just silly. There are more important things than magic. Terry walked closer. Like what? Harry seemed to shrink a bit. Family. He shook himself a bit. And friends. Helping people. Magic can be a great tool, but I can do a lot even without it. Hermione grinned. You can also fix teeth without magic. Harry was starting to get into it. And fly without magic. And cook amazing food without magic. And launch a goat into orbit without magic. And wait, what? Harry waved his arms. Welcome to the library. Everyone be very quiet, don't want to disturb Madame Pants. Neville felt caught up in the rhythm of the group. There was some sort of energy here, like something new was just beyond reach but getting closer. It was kind of sad to realize everyone now felt closer to him than his own house. Susan stayed close to Neville. Something felt right about helping him, so she intended to do it. Didn't hurt that he was a bit cute. She grinned. Welcome to the Merp room. Neville gave her a bit of a confused look that she found adorable. Merp. Hannah raised a hand to Padma. Merp. Padma completed the high five. Merp. Hermione held her face, massaging her forehead. Fine. Merp. Harry slapped her shoulder. Well done, my own. Merp indeed. He grinned at Neville, who was very confused now. Stands for Magic Research Project. We are learning how magic does. The confused boy waited, but that seemed to be it. How it does what? Harry grinned. And much more. This time Hermione did thwap him on the arm. She was smiling though. All right, we should meet up in Harry's mind so he can fix up Neville. The poor boy barely had time to ask, Merp, before he was pulled into Harry's world. Neville was actually doing pretty well with the coping, at least Harry thought so. Still, they couldn't stand around staring with mouths open all day. Harry grinned. Welcome to my mindscape. A world created in and containing my mind. He waved a hand behind them, where wooden doors with letters stood. As you see, I have connected the rest of the group's minds together so they can join us. Neville realized that at some point Susan had gotten beside him and seemed to be offering moral support. He had never felt so grateful before. Harry on the other hand seemed to be on some sort of sugar high. I love this part, I really do. Neville, look at your chest. That is your magic. Neville looked down. It was wild. A thick and dark blue, almost black, made of dozens of thick ropes. There was some sort of sphere and it was fury with threads. Harry pointed. As you can see, you are well, pretty much a powerhouse. Compared to normal wizards you are really powerful. The boy looked up at Harry and he had no threads at all. Harry, don't you have like, ribbons and threads and stuff too? Harry shrugged. I have them when I need them. After creating Ratha, you met him earlier. After making him, my magic got much more stable. I wasn't fighting myself anymore. Hermione almost stumbled. Wait, you mean you were not at full power when we met you? He nodded. Barely at half. I feel much better now. He waved his arm. The arm had an after image. His magic was filling his body, molded to it. Frankly, getting to this point caused a lot of pain. What little bits of me were not filled with magic got flooded. I wouldn't suggest it. Harry looked back at Neville. Now here is the part that is confusing me. You are clearly powerful, yet you have problems doing spells. Neville gripped his wand, which somehow had appeared. Harry had mentioned earlier he could make wands match, right? Well, my parents were badly injured when I was young. I use my father's wand in memory of how he used to be. He looked at the worn wood. I know I could put it away and be stronger, but I don't want to put Dad away. Neville felt Susan hug him. He wasn't sure what surprised him more, the hug or realizing he was crying. Harry noticed the emotions on Susan's face as well. He gave a small smile. Neville, I am not really able to mess with the binding of wands to men, not directly. Susan, would you be willing to help me with this? Neville felt the arms tighten for a moment. I would be glad to help, Harry. What do you need me to do? Harry moved her in front of the nervous boy. Grab the end of Neville's wand while he holds it. I will press my hand on your back, and guide your magic to fix his wand binding. Harry looked her in the eyes. Is this acceptable, Ms. Susan Bones? I will only do this if it is both of your wishes. Susan was desperately not looking at Hannah as she nodded. Somehow she could still feel her grin and wink. Merlin, her face must be red. Neville was not sure why Harry was making such a big deal about this until the first purple thread of Susan's touched his core. Yep, lots of blushing for everyone. And a Hannah winking at Harry was not helping the process. Strangely enough, Padma's giggling did help in some small way. After the three recovered a bit, Neville coughed slightly. How many of those brown threads are we doing this for? Harry shrugged. All of them. You okay to continue? The boy's blushing nod actually made Susan smile a bit more through her own blush. She wasn't sure she could talk without squeaking right now, and she was going to smack Hannah with a pillow so hard tonight. Friends could be such anyway. Neville's smile could have powered the world when he returned to the waking world. At least, until he looked at Susan. Thankfully their blushes could more than pick up the slack. He also seemed slightly relieved that she was still smiling at him. Hannah on the other hand was nudging Susan's ribs and making eyebrow gestures until Harry threw a snowball. Seeing Hermione's look of surprise, he grinned. Oh, did I forget to mention that Wisdom figured out how to combine the spells. We now have a snowball hex. The ensuing fight took many good students down. Not for long, but still. Finally Harry waved his hand, drying everyone. Well, I think that next time Merp gets together, we should all show off some of the neat things we are working on to our new friend Neville. All in favor? Many hands went up. All opposed? Susan's hand went up. Can't we show him now? Harry shook his head. We've got 30 minutes until curfew at this point. Oh, and Neville, Gryffindor's password tonight is Quidditch, of all things. They ignored Terry's whoop. Anyway, we will drop you off. Then Susan and Hannah, he noticed the two looking. On second thought, you will come help us drop Susan and Hannah off at Hufflepuff, then we will drop you at the Lion's Den, then we take a well-deserved nap. That had two people looking happy. Harry grinned. He was glad Susan had made a connection with Neville, although it may be hard to explain to others how it had started. His grin turned into a huge blush. Man, that was embarrassing. He had thought he had found a clever workaround. He would help Susan, still felt well, interesting to say the least, who would help Neville. Somehow working his magic through Susan had made everything, including sensations, more intense. Also, Harry suspected that Hermione, Padma, and Hannah had gotten some sort of feedback of his feelings through their mental connection, because they kept blushing when they looked at him now. Thankfully his blush was so solid no one could tell when it got worse as he looked at the girls. Well, he hoped so anyway. Still, a pretty amazing day all things considered. Harry led his team to their towers and followed Terry up to the dorms. As he reached his bed he could feel the strain of all that magic finally settling on his bones. Today had a lot of magic usage in it, but it had all been a fairly amazing adventure really. The boy fell asleep with a bit of song in his heart and a smile on his face. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.